For the last 15 years, the young noble Aaron Ferreira has done nothing but sleep his depression away. That is, until one day, a recurring dream of a swordsman diligently practicing inspired him to get out of his depressive state. With renewed vigor from his dream, Aaron takes up the blade and enrolls in one of the most prestigious schools to become a master swordsman and live up to the man in his dreams. It all started with the diary of an old man who is living in a rural village. One day, a stranger walks into the village, carrying with him a gigantic sword. It was hate at first sight for our narrator. But seeing this lone stranger, there's a certain determination burning in his eyes that even the narrator himself couldn't help but notice. He was hoping the elder of their village would reject the hooded stranger, but he was accepted easily and welcomed warmly. Well, whatever, the man thought. Now, it's been 4 days since their new neighbor arrived, yet he keeps mostly to himself and is quiet as a mouse. Is he even alive? Some of their nosy villages tried to befriend the stranger, but they weren't successful. It's not like he cares anyway. Then just like that, a week already passed, then 10 days, and finally, he now knows what the stranger does. Some of the village kids happened to see it and told him. The stranger practices with his sword every day. The narrator figured out on the get-go that the stranger must have some backstory, but who cares, right? Not his business to mind. Now, it's been a month since he first stayed here, and talks of the stranger diligently practicing his sword daily are still a popular topic in the village. Still, the narrator refuses to see the man practice with his sword. Then another month came and passed, and another. The people of the village continue to talk about this mysterious stranger, and by now they have already formed various stories about why he continues to wield his sword. Some say he's a knight, practicing for the day he could exact his revenge, while others claim that he's a famous mercenary. You know, the usual folktales. Our narrator still wasn't interested in all of this, but now, he has got to see the man wielding the sword at this point, right? Like, come on. The dude's been training consistently for the last 6 months. Nobody's that dedicated, or so he thought, so he has got to see this for himself. Is he a skilled swordsman? How fast is his technique, and is he strong? All kinds of questions popped into the man's head, so he decided that he'll see how this mysterious swordsman practices his craft tomorrow. Then came tomorrow. For all that hype, this swordsman's skills look pretty basic, at least according to our narrator. He has worked at a firm and has seen how swordsmen test their swords, and this man's skills are nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, sure, maybe he's got his reasons why he's practicing so damn hard. Maybe a sob story, but that ain't enough to sharpen his skills. Whatever this swordsman's reasons may be, it's downright stupid and pitiful according to our narrator. Now, he won't be affected by what the townsfolk say about this swordsman. After some time, a new family came into town that consisted of a mercenary, his son, and a daughter named Rima. Now, our narrator got pretty smitten with Rima, who he calls an angel and greets everybody with a smile. Our boy's already feeling breezy and plans to make a move on Rima the next day. And not relevant at all to the story, says the narrator, but their village has always been at the mercy of the sword for the 3rd year by now. Many years passed, and now the narrator continues to log into his diary after a long time. After courting Rima for 2 years, they got married, which he considers the happiest day of his life. But even if that is so, he can't help but feel that he's not in a relationship. By now, it's been 5 years since the stranger was welcomed into their village, and despite many people experiencing a lot of different things, the swordsman continues to swing his sword without fail every day. Is it really for practice, or is he torturing himself? Haunted by this thought, our narrator took it upon himself to check on the diligent swordsman daily. By now, it's been 5 years, 1 month, and 12 days since he trained with his sword, and he went in to check up on him the next day, and the next, and the next, and in a blink of an eye. It's been 6 years, 2 months, and 18 days since he trained with his sword. Then it's 6 years, 9 months, and 3 days, of which the days as of late have been snowing for a while. But the swordsman's desire to practice is stronger. He's still at it. While he's busy swinging his sword, our narrator now welcomes his first child with Rima. Many of the townspeople celebrated this event, and yet the swordsman remains unfazed, choosing to continue to wield his sword instead. Damn, who made this guy his enemy? Through rain and snow, he continues to wield his sword. But what for? Then came a day when our narrator didn't check up on the village swordsman, but he's still probably swinging his sword, right? If there's one thing you could expect him to do, is wielding the sword. Now, the narrator has grown old, his children having kids of his own. He's woken up one day by Jan Siak, his grandson, as his daughter Laura informs him that they'll be visiting the village market. She invited him to come along with them, but he refused, choosing to walk around the village instead. Now, he's regarded as the village chief, revered by the people, and just like anything that time touches, the village has also changed, except for the lone swordsman. Stopping by the rugged gate of the swordsman, the village president thought to himself that it's been 37 years since this stranger stepped foot in their village, and just as he laid eyes on what was beyond the doors, his eyes widened in shock and he came running towards the swordsman who was kneeling on the ground, unmoving with his sword still in his hand. With long gray hair and worn-out clothes, the swordsman died with his eyes wide open, yet his grip on the sword was firm as ever. The narrator was awestruck with this view, a silver light emanating from the swordsman now gone. He then quickly laid his body to rest, closed his eyes, and told the swordsman that he hoped he went to a good place. And that's exactly when a blonde-haired, blue-eyed prince woke up with a sweat. What in the inception is this? Enter the Ferreira estate, famous for several nobles' places of training. It sits in the southern part of the Heil Kingdom. But what this region is most known for are the Ferreira Baron's children, at least according to what the guard said. What's more, according to him, Lady Curl is famous throughout the lands and she received her official title despite being 11. Another guard asked if she was appointed by the royal family, but the first one stressed that it was because she's a sorcerer, which is pretty rare and special, even rarer than high magicians. Then again, the third guard says it doesn't matter anyway because the firstborn is Lord Aaron, which left the two guards speechless. So what's his deal and what's with that reaction? Well, it turns out Aaron is pretty infamous and the rookie guard already knew about it. Duchess Keel, commonly known as Princess Curl, is known for her magical prowess, but her brother Aaron is more well known throughout the land. He earned the nickname Lazy Lord because he could not do anything after the passing of his mother at a young age. From this tragic event, he refused to partake in any activities and just slept, staying cooped up in his room, which is where they got his moniker. Can't blame him really. Lad watched his mother die right in front of him after all. As the three guards continue their idle banter, their attention is caught by a voice from behind, and it's none other than Princess Curl Ferreira and her mother, Amelia, the second wife. Princess Curl, a blue-eyed blonde with her hair partially covering the right side of her face, stood glaring at the guards. As if her intimidating aura is not enough, she also questioned these guards who taught them to play hooky while still working, but they were all quick to bow and ask for forgiveness. Now that is quite the 90-degree bow they got there. But Princess Curl was relentless. She continued to grill them about what they were sorry for, asking what they did wrong until her mother intervened and saved these guards' butts. With a sly smile and a sideward glance, she asked them if they already knew what they did wrong, to which they easily agreed and bowed hastily again. Finally, mother and daughter seemed to be satisfied with their answers, so they walked away, and as soon as they did, the guards released a sigh of relief. Mother-daughter combo. Thinking about them, they can't help but wonder how different Lord Aaron is from them. Meanwhile, inside the palace, grunting sounds can be heard, and it's coming from the lazy Lord, Aaron Ferreira himself. Seems he has trouble trying to sleep, which is pretty surprising since he's known to sleep by this time. And the root cause of this, the recurring dream he has, he swore he could taste the tiredness in his mouth from swinging the sword, even the muscle pain that came with it. But what's the most shocking out of all of these is that his body is full of energy. So full of energy that he can't stop shaking. He's got to do something. With a shaking voice, he called out to someone, but his butler was quick to answer. At first, he was hesitant to say what he wanted, which left his butler feeling puzzled, but thankfully, the Dutch managed to speak a few words, asking for a sword and his wish to swing it. The butler stood in silence, staring at him blankly. Nani? Did he just ask for a sword? Shocked at the request, his butler could only answer yes in a questioning manner. At the Ferreira household's training hall, everyone's trying their best to focus on their own respective tasks, but they can't help but notice the elephant in the room. This is not a hallucination, right? All of them are seeing the same thing, right? The whispers grew louder as Aaron Ferreira, along with his butler, walks into the training hall. Is this the second coming or what? The guards continue to whisper behind his back that it's difficult enough to see him as of late, but to make an appearance in the training hall, totally unheard of. They were just wondering if he was out here trying to learn how to wield the sword when he suddenly approached the weapons displayed on the wall, eyeing the said weapon with the biggest blade. To this, his butler explained that there are various kinds of swords, even wooden ones, and that if he can wait for a bit, he's willing to bring someone who is quite knowledgeable about this weapon. However, Aaron dismissed his suggestion and continued looking at the weapons in front of him, and he did, In fact, choose the one with the biggest blade. By this time, the guards are pretty riled up, and one of them even asked his fellow guard to pinch him in the cheeks if he was dreaming or what. Nope, not a dream. However, a grunt left everyone distracted and the rest of the guards curious as they continued to eye Eren, holding a sword in his hand. Even his butler was watching him closely as he shakingly gripped the heavy sword and got into position. With everything he has, he tried to swing the sword, but knowing his stamina and lack of knowledge about the weapon, it was flimsy at best. Many of Eren's spectators already expected that he'd be pretty bad at it given his history. Everybody knows that he's lazy and sleeps all the time, but seeing him come out of his room for the first time in a long while was something worth seeing. But what in tarnation made him take up sword training? One of the palace's drudges chimed in the conversation that maybe it was because of Lord Jiren who made Eren get up on his feet. According to his neighbor, our novice swordsman was humiliated by Lord Jiren last month. So that's what happened. At least they all thought. Although many people saw this, not all were in the loop since Eren was just sitting quietly at the time. Humiliation is a proven motivation after all, so can't blame him. The question is, how long can he do this? As the palace's drudges went back to work, Eren continued to wield his sword while his butler side-eyes these people. They even had the balls to say that Eren will last only 3 days doing this, while the other said he'll only last 30 minutes. His butler could only look at them in disdain, thinking to himself that everyone is not the same, and then changed his focus to Eren instead. He told the young noble that swordsmanship takes a lot of effort, and it's not for everybody, adding that he'll put out a call tomorrow to start looking for someone to help him. But Eren was in the zone right now, with the sword in his hands. He could feel the pain all over, especially in his arms. Even he starts questioning himself on why he does this as he continues to swing the sword. Wielding it with such force despite having a frail body, he ends up being out of breath and lies on the ground, panting. But why does he feel at ease? Does this dude happen to be a masochist of some sort? The more he continues to copy what the swordsman in his dream does, the more his heart's burdens light up. And with every swing of the sword, all the bad memories and confusing thoughts disappear from his mind. He can't stop this addicting feeling. The only thing that snapped him out of this reverie is his butler, who had to physically stop him from swinging the sword since it was already sundown. What? Already? Still a bit high from the feeling, Eren is confused why he was stopped until he collapsed in his butler's arms, his body giving out from exhaustion. With his vision finally focusing on the surroundings, he finally noticed that it was indeed sundown while his butler worried over him. But how did the day go by so fast? As he clings to his butler, he asks him why he didn't leave, but his butler knew better than to leave him alone. He waited for him patiently and even called out to him many times, but to no avail. But finally, Eren is ready to rest, so he assures him that what he did was good training, but it's best not to overexert himself, which he agrees not to do again. Back in his room, Eren complains about the pain in his body, thinking he couldn't do something like this. It's all the dream's fault. How exactly can he sleep with all this pain and heaviness? And just like that, he was out like a light 5 minutes later. A few days later, a shocking scene continues to haunt the palace walls, this time in the dining hall. Eren gobbles his sandwich with so much gusto that even his butler still can't believe the prince is up on his feet and out of his room. Still shocked, he asks Eren if he will train today as well, which the latter confirms. Thinking to himself, Eren wonders about how he's haunted by the recurring dream of the swordsman and how, if he continues to practice, the pain is relieved. So he took it upon himself to wield the sword. He did, however, have a moment's thought that he may be losing his mind, but whatever, it's worth a try, and to continue wielding it. He needs to eat up and have more energy. As soon as he thought of this, he ordered more sandwiches and milk. Finally, that's the main character's energy we're looking for. Back in the training hall, the guards are once again speculating if this will be the day. Many of them even placed bets, adding the new guard into the loop on what he thinks will happen today, until a lone hooded figure approached them from behind. It turns out to be an old man, leaning into his walking stick, asking where the palace training grounds are located. You just know whenever someone like this pops out, our hero is about to be schooled real good. The guards question him on the location he wants to go, but he reassures them that he's but a wandering traveler and a former swordsman who just wants to watch from the sidelines. To prove his identity, he even says that he has a proper license, but the guards didn't ask for it anymore and led him to the training grounds with ease. So off they go to the palace's training grounds, the guards already thinking about the bet, and as they reached the area, the older one exclaimed in shock, seeing none other than the once lazy prince, Eren, training hard with the sword. It's already the 4th day since he started this whole gig, much to the younger guard's happiness. Turns out this guard actually betted that Eren would still be up and running by this time. Good call. And yep, his sword practices became a betting game for a lot of the guards by now. As the younger guard collected his payment, he also said that Eren may still be at it for a while longer since Garen's son, Lord Jiren, got him real good last month. Humiliation is a good motivation, remember? As they continue to banter, the Gandalf-looking character only looks on and watches Eren in silence. He's been assessing his form, which is not too bad considering he started days ago, and he thinks he's not wasting time by doing so. But you gotta admit though, Eren's swordsmanship is pretty lousy. Not to mention the fact that at his current strength, he can't handle the weight of the sword at all. Plus, he's already out of breath, indicative of his poor stamina and how he's badly pacing himself. How long will he continue at this rate? The old man wonders if Lord Jiren really is the cause behind the young noble's abrupt training. This kind of horsing around with the sword isn't good, and how much mana will he use? All these thoughts ran into the old man's head, but his reverie is broken after a strong gust of wind blew in the palace grounds and one of the guards exclaimed in shock as a griffin, one of the legendary animals, flew above them, ridden by none other than Princess Curl herself, wearing a long scowl on her face. So here's a rundown on what a griffin is. This legendary creature has the head and wings of an eagle with the body of a lion. It has a pretty hard coat similar to steel with a commanding presence to boot. But what's the most shocking about this creature is that it's not supposed to exist. It's a thing of legend. Well, that's until Princess Curl came flying with it. No biggie. She flew down in front of the guards, who are now shaking in fear at the princess' talent, how she can move her creations at will, and her ability to give life to them as if they were really alive. That's Princess Curl for you. But now, they have a new fear. The princess continues to glare at the guards and even calls each of them out, even the old man himself. But she was quick to dismiss him and only paid attention to the guards who were slacking off during work times. How many times does she have to tell them not to play hooky during work? One of them was quick to reason out that he had just finished his shift, as the old man listened on. Reduced to a poorly drawn side character in the panel, the man wasn't even colored. Sweating. The older guard explained that he was on the afternoon shift and that he didn't do anything wrong. But Princess Curl only scrutinized him all the more, even telling him that maybe he was just vomiting words at the spur of the moment. She even knows that this guard doesn't even work in the training grounds, and that he's just pretty nosy about what's happening lately. She would have continued grilling him if Eren didn't step up and called her attention, wondering why she was acting such. She was quiet for a moment and looked at the guards, then told her brother to stop doing whatever it is that he's doing. Eren was left confused, but the princess only told him to just stop it. To this, Eren turned his back and just continued practicing with the sword again. Seeing this, Curl got aggravated, shouting at him that swordsmanship is no easy task, especially for someone like him who's been sleeping it out for the last few years. Did he actually think he'll be able to pull it off? Curl questions him. Eren remains silent, but she continues by even comparing his skills to the rookie guards, telling Eren that they're even better than he is. She would have continued to pop off if only her mother, Queen Amelia, didn't come waltzing down the stairs with a smile much to the guard's shock. She told the princess not to bother her brother and asked that she come with her, but Curl was about to reason out, but thankfully, the queen is the only one who can call the princess out like that. Amelia then praised the guards for their hard work and told Eren not to overwork himself with practice. With that, the two of them walked away, which left the guards breathing a sigh of relief, but let's not forget the Griffin's still here. The creature gave a loud squawk that made them jump from their armor. As they shouted in frustration why the princess didn't bring her creation with her, the old man was smiling to himself, thinking about the famed princess and how it seemed like a storm passed by the scene. Anyway, he was quick to shift his focus on Eren and with a sharp eye, assessed that even with all the fiasco, the young noble only continued to practice with the sword, not even bothered by the things going around him. With this in mind, the old man thought that he would continue to observe Eren for a few more days. Then suddenly, it's nighttime, and in the palace hallways, one can hear quiet footsteps. The owner of these footsteps is none other than the princess who's trying to sneak in if not for Eren's butler who appeared from behind her, telling Curl that the young master is already sleeping. Startled at his appearance, Curl answered with a pout that she had something to say to him, but his butler said that it would be better to visit him later and wait until he woke up. The princess was quiet for a moment, then turned to face his butler, emitting her power and a strong gust of wind encircling her, while asking if the butler dared to talk back to her. And this, my friends, is a literal power-tripping scene. Eren's butler, shocked at her actions, is surprised and at the same time scared of the princess' menacing aura. But thankfully, Curl was quick to dissipate it and told him not to tell anyone of what happened just now. By now, Aaron's butler was on his knees and only looked on as she walked away. Come morning, a red cat, dressed in a suit complete with a bowler hat, was playing the flute by Aaron's bedside table. The young noble woke up from his sleep and was surprised to see this latest addition to his room, noticing the letter placed at the foot of the cat. He opened it and read that it came from her sister. In it, she apologized for what she said back in the training grounds after she heard that he was overworking himself. She was only worried for him and told him that she left her a doll with relaxation properties, hoping it will help with Aaron's recovery. Well, isn't she lovable? To this, the prince looked at the cat who gave a small bow. In the letter, the princess also told him not to tell their mother that she stopped by since Queen Amelia already told her not to. After reading, Aaron flipped the back of the letter only to see there was more to it. This time, it's the queen's writing at the back of the letter, telling Aaron that if his sister bothers him too much, she should tell her while also telling him that they should keep this a secret from Kirill. Wow, not an evil stepmother. That's new. With a smile, Aaron thought to himself that both his mother and sister cared about him so much while petting the cat, even if he has done nothing but sleep for the past decade. As if on cue, a knock came on his door, with his butler telling him that breakfast is ready. Thinking of breakfast, Aaron was struck with an idea. He decided to join his family for breakfast. His butler, with quick strides, hurriedly went off with a smile, thinking that the prince has changed and for the better. It's not every day that the whole royal family comes together for meals, especially not them. With Aaron present, Kirill kept putting one parcel of food after the other on his plate as their parents looked on, smiling. As the queen was about to tell Kirill to take it easy, Aaron spoke, thanking both his parents and Kirill, even if the only thing he did in the past was sleep like a fool. He told his family that he couldn't bring himself to say it back then, but now he can say that he's sorry and that he loves all of them very much. Even his father echoed the sentiment of love as Aaron says he's sorry for causing concern, but fortunately for him, his father was quick to dismiss that. And since Aaron already began the conversation over the meal, his father also brought up the topic of him practicing his swordsmanship skills. Like his mother, he also reminded Aaron that he shouldn't overwork himself, applauding his son for his efforts despite starting late on the craft. Now, don't we all wish we have supportive parents like them? Aaron replies to his father, telling him that he's not overworking himself and that there's no need to worry about him at all. Thinking about the recurring dream he had, Aaron thought to himself that this kind of strain is nothing compared to that. So now, we're back at the training grounds. The guards are still wondering how Aaron's still at it, and it's been 2 weeks since he started with the sword. And what's even more impressive is that he never missed a day of training. So did this once lazy prince really change for the better? The other guard claimed that might not be so and that the prince will probably tire of this soon, though it doesn't seem like he's about to give out anytime soon. As they're having this convo, one of them can't help but notice the hooded old man sitting by the corner. One of the guards told the other that the old man was just here to watch and even has the approval of the higher-ups, so he doesn't need to be bothered by him. Now let's take a look at the old man, who has his eyes closed deep in thought. He's thinking that it's been 10 days since he started observing Aaron's training. Like many others, at first, he thought the young noble's motivation for training was fueled by his sense of pride and inferiority, which is not enough reason to fuel such diligence. But boy, was the old man completely wrong. Because he has spent a lot of time in the training grounds, the old man is also aware of Aaron's nickname, the Lazy Lord, but from what he's seeing, the young prince is far from it. First of all, for someone who has had no formal sword training all his life, how could he continue such rigorous training without showing any signs of irritation? Was he enlightened by Buddha or something? Because of this, the old man can't help but compare Aaron's training to that of a blacksmith who hammers his steel every day. It's like he's been doing this for decades now, without showing any signs of faltering. The old man can't even remember anyone from the past who has such a steadfast work ethic. But wait a minute. It takes a long time to develop such work ethics and willpower, even decades, and yet he's seeing it in 15-year-old Aaron. If this goes on, he could discover his true potential, and with the right mentor, could he become one of the greatest swordsmen to this day? Putting all of his weight on the sword, Aaron continues to keep on practicing his swing as many of the palace guards, as well as the hooded old man, watched on. This time, the old man called out to the arena's keeper, asking him if Aaron has any history of a private swordsmanship tutor. But the arena keeper only told him that Baron, Aaron's father, is setting up a tutor for him. Seeing all his efforts, it'd be a shame to put it all to waste if he wasn't guided accordingly, the arena keeper also added. Curious about who could be his tutor, the arena keeper answered that from what he remembered, it would be Sir Orland Jukran. No. The arena keeper was shocked to see the old man so close to him with a grave look on his face. To be fair, he has grave room for concern. According to the old man, this supposed teacher of Eren is a notorious drunk who has a habit of drinking before giving formal training. And because of this, he does nothing but yells at the soldiers and novices. That drunkard is no good as a teacher for a budding swordsman like Eren. The old man quickly turned around, and with a stride, thought to himself that he needs to act fast. A precious gem like Eren shouldn't fall into the hands of a negligent tutor like him. He hurriedly went off to see his father, and in no time at all reached his office. Back in his father's office, he was kind enough to hear what the old man had to say and was bewildered by what he heard. He asked if it was all true, to which the old man grimly confirmed. It was about Eren, who actually has the potential to be an expert swordsman. Who would have thought? Baron was shocked and pleased, and at the same time worried. After all, the old man already presented him with a letter of recommendation for Eren to attend the Chronos Swordsmanship Academy. It's like the Swordsmanship Academy for the elite of the land. Only the most exceptional talents can get into the prestigious academy. It doesn't matter if you're from royalty or not. And if you ever did get accepted in Chronos, you'll be treated much better than most nobles. That's how elite this school is. Its reputation is even greater than that of the Royal Academy. Sure, it's one thing to get accepted into the school, but it's an entirely different matter to become a trainee there. Can Eren, who just started his swordsmanship training a few weeks ago, manage to hold out? This is the thought that bothers Baron the most. I mean, just look at Eren. Dude ain't even at novice level yet. Still, Baron decided to call his son to the office to inform Eren that he received a recommendation letter to attend Chronos Swordsmanship Academy. Obviously, Eren is the most shocked to even be considered in such a top-notch school. But like every good father, Baron didn't force him to make a decision right then and there, but only expressed his support on whatever Eren may choose, and that it's his call to make. Gon's dad could learn a thing or two from Baron's parenting, don't you think? Now back to Eren, naturally. He was dumbfounded by this and just told his father that he'll think it through for the next couple of days. In his room, Eren sat contemplating in the comfort of his luxurious bed about what transpired a while ago. But his main thought was on whether or not he had the capacity to do this, could he? Well, our boy hasn't been the most active in the last 10 years, only sleeping until God knows when. And now an opportunity to attend a swordsmanship academy. But then again, if he didn't have the potential, this opportunity wouldn't have come, right? Gripping his bedsheets firmly, he decided that he doesn't want to spend the rest of his days lying down in despair anymore. He came to this decision not just for himself, but for his loving family too. Attaboy Eren. And just like that, Eren went directly to Baron's office, announcing with firm determination that he'd like his hand at the Chronos Swordsmanship Academy. Next thing we know, Eren is already saying goodbye to his family from the entrance of the palace grounds, with murmurs surrounding the prince's abrupt decision. With tears in her mother's eyes, she bade him farewell while his father looked on fondly and Kurl wished him safe travels. On the road was only his butler and Eren in the carriage, with the former asking Eren if it's the first time he's leaving the family estate. Thinking about it, Eren said that it was, indeed, the first time he left the family estate. While he was busy staring outside, his butler pulled something from his belongings and told Eren that Kurl wanted him to have something of hers, a necklace, with a pendant fashioned into a small sword, leaving Eren's eyes wide in shock. Smiling to himself, he took the necklace and thanked his sister silently. It didn't take long for the two to reach the entrance of Chronos Swordsmanship Academy, and Eren was awestruck at the towering facade that was filled with aspiring novices left and right. His butler was about to escort him to the entrance, but he declined, leaving the former stunned. Eren then told him that from now on, he's just a mere trainee and that he has to get used to being on his own. Hearing all this, his butler can't help but be proud of the young master, and with one last look, Eren told him to take care and proceeded to go inside. His butler bowed humbly and wished him well, while Eren continued walking with a nervous stride. It's like the first day of school, of course. It's nerve-wracking and exciting. As he neared the entrance to the academy, Eren saw that there was another boy before him escorted by two older guards. The boy, a blue-haired talent wearing a smirk, was introduced by one of the guards as Lord Brett Lloyd, the son of Count Lloyd, who was one of the most esteemed families in the Gavira Kingdom. What's more, Brett was also recommended to the academy by Sir Cole Swady, One of the palace guards welcomed the young noble, saying how honored he is to welcome such a figure. Just then, the other guard, one with a vertical scar on his left eye, sporting red hair and streaks of white on it, noticed Aaron approaching. As he did so, Aaron was quick to introduce himself as the son of Baron Ferreira, and along with it, he presented the recommendation letter from the wandering knight, Sir Bran Somerville. Well, what do you know? Turns out the old man's a legit knight after all. Like what they did to Brett, the first knight also welcomed Aaron with open arms and told him that they're also aware of who Sir Bran Somerville is. He's a knight on active duty and is the one behind subduing many of the creatures for decades now. Additionally, this knight also told Aaron that if his recommendation came from Sir Bran, then there's no doubt that he'd pass easily. After that, he was quick to direct Aaron to the auditorium and also wished him luck with our young hero, walking away and thanking him for the encouragement. As soon as Aaron was out of earshot, the red-haired guard said out loud that he didn't expect Sir Bran to be the type to write letters of recommendation for anyone. His fellow guard also agreed, most especially not for the lazy prince. To this, the red-haired guard asked who the lazy prince was, and the other was quick to explain about the lazy young lord of the Ferreira family. Aaron's reputation sure preceded him, so here's to hoping his reputation improves from here on out. Hearing all this, the red-haired guard can't help but agree, seeing how Aaron's physique is subpar, making him look weaker in person. So what exactly did the old man see in him? By now, Aaron has reached the door to the auditorium and with a gulp, pushed the wooden door open. In doing so, he was met with many glares and judging looks, including the blue-haired boy from before, as well as a girl with short bright red hair. Another girl with long silver locks tied into a pony only gave him so much as a side glance, but Aaron had no time to think since he was distracted by the figure approaching the podium. It was none other than the red-haired guard from before, and as soon as he reached the podium, he was quick to announce that there are 400 preliminary trainees present there and introduced himself as Ahmed. From today onwards, Ahmed will serve as their instructor, who will also be teaching and evaluating their progress. From his position, Ahmed gave a quick scan of the crowd and noted to himself that there are several promising candidates for this year, including the blue-haired boy, the silver-haired girl, as well as the girl with bright hair. But out of all these candidates, the one that stood out the most is the silver-haired girl named Ilya Lindsay from the genius family of Lindsay. It's been told that she's the second genius from their clan, which made Ahmed wonder just how talented she is. Hearing how she's more gifted than her older brother, prospective waifu detected. But Ahmed wasn't the only one looking at Ilya. Brett was also glaring at her from a distance, wondering why she had to attend the academy since she was already talented enough as she is. With her present, Brett thought to himself that acquiring the top position is no longer an easy win for him. Watch out, we got a pretty ambitious lad right here. Ahmed continued with his speech, telling everyone that they were all preliminary trainees and not official ones yet. What's more, he reminded them how challenging the swordsmanship training is at the academy, and that if they manage to pass the 2 upcoming exams and hold out for a year, only then will they be considered official trainees. But then again, once they become official, training will only get harder. After saying this, Ahmed made them leave their belongings and follow him outside, saying there was a place he wanted them to see. Once outside, they're gathered in an oval track, and Ahmed, now bare from his suit of armor, explains that it's the location for physical training sessions to improve cardio and muscular endurance. It's relatively flat, though there are a few slopes that will serve as their running course. And without any warning, Ahmed came to a running start, dashing forward that signaled the start of their endurance test. As if that wasn't fast enough, he decided to quicken the pace, zooming past the front line of trainees, and even then, he decided to go faster still. He was already a few paces ahead of them, while the rest of the trainees scrambled to catch up to him, many already panting hard, including Aaron and a few others. Brett was already thinking to himself that he needs to maintain his pace since this is a long-distance run while running from the back. Of course, he looked back and saw that the lazy prince was already lagging far behind, on his knees and sweating buckets. Brett thought to himself that Aaron wouldn't get that nickname for nothing. Meanwhile, Aaron was already deep in thought how hard the first task is, huffing extra hard while doing so, while the rest of the trainees ran further from him. On the opposite side of the track, Ahmed was quick to notice Aaron had stopped, but he didn't comment or anything and continued to run further. As they continued to run, Aaron started to get up, his whole body trembling and him still panting, only to take another step forward and continue to run. Seeing this, Brett was beyond shocked, while Ahmed only smirked at the young noble's determination. Aaron thought to himself that this hardship is nothing compared to what the swordsman in his dream went through. He thought to himself how he wanted to be like him and to be on the same level as the swordsman in his dream. To do that, Aaron told himself that he needs to overcome his past self, which is the lazy lord. On the side, one of the guards who welcomed Aaron, the one with the moss-colored hair, was also watching the endurance test. Like Ahmed, he's also rid of his armor and was observing Aaron, surprised that our young hero pushed through despite being on his knees and out of breath. That's our main character for you. However, this guard was suddenly alarmed at Aaron's condition. He was already coughing unnaturally and was close to losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Ahmed and the rest of the trainees are catching up behind Aaron, as our hero takes a stumble, startling the approaching bunch. Fortunately, this other guard made a run for it and quickly caught Aaron as he was about to be run over by the rest of the batch. Taking a closer look at Aaron, the guard thought to himself that Aaron didn't just faint. He pushed his body way past its limits, which resulted in him losing consciousness. Damn, that's next-level effort. Still, this guard can't help but wonder at this curious kid, as he lay panting with his eyes closed shut. Aaron woke up with a start, quickly getting up from bed and scanning the room, thinking to himself where he was. A voice from his left told him that he was just dandy fine and introduced himself as the instructor of Rune Tarhal, as well as the person in charge of the recovery room. Aaron was quick to say his thanks, to which the instructor said he should dang right be grateful because he just made our hero recover faster. But with a smile, he also told Aaron that maybe they'll be seeing each other more frequently, which Aaron didn't get as a joke. Right after, he handed Aaron a scroll which turns out to be the ranking of the test, but he was also quick to say that it isn't part of the finals and midterm exams that will dictate if they made it as official trainees or not. Among other things, the endurance test they did was just a quick look to see the candidates' current levels. And no surprise there, Aaron saw himself ranked 400th in the test. The instructor then tried to console him, saying that ranking high on the list boosts one's esteem, while those ranked lower are motivated to work even harder. Plus, this ranking is bound to change in a year, he said. But the instructor is quite surprised at how calm Aaron is. In fact, he doesn't seem to be fazed that he's the last one in the ranking. Seeing that Aaron seems to be okay, the instructor was quick to shove Aaron out of the recovery room, and off his way he went. Come the next day, the trainees were already seated at the lecture hall when the moss-haired guard greeted them a good morning from the podium. With a smile, he seemed pleased to know that most of the preliminary students slept fairly well and introduced himself as Karaka, who will serve as their instructor for today. Karaka quickly presented to them a new schedule they will follow for today, which includes getting up and having breakfast from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, quickly followed by a morning training session until noon. From there, they're given an hour's break and will start afternoon training at 13 o'clock until 17 o'clock, followed by a 1-hour dinner until 18 o'clock. After dinner, they will have a 1-hour mental training and liberal art class. After they finish the schedule, they're free to do so as they please. Additionally, starting today, Karaka also said that all training halls, fitness rooms, and other training facilities will be open for their use, especially for those who wish to train more anytime. Hearing this, Aaron thought to himself that he could resume his swordsmanship training, but his thoughts were cut short after Karaka said that weapon training is not allowed. A swordsmanship academy that doesn't allow sword training? Come on now. The day flew by and suddenly, dusk was already settling on the palace grounds. Brett is seen walking, accompanied by his four other trainees. As they were walking, one of them asked him if he thought the liberal arts class boring, adding that the academy is a bit much by making them take another class after a whole day's worth of training, but Brett only kept smiling. One of the other trainees countered, saying that the first training was having a hard time because he didn't understand the lesson. And soon enough, they reached the door to one of the training facilities. Inside, they were shocked to see that the area is a lot bigger than they thought and that it was already full of other trainees busy with weight training. As they walked around, looking at the other trainees, one of them commented how everybody is hard at work, while the other one said that it was only a matter of time before they drop one by one. However, Brett's attention is directed toward Ilya, who's pretty busy lifting weights that look a little too heavy for any girl out there. But then again, she's a genius prodigy after all. While Ilya is busy squatting them heavy barbells, Brett could only look on and gulp in fear after seeing her in action, admitting that her presence overwhelms him. Brett's train of thought continued to spiral, thinking that Ilya is in no way on the same level as they are, making him feel inferior and not jealous at all. It's like there's a whole gap of stairs between him and Ilya, a different level from the others. Even Brett's clique was surprised at her ability to lift such weights with that body, but the other trainee gasped in shock, seeing that the lazy lord is also busy doing weightlifting but on a much lighter scale. The two trainees continued to make fun of Aaron, saying how he wasted his life sleeping instead of training back then, but our hero paid them no mind. They continued to make fun of him, saying how he will faint again when Ilya notices Aaron's attempts. Brett told the other two trainees to cut it out and told them that they were leaving when this time, Brett noticed the short-haired girl with bright red hair also busy doing hammer curls by the bench. Brett knew that this girl's name was Judith and that she was the only commoner among the nobles. And how could he not know her? She's the one who beat Brett for second place. And this blue-haired boy doesn't let things like that go. Your boy's shooting daggers in Judith's direction, in his thoughts, promising to never let her get second place again and emitting a menacing aura when Judith calls him out on his BS. The aggravated girl called him out to stop staring, which caught Brett by surprise. Is this commoner talking to me? Judith is not one to back down though, and yeah, she's definitely talking to him and told him to beat it since he's making her lose focus. Of course, Brett's small fry henchmen are quick to jump to his side, calling Judith out for her brashness and for not paying respect to Brett, but this red-haired girl only asked them if it's cute just following Brett around. One of them got pretty heated and demanded Judith to apologize to him immediately, but she just kept adding fuel to the fire, even telling him that his mouth stinks. Just as he was about to retaliate, Judith told him to shut up while focusing on one corner of the training area that even Brett got curious and also turned to look. What they both saw, what all of them saw, shocked them to the core. Ilya approached Aaron, pulling him aside for a quick talk. Even Aaron himself got pretty shocked, the bar still in hand. From their area, no one can actually hear the conversation between the two, with them whispering and Ilya pointing something out to our hero. The whole training hall was silent. You could actually hear the tumbleweeds rolling. Aaron and Ilya's conversation soon ended with her walking away while Aaron bowed to her shyly, as soon as she slammed the door shut of the training hall. Aaron now has a new concern, various eyes staring at him. But when he looked back to see, all of them averted their gaze and continued working out. This scene looks like it came straight out on a classic slapstick comedy. Judith and Brett were both thinking the same thing. They couldn't hear what the two said. So Judith, impulsive as she is, got up and dropped the dumbbell on one of Brett's henchmen and walked straight toward Aaron. She called him out, but Aaron, shocked for the second time today, was too stunned while Judith is as impatient as ever. She told him that she should respond when someone talks to him, so Aaron was quick to get up and talk. However, Judith straight up told him that she was not interested in him and that he should tell him right now. Huh? Aaron is still dumbfounded. Well, turns out Judith wants to know what Ilya Lindsay had to say to him. So what exactly did the top student say to the one who ranked last? Shocked, Judith was annoyed and glaring at Aaron. Did Ilya Lindsay really just walk over to Aaron just to tell him how to use the equipment properly and to correct his posture? Who would believe that? But Aaron swore that he was telling the truth, so Judith had to ask if the two of them knew each other from before or if they were lovers. But Aaron said that this is the first time he even saw her today. Judith seemed satisfied with Aaron's boring answer, so she turned to go, but before she stomped away, she told him to loosen up since the other trainees might think she's bullying him. Aaron just thought to himself how brash Judith was, and as he was about to resume his training, remembering Ilya's advice, he got cut off again, and this time by Brett. Like Judith, he was quick to ask what Ilya had to say to him before and what he and Judith talked about later on. Just like that, 1 month passed by, and as usual, Brett stood drinking his water, surrounded by the same henchmen from before, though it's only 3 of them now. They're at the training halls, and just a few feet away from them is Aaron, practicing his weightlifting while Ilya watches over him, correcting his form and coaching him. As Aaron struggles with the squat, Brett turns to himself, saying that he won't concern himself over these two. Admittedly, he also thought to himself that he'll never win against Ilya, and that she is, without a doubt, the top trainee for this year. But for Aaron, there's not much threat to him. He's still the last-ranked trainee out of all of them. If anything, Brett's pretty convinced that Aaron bribed his way to get a slot at the academy. He thinks that Aaron, who has done nothing but be lazy for his whole life, can never reach the level Brett's currently at. Even with Ilya's coaching and encouragement, Brett really believes that sooner or later, Aaron will return to being the lazy prince, which is his old self. Brett then told his pack that they'll be heading out to the track while thinking to himself that he was settling for second place. But as he approached the track, he was annoyed to see that Judith beat him to it and was already running hard. One of his henchmen can't help but praise Judith's intensity and how she always got to the track first. His other henchman only commented that it's only natural that she works this hard. She's a commoner after all. But Brett was already pissed and told them that they'll start running anyway. They were shocked to hear this, but with a glare, Brett told them that they could follow slowly if they find it too hard. Otherwise, he told him, with a menacing aura, that they should run after him as if their lives depended on it. This kid sure needs to bump his pep talk. Then came 3 months later. Ahmed and Karaka dropped by the training halls to see that only a few trainees remained, many notwithstanding the harsh training in the academy. But Karaka said with a smile that compared to last year, there are a lot more of them this time around. The big three, Judith, Brett, and Ilya, are still going at it at their own pace, with Judith doing weightlifting, Brett running track, and Ilya with her own exercises. And then there's also the lazy. Nope, not anymore. Can't call Aaron lazy anymore. Can we? Not after all the hard work he put through. The next day, they were all gathered in the lecture hall when Ahmed made a big announcement. It was time for their midterm evaluations. Many of them were surprised while Ahmed continued to explain that for this evaluation, they will undergo a certain course. To pass, they just need to complete the course within a certain time frame. Seeing the track, many were already airing their frustration and dread at the difficulty abound in the course, even Judith herself frowning at it. However, Ahmed continued to explain by saying that the course is nothing out of the ordinary and is a culmination of the things they have been doing for the past 3 months, which will include running and swimming. The actual course will serve as the evaluation, and as long as they finish it within the time limit, they're all good. Plus the good part is that rankings don't matter in this evaluation. And here's the fun part. Ahmed also said that the academy head will be giving out a reward. Just to boost morale? No biggie. The midterm evaluations will commence 10 days from now at exactly 9 in the morning. To give focus to the evils, there are no classes and the trainees are free to do as they please. With that, he wished them the best of luck. As usual, Brett's henchmen were quick to question their dear pack leader if they could finish the evaluations, one of them even saying that, duh, of course, Brett can do this. He is Lord Brett Lloyd after all. But while they were bickering, Brett was deep in thought, thinking about Ilya and Judith, while also contemplating a few others. Still, he was confident that he'd get into the top 5 spot and there aren't any risks for this. However, he couldn't help this shaking and uneasy feeling as he glared toward Aaron, who was busy running track. It's a different day and most of the trainees are pretty busy doing their own thing, with Judith focusing on breaking a new PR in weightlifting. She was happy with what she accomplished and was about to call it a day when she heard barfing sounds from the corner. Looking at the direction of the sounds, she saw that it came from Aaron, who was on his knees, panting and out of breath. Judith thought to herself that Aaron is pushing himself beyond his limit once again. It made her think about when he first stepped foot in the academy. Compared to back then, she thought of how Aaron improved tremendously and asked herself how he's able to accomplish such a feat. Clenching her fist tightly, Judith can't help but compare if her willpower is lesser than that of the lazy lord, so she did what she had to do. She resumed training. She's not having it. Days flew by so fast that suddenly, it's only a day before the midterm evaluations. Karaka wonders out loud how many trainees will be able to pass the course, and Ahmed estimated that there would probably be 30 of them. Hearing this, the head sword master popped out in between the 2 instructors, which surprised Ahmed, asking him what he's doing there. The head sword master of Kronos Academy, Ian, a bald man with a white mid-length mustache and beard, told the 2 instructors that he fancied seeing how the trainees are this year rather than hearing it from somebody else. After that, he quickly greeted Karaka, who he knows as the new assistant instructor from the Kingdom of Adon. While they were shaking each other's hands, the headmaster was quick to ask Karaka how old he think he is, and the younger instructor, obviously flustered, answered 55. Well, it seems to flatter the old man since he broke into a smile, telling him that he hates outright flattery and at the same time will double his wage. Karaka only smiled and thanked him, but in reality, Ian is actually 90 years old, and Ahmed told him from the side not to believe what the head swordmaster says because he doesn't handle the finances. Now, back to the trainees. Even the headmaster himself noticed that this year's batch of trainees is a lot different from last year's. Is this the result of Ahmed and Karaka's combined teachings? But Karaka only said that he's given him way too much credit. Suddenly, Ian's attention was drawn by a certain trainee, and Karaka noticed, following his line of sight. He was quick to explain that the trainee they were looking at is the second genius of the Lindsay family, Ilya, who is busy doing lifts. He further elaborated that she's the top student among the trainees and is a prodigy who lives up to her reputation. That may be true and all, but the headmaster sees something different in her. While not taking his eyes off Ilya, he pitied how she was so obsessed with the path chosen for her, instead of pursuing what she wanted. Hearing this, Ahmed was surprised, but there's more where that came from. The headmaster also said that she hopes she could get rid of this useless obsession one day and questioned how society pushed her to become as such. Then he was quick to see Judith doing barbell squats and only said that Judith is overworking herself. He then asked the instructors if they already warned her about overexerting herself, which they did. Karaka even added that Judith is the most hard-headed out of all the trainees in this batch. To this, the headmaster told them that they should still warn her and started walking towards Judith, while also saying that it'd be a waste if she gets burned out. Another reason why he wanted to approach her is to find out the reason why she works so hard. With a few strides, the headmaster is already in front of Judith, but their conversation can't be heard. Karaka wonders out loud if he could stop Judith from overworking, and Ahmed was quick to say that surely she'll listen to the headmaster's warning. But as soon as he turned his back and walked away, Judith continued with her workout. Damn, this girl really doesn't listen. Ahmed was just about to question the headmaster when the latter told them that Judith is indeed stubborn and will only stop exerting herself if he gave her a good reason to do so. The headmaster quickly changed the topic by asking where Aaron is and made a quick glance across the halls. Only the sounds of the various pieces of workout equipment can be heard, with Karaka and Ahmed standing silently side by side. Ahmed asked how long it's been, and Karaka answered that it's been 30 minutes since the headmaster observed Aaron, who was busy doing barbell squats. And without saying anything, the old man quickly turned away and told the two to not bother Aaron. They clarified the headmaster's wishes, of which Ian told them not to stop him unless Aaron himself chose to give up. He was quick to assess that Aaron has complete control of his body. When night came, Aaron plopped down on his bed, full of muscle patches to help relieve the pain from his workouts. While lying, he contemplated on the things that happened in the past few days, such as his fellow trainees who mocked and ignored him, namely Judith and Brett, are now starting to become more conscious of him, which is such a weird feeling. Then there's the top trainee Ilya, who's lending a hand to Aaron's workouts. Why is she doing that? She's not the type to just reach out and help other people out of pity. As soon as he closed his eyes, Aaron fell into a deep sleep and dreamt that he was in the arms of a woman, clad from head to toe in a long, flowing red cloak. The woman told Aaron in the dream that it's been a while, and suddenly he remembered why he never left his bed. It's to be in the arms of his beloved mother. But Aaron knows this figure isn't really his mother, though its embrace is warm as ever, which made him think that it would be nice to just fall asleep all over again like before. However, a sudden spark was ignited that caught Aaron's attention, and along with it came a blinding light, and it soon revealed as the swordsman in his recurring dream, slashing the red cloak of the figure that surrounded Aaron. Looking at him in awe, Aaron got up and was about to move closer to the long-haired swordsman when a hand reached out and grabbed his arm, stopping him from doing so. Aaron gently removed the figure's grasp from his arm while also thanking it with a smile, saying that he must go now. And just like that, Aaron woke up with a different aura. He seems to be generating a different kind of energy that's full of intent and determination. What will Aaron do next? Aaron walks into the course on the day of the evaluation, looking more beaten up than usual, which earned him a few whispers behind his back. Some even think that maybe he overdid himself this time, even one of Brett's henchmen. Brett only stared at Aaron in silence, then shifted his gaze to another trainee who looks a little worse for wear, Judith. Judging from her looks, she once again overworked herself and is in the worst condition she's ever been in. Seeing this, Brett smirked, thinking the second place is as good as his right now, as long as he doesn't let his guard down. Ilya also threw a glance at Aaron, who's been pretty quiet the whole time, but everyone's attention is now focused on Ahmed. With only 5 minutes before the midterm evaluations, Ahmed went over the rules one last time, explaining that it has 4 stages with different instructors set for each course. Once they finish the target point, they're free to proceed with the next location and challenge. He also stressed that this exam is based on an absolute grading scale. Everybody should focus on their own progress and show the instructors how much they've improved. The trainees already got into position at the first location, with everyone feeling the intensity of the activity. For the first challenge, the trainees were made to do push-press. And contrary to what Ahmed said, Brett's being nosy about others' business once again, and is looking at how fast Ilya performs the challenge. Looking at her while finishing his own, Brett thought to himself that he'll never be as fast as her, then thought that he still has a run for second place. Brett and his boys were still struggling hard to finish the first task, when one of his henchmen noticed something strange that made Brett look as well. And boy, was he not pleased with what he saw. Aaron was doing the fastest push presses out there, with a beaten down body. How does he do it? Even Karaka, who was overseeing the location, was surprised at his intensity, but Aaron was purely focused and didn't slow down or take a break at all. Seeing this, Rhett was shocked, thinking that Eren wasn't pacing himself well for the challenge. Did he want to burn out that fast? As he was busy looking at Eren, Ilya already finished her set, leaving him surprised, as usual. But he was even more surprised when the instructor called out Eren's name, announcing that he was also done with the challenge. With one last huff, Eren dropped the barbell and walked towards the second location. Many of the trainees were shocked at his progress. Even after he finished the first task, Eren still hasn't said a single word and proceeded to the next location, close behind Ilya. Some of them just ignored him, while others claimed that he'll get disqualified anyway, so it wouldn't matter. But unbeknownst to them, Eren could hear what everyone was saying behind his back as he walked towards the second challenge, which were box jumps. He immediately started on the box jumps, thinking that if they were surprised at his performance so far, more so him. Like the dude practically spent his last few years sleeping, so how was he pulling this off? Eren thought that there was something different about his body today, like it was burning, but he's in complete control and doesn't feel like he's nearing burnout. This made him think that maybe he will if he went faster, but no, he needs to do more. He can do more. Faster. More. With everything he got, he managed to finish doing box jumps at an alarming speed. Even Ahmed is pretty shocked at this, and just like that, he announced Eren's completion of the second task. Hearing this, Rhett looked scared, but he didn't have enough time to focus on him since he got distracted by a loud yell from behind. Judith is in overdrive mode, doing her best to finish the first task as the headmaster looked on. Then came stage 3, which is long-distance running. By this time, it's only Ilya leading the run with Eren close behind her. While panting behind her, Eren thought to himself that there was something strange, a different feeling that made him want to be Ilya in the course. As he readied himself to overtake her, another figure crept up fast behind him with a sprint, and he was surprised to see that it was Judith. This overworked trainee even managed to overtake Ilya, which surprised Eren. With Judith leading stage 3, she thought to herself that she wouldn't lose. With every step, she looked back on everything she did to get here, even remembering how she got dissed when people heard she applied for Kronos Academy. These malicious voices tell Judith to tell her that she's delusional and that it's too big for her boots. But she persevered, fueled by her want to get accepted into the academy and pure hard work. She continued thinking to herself that she will never allow anyone to beat her, ever. With a shout, Judith yelled that she won't lose to anyone, just in time for her to reach stage 4, which is long-distance swimming. Judith dived with much gusto into the waters and continued swimming with such intensity, and suddenly, she felt it. The stabbing pain and a cramp on her left leg. Why now, of all times? But are we even surprised, since she's been going at it too hard? Despite the pain, Judith still continued to swim in the water with tears in her eyes, and in a flash, she was surprised to see Ilya already overtaking her so easily. As she looked at Ilya's back, who was moving further and further away from her, Judith thought to herself that even though she knew she worked herself too hard, but even with all that hard work, is it really not possible to beat Ilya? This time, Judith's other leg starts to cramp too. As she continues to look at Ilya's back, Judith cries in frustration, and she now starts to give in to her exhaustion. She stops paddling and soon finds herself sinking deep into the dark waters of the lake. However, she was broken out of her reverie with a splash when suddenly a hand reached out and pulled her from under the water. With her eyes still closed, Judith is conscious that someone is dragging her out of the water, strong muscles gripping her firmly. She gives out a loud cough as her rescuer continues to swim. Now, Judith slowly opens her eyes and sees that it's Eren who came to her rescue. But what about the evaluations? Pwah! With a loud breath, Judith's conscious again. Still feeling groggy, she asks Eren what he's doing. Annoyed at his effort, as Eren assures her that they're almost at the shore. As soon as they made it, Eren was just asking if she was okay when Karaka came running, telling Eren to leave and continue with the evaluations. That's right, boy. Get your head in the game. As he stood up, Rhett just dived in and started the third challenge, followed by 2 others. Feeling the fatigue physically and mentally, the last thing Judith saw was Eren's back as he dived back into the lake, thinking how much of an idiot he is. A life-saving idiot at that. And just like that, the sun has set, and along with it came many tears from many trainees unable to finish the course. Feeling depressed over this failure, Karaka approaches one of them, telling him with a smile that he could make it up at the second round of the evaluation. What's more, compared to this one, the second evaluation has lower standards, so he'll be sure to pass as long as he does his best. With renewed hopes, the trainees ran to the sunset as Ahmed approached Karaka, saying that there are a lot more successful candidates this year than last year. Karaka echoed the sentiment with a smile, but out of all the trainees this year, the one that stood out the most is the second to the last candidate, today's hero, Aaron Pereira. Finally, the MC is MCing. If there were people who applauded Aaron's choice to save Judith, then there are a couple of numbskulls. I mean, conceited brats. I mean, other trainees who scoff at Aaron's choice. Oh, and this dude ended up on the 5th place, much to the rest of Brett's followers' surprise. Of course, congratulations are in order, so Brett, who ranked 2nd place, came forward congratulating Lance, the 5th in place for today's evaluations. But Brett already got his eyes on Aaron. Even Brett's aware that Aaron's performance today was on a whole different level, something he can't catch up to. It's like he was on a booster. If he didn't save Judith at the last minute, Brett thought that he'd be in 4th place, and that he lost to Aaron today. The next day, Aaron was busy training by himself while running in the tracks when Ilya came out of nowhere, asking why he did it. Obviously, Ilya is not pleased that Aaron prioritized saving Judith over finishing the midterm evaluations. As for Aaron, well, it was a no-brainer. He just felt that he had to do that. Spoken like a true main character, you all. She counters that any of the instructors on standby would have saved Judith if he didn't. He just wasted the chance to be trained by the head sword master, and he'll still be mocked by the other trainees. Aaron was quiet for a moment, then answered that he knows how people called him a deadbeat noble behind his back. For the longest time, he felt like he was stuck in a swamp, and it was only thanks to his family that he was able to get out of it. So how could he sit idly by when he sees someone who was once in the same boat as him? It's not right to leave people drowning like that. Ilya was not satisfied with his answer and decided to walk away, stressing that swordsmanship training is different, and Aaron just threw his one chance to seek guidance from the head swordmaster and for his foolish decision. Ilya told him that he won't help him anymore. But before she walked away, Aaron asked her why she helped him all this time, and her answer is that she just hates it when people talk smack behind other people's back. And then finally, the announcement of the evaluation's results. Every trainee gathered in the auditorium as they announced that 35 candidates passed the first while 78 more passed in the second, which totals to 113 trainees. Additionally, Ahmed announced that the top 5 from the first evaluation will be personally rewarded by the head swordmaster after their individual interviews. But hold up. The head swordmaster himself interrupted Ahmed's speech, asking Ahmed if he may have missed a certain someone. Yep, that's right. Preliminary trainee number 311. Aaron Pereira, also known as our homeboy, was asked to come up to the podium. Everyone was shocked. Well, it just goes to show that no good deed goes unrewarded. The head swordmaster then went on to say that sometimes a lot of us are too engrossed in chasing those in front of us that we forget to see what's happening around us. But not Aaron Pereira. He chose not to be blind, and in doing so, saved the life of fellow trainee Judith, even if it meant sacrificing the evaluations. With this in mind, the head swordsmaster, along with the other instructors, decided that he was fitting to receive the reward as well, with the auditorium bursting with applause. Back in the head swordmaster Ian's office, Brett was the first to be interviewed by the old man. He was already being hard on himself, but the head swordmaster reminded him that there's no need for self-condemnation. He assessed Brett as someone who's willing to work over himself to get better and can lead those around him. Then came Ilya, who downright asked the head swordmaster to teach her personally. But he advised her not to get too caught up in her obsession and learn her family's way instead. But she won't take no for an answer, so the head swordmaster ultimately relented and told her that she'll teach her in his office. And lastly, there's Aaron. Now, as the least experienced trainee of all, what could he ask for? But he was not at all prepared for Aaron's request. The young lad was asking the old man what does he need to do to make up with someone. Did we hear that right? The head swordmaster was calm and decided to hear what Aaron has to say. Considering he's never left his room for more than 10 years, and he's already 15. Of course, he doesn't know how to socialize. Okay, so let's hear him out. It's finally time for an elder to help our boy out. So Aaron spent his time explaining what happened between him and Ilya as the head swordmaster listened patiently. After sharing the story, Aaron shared his thanks, but like every good teacher, Ian said that he was happy to help, and that it was nice to advise on a different topic. The older man didn't expect Ilya to be the source of Aaron's worry, but brushed it aside and asked the fledgling swordsman about the main topic, and that's the award. Surely, Aaron wouldn't settle for a counseling session with the greatest swordmaster at the academy, right? He's not satisfied with just this, so he reminded Aaron that he could teach him how to wield the sword in detail and even more invaluable advice. Great deal, right? But Aaron, Our boy kind of short-circuited and started babbling about he has no idea what to ask, and that he just started sword training a month ago, and he feels embarrassed at his lack of idea, and clap. The older man clapped his hands to stop Aaron from babbling. What's he so nervous about? A swordsman should be confident. Since Aaron couldn't decide for himself, the head sword master decided that he'd give Aaron's reward some other time or teach him when he believes the time has come. Our hero seems to be pleased with this suggestion, so off he went his merry way. Still, Ian was surprised at Aaron's demeanor and something seems off. It was like he was not even nervous at all and like he already has someone guiding him. Thinking of this made Ian remember a similar trainee from years back with remarkable talent and an unpredictable personality, but nah, Aaron's way too different from that. Next thing we know, Aaron was busy working on his games when he was approached by Judith. Well, she's not surprised that our boy's hard at work as always, but is it really okay to keep training like that? Especially since they'll be starting sword training tomorrow. But more importantly, what was she doing here? As soon as Aaron got up to ask her, she was quick to explain that she had to say something. Thank you. For Aaron, it was no biggie, but apparently for Judith, it means a lot, so she proposed that they should stick together and help each other out from now on. Yay, now there are two of them. New friend unlocked. And it turns out Judith's the type who can get a little too comfortable with someone real quick, as she's already got their activities mapped out for the next day. They'll be having meals together from now on and will work to start training the sword together, even threatening Aaron in the process and playfully smacking him. But still, he thought to himself that this isn't so bad, so just like that, he gained a big sis, even if she's 2 years younger than him. The next day, Judith really did stick to Aaron like glue. She's even sharing songs with him, much to the surprise of everybody, especially Brett and his group. Even though they were weirded out by Judith's closeness, what's stranger for Brett is Aaron and Ilya seem to be distant from each other. His nosy butt can't help but think that something must have happened. He didn't have time to wonder much since Ahmed called their attention that from today onwards, they'll be starting their sword training. For the next 2 hours, the trainees are free to train with the sword as they like and choose a wooden sword of their liking for practice. Like bees to honey, they went straight for the swords. Judith's been swinging hers wildly, happy that it doesn't break, and Ahmed can't help but think that it's the result of their training for the past few months, enhancing and strengthening their stamina. Brett, too, could feel the difference and the lightness from handling the weapon. As everyone chose their weapon, the room suddenly went quiet as all eyes were on Aaron. Carefully, he stepped forward and stopped in front of the biggest wooden sword that looks a lot like Guts' Dragon Slayer. As he picked it up, Aaron put all of his focus on the wooden weapon as the head sword master watched silently from the sides. With utmost focus, he gave the sword one big swing. Obviously, nothing happened, and Brett's group was quick to diss him, but Ahmed and Karaka saw it. It may be rough, but Aaron's stance is pretty close to the standard. Ilya too was speechless, only observing from the sides, but as Brett's henchmen babbled about how Aaron's just a show-off, the blue-haired lord started walking towards Aaron with his sword drawn. I challenge you to a duel, Brett said to Aaron, much to the immediate shock of everyone in the room. Aaron, too, was shocked, but only looked to Ian for permission. The old man was quick to nod, and Aaron accepted. So the duel's on. The trainees parted like the Red Sea and gave the two space, while Ahmed was quick to blow a fuse, calling them out that they can only duel after formal swordsmanship training, while Karaka is lost in thought, wondering why Brett would do such a thing. Ahmed was about to continue his litany of reminders when Ian cut him off, saying there may be exceptions at times, and allowed the duel to take place. But before the two could start, he warned them that he would intervene if he finds it risky. With that, the head swordmaster stepped away to leave the two to their devices. As soon as the old man did that, Brett lunged forward and dashed straight toward Aaron at an alarming speed that caught our hero by surprise. Aaron could only stand as Brett delivered the first blow, a slash to his right side, but thankfully, Aaron managed to block it. What do you know? Brett could actually walk the talk. Brett only looked at our hero with piercing eyes as Aaron looked at the place where Brett attacked. His opponent, though, didn't let him breathe, since Brett quickly dashed back towards Aaron and this time sent a straight thrust to his head, which Aaron barely dodged with a hair's breadth and is now pushed back thanks to Brett's barrage of attacks, who's not even giving Aaron time to regain his footing. Plus, there's his speed too, which makes it near impossible for Aaron to counter. The crowd of trainees continue to look on, but they're most surprised that Aaron was able to hold out. On the other hand, Judith's gritting her teeth in anger because she knows what Brett's doing. He's testing Aaron. With laser focus, Brett gives another swing towards Aaron, which the latter blocks before Brett stepped back. He's thinking to himself that for a beginner swordsman, Aaron's reflexes ain't bad, but his balance is crap. Not to mention the fact that his posture and movements are pretty sloppy, which made Brett think if Aaron's serious about swordsmanship training. He sucks real bad. It's about time to wrap this all up, but Brett made a dash towards Aaron. Curious to know his power levels, but Aaron, bless his reflex, saw through it and decided to go for the offense and readied himself to slash Brett in one straight swoop, emitting a powerful aura while doing so. His opponent, seeing him take the stance, was shocked by his movement, so Brett spun around and stepped to Aaron's slide before disarming our hero of his weapon. Now weaponless, and Brett's wooden sword on his neck, it was declared that the duel is finished. Everyone applauded and the blue-haired boy walked away without a word. They concluded today's first sword training by announcing the division of classes starting tomorrow as stated by Karaka. Ilya, Brett, and Judith, along with a few others, will be part of Class A since they're the top students. He then proceeded to name students that belong to Classes B and C as Judith expresses support to Aaron. But then Aaron's name isn't called even in Class C. With a frown, Karaka announced that Aaron is the lone student in Class F. But are we even surprised at this point? Judith is mad. She starts ranting about how annoying Brett was with what he did and continues to call him a show-off and belittles Aaron. Our hero, on the other hand, is calm and continues practicing the sword on the side, as she keeps on babbling about encouraging Aaron and nitpicking Brett's cronies. Aaron only looks at her and calmly tells her that she shouldn't get mad on his behalf. Flushed at his comment, Judith retaliated the only way she knew how, through sheer violence. On the other hand, Brett just finished freshening up and laid in bed. He can't stop thinking about Aaron's last move. There was so much focus and determination in it that he found himself dodging it on instinct. His sword, eyes, expression. Everything in that moment was so focused that Brett started to wonder something else. What kind of impression does Brett wear when he wields the sword? The next day, everyone starts their official sword training and Aaron is the lone student at Class F since the only thing he knows is the vertical slash. Here, he's guided by the temporary Class F instructor, Ron Tarhal. Yep, is the same dude from the infirmary from before. Before everything else, the instructor gave Aaron a pep talk on something he needs to catch up to compared to everyone else. For Aaron, he thinks it's talent, but no, with a firm grip and a powerful slash. Ron told Aaron that it's talent he needs to catch up to. Of course, hard work has to factor in as well, but for Aaron, who's more than a couple of years behind, that's a lot of catching up to do. Ron gave him 1 week to master all the sword basics, and if Aaron manages to do so, he'll be promoted to Class C. But if he can't do that, then he's stuck with Ron as his teacher in Class F. Ron did tell him, though, that if he can't even manage that, then it's better to leave the academy altogether. Well, that lit a fire up Aaron's butt. The lad's more determined now than ever. Days went by quickly, with Aaron hard at work and Ron watching over his form and throwing a tip or two and praising what Aaron did good now and then. By day 6, Ron realized something. Aaron constantly improved as the days went and at an alarming rate. He acknowledged that this young lad has quite the gift with swordsmanship. The day before his exam, Aaron was hard at work and asked Judith if she could look over his execution one last time. By then, this literal redhead is already fed up with Aaron's requests and already told him that he's doing great, but deep inside, she's happy that someone's asking for her insights. So with one fell swoop followed by a swing and slash, Aaron asked her how it was, but Judith didn't need any words. She gave it a thumbs up with a smile. The next day, Ron Tarhal is already back in the infirmary drinking tea when another instructor saw him. And yes, that only meant that Aaron got promoted and is already in Class C. Judith's mouth has 2 uses. One is to talk smack and the other is to eat big. She even eats more than the rest of the male trainees, as seen in today's cafeteria where she's already in her 6th plate. She also encourages Aaron to eat more, but was told off by one of Brett's cronies, Lance. Never one to not talk back, of course, she had to drag Lance, even asking him if she has a crush on her, since he always teases her. But as soon as he was about to retort, Brett called him off and also told the rest to stop badmouthing the others. Judith may not look it, but she's pretty glad that Brett called him off and is happy that he's keeping a low profile recently. Then Aaron noticed Ilya from the other side, something Judith also took note of. She was quick to pick up that the two are quite distant from one another lately and might have had an argument. Aaron isn't too sure if it's an argument, like he was curious to know how his former mentor is doing. Annoyed at this, Judith just told him to ask Ilya herself, but of course, she's just playing with Aaron. She then proceeded to tell our MC that because of Ilya's exceptional talent and aloofness, no trainee dared to approach her, aside from the fact that they were pretty much overwhelmed by this genius. However, Judith also said that this lone prodigy practices her family's vision swordsmanship at the small training hall at night. So Eren could either talk to Ilya during this time, or he should just work hard and get promoted to Class A. After class, Eren and Judith were practicing in the training halls. From the looks of it, they've been at it for some time now while Brett stands from the sides, observing the two's fight. In the blink of an eye, Eren and Judith commenced the swordsmanship training as Brett looked on, when she really puts her mind to it. Judith gives off a threatening aura, especially with a sword in hand as she runs straight to Eren with a slash. Eren, who has greatly improved now, quickly ducked from Judith's attack, but she was quick to change direction and sent another swing which Eren barely managed to block. Eren's aware too that Judith's attacks are hard to parry, especially when she's all focused. She's quite the monster. This time, it was Eren who came to a running start and was about to deliver a vertical slash to Judith, but as she raised her sword to block it, Eren quickly changed it to a side slice, so Judith lowered her weapon to block Eren's attack. Sneaky Lou, our hero's starting to use feints now. With grit, Judith applauded his tactics and changed her grip on the sword. This time leaning into it with more force that caught Eren off balance, staggering onto the sides. As he lay on the floor, Judith complimented him on his improvements, but still not at her level though. With that, she called it a day even though Eren clearly wanted to train more. Instead, she told him that he should go to the small training hall now instead, since he might chance upon a silver-haired trainee practicing there now. True enough, Ilya is practicing by herself and was just about to start when she heard light footsteps approaching her. Annoyed at the distraction, she looked back to see Eren with a couple of things in his hands. Ilya was not pleased that her precious practice time was interrupted, but Eren said he's just there to give her a gift along with a letter. Thinking it's a bribe, Ilya asked why he was giving it to her, and Eren was quick to explain that back at home, she has a younger sister who he frequently gets into fights with, since they're both not good at socializing. After their fights, she'd wake up to find a letter and a small gift from her sister as a token of apology. Now that he's in this situation, Eren understood why her sister preferred to write him letters instead, since his feelings were easier to organize once he wrote them down. But Ilya won't budge, asking him if he thought that she'd get back to mentoring him with this gift, but Eren only told her that it's okay if she didn't and only wanted to give him the letter and his gift from home. Back in her room, Ilya did read the letter after all and even broke a sheepish smile thinking how childish Eren was. She then checked the content of the teal pouch he gave her and found that it has a bracelet in it. But wait, it's no ordinary bracelet. Ilya, with her eyes widened in shock, holds the silver trinket in her trembling hand. It's an Adonis. She started to sweat and panic, then just as quickly regained her composure, thinking that maybe she might have been a bit oversensitive towards Eren. The next day, Judith and Eren were getting ready for another duel, with her telling Eren that they'd go even harder today. Just as suddenly, a lone figure started to walk towards them, and it's none other than Brett. Judith was annoyed, thinking that this blue-haired lord might want to pick a fight with them, but he only told her that he has something to say to her later. For now, he switched his attention to Eren and expressed his wish to interact more with him. Everyone in the auditorium was dumbfounded, like, did he knock his head or something? But Brett explained that seeing how Eren was during the midterm evils and duel made him take notice of Eren's unbelievable level of concentration, so he asked our hero to teach him that. In return, Brett offered to teach him swordsmanship as well, saying that he wants the both of them to overcome these shortcomings and grow stronger together. Well, that was unexpected. The proud young lord of the Lloyd family proposing a deal, and with the last-ranked trainee too, scandalous. There was a deafening silence in the training hall with what Brett just said to the two. It was Judith who spoke first, asking him what his play was, since he tried to gauge Eren's skills before. Now he wants to use him to improve. Thinking for a moment, Brett was quick to admit that he does want to use Eren. Judith couldn't believe his audacity, but then again, what's so bad about that? Brett's pretty confident that he can improve on his own, but he's more aware that such training is inefficient in this setting. He was also quick to point out that it's a two-way street. They could use him too. He noticed how Judith only trains with Eren apart from their official classes, and he points out that it's better to learn by interacting with the other trainees and look at things with a broader perspective. Boy, we just love this non-toxic competition happening right now. Brett said himself it would be a great opportunity to achieve high-quality growth. He's not just a nosy brat after all. Even the other trainees who heard Brett's proclamation were inspired by him, especially since he's from Class A and Eren is from Class C. Eren agreed, but he opened up about how he's lacking compared to Brett, who's already leagues ahead of him. But the blue-haired boy assured him that he has something that he doesn't. Brett has always been aware, since the midterm evaluations that Aaron managed to maintain the intensity of his training because of his focus. This is what Brett wanted to learn from him. How was he able to maintain that level of concentration throughout training? To this, Aaron slumped, saying he has no idea how he does it, but Brett just walked away with a smile. That's what all geniuses say. Although Aaron doesn't consider himself as such, Brett sure does, since being able to concentrate consistently is a skill. Us people who suffer from ADHD can't relate. As he walked away, he told Judith that she'll also be training with him starting tomorrow, but she continues to reject his proposition. And one last thing, he told Aaron to hold himself high and not lower himself as such. He's of noble blood after all and is from the Pereira family, so be proud. True to his word, Brett started coaching Aaron the very next day from the minute movement of Aaron's hands to his posture and stance, guiding him on how to thrust the sword properly and even sampled it in the end. Unlike Aaron, Judith won't budge and refuses to duel with Brett, but Aaron tells him that maybe she'll cave in after a week since she didn't curse this time. During lunch, Judith and Aaron continue to eat together. But what's this? It's the first time Ilya acknowledges Aaron after a long while. As she passes him by, she thanks Aaron for the letter, which Judith assumes is a confession. Girl, our genre is shonen and we're staying in this lane, okay. Soon, it's light outs as everybody is snoring. Aaron lies awake in bed thinking of what Brett said to him about his level of concentration. The question is, how can he enhance it? While thinking of this, he closed his eyes and remembered the old swordsman in his dreams. Instantly, he's transported to his dream about the practicing swordsman, but something's different this time. He can actually feel the sensation in his hands. Not just his hands, but his whole body, as the skilled swordsman continues to practice his vertical slash. Aaron woke up with a start and noticed that it was still nighttime, but he didn't want to let the sensation fade, so he acted quickly and grabbed the sword to start practicing. Come morning, Judith noticed the sunken-eyed Aaron, obviously deprived of sleep. And look, she did cave in and is now dueling with Brett, who called her out for her lack of focus. But as soon as he said this, it was he who got distracted this time. And that's because he found it odd that Aaron is sleeping in the middle of practice. Judith was about to unleash a mouthful, but Brett advised her against it. And then suddenly, Aaron's up again, sword in hand, and starts practicing the vertical slash. Then he goes back to nap, which is weird. Brett, curious as ever, decided to approach him and ask what he was doing. And our simple-minded MC just answered that he's training to improve his concentration, which Brett assumed is meditation training. He went on to explain that it's a technique that priests do, so desperate to learn Aaron's ways, he also positioned himself to sleep. He now starts to feel calmer, until he wakes up to the view of Lance calling him. Your boy Brett did fell asleep. But of course, Lance couldn't say that out loud and only told the blue-haired young lord that he looks like he was sleeping. Brett explained that he's meditating, but Judith saw it all, saying that is it normal for people to drool and snort while meditating. He was quick to wipe the drool off his face as Lance only looked on, not saying a word. So, change of tactic. It has to do with the position. Now, Brett sat down cross-legged, but Judith keeps on saying that it was different, since Aaron's is a special case. But Brett still continued with his meditation. In his office, the head swords master listens to Karaka's report of the recent activities, which includes Aaron's promotion to Class B, something made possible with the help of Judith and Brett. But more than that, Karaka told the old sword master that he was right about Brett. He's influencing the other trainees, and now pretty much everybody is practicing meditation with him. Someone's sword lands on the ground, signaling the end of the duel. And the owner of this sword is none other than Judith, who lies on the ground, with Ahmed announcing Brett as the winner. It's the enough time this red hair has lost to Brett and was asking for another go when Ahmed reprimanded her. So they decided to do it after class instead, which left Ahmed with a sheepish smile. This year's trainees sure are full of energy, especially Brett, who's in it differently from Judith and is improving quickly. Brett himself can even feel that he's improving significantly. Maybe if he keeps at it, he'll soon catch up to Ilya Lindsay. On the other hand, we have Aaron, who's out busy training by himself. It seems like meditation did the thing. He's now training better than ever. But as much as he's improved, it's still not enough for our MC. His trail of thoughts gets broken once Brett calls for him along with Judith, since the Swordmaster has called for them. This time, they're meeting in the martial arts hall. So is it time for taijutsu? Now that every trainee is gathered in the hall, the headmaster congratulates them for enduring the 9 full months of grueling training. Still, now it's about time he discussed the final evaluation, much to the shock of everyone. The head swordmaster continued that unlike the midterms, The final evaluation is not assessed via quantification methods, but instead, they will be looking at the trainees' potential. Basically, the old man just told them to show them what they got and to demonstrate the skill they excel at the most. Whether it be a fatal strike or an ever-changing swordsmanship, he gave the go signal for the trainees to do whatever they please and to do their best in the last 90 days. As a bonus, the head sword master removed his dress robes and presented the trainees with his very own sword dance. In a blink of an eye, Ian's aura changed and he was quick to deliver a slicing blow so powerful he almost cut the air. Even Ilya was stunned and he went ahead and swung the sword back with so much force it's like he's commanding the very air they breathe. The head sword master continued with this complex and captivating sword dance, quick on his feet but with blows so majestic they can't help but look. Despite his old age, he's still pretty agile and launched several continuous blows that are just as powerful. Aaron stood silently, watching Ian end for his final move. He delivered a powerful thrust which reminded Brett of his own technique, though the trainees is nothing in comparison to the old man's. As soon as he ended, he bade the trainees good luck and walked away, leaving the halls with a tense air. Because of what they say, it made some of the trainees think about what kind of swordsmanship they have. The next day, Judith and Brett are taking a breather, but she's not her usual raging self. She's awfully quiet today too. Brett was trying to break the silence with casual talk, but she got pissed at his effort. Finally, a reaction. Turns out she's pretty worried over Aaron, who has done nothing but meditate as the finals drew near. Brett's pretty confident with Aaron, though, and reminded Judith that the criteria for the finals is potential. To be specific, future potential, and out of all the trainees in the academy, Aaron is the one who has shown the greatest improvement in the past 9 months. Brett's argument definitely cheered Judith up, so she's back to her loud self, even proclaiming that she'll get first place. But he was quick to counter that. Ilya will still hold the top rank, especially since she's from the noble and esteemed Lindsay family. But Judith's not putting up with this kind of talk. Like, what's the point of the finals if they already decided the top student? Now, her voice is louder and even called out that if their family is so great, then how come his genius older brother got defeated by a common orphan? But Brett was no longer listening to her and was looking past Judith to see Ilya just a few feet away from her. She'd heard the whole thing. Oh no. With a glare, Ilya told Judith that she doesn't really care about what they say behind her back, whether it be about her or her family. But Judith's just as angry and asks her to duel if not for Brett stopping her. Ilya then walked away and told them that she'll be the first place during the finals and will continue to do so. Even without the Academy's teachings, she said she could easily prove how far ahead she is compared to everyone. But before she could walk away fully, Brett caught up to her asking about Sword of the Sky, the Lindsay family's swordsmanship. It's said to be the technique used to defeat the dragon of the demon race 400 years ago. Turns out Brett wants to see it, but Ilya said she won't be showing it. However, Brett taunts her that if she doesn't showcase it, he'll be the one to take the first place in the finals, which caught Ilya off guard. Men and their friggin' audacity. Aaron continues to train the vertical slash by himself, but there's something off. This isn't how it felt, he thought. Our MC thought he was getting better at this thanks to meditation, but lately, the swordsman from his dream keeps getting further away from him. So he tries to meditate again and sat cross-legged, but wait. Will it be better if he holds the sword as he meditates? And so he did. Meanwhile, in the training halls, side character Lance is pretty fired up, winning one duel after the other that Brett himself can't help but praise him for. But Lance said that it's all thanks to the blue-haired lord's influence. They got pretty pumped up after hearing what Brett said to Ilya before, just as Brett brushed off the flattery. Judith comes walking and asking Brett for another duel. The two were at it, clashing swords, but Brett is faster as he sends a powerful thrust to Judith, which almost got her face stabbed. Thankfully, she dodged in time and she countered with a slash, leaving her left side open where Brett chose to land another powerful swing. Judith blocked it using both of her hands gripping the sword, realizing that Brett got more powerful as well. As she swung back, he stepped back to put some distance between them as Judith catches her breath. She thought that maybe this time, there was a chance that Brett could really defeat Ilya Lindsay, even if Judith didn't want to admit it. It's frustrating, but he gave her another goal this time, to aim higher. As she braced for the next attack, Judith decided that she'll defeat Brett when they finally become official trainees. We just love the healthy competition in this manhwa. After a while, Brett called it quits, saying that they shouldn't overwork themselves. Surprisingly, Judith didn't put up a fuss this time, saying that she's got other things to do, and when Brett asked her what those are, she just told him off. Now by himself, Brett once again thought that he's definitely changed for the better, and this time, Maybe it's really possible for him to be on par with Ilya Lindsay. And not just that, maybe this time, he can take Aaron's blows too. Speaking of Aaron, our MC is still pretty deep in meditation, sword in hand. But nothing significant is happening. Now this is getting frustrating. Just as he starts to worry about what to do, he hears a voice asking him if he doesn't feel stuffy. Holed up in the training hall all day. It was Judith. She then asks him to come out and take a breath of fresh air with her. Outside, Ilya saw the two of them get out into the open fields, but the two friends only lay down in the green grass with the setting sun in front of them. Judith wasted no time and asked Aaron how he's been preparing, but Aaron seems to have forgotten that they have an upcoming final evaluation. But he told her anyway that he was just doing what he usually does and asked her in return. But unlike Aaron, Judith's pretty confident with her skills. If anything, he should be asking her if she could beat Ilya this time. And they went on with that banter for a little while until the two fell into silence. Sorry, Judith suddenly said out in the blue. Aaron was about to ask what for, but she was quick to say that it was because she's been MIA lately and hasn't practiced with him for a while. Aaron, as usual, seemed pretty chill about it, but Judith opened up about she's an orphan. She didn't say this to gain sympathy from Aaron, but rather explained to him how growing up, she had to steal to survive. Soon after, she noticed that everybody else was pretty much like that, so it didn't occur to her to be grateful to people nor thank them until Aaron saved her from the Midterm evils. But because she wasn't used to people doing things for her, she got angry towards him instead, which feels a bit weird to say up front. But a Lannister always pays their debt. I mean, she never forgot her debt, so she returned the favor to Aaron in the only way she knows how, but it seems it's not working. Judith urged Aaron to pass the final evaluation so by the time they become official trainees, she'd be able to help him fully, and she won't be uncomfortable over the fact that she owes him something. Aaron nodded and smiled in return, and with Judith finally able to say what she had to, she took her leave, telling him to leave after a few minutes because it would have been embarrassing if they were seen together. Too late. Ilya saw you two at that again and she doesn't care. Aaron thought to himself that he should be the one to apologize to Judith since he was not the one there for her. Looking back, a lot has changed considering a few months back, he was still lying in bed, but now, he's out here admiring the sky and thought to himself spending his time at the academy ain't so bad. He feels grateful to be able to experience all of these and thought about the things he received from Ilya, Judith, Brett, and even the drill masters, so it's about time he reciprocate the gesture. Aaron starts to resume his meditation training, but this time, it's different. He finally figured out that meditation is the act of training the mind when all he has done this time is imitate what the old swordsman has been doing. This time, it's different. With a golden aura, Aaron starts to meditate with the swords still in his hand. 2 weeks later, the final evaluation commenced. Every trainee is hard at work, showcasing the skills they've developed and honed for the past few months. One of them made a dazzling swordsmanship display of cutting fallen leaves with such accuracy. Ahmed was quick to tell the head swordmaster that even the trainees from the lower ranks have improved a lot, so there's a chance that the rankings may differ this time. Meanwhile, it's Lance's turn, and for his skill, he cut clean a piece of rock in one fell swoop. It's all well and good, but the head swordmaster is not quite satisfied just yet. Then finally, Ahmed called out Judith's name, but before she proceeded with her skill, she asked the head swordmaster if it was possible to be evaluated along with another student. She explained that along with a fellow preliminary trainee, they'd be able to showcase their skills through dueling, plus she got the other trainees' permission as well. The headmaster thought that it's an interesting proposal, so she asked who the other trainee is, and it's none other than Brett Lloyd, who was already stepping forward. Brett raised his sword, readying himself for the duel, while Judith was busy checking her weapon, then told her that she wanted to go easy on him. But this time, she won't. With a shout, she told Brett that she'll surpass him today. Brett appreciated the fervor, and with that, Judith braced herself, sword in hand, and leaped towards Brett to deliver the first blow. But he was already waiting for her, so he managed to block it easily. Judith wasted no time and started a barrage of quick and powerful blows to Brett, pushing him back but still managing to block her attacks. The trainees were in awe. Just listen to the sounds of their swords clashing. They could never. Brett's quite shocked with the amount of power Judith is putting in her attacks, but she was relentless as ever. With a firm grip, she pushed forth and broke Brett's defense, but he was quick to step back and evade her next slice. Thank God Brett has quick reflexes, since it allowed him to dodge Judith's attacks barely, as she kept on slashing the blue-haired boy. Despite her quick movements, her attack power never decreased, which was praised by the other trainees too. Now, Brett is on the defense and is finding his momentum by stepping back, but Judith kept chasing after him, delivering one blow after another. She was like a fiery beast on a hunt. Brett tried to break her focus by taking a swing, but Judith jumped just in time to evade this and was about to deliver her finishing blow from the air, but Brett managed to parry the attack. This exchange of blows and Judith chasing Brett as he parried her attacks went on. Ron Tarhal was even surprised at how great they both are. Leaping from one direction to the next, Judith dashed towards Brett, and if you don't have trained eyes, you'll most likely miss the speed of these trainees' weapons clashing against each other. Many may think that Judith's got the upper hand, being offensive and all. But Ahmed was quick to discern that Brett is deflecting all of her blows perfectly. He managed to see a window of opportunity and delivered a thrust straight to Judith's face, which she managed to dodge, but his weapon already grazed her cheek. It was a small movement, but it was enough to draw Judith back and regain her stance as her head starts boiling up again. It didn't help that Brett taunted her too, so once again, they found themselves locked in a vicious sword fight with Judith once again on the offense. For her, she thinks she has to strike harder, but Brett thinks he has to be faster. They clash one last time as the dust starts to settle. Both parties are standing at a distance from each other, but it was Judith who has a broken sword, while Brett remains unscathed, sword still intact. In the end, she thought she couldn't surpass him, but the head swordmaster said that it was an even match. Karaka spoke up in agreement, but countered that Brett was the slightly superior one this time, eliciting a smirk from the blue-haired boy. All their efforts were worth it because Ian praised them both, claiming that it was a great match. The two bowed and thanked him, while also smiling at their accomplishment. Wondering who's next, Ian asked Ahmed since he was excited, and the red-haired instructor said that it was Ilya Lindsay. She was focused and had a chilling aura, but Brett was confident that he was stronger now and maybe he can finally defeat her as Ilya walked past him. Ian questioned Ilya about what she will show, and the top student answered that she'll demonstrate her family's swordsmanship, which Ian was quick to clarify as Sword of the Sky, the technique that slashed the neck of the Dragon King from the demon race. Ilya raised her wooden sword, her gaze at the tip while Brett looks on with a smirk. But in an instant, this smirk was gone, and he was left with eyes wide as Ilya started to cut through the air. With moves so graceful as a dance, the genius of the Lindsay family delivered one swing after the other, and in doing so, gusts of wind started to envelop the halls. The wind only seemed to pick up speed as Ilya braced herself to deliver a powerful slice with the wind beneath her sword. And she was quick to deliver a vertical slash with such intensity that it looks like she was commanding the air. Ilya continued with her swings and slashes until everyone could feel the wind cutting through and them doing their best not to get cut by these gusts. Judith couldn't believe it too. What the heck is this? Your girl Ilya wasn't kidding when she said she was way ahead of everybody else. As the gust came to a stop, Ilya stood silently in the middle of the hall. The head swordmaster has a serious face, seeing the Lindsay family's Sword of the Sky, while Karaka stood speechless at his side. Brett, too, was too stunned to speak, but he was more shocked at the fact that the Lindsay family's swordsmanship was the real deal. And just as quickly, he became aware of the fact that Ilya is a wall he could never overcome. What was he even thinking? He snapped back to reality as Judith calls his attention to the last trainee showcase, who is none other than Aaron. As Aaron walks to the center, Judith lets out a cheer that pierced through the crowd. And yes, it's a silhouette, but who else has bright red hair apart from her? As Aaron walked towards the center, Brett is left with a dreadful feeling, clenching his fists out of anxiety. He flashed back to a time when Aaron called him a good person and sang praises as to why many people followed him, but Brett brushed all of these off, saying he's not as good as Aaron thinks, and this moment was proof of it. Like a mantra in his head, Brett begs Aaron to not be exceptional like the others, finally succumbing to the jealousy and inferiority in his heart. With Aaron now in front, the headmaster, grinning with excitement, asks him what he will show. He was quiet, and everyone was already got their eyes on him before answering that he'll be demonstrating a vertical slash. Aaron, doing a vertical slash? Shocking. The headmaster only grinned widely as Judith hung her head in shame, while Ahmed is just as surprised. Lance, on the other hand, couldn't keep his cool and shouted at Aaron from the sidelines, which earned him a warning from Ahmed. But can't blame the kid's frustration. Even Ahmed is frustrated. Just what the heck is Aaron thinking, demonstrating a vertical slash in a crucial moment like this? But Aaron was already in position, sword in hand, held above his head and his eyes closed in meditation. He's imagining he's in a solemn space. The headmaster, on the other hand, is grinning in excitement, and it's because Aaron didn't desire his teaching. While the rest of the class stood in awe of Ian's swordsmanship display back then, Aaron is the only one who wasn't intimidated by it. Everyone's silent, waiting for Aaron to move, but now they're growing impatient. Ilya was the only one who noticed that Eren is actually meditating right now. As he focused on his breath, Eren starts to tense up every muscle in his body, then shifted his focus to the core of the heart. In doing so, he started to emit a blue aura as he imagines himself in the middle of the lake when suddenly, a hulking wave, many times his size, comes crashing in front of him. At this moment, Eren thought of the swordsman in his dreams who he doesn't know, who makes a gigantic appearance by his side. As the old swordsman braces himself for a big swing, so does Eren, all the while thinking that he just needs an iron will that makes him keep going through the pain and willpower as strong as steel. In real time, Eren starts to brace himself to swing the sword, and as he did, he gathered up a lot of energy and imbued it into his sword, empowering it before delivering a smashing blow that split the training hall grounds in two. Such explosive power, man. Everyone's mouth was hanging open, eyes wide in shock at this display of power as debris comes flying about. Judith was speechless while Brett's got both fists clenched, now bloody from how tightly he was gripping them. Judith noticed it too and was aware of how the other was feeling. The headmaster, on the other hand, was smiling at Eren's demonstration. Since Eren is the last, it didn't take long for the instructors to decide the final ranking for the finals. But before the headmaster announced their names, he was quick to say that the ranking now doesn't decide the formal admission since they also have a final interview to attend. After that, he began to announce the lowest rank, the 66th place, to Peter Nelson, then 42nd, and the list goes on until they reach the final four. Judith came in 4th place, followed by Brett in 3rd place, and Eren makes a shocking debut in 2nd place. Of course, the top spot goes to none other than Ilya herself. After announcing the ranks, the headmaster quickly dismissed them so they could start to rest. Later, Ilya makes her way to the training halls, and like a creature of habit, she wasn't surprised to see Eren training again despite the recent exam's conclusion. The two sat in silence for a while until Ilya broke the silence, admiring how strong Eren has come. Though she did admit that Judith and Brett were both strong too. Still, she says it's been a while since she felt that someone was quickly chasing after her. With such a narrow gap, normally, Ilya would feel bad, but now it doesn't feel as such, and she even called it a little fun. She even said that the vertical slash Eren did was quite intimidating, which left him feeling flustered, and praised Ilya's sword of the sky as well. Seeing him all flustered elicited a giggle from her, but soon she became serious again, telling Eren that she was leaving Kronos Academy. Huh? All those hardships and for what? Even Eren got pretty shocked, but Ilya admitted that she wasn't planning on becoming an official trainee on the get-go. If anything, she's only in it once she caps 1st place on both the midterms and final evaluations. Then she asks Eren this: "Do you know who used to be called the greatest genius in the continent?" Eren, who's been sleeping for years, obviously doesn't know, but Ilya was quick to answer that it was Carl Lindsay, her older brother. Flashback time. Ilya starts to open up about her childhood and how, at the age of 7, she remembers her brother being so famous that practically everybody knew him in every corner of the continent. Carl Lindsay, who looks like a kinder version of Sephiroth, was such a prodigy that at 10, he even won duels against knights. Such an exceptional talent is quite impossible for someone his age. Soon enough, his reputation preceded himself, and Carl Lindsay became known as the continent's greatest prodigy. It only got better over time until one day, his life changed forever, and it's all thanks to a commoner. Now this commoner was ranked 1st at Kronos Swordsmanship Academy, yet, strangely enough, didn't push through with becoming an official trainee. She was known as the 2nd prodigy in the land and was famous for organizing a mercenary army at just 14. Her name is Ignet, and out of the blue, she appeared in front of Carl and challenged him to a duel. The Lindsay family is known to never back down to any duel, so Carl was quick to accept. But just after 3 strikes, Ignet was declared the winner. Carl even ended up with a broken sword after the duel, while Ignet looked at him in disappointment as he knelt on the ground reeling from the shock. Ilya continued to narrate by saying she quickly ran toward her brother, her hero, witnessing his defeat for the first time, which led to her crying in his arms. Carl, like the older brother that he is, comforted Ilya, so she thought he'd be able to bounce back after this, which he never did. After his defeat, people started treating him differently, coldly even, and was the subject of mockery and criticism daily. Carl soon broke down in despair, and Ilya, seeing his brother suffer like that, decided that it was people's gaze that made him like that. So she vowed not to be swayed by the others so she won't be like him, and before she knew it, she was already swayed by it. Ilya revealed that she went to Kronos Swordsmanship Academy at 12 because Ignet won the top rank at the said academy when she was 13, and that the reason why Ilya wanted to be recognized as an official knight at the age of 14 is because Ignet was appointed as the Knight of Honor when she was 15. But now that Ilya has done what she came for, she's decided to stop chasing Ignet now. She doesn't say it directly to him, but it's thanks to Eren that Ilya has come to this decision. Seeing how he's not swayed by anyone, he continues to walk his own path. She's decided that she'll follow her own path, which earned her praise from Eren. For him, his trouble lies in the fact that he still has no clear goal, but Ilya just laughed his worries off and advised him to keep on grinding and work harder. If not, she'll widen the gap in her talent all the more. Ilya really sneaked in a cool outro as she walked away. What a cool girl. But this conversation only made Eren wonder if he's really doing all right. Is he really fine as he is? On the other hand, we've got Brett who's standing over the large crack on the floor Eren made with his technique. He stood there motionless until Judith popped out of nowhere and tried to cheer him up, joking that the area is off limits for construction. She was even asking him for another round of duel when suddenly, Brett said that he was quitting. Just like that, it just dawned on Brett how someone, who just learned how to wield a sword in less than a year, managed to improve that much when he has been training so hard. And for what? How could he reach Eren's level? Brett already got the eyes of a dead fish. This one's a real gunner, as he tells Judith that only chosen ones can do such things. With that, he bade his goodbye, but Judith grabbed him by the shoulder and took a swing at his face. The F-man? As Brett came crashing on the ground, he angrily asked Judith what that was for, but no. She was way angrier. She called him out that if he can dodge her sword attacks, how the heck was he not able to dodge her punch, then continued hitting him, one blow after another. It made Judith really angry that if he can't beat a coward like Brett, then is she, along with everyone else, just wasting their time at the academy. Brett didn't know he'd get humbled real quick in the academy, which pretty much pissed Judith off. So now, she told him that he could be proud later and brag about beating the continent's greatest swordsman in the exams back when he was younger. That's reason enough to boast for a lifetime as she walks away from a gloomy Brett. Flash forward to a few days later, the headmaster has just wrapped up the final interview with Ilya. She's made her decision and looks happier than ever, and with that, she took her leave. The next interview was far more serious, and the headmaster listed down all of Brett's accomplishments in the past few months, from having an outstanding grade, being a model trainee, and improving his weak points. But Brett was downcast despite the headmaster saying he had high expectations of him. Brett only answered that he was no longer confident in his skills, and even Ian saw that his eyes no longer have spirits in them, so he didn't push any further. With that, Brett left the room, and the headmaster hoped that this promising young lad would change his mind. And finally, Eren was called to the room with the headmaster immediately praising his performance at finals. Out of all the candidates, he was surprised by Eren's progress the most. Now, Ian wishes to share some advice with Eren, but before anything else, he has a question for our MC. What's your reason to wield a sword? Eren was taken aback by the question. His reason for wielding a sword? Because he's been awfully quiet. Ahmed assured Eren that he doesn't need to think too hard about this question. It doesn't matter what his reasons are. As long as it's not against morals nor principles, then it's okay to spill the tea. Eren was still quiet, and the headmaster took that as his answer and had his suspicions, but this just confirmed it. Eren didn't learn the sword out of his own free will. Ahmed was confused, but Ian couldn't explain much anyway, apart from having a hunch. Plus, he found it odd that Eren was the most diligent about the sword out or every trainee in, but there's not an ounce of emotion that should come with it naturally. For Brett, he was happier than others, especially when he realized he's improved greatly. Then there's Judith, who lost to Brett, and in blind fury, could fail to notice what's happening around her. His point was that each training went through a roller coaster of emotions during training, but for Eren, he didn't show much. With this in mind, the headmaster asked if Eren was trying to imitate a certain someone, and to this, he answered yes. The headmaster thought as much, but decided not to press any further. However, if Eren plans to continue wielding the sword, then he needs to give it serious thought from now on. And if he doesn't have a good reason for wielding it, then he might as well leave the academy. Ahmed and Eren were both shocked upon hearing this, but the headmaster continued that rather than swinging his sword in the school grounds, it's much better for Eren to discover who he is in the world out there. Hearing this eased Eren's tension, and with a bow, he thanked the headmaster for his final words. But Ian only laughed it off, telling him not to say that it was the final thing he had to say, and asked Eren to come closer so he could take a drop in his blood. Eren did as he was told, and just when he was pricked, the headmaster presented him with a gold plaque that stated Eren Pereira as the 27th season official trainee of Kronos Swordsmanship Academy. Ilya then told him that he has 1 year to find his way of the sword, and Eren promised he will with a smile. The sun has set in Kronos' Swordsmanship Academy, and we see Eren and Ilya saying their goodbyes. The silver-haired girl asks Eren to come visit her and hands him the Lindsay family's crest, explaining that if he shows it to the gatekeeper, he won't be mistreated. She also said that she'll give him a flower too if he comes to visit the Adonis. It's the very same flower that's engraved in the bracelet he gave her a while back. Funnily enough, Eren didn't know it. Gotta thank Curl for her magic. Ilya said that when she was younger, she plucked all of these flowers but intends to plant them again, so he should come visit when they're in full bloom during April or May next year. Suddenly, Judith pops out in between them, asking about Ilya's family crest, and asks Ilya to give her one as well. At first, Ilya's a bit undecided, but eventually Judith had her way and got the Lindsay family crest as well. Holding it up high, she admires it and finally understands why the nobles go loco over this. Bet it'd fetch a fair price in the market too. While she's at it, Judith also apologized to Ilya for her behavior last time, especially mocking her family in that, and Ilya also said her sorry for being so condescending. The sentimental moment would have lasted longer had Judith not gotten annoyed by Eren, who was smiling and observing from the side. But Eren suddenly shifted his focus on the lone figure that appeared on their side, who is none other than the defeated Brett. Eren approached him worriedly, hearing how Brett has decided to leave the academy, but the blue-haired young noble didn't want to disclose the reason why he was doing so, especially if the reason is right beside him. Brett was quick to change the topic, asking Eren if he's leaving as well, to which the latter confirmed. However, Eren said he'll return after he finishes his personal training. Hearing this made Brett think how hardworking Eren is and how he feels useless, but his thoughts got cut short when Eren thanked him. Eren tells him that he feels alive when he swings his sword because of Brett, much to the blue-haired boy's surprise. He went on to say that because of what he went through at the academy and how everyone helped him out, he was able to understand and reflect upon himself. Before Brett could reply, his carriage has come to take him home, cutting their conversation short. The young noble went inside without replying to what Eren had to say, and as he sat in his carriage, he could hear Eren shouting and asking Brett to promise him that they'll meet again once they're stronger. Brett only held his fists and sat wordlessly as his carriage went further away. Ilya and Judith were pretty speechless at Eren's outburst. Judith even joking that they look like lovers, but Eren did it because he had a feeling he won't be seeing Brett again. And then suddenly, it's Eren's carriage which arrives that has come to fetch him, along with his butler. Eren was quick to introduce Ilya and Judith as his friends, which shocked him, then immediately thanked the two girls for befriending his young master. Soon enough, Eren left, leaving Judith and Ilya alone. Awkward. Judith made a lame excuse about how her stomach was hurting just to get away from the situation, and they quickly said their goodbyes. Back at his office, Ahmed questions the headmaster if it's alright to let his top students leave the academy, to which the old man only laughed. Ahmed is especially concerned about Eren's way of the sword, but the headmaster doesn't seem too bothered about it. After all, Eren is the continent's fourth genius. He's a genius of effort. Now alone, Judith walks back to the academy thinking how she's by herself again, when suddenly, running footsteps could be heard behind her. A hand reached for her shoulder, and this time it was Brett who's making fun of Judith for looking so down. She was shocked, seeing how he just left moments ago, but Brett reasoned out that as the son of Lloyd, it's not in his nature to give up, plus the fact that no one else could handle Judith's temper now that Eren has left as well. Judith only responded the Judith way by being tsundere, as she blushed in happiness now that Brett is back. Also, according to Eren, when Judith stutters when she's cursing, it's a sign of affirmation. The banter went back and forth with Judith, letting out a string of curses while Brett continues to tease her as they made their way back into the academy grounds. Eren's butler sat across him in the carriage and continues to look at the young master with concern, thinking why Eren keeps looking out the window. But then again, he thinks it's pretty understandable, thinking that Eren's depressed since he didn't get to qualify as an official trainee in Kronos. But he was quick to notice the object in Eren's hand, and Eren extended his hand, shocking his butler that it was the Lindsay family crest. Eren said that it was given to him by a friend, a silver-haired girl he met earlier, Ilya Lindsay, which left his butler even more shocked. On the other hand, Eren thought that the Lindsay family must be really well known for his butler to get shocked. Eren then decided to take a nap, thinking of his way of the sword. Next thing he knows, they find themselves checking in at a local inn to spend the night. Eren immediately meditated upon arrival, but his butler was trying to eavesdrop on what the young lord is doing. Since it's pretty quiet, he really thought Eren's depressed, so he took it upon himself to cheer the young lord. Later, He went out to see more of the town when he chanced upon an unlikely figure, an orc. And no, this orc is not from Middle-earth, but he does look like he's related to Jinbei though. The fact that he got shocked was because orcs are usually seen in the northwest part, not here in the south region, and upon closer inspection. This orc wore a pentagram pendant and a sleeve tattoo which signifies that he's a fortune teller. The next day, Aaron's butler brings his young lord to the orc just for lighthearted fortune telling. Plus, meeting a fortune teller orc is considered as good luck. As they approached his stall, the orc asked which of them would like to get their fortunes read, to which Aaron spoke up. His butler was at ease, thinking that this orc will most likely say good things for Aaron. As the orc asks Aaron what aspect of his life would he like to be read for, the creature stopped mid-sentence to ask for Aaron's age. This puzzled the two, especially the butler, seeing how Aaron is a teenager. Aaron was quick to answer that he's 16, but the orc laughs it off, saying he can't read his fortune if he lies. Clearing his name, the orc continues to laugh it off but told Aaron that he could be in any knight order if he wants, but Aaron's butler has had enough. Before he could read further, the butler popped off, calling the orc fake, and with a stomp, walked away while telling the young lord that the being wasted their time. But before Aaron could walk away, the orc handed him a piece of paper that will help him when things get difficult. Aaron received it with thanks and walked away, but the orc continued to look at his retreating body, assessing how powerful it is. It's hard to believe it belongs to a 16-year-old boy. The next day, the two were back on the road again with his butler apologizing about the fake fortune teller, but Aaron, being kind-hearted as he is, didn't mind since the being didn't say anything bad. If anything, he gave quite a piece of advice with the paper he handed last night. One need not be alone to stand alone. But what does it mean? So does he need to Kagi Bunshin? Plus, the fact that the orc asked for his age, could he have seen the old man in his dreams too? His butler went on to rant about how he felt that he was a scam from the start, and that it was especially rude since Aaron's heading home after failing the exam. To this, Aaron corrected him, saying he wasn't disqualified and that he passed, just not right now. Kinda like a conditional pass, which left his butler's mouth hanging open. As long as he completes the task the headmaster assigned him, then he could return to Kronos, which left his butler even more shocked. And his shock came at the same time as their coach driver, who announced that the Garen family's carriage is approaching them. Hearing this, his butler peeked his head out to verify if it was really the house of Viscount Garen, and it's them all right. Out of all the houses, they were the ones who were most hostile towards the Pereiras, and they especially had their fun humiliating Aaron. And to make matters worse, it's Aaron Garen, the second son. A young lad with brown hair came out of the coach along with an older man, with both dressed in red robes. Aaron's butler announced the two and told him that he could stay in the carriage and deal with this himself, but Aaron's like, nah, it would be disrespectful. So if his butler could only follow his lord's wishes. The two eventually went out to greet the Lord Aaron Garen along with Sir Jack Stewart, and the Garen Weasel was quick to judge that Aaron has not only gotten taller but fit as well. Aaron starts making small talk, asking Aaron about Kronos Academy and even saying that he could barely recognize Aaron now. The academy sure did its job. Aaron also said that they were out on business to deliver a message from his father. He then asked if Aaron will continue practicing the sword, to which the other confirmed, but this little lord still answered with contempt and said that he should continue to practice with his family because he started late. Aaron's butler is already mad, thinking how disrespectful this kid is, considering he's a year younger than Aaron. Since there's not much to go on, Aaron asked the little lord if that's all he has to say, and that he'll be on his way since it was a long trip. The Garen's knight, Sir Jack, was surprised at Aaron's action, which he thought was a taunt. But this was enough to anger the little weasel lord, so before Aaron fully walked away, he asked our MC for a handshake. Aaron was starting to show annoyance like what for, but Aaron made up an excuse that swordsmen use it to gauge strength, even naming the famous swordsman Louis Sogard as the man behind it. To make it convincing, he even roped in Sir Jack, who only confirmed and went along with his trip. What a sicko. So once again, Garen extends his hand thinking he'll gauge how much Aaron has improved, but Aaron just stared and grabbed on. Thinking he won, Garen thought to himself that he'll use this chance to crush Aaron's hand using a tight grip, only to see Aaron staring blankly in front of him. Man's not budging at all. Meanwhile, Garen gets redder by the minute, exerting even more strength in his grip, and then Aaron remembered that he's supposed to grip tight, and that he did, shocking Garen with his grip strength that made the smaller lord pull his hand away in pain. Aaron only said a half-hearted sorry because it's his first time and he couldn't control his strength. Oops. This was so embarrassing for Aaron Garen, who, for the first time, is the first to pull away, but Aaron's pretty done and was ready to bounce when they heard another voice from the side. Disappointed at the lack of action in this face-off, a black cat, with white fur on its paw, neck, and the tip of its tail, was watching the whole scenario, and Sir Jack asked out loud if the cat was the one who spoke, but Aaron's butler already has his mouth open wide in shock. Could it be a sorcerer? And what's it doing here? In this world, some things are inconceivable, as well as those that cannot be explained logically, and things that could make one doubt what they're seeing. When people bear witness to such things, usually they'd attest it to magic. Well, that's what most say anyway. They're not wrong, but they're not exactly right either. If you want to go for the correct term, then handling manhwa would be more appropriate. This is grounded on reason and logic, but because it can't be seen by the naked eye, it's why people would use the term sorcery. This is exactly how they would describe the scene unfolding right in front of them, a talking cat. Might as well be Puss in Boots minus the boots. As Aaron's butler stands staring at the cat, you can't help but think of two things. Is that sorcerer who turned into a cat, or the other way around? On the other hand, Sir Jack is already thinking of a way out, since it's been known that it's never a good idea to associate with sorcerers. That being said, he apologized to this fluffy being and said that it could visit the Garen estate in case it was offended. But the cat only ever moved forward and stood on its hind legs, front paws on its hip, disappointed that Aaron and Aaron won't be fighting at all. Still hoping they would, the cat produced a pink coin purse out of thin air, saying it'll lend them swords. This cat is like a cross of Puss in Boots and Doraemon. The cat managed to pull out a sword, although it's a little too short for our hero. As it kept swinging the sword, Sir Jack explained that this is all a misunderstanding and that the two families have a mutual relationship of trust and cooperation. Disappointed as it is, Sir Jack took this opportunity to bid their goodbyes to the Pereiras and ushered Aaron to the carriage, while Aaron and his butler did the same. As they left, Aaron can't help but wonder if it was a person that got transformed into a cat, but his butler only said that the being must be related to Curl, since she's also a sorcerer, and promised to look into it once they've returned to the estate. Soon, Aaron is welcomed by both his parents as well as Curl at the palace gates. Now that the Pereiras are reunited, they quickly took to the dining table as Aaron shared stories of his time in Kronos Academy. His father was particularly proud of him for being acknowledged as an official trainee in the prestigious academy, words he never thought he'd hear from his old man. At least Baron Pereira acknowledges his son. Gon's dad could never. The conversation turned quickly as his father mentioned that their butler, Marcus, shared that they encountered a talking cat on their way back. So that's his butler's name. Can't believe it took us 20 chapters to know that. Baron explained that the cat's name is Ruru and is a sorcerer who has an intelligence equal to humans. And yes, it's an actual cat. To this, Curl added that this cat is very powerful just by looking at it. What's more, Curl also said that this cat is a whole lot more powerful than any of the sorcerers she met at the capital. So is this cat a variant of Yoruichi-san from Bleach? Curl's mother also added that Ruru first visited the palace estate 10 days ago and asked to be Curl's tutor. Since the cat's a little suspicious, their parents had someone go check in with the Sorcerers Association to find out about this kitty. Ultimately, though, it's still up to Curl if she wants to be Ruru's apprentice or not. Suddenly, Curl slammed her hands on the table, demanding to know what Aaron thinks about Ruru, but our hero was obviously flustered and doesn't have a clue about sorcerers. But since he interacted with Ruru, surely he has an opinion about this kitty, right? Of course, her mother gently told her off, which Curl took badly, and Aaron, who's determined not to ruin the moment, decided to fish out of his pocket a gift for Curl, a pendant with a blue gemstone. As a tsundere of a little sister, Curl was speechless with Aaron's gift, while their parents just looked at each other and smiled. Of course, she said her thanks in a grumpy but shy way. But wait, there's more. Marcus also made sure to tell Aaron to buy souvenirs for his parents as well, and just as he was about to share them, Ruru came waltzing in the dining hall. This took the Pereiras by surprise, but Ruru only went on to say why the two have similar scents. Curl hurriedly grabbed Ruru, asking the cat what's it doing there. But the cat only said that it didn't mean to startle them and only wanted to persuade Aaron. That is, get him to persuade Curl to become Ruru's student. Ruru could see through Curl easily. If this cat could convince Aaron, then it's pretty easy to have Curl, since she's already exposed. A very red and mortified Curl walked out, shouting that she'll never become Ruru's student. On the other hand, Aaron and his parents only continued exchanging stories from the academy. Now that dinner is finished, Aaron lies on his bed, thinking of the events that happened today. He was happy that he heard his father tell him how proud he is of him, as well as them being so happy over the gifts he gave to them. Although it made him feel glad, it also saddened him because they've settled for being happy over something like that, which made him want to do more for them and become someone they could be more proud of. But he's a changed man now, so he decided that he'll make use of this time to resume his sword training. Our hero called for someone to tell them that he'll be at the training hall tomorrow at the crack of dawn, which is why he asked for several things to be prepared. The maid was worried since it took Aaron and Marcus half a month to return home, but Aaron assured her that he's more than excited to start wielding the sword again. In the Garen estate, Aaron, with a dejected look, has just been dismissed by his father, and as soon as he's out of the room, Viscount Phil Garen, Aaron's father, asked Sir Jack if something happened because of how his son is acting. With this, Sir Jack explained that they met Aaron on the way back, and Lord Garen asked if it was the same lazy lord who went to Kronos Academy. The gallant knight then proceeded to narrate what happened, and upon hearing this, Lord Garen blew a fuse and threw his teacup towards Sir Jack. So being an a-hole runs in the blood. He didn't stop there, he kept jabbing his finger on Sir Jack's chest, telling him off on what he didn't do back then, as Sir Jack remained calm and took the abuse. Then he talked himself that Jack may not have been able to intervene in this situation, but he once again roared in anger upon remembering that Aaron changed for the better. Phil Garen's veins are about to pop off, mad at the fact that Aaron has one-upped them, and it's not like Kronos Academy is a chamber of sorcery. And it turns out Phil Garen has been pretty envious of Aaron's father since long ago. How couldn't he? Aaron's father has thick, luscious hair, a pretty wife, and a sorcerer for a daughter. Not to mention that his kingdom grows prosperous by the day. Jealousy truly is an ugly disease. As Phil Garen continues to throw a tantrum, his other son, who has been sitting and witnessing all of this, urges him to calm down. He suggested that all they need to do is stomp on the growing weed that is Aaron. Right. Regaining his senses, Phil Garen asked his son, Ryan, if he has any plans in mind, to which the wicked eldest son of their household said that he does. The punitive expedition. There's an upcoming head conference of the 6 families of the Hale Kingdom which will take place in the Pereira territory. There, Ryan claims that they will make use of that event to drag Aaron down. Hearing this, Phil Garen was overjoyed, calling Ryan the pride of their family, and quickly dismissed Jack. On his way out, Jack thought to himself how much of an old bastard the Viscount was, while also worrying over Aaron, because compared to the lord of the house, Ryan Garen is much more ruthless, horrid, and cunning. The next day, the knights and guards of the Pereira estate walk into the training halls very early in the morning. It's not like they have any choice since the expedition is coming up. Plus, they need to do this unless they want more monsters roaming about in the kingdom. But one guard claimed that the expeditions have deteriorated over the years and have become nothing but a showcase for each family's greatness. However, the conversation was cut short after they saw Aaron has returned. What's more, our boy's busy doing pull-ups with an additional plate tied and adding weight to his body. They're quick to greet Aaron and ask what he's training for, but our hero only said that he's only doing personal training and he won't be a bother to them. Hearing this, they were quick to wonder if Aaron was disqualified from the Swordsmanship Academy, while another was quick to point the plate tied to Aaron's body. That's just for display, right? It's not really that heavy, but boy, were they wrong. As they were horsing around, Knight Orlan Jukran stepped into the halls to check what was all the ruckus about. Even he was shocked to see Aaron's development and wondered to himself what happened to the young lord in a year to be able to do pull-ups like that. But like many of the characters in this story, they were quick to downplay Aaron's feats and ultimately just focused on their own training instead. Now that Aaron's done with the warm-up, he drags his gigantic sword and was about to start swinging when he noticed that Ruru also came into the training grounds. Surprisingly, this kitty was busy grooming itself and didn't pester Aaron in any way, so Aaron focused on his own business as well. His own way of the sword, huh? If he wants to find it, he needs to stop swinging the sword just like the old man in his dreams. A week later, the guards and knights of the Pereira estate soon came to know that this new Aaron is no joke. They couldn't even keep up with the simple cardio running he's doing. The guards now acknowledge how impressive Aaron is with his training, but our hero could only think about the friends he made back in the academy who were much more impressive in his eyes. Those guys persevered through hardships without any help. Suddenly, his eyes wandered into the halls to see Ruru busy playing by himself. It has been a week, but this kitty still has been pretty quiet, and that's when one of the guards cautioned Aaron. He said that rumors were circulating that the cat brings bad luck to whoever's around it, even going as far as saying that Ruru is cursed. So that explains why the guards keep their distance over Ruru. Just as Marcus was about to call Aaron, our MC then called out Ruru on why I haven't been doing anything as of late. Wasn't it supposed to convince Eren or something? The simple answer? Eren's no fun and is too boring. In fact, he's as boring as hundreds of pebbles piled up in a river valley. That's one heck of emotional damage to our boy Eren. But no matter. Ruru has decided to give Eren a present, something he discovered from the humans called a bribe. And out of its purse, it fished out a teal-colored orb in exchange for Eren putting in a good word of Ruru to his sister. Marcus was now by their side and shocked to see that the gift Ruru presented is a cat's eye stone. According to Marcus, a gem worth this size is enough to buy a fourth of the whole Pereira estate. But hearing all this, Eren doesn't seem to be too impressed. If anything, he's just curious why Ruru wants Kurl to be its student so badly. To this, Ruru paused for a quick thought and just said because it felt like it. Ruru explained that it just really liked Kurl, that's why it wants her to be its student. Hearing all this, Marcus tried to intervene to say that it's not nice to bribe people, but Ruru took offense at this, thinking that Marcus must have underestimated Ruru to not know the value of money. Marcus tried to explain himself, but Ruru went on a long tirade of how it knows the value of things. Although it knows how humans value precious stones, Ruru said that other things are far more important, like the wooden ball that has a smell that Ruru absolutely adores, as well as a cattail filled with memories before Ruru started learning sorcery, and a stuffed bear given to Ruru by a friend. Who knew this cat would be so sentimental? Hearing all this, Eren smiled to himself, thinking how Ruru even knows the value of such things that can't be bought with money, and just confirmed it. He likes this cat. In the end, Eren refused the cat's stone presented to him, which greatly shocked the cat. Wasn't he listening when Marcus said a cat's stone is priceless? To this, Eren answered that he just heard from someone that there are far more important things that money can't buy. Eren sure pulled a reverse Uno card with that one. Though he still told Ruru that he'll tell her what our hero felt while conversing with the sorcerer of a kitty. Ruru may have been downtrodden for a hot minute, but this cat decided that it won't give up. Compared to Kurl, Eren's an easier target, so with a quick jump. It made its way out of the training halls and said that it will continue with its persuasion tactics. True to its word, Ruru came back the next day and tried a different approach. It tried to involve Eren in its daily activities. At first, Ruru hurriedly called out Eren with such urgency that he thought something grave has happened. Turns out the kitty just wanted someone with them as it ate. The second time, Ruru hurriedly called out Eren again the following day, asking what the white kitten on the roof is thinking. This silly interaction with Ruru left Eren laughing, though Ruru was a bit pissed. But that's when it hit him. He only has a year to find his way to the sword, as tasked by head swordmaster Ian. Remembering this, our hero got up and proceeded to return to the training grounds to resume his swordsmanship training. Even though it's been raining pretty hard, Eren continues to practice even harder than ever. He just can't sit around doing nothing, but at the same time, he also doesn't really know what to do. Unbeknownst to him, Ruru also followed him, observing what he will do. With so much frustration, Eren gave one concentrated vertical slash, thinking of finding his way to the sword. Ruru, on the other hand, saw something else. The figure of a long-haired old man reflected on the puddle as Eren swung his sword. Just when Eren thought his swing was for naught, Ruru started approaching him and asked if he has ever tried learning sorcery before. Confused at what he heard, our MC was about to ask for more info when he saw a shining white orb floating in the air where the droplets of rain are swirling around it. With this magical phenomenon happening in front of them, another unexpected turn of events happened. Ruru took a step closer and asked Eren to become its pupil. The raindrops continued to swirl around the orb, giving off a tense atmosphere. And what's more, Eren noticed that Ruru's not acting like itself. Is this cat actually Beerus in disguise? But this all happened in a split second, since Ruru resumed its usual antics of persuading Eren, but this time, to become its student. Eren flat out refused Ruru's offer, shocking the cat, with our hero explaining that he's a swordsman, not a sorcerer. But Ruru won't budge. This kitty is determined to teach Eren, which left him wondering how exactly he's gonna learn when sorcery isn't something you learn just because you want to. But Ruru begged to differ, since no one is more suited to practice sorcery than a swordsman with a strong will. And based from Ruru's observation, there's a high chance that our MC could awaken an ability that will help his swordsmanship. To this, our resident talking cat explained the difference between swordsmen, magicians, and sorcerers. Swordsmen, as well as others who practice martial arts, focus on their bodies, which is the inner world. By undergoing endless training, achieve a mysterious power called the aura. On the other hand, we have the magicians, who focus on the surrounding environment, which is the external world, and harness the mysterious power of nature called mana. Lastly, we have the sorcerers. To put it simply, sorcerers demand the impossible. They're the ones to break logic and make unreasonable demands on the world. Case in point, Kurl not only summoned a griffin, a legendary being, but she also made a move. Sorcerers are powerful, since they ignore the laws, set on making their desires become reality no matter how impossible it is. Ruru stressed that sorcerers have wills that are so strong that it's possible to change the world by themselves. To put it simply, a sorcerer's power is equal to their willpower, and seeing Aaron's vertical slash, Ruru's sense is strong will behind it, making him a strong candidate for sorcery. Even with the tiniest of help, Aaron can awaken his powers in this field, but even with all this convincing talk, our hero flat out refused Ruru's offer. This time, Aaron muttered his reason, but an annoyed Ruru told him to speak up, and finally, our MC revealed that the swordsmanship he showed is not something of his. This confused our resident kitty, but wait, Aaron realized that maybe Ruru can interpret his dreams, so he decided to open up about it. At the end of Aaron's story, Ruru guessed that in Aaron's situation, it may have been a case of possession. And no, not the conjuring type of possession. The kitty recounts how it has heard of a few instances where someone was possessed by a memory or a soul of a different person, though Aaron's case isn't exactly the same. Still, that shouldn't stop him from learning sorcery, right? With all this talk, Aaron realized that the old man's swordsmanship must really be something if a sorcerer like Ruru could somewhat interpret the dreams he had, right? But Aaron's one tough cookie. He refuses to learn sorcery, since not only does he refuse to awaken sorcery through someone else's will, he's hellbent on learning his way of the sword. Ruru asked further about this way of the sword our hero keeps talking about, apart from the vertical slash he kept practicing for so long. Seeing Aaron's annoyance and frustration at the same time, Ruru decided to advise its student, despite Aaron not agreeing to it. According to Ruru, what Aaron has been doing all this time is not an effort, it's just a waste of time. Is this cat blind or what? We've seen our MC slaving over this vertical slash since Chapter 2. Aaron now lies in bed, more puzzled and frustrated, especially because of what Ruru said. However, his thoughts got cut short after he heard a knock on his door, and it was none other than Marcus. His butler carefully asked if Ruru was anywhere in the room, and told our MC that there's something Aaron needs to know. First, there's the upcoming subjugation expedition that will take place in the Pereira estate, so Marcus gave him the heads up that his father will most likely reach out about this soon. Then the other thing is about Ruru. It's about the bad rumors circulating about the cat. At the mention of this, Aaron gave a worried glance over his bed, but Marcus didn't seem to notice, so his butler proceeded to share what he discovered about Ruru. Based on his findings, Ruru is notorious for the trail of bad luck it left in its wake. It has been said that Ruru was a part of Oracle, a sorcerer's guild in the East Continent, and shortly after leaving the Oracle, it burned to the ground. Another ominous event tied to Ruru is when the second son of the Jackal entrusted his life to Ruru. Sadly, the figure passed away due to an unfortunate accident. Man, Ruru sure sounds a lot like Tsunade in this aspect. But wait, there's more. Even the wealthy Balvenie merchant group was struck with bad luck after adopting a black cat. Aaron was still doubtful about all he heard, but Marcus assured him that it was all true. The question is there evidence that Ruru was directly involved in these unfortunate events? To this, Marcus answered that there's no proof but the cat was there. So that was the single factor that connects all of these events. Additionally, Marcus said that there's a chance that Ruru may be innocent, and these all may be groundless rumors, but he strongly advises our hero to not put himself at risk, and then left shortly. In a quiet voice, Aaron spoke out loud that Marcus was only trying to look after him in the best way he can, and that our hero also promised that he'll tell Kurl exactly how he felt while talking to him. Plus, Aaron thinks that this cat isn't malicious and has no intention of hurting others. Sure, it was a bit peculiar, but there's a lot of good characteristics in it as well, which is what Aaron would like to tell Kurl. Hearing all of this, a voice spoke from under the bed, asking what if something bad happens to the Pereira siblings, but Aaron only smiled, confirming that Ruru was indeed inside the room and heard all of what Marcus had to say. Since Ruru's already here, our MC asked if everything Marcus said was true, to which Ruru said yes. But when Aaron asked if Ruru was the one behind these incidents, this enchanted being quickly popped its head out of the bed to deny it. Ruru then went on, narrating his side of the events, but all Aaron could think of is that either Ruru is lying or it's just a series of unfortunate events which are both dangerous. But Aaron only told Ruru that he'll be fine and it's okay for them to remain friends, which scared Ruru. What if something bad happens to Aaron? To this, our MC replied that he also had his fair share of bad rumors surrounding him. but he assured Ruru that he'll be the one to decide what to do from then if ever something bad did happen to him. Hearing all this, Ruru can't help but get teary-eyed, as if this cat wasn't cute enough as it is. Now it's extra cute. Eren was still talking about how he'll persuade the others, but Ruru was already busy pulling a gigantic orb out of its magical purse. Compared to the cat's eye stone, this new gift it's presenting to Eren is way more expensive, and dumped the item in Eren's bed in a hurry. Since Ruru made a pretty quick escape, Eren is left with the blue orb, remembering that it's one of the treasures Ruru showed him a little while back that was a little huge. Now, what could this orb do for Eren? The next day, Eren went to his father's office and expressed his wish to join the upcoming punitive expedition. Baron Pereira had to ask his son again if he's sure of this decision, which our hero affirmed with determination. As a word of caution, his father informed him that in contrast to fighting monsters, what happens during this event is more of a confrontation between families, which may be a lot more stressful than Eren thinks. But Eren was determined to do his part as part of the Pereira family and told his father that he'll do his best. A week later, the first coach to arrive at the Pereira estate is none other than Viscount Phil Garen along with his two sons, Ryan and Eren. It's the House of D-Bags, I tell you. Eren gave a nervous gulp, but the Viscount only greeted him with glee, saying that he has become much manlier than last time, while Baron Pereira offered to escort the Garens inside their estate. Soon enough, the dining hall is filled with all the prominent families chattering about. On the other hand, Eren sits quietly, remembering Marcus' warning that there aren't any families that are on good terms with them. Just because there are no conflicts with them doesn't mean the Pereiras also have a good relationship with them either. Seated at the table are Baron Bauer and Baron Fried, while sitting opposite them are Baron Lester as well as his two sons and Baron Russell with his son. The last two families are known to harbor animosity towards Eren's family, as well as the Garens. Marcus gave extra precaution over Viscount Garen, especially since they have not been on good terms with them since the previous generation. Just then, Eren's father proposed a toast, thanking everyone who came to their estate as well as for the peace and prosperity of the 6 houses of the south. They all raised their glasses in cheers, but since this was a first for Eren, he watched over what the others did and followed suit, drinking the wine hurriedly. Our hero was just thinking of how bitter it is when he became aware of several stares directed his way. The Lesters, as well as the Garens, were staring straight at him. Is it wrong to drink wine after a toast? Viscount Garen was the first to break the silence, telling Eren with a laugh that he held the glass wrong and lectured him about white wine's sensitivity to temperature. Because of how he held it, the oldest Garen said that Eren is unknowingly transferring the heat of his hand to the wine and that he should hold the glass by the stem next time. You'd think that would be the end of it, but this time, he lectured Eren about grabbing spices using the thumb and pinky, saying that these pieces of information are pretty common knowledge and such table manners must be maintained by nobles. Hearing this, Baron Lester and Baron Russell chimed in while Eren just kept quiet. However, Baron Pereira just kept quiet while the Viscount tried to save face, telling Eren's father that he didn't mean to offend or anything. This old snake, he's definitely mocking Eren for not knowing that. Baron Pereira only answered silently that he took no offense in that while Eren gave him a worrying glance. Thinking that he got away with the low-key insult to Eren, Viscount Garen then proceeded to ask Ryan about his thoughts regarding the symphony he recommended last time. Ryan answered in gusto while Baron Lester joined in the conversation, praising the young Garen and how he's well-versed in music. He extended the conversation to Eren, asking what our MC likes to listen to, but Eren only answered shamefully that he doesn't listen to music. Hearing this, Baron Lester said that it must be because our young hero is busy with Cronus Academy. Nonetheless, this old fart made a snide remark on how Eren should at least be cultured to some extent unless he wants to cut the conversation short and embarrass both parties. Like Viscount Garen, Baron Lester disguised this as a joke, while Ryan seats smugly across Eren, thinking that right now, our hero must feel pretty useless since all he did was lay around in bed all these years. Eren isn't the only one being put in a tight spot, his father is too. Now, Eren felt all the pressure and uselessness from not knowing anything. As he sits quietly, on the verge of a panic attack, his father asks him if he's alright since he's clearly panting and shaking by now. Eren excused himself early and apologized while his father just let him be. As he exits the dining hall, he starts running and crying, thinking of how much his family has endured for him all these years and how much of a bad son he is. He finds himself in the training grounds and was quick to grab his sword, hoping that every swing would calm him down. But this wasn't the only frustration he's thinking about. He still doesn't know his way of the sword. As he kept on swinging, he's reminded of his last conversation with Ruru and how the cat told him that overexerting his body just by going through the motions isn't enough to call it effort. For it to be counted as effort, one must pour their whole heart, body, and soul into doing something. So what Eren needs is also to put his heart into his actions. Their conversation ended with Ruru asking him if he put his heart into his swordsmanship as well, but to our young hero, even he doesn't know the answer to that. Eren just finished doing the vertical slash when he heard voices from behind him, surprised to see that our MC is indeed on the training grounds. Not only that, they also took notice that he has the right posture for swordsmanship, while the other proposed a duel while the old geezers are still talking. These kids are all bark and no bite. The owners of these voices are none other than the sons of Baron Lester, Kevin, and Caesar, accompanied by a tall man with dark black hair, Martin, the eldest son of Baron Russell. Like the others, he also took a jab at Eren, calling out our hero for not replying to the challenge as well as for not being able to hold the wine glass properly. Martin even voiced out that maybe Eren doesn't even know how to handle a sword properly since he only spent a year at Kronos. Boy, I can't wait for this guy to get schooled. However, the two younger boys were taken aback when Eren suddenly faced them, sword in position and with burning passion in his eyes, told them to come at him. Seeing how Eren is already in position and hearing his proclamation, Kevin was pissed that this once lazy lord had the guts to stand up to him. In a stride, he quickly walked over to where the swords are kept and chose one while thinking that Eren's no match against him. The dude only trained for a year, so Kevin thought that Eren would be no match for him. What's more, he thought to himself that he put our hero to shame properly. Spoiler alert, we all know he'll be shamed in a few seconds. Kevin got into position, smiling and thinking to himself that this would be an easy win, even telling Eren that he could have the first move when it all happened in a blink of an eye. The young Lester brat wasn't even finished talking when Eren came in one fell swoop and disarmed Kevin. His sword flying right out of his hand, our hero placed the tip of his sword onto Kevin's neck, who is now lying on the ground. Told ya someone's gonna be shamed in seconds. Caesar and Martin were beyond shocked when Eren quietly got up, asking who the next challenger was. Kevin. The poor sport that he is complained that this one didn't count and his excuse was that he didn't yell start yet. But Eren calmly said that they could go again. Just as Kevin tried to reach for his sword with trembling hands, Martin intervened and told him that he'll take him on instead. Kevin tried to have his way, but Martin gave a threatening glare that the younger one had no choice but to back up. Martin was half a foot taller than Eren and tried his best to threaten him, but Eren only looked on and never backed down while the two Lester brats kept telling each other that Eren's win didn't count. But since Martin's build is on a different level, they all thought he would win against our hero. Martin was the first to strike, giving a quick slash that Eren blocked, and he continued with his offense, one blow after another, thinking that Eren's blocks won't work. He was pretty hard at it for a time, and even the Lesters thought that he had the upper hand, but Eren only continued to parry his attacks with a blank stare. What happened to all that arrogance earlier? Suddenly, Eren countered Martin's attack with a powerful swing that blew the taller boy back. Now, it's his turn to try and block Eren's attack. We all know how much power our boy put into his swings, delivering one slash after another with Martin barely keeping it together. Sure, the taller boy managed to hold off Eren, but at the cost of his hands that are now throbbing in pain. As he paused to look at the state of his hands, Eren also paused asking if he's already done, but Martin is now shaking in fear, thinking that he doesn't want to do this anymore. Fellow was sure as heck ready to bounce the heck out of there, begging in his mind for someone to stop the duel. As Eren was about to deliver his vertical slash, another voice can be heard in the background calling off the duel since it was pretty obvious who the winner was. The owner of the voice was none other than Ryan Garen, who also instructed Martin to give up so as not to cause serious injuries on his hands. Seeing that Eren has improved, Ryan proposed a duel but with real swords instead. Eren was shocked, but his older brother only smirked as Eren agreed. As Eren held on to his weapon, Ryan kept telling himself how Eren's audacity has grown since he joined the Swordsmanship Academy, and how he'd like to at least put a scar on our hero's face. Like Kevin, Ryan proposed that Eren could strike first, but Eren just kept quiet. Just as he was about to withdraw his offer, our MC accepted, striking one of Ryan's nerves. Intent on getting back at Eren, Ryan tried to rile him up by saying that he never knew he'll be dueling the Pereira firstborn like this since the last time they met. Eren was but a cowardly brat at the time. Hearing that, Eren can't help but tremble, but whether in rage or shame, we don't know. But he's a changed man now. Eren took a deep breath and closed his eyes to meditate while holding the sword. Seeing this, Ryan was just about to comment while the others were shocked to see what Eren did, calling him a sham. Just as quickly, Eren opened his eyes with a glare and Ryan was taken aback, seeing our hero deliver a vertical slash. Ryan was quick to move 3 steps back, and in a matter of moments, he was backed into the wall, panting and clutching his sword hard. With quite a distance between them, Ryan questioned himself if he was just scared of Eren for a moment there. Of course, he's in denial, as Ryan was about to attack. A sharp crack can be heard, and with a clang, his blade was cut in half. As his sword split in half in front of him, Ryan sees Eren standing calmly in front of him while the rest of his cronies' mouths were wide in shock. As Ryan tried to make sense of what just happened, he was now shaking scared as to how the sword broke when it didn't even clash against Eren's. His thoughts were cut off when he heard the familiar voice of his father walk into the training grounds, accompanied by Baron Lester, Baron Russell, and Eren's father. But Phil Garen was silent when he saw that the sword in his son's hand was broken, and was even more shocked when he heard Ryan say that he lost a duel to Eren. Bet that even if all of them gang up on Eren, they'd still come home crying. Hearing this, Baron Pereira looked at Eren, who only looked away and wasn't even bragging about it. Our hero is pretty humble in victory, and we all know he's gracious in defeat. Ryan, being the conceited a-hole that he is, decided to downplay Eren's win and acted normally, over-dramatizing the events. He quickly went on a long explanation of how Eren's swordsmanship has improved and attacked him 5 times from a distance of 5 meters, which led to his sword being split in half. Phil Garen was quiet for a moment before going along with his son's act while Baron Lester joined in, and this activity just strengthened their alliance all the more. Shortly after, the families left one by one as the night went on. On the way out, Phil Garen lectured Ryan that as much as he's glad that his son lost on purpose to Eren to strengthen the family ties, he warned him that Ryan shouldn't change their plans as he pleases. Angry at what happened, Ryan called for Sir Jack Stewart to prepare 5 soldiers for him when they go back. Like Pope Francis said, wretched are those who are vindictive and spiteful. Back in the Pereira estate, Eren's father is discussing with him that it's okay if he doesn't join the punitive expedition and urges his son to focus on becoming a trainee at Crummus Academy. But Eren has decided he wants to join the expedition and is firm on his want to participate no matter what happens. In addition to that, he also promised his father that he'll work on his shortcomings in the next 3 weeks and will only give up if his father finds it unsatisfactory. With that, their conversation ended, and as Eren went on his way, Kurtle and his mother only looked at him with worry, especially Kurtle. After the talk, Eren continued his swordsmanship practice, swinging his sword with such force that there was a gust of wind following it. All the while, he kept thinking about how he didn't want to let his family take his burdens from him, nor does he want them to get mocked for whatever he does. With everything, Eren is determined now more than ever to not let his family endure sadness and anger anymore. Just as he finished with the vertical slash, Eren asked out loud if his current actions and appearance are still in vain and looked to his left to see Ruru standing on the balustrade above him. This time, Ruru answered him that his actions now have effort imbued in them. Eren quickly followed up if he's now fit to learn sorcery, which Ruru approved, but not this time. The cat advised Eren to calm down and control his feelings since they'll start training tomorrow. True enough, Ruru's training for Eren commenced the next day. Now that they have the training grounds all to themselves, they could practice sorcery. But a moment of silence for Ruru's outfit for the day. Have you ever seen a cat wearing glasses and a bow tie? Well, now you have. Our resident kitty insists that you have to look the part since small things such as these influence one's attitude. Back to sorcery training, now that Eren has a reason to learn sorcery, which is to protect his family. Ruru stressed that this desire of his needs to be stronger. To do that, they touched upon the subject of superstition, groundless rumors that have no reasonable proof. If you think about it, the belief in rumors is practically a necessity in the world of sorcery. No matter how absurd a story is, the power of sorcery is dependent on how much one's belief is poured into it, says Ruru. Even in ancient times, not only did people worship large boulders, but also the sun as their god and tried to fulfill their wishes through religious rites, which is considered the strongest of all beliefs. Another effective way to get one's desire is through sacrificing one's self, but Ruru strongly advised against it, since there's a chance that he'll end up at the hands of the devil. So right now, the best course of action for Eren is to train his swordsmanship imbued with his strong desire. With the sun already high in the morning sky, Eren practices his swing more fervently than ever, and that's because his swings are imbued with desire. Recalling his last conversation with Ruru, Eren was shocked that the kitty sorcerer wanted him to continue with his swordsmanship training as is. But Ruru says it's different this time since now they have a contract and it's for our hero to swing his sword 1,000 times with sincerity. What's more, the master sorcerer tells his apprentice to think about how he could move forward not only with a genuine heart but also how to improve himself. By doing repeated actions related to his desire, not only his faith but also his heart will become much stronger and will strengthen with every day that he fulfills this contract. Easier said than done. Eren struggled and wondered if he's doing it right. Does he just swing it with all this power, or does he have to think of his family with every swing? Or maybe he needs to reflect on his past while he swings it, as Eren puzzles over what he's doing. Ruru only looks on and thinks that it's already enough for now that Eren is thinking about it. So Eren spent his days swinging the sword with a desire to protect his family. But on the 10th day, Eren threw his sword down, wondering if he's doing it right, just as he thought that he may be wasting his time. Ruru appears questioning what cools the fiery heart and smashes the rock-hard heart into grains of sand. Before Eren could answer, Ruru says that it's doubt. Doubt towards one's self is something natural. Ruru assures him. It manifests itself since the heart can't always be burning with passion, and when his body has gone heavy, that's when doubt seeps in. When that happens, it's easier to fall into a pit of negative thoughts, which is why Ruru advised that it's better together. If Eren can't find it to believe in himself, then you should try believing in those who have believed in him. Hearing this, Eren was surprised, but Ruru was on a roll. The cat is now up on Eren's face, telling him to pay back those who believe in him by returning the belief the same way. But Eren, the emo boy that he is, gently held Ruru and returned the cat to the ground, saying there aren't many people who believe in him. Since he was busy running away from his problems, he doubts others believe in him, but Ruru shut him up by saying it believes in him. The cat even reminded Eren that our hero reminded Ruru that Eren's like an extremely smooth, pretty and sturdy pebble. People surely won't hate a pebble like that. But compared to Kurl, who is a sapphire, Eren is still pretty good. Plus, Ruru said it from what it has seen. There are actually many people who believe in Eren in contrast to what our hero originally thinks. With that, Ruru dismissed today's lesson and Eren is left wondering about their conversation as he lies in bed that night. He starts thinking about his family who has believed in him for more than a decade, as well as the sword headmaster and drill masters, as well as his friends back in the academy who have shown nothing but support for him throughout his stay there. Then there's Ruru too. Even if Eren thinks he's not enough, it still believe in him. As Eren closed his eyes thinking about them, a dark blue force suddenly surrounds his whole body, with his last thought being if he could ever become someone that encourages others. With that, Eren's whole body is engulfed in a dark blue force field, and in another part of the castle, Kurl was just flipping through her book when she felt the powerful sorcery. She quickly ran to Eren's room to see Ruru is trying its best to reach Eren, who is now floating inside a blue orb, and according to Ruru, his brother has awakened sorcery. Kurl quickly demanded what happened, and the cat narrated that Eren went inside his heart to realize his own desire. It's a space that no one but him can enter, ideal for manifesting, and while in there, he will continue with his training. As long as he hasn't obtained a result that he's satisfied with, Eren will continue to be encased in the blue orb, and no one knows when that will be. According to Ruru, it could take a day, months, or even years. While saying this, Ruru can't help but think to itself if he did manage to bring bad luck once again to those around him. Meanwhile, inside Eren's own heart, he's once again transported to the dream that has haunted him for years. The long-haired swordsman continues to practice and swing his sword, but this time, Eren was surprised to see the swordsman has blue eyes too, and is looking directly at him. What the swordsman? He's looking right at me. Eren thought to himself. Suddenly, the swordsman's body started to emit a blue aura that turned into gold. Is he going Super Saiyan on us? But no. The man's aura extended like tentacles and grabbed Eren by his forearms, pulling him to the swordsman, who is now all bright and yellow from the aura. Eren screamed as he was pulled with such force, and when he opened his eyes, he was now lying on the ground, thinking that he must have had a weird dream on a hard bed. He did a double take and realized that he really is on the ground and is wearing a different set of clothes. When he looked behind, the swordsman's house is still there. None of this makes sense. But wait, could this be a situation with no logical explanation sorcery? As Eren thought this, he approached the large sword lodged in the ground, thinking that he must have awakened sorcery. And if this place is realized by his desire, then it's definitely a place of training. With that, Eren picked the sword up and took a deep breath. This space is meant for only him, his place of training. Realizing that he's got the whole place to himself, Eren started swinging while thinking that he's determined to find his way of the sword here no matter what. In a blink of an eye, Eren realized he spent the majority of the day practicing the sword and now night has already fallen. Disappointed, Eren wished to himself how there was daylight all day and was supposed to make his way back to the cottage when he noticed a light coming from behind him. As soon as he turned around, the sun was already out. The power of sorcery. Just to try things out, Eren wished for spring, as well as a nice breeze too. Then he ran inside the cottage. He wished to change his clothes, which happened in a snap. Not only that, but there's food already waiting for him at the table. After supper, he lay on his bed thinking how this is the most ideal training place for him and how incredible the power of sorcery is. Days pass, and it was already the 5th day Eren is spending here. He discovered that no matter how many times he sleeps, he'll always wake up in this dream. So does that mean he can't leave this place unless he obtains his goal? It would appear so. While training, he can't help but think about the swordsman in his dream, though, and how he's connected to him. But he cut off that thought and just focused on training, thinking he'll swing the sword 3,000 times today since he did it for 2,000 yesterday. With each passing day, Eren increases his swings, and by the 211th day, our hero couldn't swing past 6,000 times. This left him feeling a bit frustrated, but he brushed it off and tried to calm himself, urging himself to just keep swinging. By the 353rd day, Eren couldn't swing past 5,695 times, which left him feeling dejected, but then again, he realized that he hasn't rested at all the past year, so he decided to throw down the sword and stagger toward the cottage. He took a break, and by the 417th day, Eren stopped wielding the sword after 3,695 tries since his right hand is starting to hurt. Scared that he might injure himself, he decided to call it a day and said we'll resume tomorrow. The sun kept on shining in Eren's little world, and by now, it's already the 624th day since he entered this humble world. Lying in bed, he has not swung the sword for 96 days, already feeling depressed and tired of it all. It looks like Eren has reverted to the lazy lord. He now lies in bed, dazed, thinking that he's not even surprised he ended up like this. With a sigh, he recounted how he already lived half of his life as a deadbeat, and the diligence he showed in the academy wasn't his to begin with. It was the swordsman in his dream. Eren wallows in self-pity, especially now that everything has gone down the drain since the old man disappeared. With every negative thought that he's thinking, Eren continues to be covered comfortably in bed, thinking how he's only been dedicated for a year. Before he drifted to sleep, the last thing he thought about was how long he has been here, but it doesn't matter anyways. Eren. Eren woke up with a start. Who was that? His eyes suddenly went wide when he saw who the voice belonged to. Ilya is at his door, telling him to get ready for training. Because of this, our hero quickly got up too quickly and even slammed face first into the hardwood floor. Ilya laughed in behind her. Eren could see that the sun has just come up. So now, out they went for a morning run. While running, Eren thought how there wasn't a trail like this before, but before he could wander further, Ilya challenged him to run much faster. Just as he was trying to catch his breath, Ilya was already at the table eating and telling him to eat as well since they'll start training after. As he sat down and ate, he kept giving curious glances toward this silver-haired visitor, and when he tried to question how she ended up there, Ilya only told him to stop asking useless questions. Eren, this is all sorcery, remember? Everything's possible here. They immediately started training, and Ilya was disappointed at how Eren has slacked off in the last few months. His swings and form are pretty crappy now. But what surprised our MC the most is how Ilya told him his heart is completely empty and that he needs to fill it with sincerity like what Ruru instructed. Just when he was about to ask how she knew Ruru, Ilya went full on berserk and to not ask her useless questions. Because of that, she made him swing the sword 2,000 times more. Then came the night. Ilya praised Eren for the good work he put in today, and just as quickly, she disappeared like fog. Seeing her disappear like that, Eren felt a bit sad, but when he went to bed that night, he wondered how Ilya came to be in this world. Did he happen to summon her unconsciously? Despite all these thoughts, our hero fell asleep with a smile, thinking that it wasn't so bad. Next thing he knew, Eren is grabbed by the collar by a loud voice calling him a brat and to get up. This time, it's our favorite fiery red-haired trainee, Judith. She threatened to beat Eren up if he plans to sleep in more, and like the usual Judith, she dragged Eren outside while talking to someone. That someone is none other than Brett, and Ilya's back here too. Judith already initiated a duel with Eren, but as per usual, Brett told her that they haven't even warmed up yet. As the two started to bicker, Ilya pulled Eren aside to continue with her own training. Finally, the gang's back together again. Even if it's just make-believe. As Aaron continued with his training, doubt once again crept into his mind because of his poor form. But before he could sink deeper into negativity, Ilya called his attention, encouraging him that he was improving and that his form is only unstable. With a smile, she told him that he could do it, and when our hero looked to the other side, he could see Brett and Judith also giving him an encouraging smile. Now, all four of them are up early in the morning doing sprints, and each of them coaches Aaron on his swordsmanship, which made him wonder why they're helping someone like him who's weak and lazy. Why do you have so much trust in me? Aaron wonders to himself as the four of them have supper together. Aaron is off to one of their runs, and by now, he could feel the exhaustion to the bone. He could barely breathe, his feet are getting heavy, and now he was nearing his limit. But how is it that despite feeling all these, he still feels that he can run a little farther? But before he could savor this feeling, a blur of red zoomed past him, and he could hear Judith proclaim that she won't lose with Brett and Ilya running close at the back. After their run, this time, Aaron faces off with Brett, and boy, did we miss our blue-haired boy's speedy skills. Their swords clashed, with Brett stepping back and bracing himself for another attack that Aaron parried. But he wasn't done with that one blow. He let out a barrage of attacks that Aaron couldn't do anything but lift his sword in defense. Seeing this, Brett praised Aaron's action, and that he was much more stable today than yesterday, and with that, Aaron threw a big diagonal swing that Brett managed to evade. But just as he did that backstep, Aaron was already positioned at his back that Brett had to swerve to block Aaron's attack. Seeing this, Judith cheered on our hero while Ilya commented that it was the first time Brett kept his distance from Aaron. Brett was impressed, but Aaron only said that it was thanks to him. Just like that, time passed quickly and the sun is already setting as Aaron thought to himself that he was wrong. There was no need for him to struggle by himself. He remembered what the fortune teller told him back then. As long as he has people who trust and support him, he can overcome anything. While thinking that, Aaron just broke his record of 10,000 swings. Hearing that, Judith gave a stretch saying that their job is already done, but Brett only said that there's a chance that Aaron may summon them again. Before they disappeared, Judith told our hero to not only stop feeling sorry for himself, but also to not doubt himself. Ilya also cheered him on one last time before disappearing as well. With a smile, Aaron picked his sword up and resumed his training again, but with more determination this time. It's now the 1,237th day since Aaron entered the world, and today, he's out running pretty hard, and he's still training as diligently as ever when day 1,292 came. Then day 1,375, 1,492, 1,566, 1,613, 1,687, 1,755. The first flower bloomed as the sun rose, with Aaron standing still in the field. His form is much bulkier than before, and he grew taller as well while emitting a yellow aura, sword still in hand. He took a deep breath and is reminded that this was the feeling he had back at Kronos Academy, which made him wonder, how much have I grown? With a smile, he thought to himself that it's been a while since he summoned the Golden Trio, and just as quickly, they appeared. Judith was pretty shocked at Aaron's growth spurt and was just about to tell him off if he summoned them for some crappy reason, but Aaron picked his sword up and asked for a duel. Thinking it was a 1-versus-1 duel, Judith agreed, but Aaron only chuckled and made himself clear. He was asking for a 3-versus-1 duel, and as if to make a point, he swung his sword that gave a pretty strong gust. Hearing Aaron's challenge, the trio were quick to draw their own swords while Aaron looked on with a smile. With a smirk, Aaron braced himself and thought that this is not gonna be an easy win, but he just had a feeling that he won't lose. Aaron closed his eyes to focus and tune into the surroundings. He could hear Ilya's footsteps, Brett's tightening grip on his sword, and even Judith's sweat as it glistened. He gave a smile, and in a flash, he was already in front of Judith, welcoming her with a powerful slash. On his back, Brett was already in position, ready to deliver his signature thrust, which Aaron evaded effortlessly, while Ilya came at him with a horizontal swing which he managed to duck. He gave Ilya and Brett hell, even pushing Ilya back, but another figure leaped through the air with menacing eyes, intent on delivering a deadly blow. Judith landed with a force that destroyed the ground, but Aaron managed to dodge her attack with a slide. But our feisty redhead wasn't done. She immediately went after Aaron with a powerful slash that managed to break through Aaron's defense. As Judith tried to taunt him, Aaron countered Judith's attacks one blow after another. Brett and Ilya sprinted towards them, with Brett leading and joining in the fight as Judith kept her defenses up, blocking Aaron's slashes. The blue-haired lord jumped in, parrying Aaron's attacks, but Aaron gave a quick slash using a large slash. Since the motion he did was too big, Brett and Judith used this chance to launch a double attack on Aaron, and it was one blow after another, faster than any normal human eye could see. Aaron managed to get away, but didn't have time to breathe since Ilya was already at his side and unleashed a powerful swing that left the ground cracking. Of course, our hero managed to fend off Ilya's attack, and just as he did, Judith's up in the air once again and ready to swing at Aaron with her full force. The impact not only gave a loud clang, but its pressure was so immense that the ground where Aaron stood crumbled and exploded. As the dust started to settle, Judith asked Aaron how he replicated Judith's swordsmanship, but our hero only smirked in response. Ilya also questioned him if the attack he used to fend off her blow was Brett's technique, which Aaron also admitted that it is as well. Brett asked our MC how he was able to do it, but before answering, Aaron looked back on all the training he did with them at the academy, saying that the only thing he knows is working hard with all his efforts. However, Aaron added that he still hasn't mastered it all fully, but he intends to learn the trio's swordsmanship, while at the same time finding his own. He proclaimed how he wanted to make his will and swordsmanship much stronger, which is why he asked for the three's guidance. Of course, Judith was the first to speak up that what he was doing is cheating and theft. She has a point though, but Aaron only answered that she should learn sorcery in turn, which earned him a sword thrown his way by our favorite redhead. Soon, all three of them took turns teaching Aaron their swordsmanship, and as they sparred much later, our good boy MC managed to disarm Judith. Lying on the ground, she admitted that Aaron won while also saying that she shouldn't have taught him in the first place, and soon, she disappeared along with the two. Now, Aaron really thinks that he has become powerful, and just as he laid in bed that night, he thought to himself that he's ready to leave the place. Outside, a strong gust of wind started to blow in the front yard, and rumbling sounds can be heard of an object being extruded from the ground. A large metallic gate has appeared with a series of receding jambs. Come morning, Aaron approached the mysterious metallic door, inspecting it as he touched its cold surface. He noticed that it has neither a keyhole nor a door handle, and noticed that the sword of the old man in his dreams is placed directly in front of the door. This could only mean one thing. Aaron gripped the sword's handle, pulling it off the ground, and thought that this must be the key. Now that he noticed it, the sword now fits perfectly in his hands, or maybe it's because he has gotten taller. But just thinking about how he initially wanted to run away from the old man's sword is the very same sword he needs to get out of this place. Holding the sword in both hands, Aaron started to meditate, and in doing so, also emitted a yellow aura from his body. It made him look back and think of how he did a lot of firsts, from getting out of bed to swinging a sword, and even running until he collapsed. He did all of that because he wanted to be like the old swordsman, but it was done all out of Aaron's will. In one swift move, Aaron delivered 4 consecutive blows to the metallic door that sent it crumbling. Aaron is finally free, and this is his sword now, not the old man's. Aaron opened his eyes to the sight of his toes right in front of him. In a familiar place, it was his room. He noticed that nothing has gone astray with the blue orb placed by his bedside table. Nothing didn't change much, right? He must not have been out that long, so he got up to see his parents, and as he ran through the corridors, he heard a meow. Ruru. But oh, this one's a white kitty. It's not Ruru. Just then, Marcus shoos away the cat, and Aaron calls out their beloved butler, only for the latter to hang his mouth in shock. Aaron was just asking where his family is and how Marcus has a lot of wrinkles when the older man suddenly hugged him tight, weeping as he did so. This puzzled Aaron, but Marcus only continued rambling about how relieved he was and how he thought Aaron would never get out of this fear. When it finally dawned on Aaron, he grabbed Marcus by the shoulder and asked how long he was asleep. And to his horror, the loyal butler answered that he's been asleep for 5 years, which left Aaron shaking. Did he just pull an Urashima Taro in the real world? A flood of thoughts came rushing to his head. What will now become of his promise with the head swordmaster in Ilya? And what happened to the punitive expedition? But Aaron could only ask about his parents, and just as quickly, both of them hugged their only son with tears in their eyes. Aaron apologized, already on his knees, for disappointing them, but his father reassured him that he was just so happy he made it back. Afterward, he asked for Kurl's whereabouts, and his mother explained that Kurl is now at the Principality of Caesar, and is a disciple of a powerful sorcerer called Skina Kitten. Turns out she did become someone else's disciple, and a cat too. Hearing that his sister is doing all right, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. But then again, with his long absence, he burdened his families once again, so our hero assured them that he's been training pretty hard for the last 5 years and have gained satisfactory results. Determined and more confident about his skills now, Eren proclaimed that he'll become the son that they'll be proud of. And just as quickly, since it's already April, our hero expressed that he'll be taking part in the punitive expedition this time for sure. Yes, please, we need him to kick the Garens' butts. As if on cue, a voice coming from the door mockingly asked Eren if he'll be joining the punitive expedition, and telling him who gave him the right to do so. As he looked around, Eren is greeted by a much older Kurl. She too has grown up to become a fine young lady dressed in purple garments and a white cloak. Eren approached her with a smile, but Kurl was anything but that. In fact, she was pretty hostile. On the other hand, their mother asked how Kurl could be here since she's supposed to be at the Principality of Caesar, but the question was drowned out when the youngest Pereira proclaimed that she'll be the one participating in the punitive expedition in Eren's place. They were all shocked, but Kurl only said that it's not surprising and no law states Eren should be the one to take part in the expedition. Furthermore, she reasoned out that Eren was stuck in the barrier for 5 years, so who knows what will happen to him if he joins this time. Our hero tried to explain that he wasn't just stuck. He underwent rigorous training and is a lot stronger now, but Kurl still refused. She added that the expedition raises the honor of one's family and that of the two of them. Kurl thinks she's the better candidate in terms of skills and situation. And if Eren is still bent on joining and is confident in his skills, then they might as well settle it with a duel, unleashing her mana. Her proposal shocked their mother, but Eren was just silent. After a pause, he agreed to her request and led her to the training grounds to show the powers he has obtained. With brother and sister facing off in the middle of the training grounds, the guards can't help but gossip among themselves about how they thought Eren really died and how they never thought they'd see him again. Kurl grows impatient, asking Eren what he's doing standing weaponless in front of everybody, but our hero only stood in position, his hands already set like they're holding a sword already. This pissed Kurl off, and just as she was about to pop off once more, Eren fabricated a sword out of thin air, ready to strike at his sister's signal. Everyone was shocked to see Eren forge a sword out of thin air, convinced that Eren really did learn sorcery. But in his mind, our hero thought that producing swords isn't such a big deal. Kurl, on the other hand, gritted her teeth and procured something out of her pouch. 3 small swords, then activating her mana, she threw them in the air where they became large swords that came to life, flying straight toward Eren. All 3 swords flew swiftly, but Eren managed to fend off the first one, feeling immense power from the attack that he feels that his arm will be fractured just from blocking it. The second sword came from below, which he managed to block in the nick of time, while the third one flew behind him. His parents warned him of the danger, but thanks to his reflexes, Eren managed to parry the third sword with a swing as well. But Kurl wasn't done. Still glaring, she powered up her mana, still controlling the movement of the swords, and kept on aiming them towards Eren, from which our hero managed to fend off confidently. Kurl tried again, and this time, all 3 swords came for Eren at once as the guards panicked, asking if they won't stop the siblings soon. Marcus was worried as well, but he was also puzzled about one thing. Why hasn't Eren attacked her sister yet? Still furious, Kurl raised the swords again, ready to attack, but eventually abandoned the idea. Tears fell to the ground as the youngest Pereira finally showed her true emotions while Eren approached her. As soon as he's in front of Kurl, our hero assured Kurl that there's nothing to worry about and he's confident this time around, apologizing to her for how it took so long for him to come back. Kurl burst into tears, hugging his brother as the eldest Pereira comforted his sister. Aw, the Tsundere's sister finally reveals her feelings. Back at the palace, Kurl warns Eren to be extra careful in this expedition since it's much more dangerous now that a demon has appeared. But for us listeners, things just got all more interesting. But back to the story, Kurl shared that just a month ago, traces of a demon were discovered in the south portion of the Garen territory. In their world, demons are wicked creatures who obtain power thanks to a contract with the devil, and they are sometimes comparable to sorcerers. Their power comes from a heart of pessimism, and they're nothing like regular monsters. Looking at Eren, Kurl decided that she wants to join the expedition after all, still worried for his brother, but Eren assured her that he'll be fine. And as much as she wants to, another figure has entered the room, barring Kurl from joining. It's her master, the sorcerer Skeena Kitten. Shocked at her master's appearance, Kurl was quick to explain that her older brother woke up after 5 years, so she had to go see him no matter what. But Skeena was busy introducing herself as the most beautiful sorcerer in Caesar to Eren, and she is indeed beautiful. Eren greeted her and thought to himself that she looks way too young for a 50-year-old. Did she use sorcery to make herself look younger? We know as soon as when we see one. As if reading his mind, Skeena said that Aaron's right, but she didn't read his mind. She could already tell what he was thinking from his look alone. And it turns out Skeena is just as proud of her looks, but Curl told him to pay her no mind. Hearing this, Skeena took this as a compliment and was about to spill the tea on Curl rambling about his brother for the last 5 years. In a panic, Curl could only shout, but Skeena, if Curl promised to stay put, she'll keep her mouth shut about what Curl said back then. Seeing how his sister, his tsundere sister, is being handled easily by Skeena, impressed Aaron, and as soon as the two were left alone, she explained that she had to show Curl, who's boss, to have her as a disciple. And then just as suddenly, she presented Aaron with a necklace with a blue crystal hanging as a pendant. According to Skeena, this artifact can detect not only demonic energies, but dangerous factors as well, and it's also imbued with detoxifying properties for poisons. Aaron couldn't accept such a gift, but Skeena insists, explaining that she and Curl worked on this pendant for the last 5 years. She poured her whole energy into it, hoping that she could give it to Aaron when he woke up one day. Touched at the gesture, Aaron gratefully accepts the gift as Skeena bids her goodbye. Before she left, Skeena told Aaron that he was much more exceptional than she originally thought and went on her way. Seeing that everybody is pretty much okay after all these years, Aaron walked over to the giant thing sitting on his bedside table, the blue orb gifted to him by Ruru. Where exactly is this cat? And when will Aaron get to take part in the punitive expedition for real this time? Back at the Garen base camp, Aaron sits by himself thinking about his last conversation with Kuril. According to her, Ruru was seen at the Pereira estate but suddenly disappeared one day and hasn't been seen since. Sensing that his younger sister still has a bit of animosity towards Rura, Aaron tells her not to blame the cat or anyone else for what happened to him and asks that she exercise a bit of kindness towards the sorcerer kitty, and Kuril said she will try. Listening to Aaron talk, he really belongs to the League of Good Boys along with Tanjiro for his kindness. But back to the present, Aaron made it to the expedition, much to the chagrin of many, especially the snot-nosed brat from the Lesters as well as Martin, as the two exchanged rumors about what they heard about Aaron in the last 5 years, such as the Pereira family using his being stuck in sorcery as an excuse for Aaron to laze around in bed all day. And how was he allowed to join the expedition when he doesn't have any experience with monster expeditions? As if these brats had any experiences too. Meanwhile, Ryan quietly polishes his sword, listening to the two gossip about Aaron. In his mind, he's pretty glad that the once lazy lord joined in on the expedition so he could exact his revenge for humiliating him years ago. Well, I guess Ryan's not aware of Confucius's famous quote about revenge. Before you embark on a journey of revenge, dig 2 graves. Back to the sore losers at hand. Martin's actually surprised that Kevin, or Caesar, we really don't know which Lester brat this is, joined the expedition. To this, Kevin, or Caesar, said that it's because of the demon's recent appearance. The Twilight Knight's order, magicians, and priests were dispatched by the capital. What's more, Sir Hill Burnett, the vice-captain of the said order, will be leading the expedition. So basically, the brat's only in it for the honor in this expedition. And as if on cue, Sir Hill Burnett did appear right behind Kevin, as Martin tried to shut him up. So it was the Kevin brat from the Lester family after all. Hearing what Kevin said, Sir Hill said in a very intimidating tone that they should not take part in this expedition. His physique, which looks similar to a ferocious mountain cat / a bulked-up Rob Lucci in armor, was enough to scare the nobles present there. Sir Hill further added that he's bent on defeating the demon only with the help of the forces he brought with him, but Viscount Phil Guerin was the first to complain about the knight's sudden decision. Just as he was about to complain more, Sir Hill stepped forward and emitted a powerful ki, affecting everyone within his area with heaviness. And while doing this, he also gave a lecture about how demons are in a completely different league from monsters, and yet these southern nobles take this piece of information lightly. Well, it's about time someone told these nobles that this isn't a child's game. Turning his back on Phil Guerin, Sir Hill also added that only he and the forces he command are armed with strong religious faith and fiery loyalty to the nation, which is reason enough to slay the demon. But him being forced to accomplish the mission with nobles who only have honor in their minds, not to mention the fact that they prioritize that over the peace and welfare of the kingdom, Sir Hill flat out says he's reluctant to do so. While saying this, the vice-captain semi-shifted to his beast form for a moment before lowering his ki. Everyone was left catching their breaths except for Aaron, who's pretty chill about all this. Our MC's OP now after all, but he was soon surprised to see Ryan kneel before Sir Hill. Once again, Sir Hill emitted his ki, pressuring Ryan, but the latter was bent on making a good impression on the esteemed knight. First, the eldest Garen apologized for his flimsy reason for joining the expedition and promised to do the vice captain's orders throughout the whole ordeal. Hearing his pledge, Sir Hill smirked and released Ryan from the pressure and started to laugh. The black-haired knight also apologized, saying his jokes went too far and that he's not someone who can turn down their wishes to join the expedition. However, he did stress the importance to stay vigilant against the demon, telling them to rest well as he took his leave. That night, Sir Hill sat in his tent assessing the list of nobles who joined the expedition, and out of all of them, the only one he deemed strong was Ryan Garen. Soon enough, a visitor came knocking that broke him out of his reverie, and it was none other than the wandering knight of the Gavera Kingdom, Sir Tom Miller. As the two men caught up laughing with their stories, Sir Hill couldn't help but point out that maybe his visitor was a little too harsh on his disciple. Besides, his disciple was part of the 27th generation trainees of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy, also known as the Golden Generation. But Sir Tom Miller was quick to point out that his disciple never made it to the official roster of trainees anyway, and is a far cry from the talents of Ilya Lindsay. And it turns out that after leaving the academy, Ilya went out and became an honorary knight of the Moonlight Knights Order, the greatest in the Aden Kingdom. Are we even surprised by her accomplishments at this point? Hearing this, the vice captain thought at least they have a genius, one that's comparable to the Egnet too, and wish they have one in the Hale Kingdom. Spoiler alert, they do have one, just staying low-key at the moment. And this is where Tom Miller pointed out that the Hale Kingdom has one, a genius swordsman on par with Ilya. Sir Hill thought he was just joking, but Sir Tom insisted that they do. According to what his disciple shared, this other genius came in a close second to Ilya during the final evaluation. Furthermore, this disciple of Sir Miller said that what he witnessed during a trainee's show of power at the final evaluation was truly shocking. Nani? This is the first time Sir Hill ever heard of this. Just as Sir Hill was getting pumped up, thinking if this genius was still a trainee at Chrono, Sir Tom said that he left the academy shortly after that. But since he's from the Hale Kingdom, the Wandering Knight said that this genius must have joined the expedition. Upon hearing this, Sir Hill couldn't help but feel rattled. He must know who this genius is. And finally, Sir Tom revealed it. His name is Aaron Pereira. Finally, our MC is getting the recognition he deserves. The next morning, the expedition finally commenced, and after scouring the region, Sir Hill decided that they'll take a short break. While the other knights were resting, Ryan and Kevin were practicing their swordsmanship. One of the knights pointed out that Ryan was pretty skilled, but the other only said that they're just showing off. Well, if you want to talk about skill, we know a certain blonde gentleman with skills. Seeing that his son is gaining a lot of attention for his skills, Phil Garen couldn't help but be happy, especially since their family has been lagging heavily behind the Pereiras. He thinks that if Ryan could pull this off, then their family's honor and status will return to power. So Ryan needs to be well-liked by Sir Hill at all costs. Lo and behold, Sir Hill stood up, walking toward Ryan. Now Phil Garen is even happier, thinking that he must want to coach Ryan. Even Ryan's aware that Sir Hill is approaching. He's pretty confident and was about to demonstrate fancier skills when the vice captain walked past him. The vice captain went straight to his sitting Aaron Pereira. Seeing that he's approached by his superior, Aaron stood up as well, though he falls a head shorter than the black-haired official. For a moment, the vice captain only stared at Aaron as he remembered the previous conversation he had about another knight regarding who our MC is and how he was stuck in a certain place due to sorcery for the last 5 years. But what's with him? Sir Hill thought and wondered why Aaron would leave Chrono. And then there's this sorcery he kept hearing about. Does it have to do with Aaron's younger sister? But doesn't matter. Now Sir Hill is face to face with Aaron, and told our MC to call him commander now since he's leading the expedition. He then straight up asked Aaron why he wasn't practicing swordsmanship like the others and is resting. To this, our MC just said that in his current state, Aaron doesn't think that it won't count as effort if he trained now. Puzzled by his answer, Sir Hill asked him why, and Aaron simply answered that his heart was not in it. Upon hearing this, Kevin scoffed in his answer, but Ryan silenced him, while on the other hand, Sir Hill only asked Aaron to elaborate. To this, Aaron explained that the reason he joined the expedition in the first place is to slay the demon as well as to increase the Pereira family's honor. What's more, he's also thinking of ways to have an active role in the raid, but since it's his first rodeo, he thought that there are other areas he should focus on to hone his skills other than sword fighting. He wrapped it up by saying that effort is made when one puts their whole heart into their axe, and to train swordsmanship when his heart is not in the right place is useless. The vice captain was silent, But there was no time to talk further since another knight signaled that it was time for them to go. Because of this, Sir Hill directed them to get back in formation while he told Aaron to be at his side as he plans to talk more about our MC. That's 1 point for our boy, Aaron, and 0 for Ryan. Seeing that Aaron has one-upped him again, Ryan grits his teeth in anger, but his father was quick to remind him to be patient and wait for his chance. Or they could just make a chance for him. To which the two conniving men agreed upon. So, back to Aaron. Sir Hill was amazed to discover that Aaron is already equipped with his sword, thanks to his awakening sorcery. Now, our MC further explains the things he prioritizes over swordsmanship training at the moment. First is the fact that he's never killed anyone or anything before, so he's preparing himself for the shock and confusion after his first kill. Second, he kept in mind that he should stay in line and not behave unpredictably, since it was one of the most dangerous things he could do on this expedition. Lastly, Aaron also aims to stay vigilant because of the demonic energy that surrounds the monsters and their underling. That being said, he's putting his focus on staying alert, detecting the energy, and warning the others ASAP. Sir Hill couldn't help but let out a laugh after hearing Aaron's priorities. This guy's a lot more practical than he thought, and our MC seems to be pleased with this idea. Sir Hill assured him that he shouldn't get too worked up about this and that he should leave it to the veterans. Besides, they got priests that could detect demonic energy, assuring Aaron that he didn't need to worry too much. But Sir Hill didn't get to finish his sentence. Aaron was already looking the other way with laser focus, and just as Sir Hill was about to ask what he was looking at, a gigantic demon, tall as a mountain, appeared out of the blue. And then they heard it, stomping sounds of other monsters coming in. Finally, some exciting action. Sir Hill was quick to command orders, telling the knights to get in formation while the 6 houses stayed back and focus on protecting the priests. The creatures started pouring in at their 9 o'clock, and while the vice-captain commanded them to counterattack, he was about to go up against the giant when a blur of clothing zoomed past him. With a running start, Aaron dashed in front of the monster, sword already in hand as the demon roared angrily. But in one fell swoop, Aaron went and slashed the being, its dark blood spewing everywhere as Sir Hill stood in shock at Aaron's actions. Finally, our MC's shining moment. To say that everybody was shocked at what Aaron did would be an understatement, since they've all got gaping mouths, seeing how our MC just slashed a hulking mass of ogre partially in half, the size of a mountain. It's like watching Levi go ham and slay the Titans. His father stood in horror and shock as Aaron went toe-to-toe with the demon, of which the latter has already regenerated the damage it took from Aaron's blow. With Aaron still in the air and just about to land, the demon smashed the ground he landed on with its fist buried in the ground. It was still seething, hissing, and looking if it managed to kill Aaron. But once again, Aaron pulls another Levi move and runs up to this giant's arm before leaping into the air and slicing its arm off. The giant let out a loud cry as Aaron landed with its hand still stuck on his sword and in blind anger. The demon was about to attack Aaron with his back turned, but our hero was already ready. With swift moves, he unleashed a barrage of swings and a big slash that made the giant fall to the ground. But no, it wasn't finished yet. The demon let out another roar as it meant to eat Aaron as a whole. Sir Hill shouted from behind, telling Aaron to get away, but our MC only changed his stance, gusts of wind starting to build up around him. And just as quickly, Aaron unleashed a wind technique similar to the Sword of the Sky, once again leaving everyone shocked at his prowess. The wind continued to blow strongly as everyone's eyes were glued to what was happening. With the ground shaking, trees swaying, and the dust finally setting in, they were shocked to see that Aaron blew the giant to smithereens, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Aaron stood silently, finished with the task of slaying the giant as it finally dawned on Sir Hill. Looking at Aaron, what Sir Tom said was true. The Hail Kingdom's marvel is here. But before he could admire Aaron's work, he quickly urged the others to slay the remaining enemies to seal their victory. Soon enough, everyone managed to slay the remaining creatures, and fortunately for them, there were no injuries or casualties. Seeing that everybody was okay, the vice-captain commanded that the expedition will continue. Meanwhile, Aaron was contemplating hard on why he acted as such. It was the first time he felt so much rage that he acted upon his emotions. But why did he feel so much anger toward the demon in the first place? It was as if he was a different person back then. However, Aaron's train of thought got interrupted when the vice-captain approached him and confronted him about his actions. Finally realizing just what he did, our MC quickly apologized for his brash behavior, especially since he said earlier that he shouldn't behave unpredictably in the first place, but Sir Hill only let out a laugh, seeing how our MC couldn't take a joke. He reminded Aaron that they're on an expedition, and at the end of the day, What matters most is slaying the monsters and demons. Because of what Aaron did, they were able to avoid casualties and injuries, so the vice captain congratulated our MC for a job well done on his first combat. Furthermore, Sir Hill also said that he looks forward to Aaron's future contribution, which made Aaron hold his head up. Just then, Baron Pereira came running towards our hero, asking if he was alright and suddenly hugging him tightly. Teary-eyed, the Pereira patriarch told Aaron how proud he is of him, and our hero can only return the hug, pleased at hearing these words come from his father. Calling the attention of Jing freaks, you could have done this to Gon too. While everybody's in celebratory spirits because of their first win, Ryan is already shaking with rage, calling the attention of Sir Jack and asking if he's got the thing ready. The Mag of the Garen family affirmed while Ryan told him to do it now. What the heck is this sore loser up to now? Continuing with the expedition, Aaron is conversing with the vice captain and showing the artifact given to him by Kuril and Skina that could detect demonic energies. Sir Hill was admiring the pendant, thinking how incredible this object is that it could detect demonic energy faster than the priest's divine objects. As if to prove a point, Aaron's pendant started to glow and pointed to the left, signaling a swarm of demons approaching. Upon hearing this, Sir Hill commanded his spearmen to move to the left and stand by for battle, and just as quickly, the demons appeared. Since they were already prepared, it didn't take them long to subdue the beings, and from there, Sir Hill told Aaron that he will now rely on Aaron's pendant when detecting demons and to make sure to inform him ASAP as soon as it detects them. And that's another point for the Pereiras and none for the Garens. Speaking of the Garens, who were watching the two, were pissed off at this development, especially Ryan, but then again they can't do anything fairly especially in broad daylight. Soon, the sun set, and they decided to camp out for the night. Some knights were talking about Aaron and how he's so skilled for a 21-year-old. He must be at least an expert level by now. They thought especially since he slayed the gigantic demon earlier in the day. But which made them wonder once again, where was he hiding all this time? Meanwhile, Aaron sits by himself and was about to eat a spoonful of his food when the artifact started to glisten, its tip already starting to blacken. Seeing this, Aaron remembered what Kurl told him, how the pendant can detect and detoxify any poison, and that he just needs to wait for it to return to its original color. As he waits for the poison to be sucked out of his food, Aaron glimpses over the group of Ryan, Martin, and Kevin, thinking that someone is after him, and is most likely one of the three houses. Our hero deduced that it was most likely the Garens and decided to keep this information to himself since he doesn't want to worry his father. Besides, as long as he can handle it alone, it's fine for him. As the artifact finished detoxifying his food, that's when Aaron noticed that a piece of paper was stuck underneath his bowl, warning him that his food was poisoned. The writing's pretty crooked, which made him think if it was deliberate or if it was just written in a hurry. But Aaron just thought how he never expected that someone will help him out. Meanwhile, Sir Jack was standing a few feet away from Aaron, hiding behind the bushes as he watched our hero slurp his food. And just as quickly, he walked away silently, thinking he couldn't do this anymore. As Aaron finished his dinner, Sir Hill approached him once again, asking for a duel. Our hero was surprised, but the commander only said that since they'll be taking on the demon later on, it's important for him to assess the full extent of Aaron's power, so our hero was quick to oblige. As the two men stood face to face from a distance, most of the knights gathered around to see them clash. Sir Hill was the first to unsheath his sword and told Aaron to do so as well, from which Aaron quickly conjured his Dragon Slayer-like sword out of thin air, much to the shock of some knights. But the focus is now on the commander, as he emitted a chilling aura and suggested to Aaron that they should have a single move match and strike one another with full power. Aaron quickly agreed, and to this, Sir Hill smirked, impressed at how Aaron was not wavering one bit. Where is he drawing this composure from? The vice captain thought for a bit, but it didn't matter. Aaron is one exceptional lad. Finally, our boy is getting the recognition he deserves. Just as suddenly, Sir Hill took a step forward and halfway shifted to his beast form while emitting an incredibly powerful ki, which many of the knights felt and shivered from. But despite him changing into his full form, Aaron's ki is bright and solid as ever, just like steel, and what's more, it's continuously growing. Suddenly, Aaron's ki now took the form of the old swordsman in his dreams, who is just about to deliver the vertical slash, so the commander decided to power up and try to level with Aaron's. All the while, the knights are struggling with a heavy atmosphere, seeing how their captain is giving it his all for the fight when suddenly, another knight who just came to see the duel tripped and spilled his food in between Sir Hill and Aaron. It was silent and awkward for a moment, and just like that, Sir Hill's ki dissipated, glancing at the fallen clown. Knight, in front of him. Looking back at Aaron, he decided to end the duel, saying that he's seen enough, despite the rest of the knight's shock reaction. Before walking away, Sir Hill announced that Aaron Pereira is now allowed to act freely without his orders. With those kinds of skills, the commander said that it's best if he acted as such and added with a smile that our MC doesn't fall short of an expert rank. Attaboy Aaron. After dismissing the lot, everyone settled in for the night and Aaron lay thinking on his bed about the events of the day. For one, he kept thinking about how the feeling was similar to when he was dueling with the commander and fighting the large demonic creature. It was like a burning sensation was dominating Aaron's body, like somehow he was no longer in control of his own body. It was the same as when he had the first dream with the old swordsman. With this thought, he fell asleep, and once again, the swordsman in his dream is there, practicing his vertical slash in the rain. All this time, Aaron thought he had managed to escape from him, but wait, there's something different about this old man this time. This time, he's furious. The man in his dreams, he's changed. Back then, the old man has never revealed his emotions before, but why is he so angry? Before Aaron could find out, it was already sunup, but still reeling from the dream, Aaron remembered that whenever the dream changed, something in him also changed, but then again, he thought that maybe it has already taken place. As Aaron stepped out of his tent, Ryan stepped out of his hiding place, asking Sir Jack if he managed to put the poison in Aaron's bowl last night. The latter affirmed and even said that he watched Aaron eat it all, which made them wonder why our hero is still doing fine. Because of this, Ryan told Jack to double the dose tonight, to which the older man warned that if he did so, then Aaron won't just fall sick. But hearing Sir Jack somewhat take Aaron's side pissed off Ryan even more, asking the older man that it's bad enough that he's stressed by Aaron. But did House Garen's knight haven't had enough of his lord's beating last night? Before he walked away, Ryan reminded Sir Jack why he was in that position in the first place, and the older man could only follow his orders. Their band is soon to venture out as soon as they're finished eating, and just like last night, Aaron's food is once again poisoned. Thankfully, the artifact worked its magic while Aaron was left thinking if his enemies will keep poisoning his every meal. But hey, at least there's one person on Aaron's side. Seeing that there's another note attached to his bowl, warning him that it's poisoned. Soon enough, their group went on their way again, and while walking, Sir Hill noticed that Aaron's spirits are pretty down. But our hero assured his superior that he's alright before halting and looking to his left. Aaron suddenly sensed demonic energy, even before his pendant started acting up. And just as quickly, our hero went Usain Bolt and zoomed toward the demonic creatures. Aaron quickly conjured his sword and in one swing, sliced 3 of the monsters in half. The last one was much bigger than the others and had its fist up, directly smashing Aaron, but our hero managed to block its attack using his sword. With the two locked in a stare down, Aaron sliced it in half. But lo, behind him, a shadow quickly approaches, but thankfully, Sir Hill was watching his 6, telling our boy that he got his back. Man, that was a pretty cool entrance. Seeing Aaron's skills, the other knights started paying compliments to our hero, and many of them are already talking about the possibility of wrapping up the expedition without any problem within reach. Well, what kind of main character is Aaron if he can't take even small fries like these, right? Aaron, on the other hand, felt it himself. His senses are becoming sharper. But does it have to do with the old man? Aaron could only wonder. While Aaron's receiving all the praises, Ryan is about to pop a nerve out of anger. Why the hell is Aaron still doing well? Heck, he's even better than yesterday. To this, Sir Jack explained what he noticed on Aaron's artifact, shining when there's demonic energy present and how it has a detoxifying effect. This infuriated Ryan further, smashing his fist on the tree trunk near him. While he's plotting how he can one-up Aaron, Ryan thought the only way he could do that is if he kills the demon himself. As if. But sure, dream on, boy. Continuing with the expedition, it didn't take long for their group to reach a cave that looks as if it was artificially made, which they presumed was the demon's lair. Sir Hill instructed Aaron that the two of them should lead the group, but just before they go in, Ryan stepped up, requesting to be in the front line as well. The commander didn't have any problem with this, so he allowed the Garen boy to do so, but at the same time keep his guard up as well. As soon as they entered the cave, many of the knights started hearing a violin playing, and many quickly fell victim to the trap. They were hallucinating. The knights thought they have entered an amazing place, feeling at ease, and had urged others to get closer to the sound. Aaron noticed that some of the knights were acting funny and thought they must be hallucinating from the sound of music. Just as quickly, he told them that it was a trap, whereas Sir Hill shifted to his beast form and gave a loud shout. He reverted back to his human form and instructed his men to shake the others who hadn't come to their senses yet. As soon as they came to, the group finally came upon a tall, dark figure standing in front of the piano. Just then, a voice echoed, welcoming them as they kept their guards up. Sir Hill was already wary of how this demon is much stronger than he thought, and to make things even creepier, the figure sat in front of a piano and twisted its head around, revealing the face of a woman, asking them if they want to hear more of her music. Dang, she's hot and scary. The beautiful demon lady stood up, and as she did, skeleton musicians appeared right beside her. Sir Hill thought to himself that if it weren't for her red eyes, many might have taken her for a human instead. But this demon looks like it's trying to maintain its ego by keeping the form of a woman. As she should, she looks pretty hot. And if villains are bad, then why the hell do they look so good? Meanwhile, Ryan was already prepping himself mentally to kill the demon and surpass Aaron. Back to the demon, she proposed to play a tune for her visitors, but Phil Guerin started acting up, which made Sir Hill reprimand him and told him to remain in formation. Against their wishes, the Lust lookalike demon lady went along and started playing a tune that was much different from the first one. This one is sweet and lulls the night into a deep sleep, embracing their tired bodies. The tune easily influenced the weaker members of the group, and yes, that includes Phil Guerin, as they succumbed to the tune, but Sir Hill warned them once again to not fall prey to her tactics and not to look at her eyes, so they will not be hypnotized when suddenly someone zoomed past him and charged for the enemy. Ryan rushed forward, thinking that he must stand out and kill the demon. It has to be him and not Aaron, so if he has to kill her with one swing. Just your typical dumb and proud character running to his death, no biggie, seeing Ryan's action. The demon quickly extended her hair, attacking the dumb Guerin boy, which he managed to fend off at first. He realized soon that her hair doesn't cut easily, and just as he was standing in defense, the demon quickly formed a hand figure using her hair and was about to grab Ryan's face. Lucky for him, Sir Jack stepped in to block the attack, urging the young lord to step back, but Ryan won't budge. And just as quickly, the demon wrapped her hair around the knight, then hoisted him up high in the air before coming face to face with Sir Jack. Just as she made her greetings to her captive, she assured the rest of the group that he won't kill him. Not yet anyway, saying that she's a pacifist. This enraged Sir Hill, and seeing his reaction, the demon proposed a deal: Sir Jack's life or the life of the self-proclaimed beautiful demon. Sir Hill and Viscount Guerin were silent for a moment until the former instructed the other to not respond to her proposal. With this, he shouted at the demon, saying they will not negotiate with the likes of her, and upon hearing his reply, the demon started to choke Sir Jack. While she's doing this, she also mocked his effort of trying to save Ryan, who's now scared and frozen in place. Not satisfied with their response, she decided to change the term by hypnotizing Ryan, as Viscount Guerin called for his son to return to their side. As Sir Hill warned the group to prepare for battle, the demon suddenly sprang her hair and snatched Ryan. Now, two of them hung in the air as the knights of Sir Hill started to charge. Seeing this, the Guerin head commanded them to stop, but Sir Hill, furious at the old man's action, just told him to get out of the way. Now, where is Aaron while all of this is happening? But back to the Viscount, he made a split-second decision and told his men to protect Ryan and block the knights' attacks. This infuriated Sir Hill all the more, but the Viscount only shouted in response that he needs to save Ryan. Then he quickly turned to the demon, asking if the deal is still on. The demon said, and even swore in the name of her master, Lord Lastro. As if it's bad enough that the Guerin house intervened with the mission, the Viscount also roped in the House of Leicester and Russell with his shenanigans, threatening them if they refused. In response, Sir Hill commanded the knights to take down any and everyone who will get in the way of the expedition, regardless of the status, which left the Viscount shouting his name in anger. While all of this unfolds, the demon was amused and snickered, once again mocking Sir Jack about how they reacted differently when Ryan's life was involved. Laughing heartily, the red-eyed demon was looking forward to the chaos that will ensue between the two forces when noticed the lone figure, standing apart from everyone else and emitting a golden aura, our boy Aaron. Finally, some screen time, while everybody else was busy fighting among themselves. Aaron remained focused and meditated with his eyes closed and sword in hand. The demon just deemed him boring when Aaron opened his eyes, and before the demon could realize what happened, her upper and lower body split in half like the Red Sea as she was blown away from Aaron's attack. The demon's body crashed on the piano while Sir Hill looked on at what had just happened. Aaron is still focused on what's happening while the hot demon lady is on her knees, waiting for her body to regenerate. But it's taking real slow, making her wonder why, when a wound like that is not a big deal. to begin with. Her torso was just about finished regenerating when Eren dashed straight toward her, and like every other villain who results in using cheap moves when cornered, she decided to use a hostage to stop Eren from attacking. Eren only braced himself to angle his attack, and this time, she managed to cut off the demon's left arm and the hair that held Sir Jack hostage. This kid doesn't care about the hostages at all and is focused on me, the demon thought. Eren sprinted back to her location to deliver another blow, but this time, the demon decided to block his attack, throwing Ryan away. The lady demon started to emit ki and used her hair to protect herself as our hero is about to slice her in half. Eren's blade hit the demon, who is now wrapped in her own hair like a cocoon, shielding herself from Eren. She thought she could heal while still being wrapped up, but then she noticed that she can't gather demonic energy at all. Is it because of Eren? But there's just no way, she thought to herself. Now standing above the cocoon demon, Eren did a vertical slash on the demon, but it still won't open up, so he decided to hit it again and again until the demon could start to see light seeping in from the cracks of her shield. Eren continues hitting the cocoon, and that's when it hit her. She can't beat this guy. And if she made one wrong move, she could really die. Eren continues hitting the demon, and with the last one exploding, a bright light dented the ground. As Sir Hill and the others looked on and waited for the dust to settle, a flurry of black sped away from the area, but Sir Hill, already in his beast form, was quick to intercept it and delivered another powerful blow. But lo, it's only her left leg, whereas the other half of her body. The demon, now literally torn in half, crawled hurriedly away from the impact zone, but Eren's figure stood still, looming and terrorizing her. And just as she turned back, she was met with a powerful force that split the ground in half, once again cutting her vertically. But this time, there's no more regeneration. As her body cracks, she thought how this is all possible, and how humiliating that she's defeated by a mere human, before evaporating to dust. The crack on the ground was no joke, and pretty similar to what Eren did during the final evaluation of the Knights, still shaking from what happened. Roared in victory as the demon is defeated, Baron Pereira breathed a sigh of relief, seeing his son triumph once again while Sir Hill was only speechless, the echoes of the men chanting Eren's name only growing louder. Despite not being witty nor much of a presence, Eren sure knows how to appeal to the crowd. Sir Jack too was finally freed from the demon's clutches and looked in surprise as Eren stood firmly, oblivious to the voices chanting his name. Our boy really thought there won't be any hostages if she's dead. With the expedition finally done, everyone returned to the makeshift camp of the Twilight Knights Order at the Garen family estate. Some of the knights were busy talking about how they couldn't believe the expedition went well without a hitch, even with a demon using psychic powers as their opponent. And it's all thanks to Eren. He's a lot different from what the rumors were saying about him. The Hale Kingdom finally has its own hero. Victory aside, there's that matter that needs to be addressed, which the knights assume will be handled by Sir Hill Burnett. It was something that shouldn't have happened in the first place. And by that, what they mean is Viscount Phil Garen acting out of line when they face the demon. In another place, the Viscount is in a closed-door meeting, explaining how he wasn't himself, which is why he acted that way, but Sir Hill was not falling for his excuse. But the thick-skinned Phil Garen said that he fell under the demon's hallucination and psychic control, and even if he loves Ryan very much, that doesn't mean he'll sacrifice the continent's peace by jeopardizing the expedition and prioritizing his son. The old fart even put on an Oscar-worthy performance, blaming the demon's wickedness, but Sir Hill wasn't falling for it. But because there's no evidence, he can't condemn the old fool. Meanwhile, Eren lays in bed once again and gets up, thinking how the swordsmanship he did back at the cave was not one for his family. It was solely for slaying demons. Is it because of the old man from his dreams again? Once again, Eren is plagued by this old man's identity and how he could rattle our hero like this, but just then, the announcement of an unlikely visitor pulled him out of his thoughts. It's Sir Jack Stewart. Eren was surprised, but Sir Jack only said that he has something he needs to tell our hero about the expedition. But first, he expressed his gratitude to Eren for saving him back then when no one else cared whether he lived or died. Not one of them, but in his mind, Eren thought that he didn't either. His body just moved as if on instinct to kill the demon. Eren was about to brush it off, but Sir Jack quickly launched into business and without batting an eyelash, revealed to Eren that he poisoned his food back then. Sir Jack, however, also explained in detail that it was upon the instruction of Ryan. Still, the Garen Knight knew that he shouldn't have done it despite his liege's instruction as a knight and human. He apologized profusely about our hero and said that he will accept any punishment given by Eren. But our MC was just quiet. Dang, Sir Jack really got more balls than all the Garen men combined. Finally, Aaron spoke up that he had his suspicions, but knowing the truth is still pretty surprising for him, then asked Sir Jack to take his leave since he's not in the mood to talk anymore. Because he's pretty distressed, Aaron insisted that the knight leave, but that he had no plans to let bygones be bygones, to which Sir Jack only answered that he will pay for his sins. With Sir Jack gone, Aaron is left all alone once again. Or not. Suddenly, a voice can be heard telling Aaron that nothing will happen no matter how much he racks his mind over it. Surprised by what he heard, Aaron turned around to see Ruru. Finally, our resident cute mascot is back. With his ears drooped, Ruru asks Aaron how he's been, but our hero just smiled gently, asking where the sorcerer cat has been all this time and that he was looking for it. Hearing this, Ruru felt unworthy, turning its back and went on rambling how if only it didn't force itself to teach Aaron sorcery, then he would have had a different set of abilities, nor would he have been separated from his family for 5 years. Aaron listened as the cat went on about how Curl would not have been sad, continuously blaming itself for what happened. But as Aaron tried to reach out and pet Ruru, it scurried away from his touch while Aaron tells the cat that all the bad things he heard about Ruru were just superstitions. Ruru clapped back that even superstitions hold power, explaining that as long as many people believe in it enough, then they'll become reality. What's more, even the weakest being can become the most incredible if many people believe in them enough. As Ruru continues to lecture Aaron, who is now slowly tiptoeing towards the cat, that sorcery created through the wills of people can change the world's principles. Suddenly, Ruru conjured a portal and was about to cross it, while saying that our hero's life will only be miserable if he's linked to the cat sorcerer. So Ruru promises not to appear in Aaron again when our hero managed to catch Ruru, just as it was about to pass through. While Ruru tries to move away from Aaron and tells him that black cats are bad luck, our hero countered it with what he was saying earlier. Now, Aaron will be by its side, and so our hero's belief in Ruru will be stronger than anyone else, proclaiming that the kitty will now be the symbol of good fortune. Eventually, Ruru gave up and sobbed in Aaron's arms. Aaron may not be witty, but this boy is just too pure and wholesome. We need more Aaron in this world. A short while later, Aaron fills in Ruru on his training while he was stuck in the sphere and how he managed to conjure his friends while training. The sorcerer cat was fascinated by what it heard, but Ruru just knew Aaron has a potential for sorcery. Hearing this, our hero got curious how Ruru knew such a thing, and our mascot just said, "It's because Ruru has been by Aaron's side ever since he came back to the real world." Ruru was what? Aaron couldn't believe what he heard, but the cat only said that he disguised himself as the white cat and was the one who slipped Aaron the notes about poison in his food. But more important than that, Ruru questioned Aaron if something happened, since our MC seemed to be a lot different when he was facing the demon. Again, Aaron told Ruru about his dreams, and the cat assumed that maybe the old man has a strong hatred towards demons. No, maybe it's deeply rooted in hatred toward devils, which surprised Aaron. Furthermore, Ruru said that maybe the old man is someone who lived about 150 years ago. Finally, we're a step closer to finding out who this old man is. Hearing what Ruru said, it surprised Aaron to hear that the old man from his dreams could be someone from 150 years ago. But our resident kitty said that his identity doesn't matter, since what's more concerning is how his will could influence Aaron's heart. But none of this matters now, since Ruru assured Aaron that there are times when he would falter, so it's best to just put his sword down for a little while and pick it back up when he's ready. Easy peasy. Plus, Ruru also offered to help carry the load with him, bragging about how he built muscles in the last 5 years. Laughing at this, Aaron is glad that at least he has Ruru with him, and how reassuring it is to be with someone he could trust. Speaking of trust, he's reminded of his friends from 5 years ago, whom he made a promise with. How are they doing now? But back to Sir Hill, the vice captain kept walking back and forth, angry at how the other houses are siding with the Garens. His unlawful act should not go unpunished. How dare he condone the Imperial Knights like this? However, Sir Hill is broken out of his reverie when one of the knights announced that he has a guest, and an unexpected one at that. Seeing who it is, Sir Hill was left speechless. Now, let's hop onto the Garen estate and hear. We see the Viscount acting his usual bastardy self once again, losing his shiz over a simple matter like the servant serving him tea that's not to his liking. He continues to blow a fuse, and now he's thinking about what he needs to do next. He managed to escape the Imperial Knights hounding about the expedition, but then again, that was their last chance to make a political comeback. As if he couldn't be stressed enough, Sir Hill just came waltzing into his study and saw his distressed face. The Viscount was about to send him away, telling the vice captain that they've already resolved the matter. But Sir Hill only grinned and told the old fart that something disgraceful happened during the expedition. Someone from House Garin ordered to poison Aaron Pereira. The Viscount, shocked at what he heard, went on yelling at Sir Hill how he's accusing him of something outrageous and without evidence. But to the contrary, Sir Hill questioned the other about what he'll do if he does have evidence. As soon as the Viscount saw the witness, he turned white as a sheet. It was none other than Sir Jack himself. Now, isn't the Viscount just the very definition of screw around and find out? Sir Hill continued that the House Garin's knight told them everything, and because he's been truthful, they will be considerate and give him appropriate punishment. And in typical cheap villain fashion, Phil Garin tried to turn the tables and shift the blame on Sir Jack. Hearing this, Sir Jack only said quietly how the old fart is dishonorable, even to the end. And because of this, Sir Hill told him that he will officially request an investigation concerning this event. If Sir Jack is found truthful, then it'd be best if the Viscount confesses to his sins now, especially if he doesn't want to lose everything he has achieved so far. Now that that matter is done, Sir Hill returned to camp and was about to set out to the Pereira estate, hell-bent on making Aaron a member of the Twilights Order. So he galloped on his course at full speed, only to find out that Aaron already went to Chrono Academy. Baron Pereira informed the vice-captain that his son had several things to take care of and that, technically, Aaron's been an official trainee of the academy since 5 years ago. Disappointed that he was unable to recruit Aaron, Sir Hill still put in a good word and told our hero's father that his son is a treasure to the kingdom. No, the whole continent. Meanwhile, Aaron is now en route to Chrono Academy and was talking to someone about Sir Ian, the head sword master of Chrono. Our hero continued that he is one of the greatest swordsmen in the whole continent and led our MC to the right path. If it's him, Aaron's sure at least he could give sound advice about Aaron's situation, and to that, a pair of black ears popped out of Aaron's cloak, telling him that maybe Sir Ian could also tell him about his dreams. Because regardless of the field, those who are considered the best out there are no different from sorcerers, Ruru explained. In addition to that, the sorcerer cat also said that it's because they possess incredible skills and wills that cannot be explained by logic, and so hearing that made Aaron a little hopeful. And since Ruru is Aaron's second sorcery teacher, our mascot decided to look the part. The sorcerer cat used its magic and donned a full Puss in Boots getup. This cat really took Kawaii way too seriously. Seeing how energetic and excited Ruru is about their trip, at least Aaron thought that he wouldn't get bored on the way to Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy. In no time at all, Aaron and Ruru made it to Alcantara Metropolis, the city where Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy is located. The place is bustling with people as usual, with Ruru admiring the different kinds of magic it saw in the streets. The duo decided to look for a place to stay for the night and decided on Birthplace of the Sword. Ruru hopped off Aaron's shoulder, saying they'll look around first, as our hero proceeded to the inn and was surprised at how vast it was inside, filled with swordsmen staring at him as he entered. Suddenly, a big man with a bald head approached Aaron, asking if he was a visitor at Chrono Academy, to which our hero said yes. Upon hearing that, a lot of the other swordsmen started to laugh. Seeing that anyone can just enter the premises now lately, but the bald man tried to intimidate Aaron and warned him not to overestimate his abilities. Just then, the men started to bicker about the tryouts, pointing fingers and making threats, but thankfully, the bartender just called Aaron over. As it turns out, pretty much everybody staying here is a visitor at Chrono, and the inn is pretty famous for hosting their bunch. Hearing that, the bartender asked if this was Aaron's first rodeo at the open visitor reception, and Aaron could only huh in response, much to the bartender's disappointment. So here's a quick rundown of what's been happening in the city lately. Since Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy is pretty much every swordsman's Disneyland, and because of this, a lot of swordsmen started visiting the academy. At first, the large numbers were just sent away, but there were those hardheads that refused to leave until they could fight someone, while there are also others who started calling Chrono a den of cowards. Because of this, the academy launched the open visitor reception system, wherein once every 2 weeks, anyone who wants to talk with their swords can challenge anyone on a certain day chosen by the academy. Because of this, visitors need a warrior card to compete in the said event, so the bartender led Aaron to the basement so they could test it out. As they reached the bottom, another man was there with a measuring device. So all Aaron needs to do is to hit it with his best shot, and the square on the top section will give him a reading. And yet, Aaron needs to hit it with his sword, though he initially thought he had to hit it with his fist. The old man told him that he could go ham since it's a magic tool and it won't break easily. Hearing this, Aaron was delighted, happy that he could use his full force, while the two old men talked about him, the other even saying that he looks a bit delicate. With that in mind, they made a bet. The silver-haired man bet that Aaron's score would be 300, but the bartender said that it would be 500. Because of that, the old geezer changed his bet to 501. The two of them grinning as they told Aaron to pick a sword. So imagine the look on their faces when Aaron turned down the sword and conjured his own dragon slayer out of thin air. Aaron closed his eyes to focus and, in a snap, braced himself to do the vertical slash, slamming the measuring device with all his might and scaring the two men. Seeing that the measuring device was still intact, Aaron was happy while the bartender asked how he conjured the sword. "Well, it's simple. Sorcery," answered Aaron. And now for his score. Our MC got a whopping 10,772 points that's way out of the two men's bet. It's always so satisfying how Aaron shocks other people with his strength and skills. With that, Aaron was given a Silver Warrior card, and later that night, he told all about it to Ruru as they went to bed. Finally, tomorrow's the day. Aaron can't help but feel excited at the thought of seeing his friend Judith after 5 whole years, and by the next day, he, along with many others, was directed to the place where the Academy will conduct the event. Ruru was pretty excited too and asked if they could watch for a little bit, and who could say no to those big googly eyes, since he has time anyway. Aaron decided to watch for a little as well. As he sat down in the arena, he overheard the two swordsmen from beside him make snide remarks about a young brat who appears to not know the strength of the swordsman present today. Shifting his attention to what they're looking at, Aaron is surprised to see a familiar face. It's Lance, one of his classmates. Seeing one of his former classmates again, Aaron can't help but feel happy seeing Lance, and Ruru even said that he looks pretty strong as well. Looking at Lance now, he had a growth spurt and has a better physique than how he was years ago. Man sure leveled up from being one of Brett's cronies then. Lance now greets the rest of the swordsmen in the arena and introduced himself as Lance Patterson, one of the official trainees from the Academy's 27th cohort, and will serve as their opponent for today. Hearing this, many of the swordsmen started complaining about how the Academy sent in a trainee and not even a graduate to face them. If only these men knew they're about to be humbled real quick in a matter of moments. Lance was quick to admit that usually, graduates should be the ones facing them today, but Aaron's former classmate said that he used his connections this time around because he wanted to fight people from outside. Since many are still reluctant to face him, Lance proposed that if any of the fighters are disappointed with him today, then he'll quickly call for his seniors to replace him. This doesn't sound like a bad deal, and just as quickly, a semi-bald-headed man stepped onto the stage and challenged Lance. That's when he noticed that the older guy wields a pretty large sword that reminded Lance of a certain someone in the crowd, which he doesn't know yet. As Lance raises his sword, he asked his opponent if the bigger man would like to have the first attack, which obviously infuriated him. So he quickly dashed and swung big to deliver a heavy blow on Lance. Too bad the guy's fighting with a trainee from the golden cohort, since Lance fended off his attack easily, and as the big guy looked on with shock. Lance was quick to disarm him using so much force that his opponent's sword came flying and struck the wall. Seeing that Lance's speed and power are on another level, many swordsmen tried and failed to beat Lance at the open visitor reception. He either brought them to their knees or left them weaponless. Because of this, it made a lot of them wonder, is this guy really a trainee? One of the swordsmen retorted that it's because he's part of the golden cohort, that's why he's so skilled, and they didn't call their batch like that for no reason. One of the spectators was already volunteering this man since he's the village hero, taking down 17 opponents all by himself, as Lance looked in their direction. Suddenly, Lance started to approach them with a man praying that the trainee won't seek him out, when all of a sudden, Lance stopped in front and greeted Aaron. The two exchanged greetings, with Lance asking our MC what he's been up to, but Aaron could only say that it's a long story, and it is, Lance, trust us. Thankfully, Aaron's colleague didn't bother to ask for more details and told him that if he had come earlier, maybe he would have been able to meet Judith and Brett. Aaron was surprised to know that Brett is at the Academy, and Lance quickly explained that Aaron's blue-haired friend came back shortly after he left that day. However, Lance said that he accompanied Judith on a personal mission and left just a few days ago. Although he's happy that Brett returned to the Academy, he felt a little disappointed since he couldn't meet them, but our MC couldn't dwell on his feelings for too long since Lance told him to come down and have a match with him. This invigorated Aaron, who quickly went down to the stage. With the two young men facing each other, the rest of the spectators can't help but speculate who Aaron was, with some saying he looks familiar, while others thought that he's someone who failed to make it to the Academy. On the other hand, there's Ruru standing on its hind legs and cheering Aaron with all its might. Seeing this, Lance asked if Ruru was Aaron's pet, but our MC quickly told Lance that it was actually his teacher who taught him sorcery, and to prove a point, our boy conjured his sword out of thin air once again. Lance was shocked and at first thought that it was magic, but later corrected himself that it was sorcery, telling our hero that every time he sees him, he's always surprised by what he could do. In addition to that, Lance is pretty sure there are a lot more things Eren could do now. But Lance also said that he's not the only one who leveled up and got stronger. Holding his sword in front of him, Lance told Eren that he'll make him pay if he hadn't grown enough in the last few years. And with a running start, the two young men ran toward each other, their swords clashing loudly, but Lance was quick to shift his attack. Soon enough, he lets out a combination of swings that Eren blocks using his blade, which made many of the spectators think that Lance has the upper hand. But the more Lance fights Eren, the more he thinks about how this all feels familiar, and with each swing Eren does, his colleague is finally convinced of something. Following his hunch, Lance delivered a thrust that Eren managed to parry with a powerful squish of his sword. Taking a step back, Lance asks in between huffs how Eren managed to use Brett's technique. Lance is sure of what he saw. These are Brett's techniques, and just when he was about to ask more of it, Eren closed his eyes and got into position. Oh hell no, not this again. Lance already knew what was coming, so before Eren could deliver this technique, he sprinted in Eren's direction and started delivering one swing after another, not giving Eren a chance to pull such a scary attack. But Eren continues to parry his attack until our hero managed to break Lance's guard. To this, Lance quickly moved back to put some distance between them. And it's confirmed it really is Brett's technique. Lance was shocked at how Eren was able to learn his friend's technique, given that the last time he saw it was at the final evaluation 5 years ago. He can't have learned it just from seeing it once, can he? Well, Lance, Eren is actually a member of the Uchiha clan and used Sharingan to do it. But before he could wonder further, Eren snapped him back to reality and with a few leaps is suddenly up in the air and in front of Lance. Our hero swung his sword pretty hard, delivering quite an impact that even dented the ground Lance is stepping on. Then with his signature Lee Bai Ackerman spin, Eren used the momentum to deliver a much more powerful blow that's a signature move from Judith's technique. Because of his power, Eren pushed Lance back, creating a distance between them when the latter thought that he was pretty confident with his defensive skills. And with Judith and Brett not at the academy right now, Lance was sure he would win against anyone. But was he wrong? Is it not possible to win over Eren too? Spoiler alert. Nope, impossible. Lance suddenly lunged toward Eren and gave one powerful swing against our hero. But he didn't stop there. The spiky-haired trainee unleashed a continuous combination of swings and slashes that pushed Eren back. Seeing that Lance is pretty hard with the offensive, Eren did a vertical slash to break the other's momentum, but Lance was quick to evade the attack. He then jumped back and swung hard against Eren again. But of course, our hero's not giving in here. While fighting Eren, Lance admitted to himself that he can't beat our MC as he is right now since he knows the three of them work pretty hard to become stronger, but that doesn't matter to him because Lance won't back down without putting on a fight. Just then, Lance braced himself to send a powerful thrust to Eren, but our hero managed to duck to evade it, leaving Lance's guard open. And with one clean swing, Eren managed to disarm his colleague, Lance's sword flying high and landing on the far side of the stage. Still shaking, Lance just smiled and admitted his defeat. What a good sport this trainee is. The two trainees shook hands after the match, Eren calling it a good match while Lance could only ask him what the heck he's been doing for the last 5 years, seeing how he progressed this much. As Ruru listened to the other swordsmen talk about how they never thought Lance would lose, the cat suddenly felt a presence, so Ruru quickly jumped to the stage and told Eren that he's here. Eren asked who, but Ruru only pointed out to a figure near them, saying that it was his teacher. And true enough, head swordmaster Ian appeared on stage. The old man asked how Eren was, to which our hero answered with respect, but the headmaster was more surprised seeing a talking cat. But more important than that, Sir Ian asked Lance who won during their match, and the latter answered with downcast eyes that he lost to Eren. Hearing this, it seems that Eren wasn't slacking off after all, the headmaster said, but suddenly, our hero turned serious and started apologizing because he came back late. But before Eren could continue, Ian stopped him, saying that two swordsmen have met, so it's only natural that their blades must converse, right? Eren was shocked at the proposal, whereas Ruru only clapped with glee. With his sword already drawn and in position, Sir Ian even taunted Eren that he can't be that tired after fighting Lance, right? So finally, we're about to see Jamyu Sai in action once again. The crowd suddenly came to life once again upon hearing that the head sword master of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy personally made an appearance. Who wouldn't be excited? After all, he's the best swordsman on the continent. With the two face-to-face, Eren told his teacher that he won't hold back, so he's the first to move and deliver a blow to the headmaster. Of course, he was able to block Eren's attack, and with one hand behind his back too. Eren then gave an upper swing, which was blocked once again, and just as quickly, Sir Ian broke through his guard. And like a good teacher, he already pointed out how our hero's attacks are too dull, then proceeded to provide an example, using the force of a collision to add more force and speed to his attacks. Just like that, Sir Ian roasted Eren's attacks and told his student that he's like an open book. Just like his earlier sample, he used the force from the collision and rushed straight to Eren, which left Eren in a defensive position. Sir Ian was quick to notice that it was Brett's technique that Eren was trying to do earlier and praised him since he was able to execute it pretty well, but the downside is that his flow is too interrupted. Eren barely managed to block the headmaster as he came from his side to deliver a sneak attack, and once again, Sir Ian noticed another flaw of Eren's. He was too slow to shift from offense to defense and punched our hero in the gut. Nani? Eren? On his knees, this is the first time in a long while. The headmaster lectured Eren that in real battle, there's no evaluation between offense and defense. But Eren won't give up. He dashed straight to Sir Ian and unleashed another familiar technique. Strong gusts of wind started forming, swirling fast and surrounding the opponent. It's the Lindsay family's trademark Sword of the Sky. Lance couldn't believe his eyes as his colleague managed to execute such a move. But as for the headmaster, he only commented that it's not too shabby and suddenly launched a quick attack on Eren that has so much power. Our boy got pushed far back. In addition to that, the old man also told Eren his previous attack was lacking, but it's a bit better than his previous ones. As Eren stood panting, the headmaster told him that there was one more thing our hero still hasn't shown him, and just as quickly, Eren got into position. He closed his eyes, clenched his sword in front of him, and started to meditate. Seeing this, the crowd was pretty confused since neither men were moving and both of them also had their eyes closed as well, but Lance already knew what was coming next. Eren's gonna do the vertical slash he did at the final evaluation. A moment later, Eren opened his eyes and quickly delivered a vertical slash, but only gusts of wind can be felt. On the other hand, Sir Ian was standing still, focusing his energy when just as quickly, he fended Eren's attack as the ground started to crack, and this time, the damage is far more significant. Seeing this, it makes you wonder if they ever charge Eren for the damages he did to their buildings. But lo and behold, the majority of the damage was done by the headmaster, who is now seen doing the technique only doable by him. The Aura Sword technique. Sir Ian, with his sword still glowing, revealed to Eren that he never planned on using his Aura Sword and praised Eren for being able to find his own blade. With a forlorn look, Eren answered it as the headmaster said, but before he could complete his sentence, the old man knew that our hero's heart is wavering, and that's something he wants to consult the old man with. Eren was shocked to hear when Sir Ian turned to the audience, telling them that they'll be wrapping up today's open visitors reception, ushering everyone to go home. Putting on his cloak, the headmaster told Eren to follow him since they already conversed with their swords, so this time, they should converse for real. Back at Sir Ian's office, Eren sat as Ruru introduced itself as our hero's sorcery teacher. Happy to see a talking cat, Sir Ian replied with equal gusto and asked if he should use honorifics when addressing Ruru, but the cat sorcerer rejected the idea, since they're all teachers, and that they should be friendly with each other. Since they're doing introductions, Kara Finn introduced herself before Sir Ian could, with the headmaster adding that she's Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy's head swordsman. After all, it's the first time she and Eren have met. Right after, Sir Ian asked our hero what happened in the last 5 years and what he was feeling troubled with, to which Eren began narrating everything. Hearing all this, Sir Ian pointed out that the dream seems to have a significant effect on Eren. Speaking bluntly, Sir Ian said he cannot provide Eren with the answer he was looking for, but he could give a word of advice. Leave Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy. It surprised Eren to hear this, but the headmaster continued to explain that he was welcome to stay and train. On the off chance that Eren couldn't suppress the swordsman's will when he comes in contact with demonic forces, then he should just avoid getting into situations like this. That was a no-brainer advice, but hey, at least Sir Ian is doing his part as a teacher. As for his last advice, the headmaster also cautioned Eren if avoiding such scenarios will really be the solution to address the man's will towards demonic forces, and added that there are many paths a swordsman could take. That being said, trying to avoid the will of the old swordsman may not just be the only way to address this problem. What's more, Sir Ian pointed out that it's a small world, and if he had to change an environment, that it follows that his view will change as well. And once it does, there's a chance that it could lead to a change of heart, and maybe, just maybe, Eren might discover something that could even harden his already mighty sword. Or there's also the possibility that he'll wield a different kind of sword in the future. The possibilities are endless, and Sir Ian sure knows how to give one heck of advice, as expected of this old man. But before Eren could decide on which path to take, he needs to journey and see the world, urging our hero to go and find out the identity of the man who's been influencing him since the start. Eren was pretty quiet upon hearing all this, but Sir Ian told him that the decision he needs to make is not an easy one, so he should think about this carefully. But Eren already decided he'll leave Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy, which earned him a surprised look from Sir Ian and Ruru. Eren admitted to himself that he has constantly avoided things and was always running away from things he was afraid of or didn't want to do. But not anymore. So where will Eren go next? And what kind of adventure awaits our hero as he takes on a brand new adventure? Kira, Finn, and Sir Ian are seen having a conversation about Eren after our MC left. Kira tells Sir Ian that for her, Eren still doesn't have what it takes to be called a swordsman. To this, Sir Ian tells Kira that they should give him some time, because if it's Eren, then he's sure that our hero will probably get through. I mean, it is a prerequisite for every main character to get over every hurdle thrown their way. It's in the main character guidebook. The next day, as Eren was about to leave the academy for his new adventure, Lance tells Eren about going to the west and adds that the 5 western kingdoms have a lot of swordsmanship academies and famous coliseums. What's more, Judith probably went there as well. As the two said their goodbyes, Lance couldn't help but feel bad at his defeat at the hands of Eren. But before he could start wallowing in it, Kira Finn walked up to Lance and gave him some advice for him to grow as well. To not let his inferiority complex get in his way and overcome it, just like how he always did. To be fair, Lance did improve a lot from when we last saw him a few chapters ago. Don't you all think so as well? As Eren and his master Sorcerer Cat went on their way to the city, with no idea where they were heading, an orc suddenly appears and asks them for any food that they could give him. Wait a minute, this orc seems an awful lot of familiar. The orc seems to remember Eren and tells him that he was the one who foretold his future 5 years ago. Eren was suddenly remembered the orc saying that he was the one who gave him the note. Eren and the orc then went to a diner, and as the orc was munching all the food on the table, Lulu, who we have been calling Ruru all this time because of a different scanlation, tells Eren that the orc seems suspicious and dangerous. And yeah, we're gonna roll with Lulu instead of Ruru from now on, okay? Cut us some slack, why don't you? Anyway, our MC, bless his kind soul, sensed that this orc was not a bad person and doesn't consider him as a threat. He couldn't be bad after all. He gave the note back to Eren that proved to be helpful to our hero. Although there's also the fact that the orc asked about his age back then. Maybe this orc knows something about his dream. After the orc finished his meal, Lulu walked up to him, still not very comfortable with him, and said that he was just basically a stranger who seems fishy. And at that moment, the orc suddenly puts out a wooden ball and shows it to the Sorcerer Cat, which in turn the little mystic couldn't resist the smell of the wooden ball. He immediately grabbed the ball like it was a fur ball. The orc explained that it has a powder in it which came from a plant called Taiho, of which the plant was found only in the northwest region. And hey, Cats seems to go crazy about it. That's why, at that exact moment, Lulu told Eren that this orc might be a really good person. The orc tells Eren that he'll pay him back for the food, but his payment would be his fortune-telling skills. The orc tells him that he is a fortune-teller orc, which, compared to a human fortune-teller, is much more powerful. So the orc started his fortune-telling and tells Eren that there's a persimmon tree where he lives, to which Eren responded with a no. Okay, so that was a flop. The orc immediately backs it up that maybe Eren was a child back then, but he doesn't remember it. In response to this, Eren told him that he was sure that there wasn't any persimmon tree back then. So the orc told him that maybe it's been planted at this time, so when he gets back home, there will be the tree. At this point, they were thinking that this guy was a fluke. Lulu then joins the fortune-telling, and the orc tells him that he likes raw salmon, which is pretty obvious to cats. Is he for real? Lulu immediately tells Eren that this orc is absolutely a quack, a sham artist. That's why he has no money for food. Before the two really believes that he really is a quack, the orc inhales deeply and gazes at Eren with eyes as cold as ice. It's like his eyes can really see through a human soul, and tells Eren that the burden in his heart became heavier. Eren was shocked upon hearing those words. He explains that something heavy, like an iron stake, is stuck in his chest. which is placed by someone. The two were in total shock at hearing these words from the shaman orc. He also explains that he's not using his skills as a fortune teller, but as an elementalist to look into Aaron. An elementalist believes that the origin of life is made up of 5 types of energy: earth, metal, fire, wood, and water, says the orc, who has now taken a small bag containing sand and put it on the table. That's how he sensed the metal energy within Aaron. The orc believes that the iron stake in his chest is disrupting the energy balance within his body, but he cannot just get rid of it. He needs to achieve harmony, especially since one of the energies within Aaron is too strong. What our MC needs to do is borrow the power of incompatible energy to harness it. And as the orc says this, a metallic object that seems to be a metal alloy protrudes from the sand, serving as an example to what's happening within Aaron. As the orc continues to explain this to Aaron, he snaps his finger, and as soon as he does, the alloy was set ablaze. The orc continues to tell our hero that he needs to harness his fire energy to control the metal. What's more, the orc added that if Aaron can manage to suppress his metal energy, then there's a high chance that it could turn into an opportunity. For now, our hero may be seeing the iron stake in his heart as a burden. But with the use of flames, he could create an incredible sword that anyone and everyone would desire. As the fortune teller told this, he smacked the flaming alloy with his 2 hands, then opened it to reveal a small sword. Convinced at what he said, Aaron asks him what he needs to do, and the orc advised him to intensify the burning in his heart. And right now, there is but a small flame burning inside our hero now, which was not present when he first saw him years ago. The orc suggested that Aaron should move. Just like how one puts a log to keep the fire going, our hero needs to work diligently to get the results that he wants, which will, in turn, make the flame grow stronger. Soon enough, it was time to say goodbye, and as Aaron and his sorcerer master turned their backs, the orc quickly called out to them and asked if it was all right to accompany the two. And since the fortune teller's been wandering the continent for the last decade, he could work as their guide as long as Aaron provides him with a little salary. And no, this is totally not about the salary at all. Aaron only took a moment to decide that he was good with the orc traveling with them. And as soon as he did, the fortune teller exclaimed in delight that finally he's gonna have a stable income. As soon as the two heard this, they just stared at him, but the orc quickly explained that it's not every day you get to see the growth of a promising young lad, so being able to witness it firsthand will be worthwhile. Lulu, however, just told him that he won't be getting his salary if he did his job poorly, so the orc only promised that he'll do well. And then there were 3. Since Aaron didn't have a specific place in mind on where he was going next, the orc suggested that they should visit Darinku. It's a city that has everything from dwarves to blacksmiths. Plus, he also said that dropping by Darinku before they reached the 5 kingdoms of the west could prove to be useful to Aaron. Hearing the term blacksmiths, the sorcerer cat rebutted, while yawning that our hero doesn't even need a new sword to begin with, but the fortune teller explained that the purpose of their visit there is not only for the equipment. He stressed the fact that meeting figures who are the best in harnessing metal and fire could be a good experience for Aaron, seeing the process up close. From melting a block of metal using fire that will take the form of a ball to see the ball shaped into a sword, witnessing this process up close could help Aaron to learn how to control the fire in his heart. Now that the orc said this out loud, Aaron's sorcerer teacher agreed, adding that they use this same trick when they do sorcery training. After all, it's much handier if our hero has a solid idea of what he wishes to happen in his head for it to be more effective. As soon as Aaron remembers how a sword is made, Lulu suggested that they could use it for his mental training, and given how it's not his first rodeo in sorcery, this would be easy peasy. Convinced at what his sorcerer teacher had to say, Aaron decided that they'll get to Darinku, and the orc was more than happy to lead them to a shortcut to reach their destination faster. Little did the two know that they will see the full skill of the orc in Darinku. Turns out, the fortune teller orc is a pretty good haggler. The two witnessed firsthand how the orc haggled with the innkeeper with so much intensity that he even threatened to cause a scene and shout, so the former had no choice but to concede. As soon as the innkeeper went back inside, the fortune teller orc told Aaron to drop his stuff in their room, and added that he knows a good place to eat. In the restaurant, the orc used his regular customer card and guilt-tripped the server into giving them 5 free mugs of beer. You all can't deny it, even Aaron can't. Our man Kubaro got some skills. At night, as the 3 of them lay to sleep, Lulu calls out to Kubaro to tell them a funny story. Can't believe this manhwa took this long to reveal the fortune teller's name man. So back to the present, Kubaro asked Aaron if he knew who the 10 strongest people on the continent were. To this, our hero answered that the only one he knows is Sir Ian from Chrono. Then there's also the head of the Lindsay family, as well as Ilya's older brother Joshua. Hearing these names, the orc sighed in exasperation, questioning how could Eren know so little in this world, especially if he wants to be a swordsman. Of course, he doesn't Kubaru. He's been sleeping for over 15 years, then got stuck in a magical sphere for 5 more years. So anyway, the fortune teller started narrating that the strongest on the continent came from the 5 kingdoms of the West and the Holy Kingdom. It has always been like that for generations now. But there was one that stood out from the rest. Head Swordmaster Ian from Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy. He was the leading figure among these powerful swordsmen, who also include Captain Julius Hoole of the Holy Kingdom's White Knight, Captain Rigoberto Clark of the Red Knights, as well as the 5 heads of the major swordsman families, including Joshua Lindsay, and finally, Karakum, the mighty orc warrior. So that's 10 of the strongest swordsmen on the continent. But Kubaru also mentioned that Edenit is also worthy to consider in the list, making 11 of them. Eren perked up at the mention of Edenit, but his sorcerer cat master complained, saying one more person is missing from the list. To this, Kubaru told the mystic cat that there was actually one more person considered the strongest. The fortune teller orc said that he's not familiar if it because of Sir Ian's meteoric rise, and even though the majority of the continent picks him as the strongest swordsman, Kubaru has an entirely different opinion. He thinks Kun is the strongest swordsman in the continent. The man's pretty impressive because he became a sword master at the age of 70. Can you imagine becoming an OP at the age of 70? At the mention of this, Eren suddenly sat up on his bed with Lulu, saying that he must have been really determined to do something like that. Well, it did come with a lot of hardships and naysayers. Kubaru continued to narrate that Kun received a lot of criticism and ridicule for his foolishness. Pretty understandable though, the orc added, since who in their right mind would want to become a swordmaster at the age of 70? And yet, Kun did. He was bent on achieving his dream, and now, at the age of 90, is hailed as the strongest swordsman on the continent by some. Because of this fact, it affected a lot of people, not only swordsmen. Hearing all this, our hero can't help but praise Kun, but at the same time, Eren also said that this legendary sword master must have also been pretty impressive at 50, even though he's still just an ordinary swordsman ridiculed at the time, Eren said. In addition to that, our hero also said that there must be a lot of other people who are just like Kun, people who haven't been recognized yet and continue to move forward. They may have not bloomed yet, but someday, they definitely will, Eren added. Hearing this, Kubaru grinned at our hero's attitude and agreed with Eren's thought that there are a lot of people in this world who have yet to reach their time. But in his mind, the fortune teller orc thought to himself how Eren's perspective isn't just limited to his blade, and that he was able to look at things from a broader perspective, which is pretty interesting. The next day, the trio set out early, with Kubaru pointing out that they just need to pass through the Alhad Mountains to reach Darinku. However, they just can't pass through here easily, since bandits roam about in the place, he added. Eren was surprised to hear this, but the orc assured him that they only need to join a merchant group, and that there was nothing to worry about, especially since Eren has a warrior card too. True enough, Eren just had to show them his warrior card, and he was easily accepted into the group. Likewise, Kubaru was able to join another group easily as well, since many considered fortune teller orcs as symbols of luck. Lulu made a side comment about how gullible they are for falling to that superstition, but suddenly, the master-student duo got distracted by someone shouting their services to take care of shoes, armor, and anything to them in exchange for being paid. The owner of the voice is a young girl who's talking to a seated knight, asking if she could finish by the time they leave, which the former agreed to excitedly. Just then, the girl turned to Eren's band, skipping over to them, much to the shock of Lulu her sudden appearance. The little girl excitedly pointed out to the talking cat, saying how cute it is, and the other could only return the sentiment. The little girl, with a bright smile, introduced herself as Anya, not to be confused with Lloyd and your forger's Anya. Mind you, she tells Eren that she could fix their shoes, armor, or whatever they want as long as they pay her. Eren thanked her but declined her offer, so Anya happily went away. And as soon as she did, the master-student duo sensed that she was actually a sorcerer. In due time, the merchants and their respective bands started on their way. And while they were walking, Eren shared something heavy that has been weighing on his mind. His sorcerer teacher was quick to notice this and called the attention of Kubaru, saying that Eren has his face on. Seeing this, the orc asked our hero what his concerns were, and Eren asked him if he could use his sword against people. Kubaru was confused at what he said, but our hero, quickly added that he's never killed anyone before, and today, he felt that need. He's aware that there will come a time that he has to do just that, even if he doesn't want to. But will he not hesitate then? The need is there, but could he do so to fellow humans? After all, bandits are still humans, so is scaring and chasing them off the right thing to do? On the other hand, Eren also thought of the possibility that if he let them go, the bandits could continue to do bad things to other people, so he can't really say that he did the right thing by letting them go. Man, Eren's not pulling his punches with this kind of heavy topic in the morning. Even Kubaru couldn't help but laugh a little, considering Eren's overthinking a pretty heavy subject, which is something he shouldn't even worry about right now. But Eren couldn't help but worry, especially since he heard that there were bandits there led by a terrible man named Kajal. To this, Kubaru explained that Kajal wants to maintain peace, and that his group has been here for 5 years now. As long as you pay them, they'll let you pass, says Kubaru. As for the merchant groups, they look for escorts for intimidating bandits, not to fight them. So in a nutshell, these bandits seem more like businessmen. And the merchants don't really think of them as bad people too. The best explanation Kubaru could think of about this situation is comparing it to paying taxes in the city. But does Eren even know how to do that? But Eren, who's a little old-fashioned and clueless when it comes to things like these, questions Kubaru that doesn't that still make them bad people for taking money from the merchants? And how come the surrounding kingdoms and territories are okay with this? He adds. To his surprise, another knight answers our hero's question, saying that the merchants offer bribes to the surrounding territories and that they've established a mutual understanding. Lulu was the first to cave into this kind of talk, with the cat holding its head in frustration. And even Eren admits that it's a pretty complicated situation. On the other hand, Kubaru just said that it's just how the world is, good and evil, right and wrong, and that there are a lot of things you can't categorize into one thing. Their conversation got cut short at the sight of the bandits approaching them. And as one of the merchants readily shows the toll, asking the bandits to let them pass easily, one of the bandits shouted in anger, telling the merchants to leave all of their belongings and to get lost. Well, so much for mutual understanding. Even the sorcerer cat had to wonder what happened to the mutual understanding Kubaru was talking about earlier. Hearing what the bandits said, the merchant was confused at his demand, with the former pleading with him to just let them be on their way. Anya was trying to get a look at what was happening when the bandit who spoke earlier, the group's leader Kajal, shouted once again that he won't repeat what he said for a third time and told them to get lost. Still, the merchant thought that Kajal was still joking, telling him to cut it out, but the bandit leader just told him to shut up and that from now on, this is how things will be. By now, the merchant group is growing restless, and Eren's sorcery teacher hits Kubaru on the head, as the orc looks at Kajal in confusion, saying that he's never been like this before. Eren, on the other hand, sensed something foul in the air, so he takes a step forward, with Lulu asking him what was wrong. Our hero only answered that he sensed demonic energy coming from Kajal. Lulu then asked if Eren didn't feel like he was changing, like what happened at the expedition, and our hero noted that this demonic energy was pretty weak, which is why he still has a pretty good hold on himself. Upon hearing this, Kubaru asked what they were talking about, and Eren explained that it had something to do with the iron stake in his heart. His emotions get intense as soon as he senses demonic energy, making him lose control as rage takes over. However, Kajal doesn't seem to have turned into a demon, which further confuses our hero. Just then, a certain knight from their band steps up, saying how this is the very reason why they can't trust bandits. Seeing him walk forward to them, some others from the group excitedly said that he must be Wolfgang, based on the sword he unsheathed, Glacial Blade. Seeing him, many of them breathe a sigh of relief since they know Wolfgang is a veteran among veterans, but the merchant from earlier still asked if the knight will be alright. To this, Wolfgang only told him not to worry and approached Kajal, warning the latter that they'll most likely suffer damages if they fight here. So, if they want to avoid just that, then the bandits might as well let the merchant group pass, as Wolfgang draws his sword in front of an unmoving Kajal. True to his bandit nature, all Kajal said was how nice Glacial Blade was, asking Wolfgang to hand it over. But the proud swordsman made the mistake of letting his guard down because of Kajal's praise that he failed to see the bandit leader take a big swing and played whack-a-mole with the swordsman, hitting right in the face. Wolfgang was smacked pretty hard that he flew in the opposite direction, losing consciousness as soon as he hit a tree. One of the merchants, upon seeing what happened, quickly urged one of the swordsmen, who has a warrior card, to step up and fight, but the latter was too scared to do so. seeing what happened to Wolfgang. By now, the merchants have started to quarrel with one of them, suggesting to just hand over their goods, scared for his life. But the other one was against the idea, and before they could reach an agreement, Kajal's voice can be heard over them, with the bandit leader saying that he's changed his mind, he's just gonna take all of them out, seeing how they pissed him off real bad. As soon as he said this, the demonic energy within him grew stronger, while the merchants cowered in fear, but Aaron only stepped up, saying he has a plan. Our hero walked over to where the bandit group was and told Kajal to stop what he was doing right now since he clearly wasn't himself. Annoyed at his sudden appearance, Kajal only asked who he is, and our MC introduced himself as Aaron Pereira, an official trainee from Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy's 27th cohort. Hearing this, the merchants started murmuring among themselves, thinking the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy? And did he mention the 27th cohort? Isn't that the golden cohort? But Kajal was unfazed, and if anything, he was irritated now more than ever, as he once again takes a big swing, while shouting at Aaron what kind of trainee he was if he can't even bring a sword. But our hero was unnerved and caught the head of Kajal's mallet with one hand. Next one OP move right there. That's our MC. The bandit leader was shocked, but Aaron only looked him in the eye and asked him where he got his necklace from. Our hero quickly threw him to the ground, and as Kajal started to get up to take a swing at Aaron again, our hero started to conjure his sword. But before we get to see what went down, let's take a little trip down memory lane when Aaron first woke up. In this scene, we see Curl talking to her older brother about how he's not weak anymore, telling him to wipe that blank look off his face. To this, Aaron thanks his sister for worrying about him, but that's not who Curl is worried about. She's actually worried for other people. According to the sorceress, when one is strong, they have to let it be known to other people. If they don't, people would only take one good look at their faces and assume the wrong idea. And if people do, then one has to keep teaching this lesson over and over again. Now back to the present. As Aaron conjures his sword, Kajal goes in, bent on hitting our hero, but Aaron is focused on executing a move that's just enough to scare the bandit leader. Aaron does his signature vertical slash with a force so strong it cracked the very grounds the bandits were standing on. As the dust starts to settle, Aaron looks down on Kajal, who is now on the ground, trembling at his feet. Just another baddest day for our hero, Aaron, who can't seem to catch a break. Aaron approaches the bandit leader and quickly snaps the necklace from him, and as soon as he did, our hero could feel the demonic energy emanating from the item. It's not as strong, but it's still pretty intense for a demonic energy that made Kajal act that way. Our hero then questioned Kajal about where he got it from, but the latter admitted that he can't remember since the memory was pretty blurred in his mind. Hearing this, the merchants were enraged, threatening to beat him up, but our hero decided that he'll believe what Kajal said and took the necklace from him, and at the same time asked the bandit leader if he'll open up the path this time. Kajal quickly agreed and apologized to the merchants for how he behaved earlier, and thankfully, the merchant group was able to pass the Alhad Mountains smoothly. Before they left, the merchants also thanked Aaron for what he did and offered to help him out if he ever needs anything. As soon as they left, the cat mystic immediately hopped onto Kubaru's head, saying that they shouldn't have let the bandits off the hook. But Aaron tried to reason out that they weren't like that in the first place, and because he already took the necklace, there shouldn't be any more problems after that. But Lulu wasn't convinced and just said that if they ever pulled a stunt like that again, then it will break their bones this time. Changing the subject, Aaron said that he needs to get back to training with his sword once again since it has been a while, but Kubaru only told him that he looks pretty strong earlier in the day. To this, our hero said that if he wasn't strong enough to take down Kajal, then a lot of people would have been hurt. So in line with this, our hero believes that the stronger he becomes, then the more option he will have when it comes to situations like these. And then there's the Rinkutu. With Aaron confirming to the orc that a lot of famous swordsmen are present there, Kubaru affirms, saying that there is a good opportunity for Aaron there. Furthermore, the orc remembers the place for having a lot of duels wherein the winner would get to have his own sword forged by a master blacksmith. Hearing that, Aaron smiled, saying he'll be looking forward to that, and as he did, Kubaru noticed that the fire in his heart grew bigger. Just then, Aaron remembered that he still has the necklace from Kajal and thought that he better dispose of it soon. With his sword already drawn, he was about to smash it, but Kubaru stopped him at the last minute and explained that these kinds of items can't be destroyed just like that. So what the orc did instead was to keep it in a fire element pouch with anti-demonic powers for now. And then the trio heard a child's exclamation. It's Anya. The little girl kept praising how cool Aaron's sword is and proposed to exchange it with her treasure. She want a what? Aaron just stood there looking at Anya as the little girl tells our MC to trade his sword for her treasure. She wants to give Aaron's sword to her captain as a gift. Our hero, quite troubled with her offer, just told Anya that he can't give it to her, since he's the only one who can wield it and is a precious item for him. But Anya only answered that she can wield, further puzzling Aaron. Suddenly, Lulu appears behind the little girl, just in time for the latter to pull out her so-called treasure out of thin air, a gigantic golden pig, far bigger than her head. Lulu and Kubaru were impressed, especially the orc, who got his eyes shine on at the sight of the pig. But for Aaron, he became cautious because of the intense amount of sorcery emanating from the object, and as he was about to ask what she uses it for, Lulu talked over him and asked how she made it. In turn, Anya gladly answered that she was able to make it with the money she saved for a year. Turning to Aaron once again, she asked our hero to trade his sword with her golden piggy bank. But Aaron was firm and said no, even when Anya told him she could make it bigger. To prove a point, she procured a pouch from her belongings and took 1 gold coin to insert inside the golden piggy. As soon as she did, the item instantly grew inside. This time, Lulu and Kubaru are leaning toward the idea of exchanging Aaron's sword with the golden piggy, but this time, Aaron gave a firm no, even reprimanding the two for rolling with Anya's request. For the last time, Aaron told Anya that she can't have the sword, even if she did a cute little pout to appeal to our hero. But thankfully, she didn't take our hero's rejection to heart. In fact, she left the trio with a smile on her face, saying she'll do her best to make more money as she travels to Darinko. And maybe next time, Aaron would change his mind. The traveling trio only looked at her retreating figure, with Kubaru saying how she's an interesting figure and Lulu saying that she likes her. Later that night, Aaron was about to head to bed when Kubaru called for him, asking him to join the orc at the table. At this, our hero was quick to decline, saying he doesn't drink, but Kubaru just pointed to another man seated at his table who's got some pretty juicy information to share about Darinku. Curious about what he had to say, Aaron took a seat, and as soon as he did, the man said that the greatest blacksmith of Darinku, the dwarf Vulcanus, has come out of seclusion. He further tells Aaron that the swords Vulcanus make are so impressive that many swordsmen across the continent are eager to get their hands on his creations. One of the defining features of his work is that he engraves numbers on the swords he took a liking to, which became known as number swords. As of now, it's been reported that there are only 9 of them in existence. Now, here's the reason why Vulcanus number swords are in demand. It's because there are only 2 ways you can own one. The first is if you're a swordmaster, and the other is if the sent person is destined to become a swordmaster. Aaron was surprised, but the man just continued with his story, saying how 10 years ago, 3 swordsmen obtained numbering swords, and as time went on, it didn't take long for these 3 to become swordmasters. And not just them, but all the others who have come to own a numbering sword. And here's the most important part: in 2 days, Darinku will hold a competition to determine who will be the owner of the 10th numbering sword. At the mention of this, a swarm of men immediately appeared on the man's side, curious about the competition, including Wolfgang, who's all bandaged up. They were all eager to know more about the guidelines for the competition, but the man, overwhelmed by them, only said that he was not sure about the details and told the lot to just wait for the details that will probably be announced soon. Hearing all this, Aaron just said to himself how this would be a good experience for him, regardless if it involved his sword or not, seeing that many swordsmen must be taking part in the competition. So he decided that he'll compete as well. When Wolfgang heard this, he immediately abandoned the thought of joining. I mean, it's Aaron we're talking about here. Even the rest of the men also conceded just like him. With that, our hero got up and bade goodnight to Kubaru and the rest, but the orc tried to encourage him to stay, telling our hero that there are a lot more interesting stories the man hasn't shared yet, but Aaron just said he's tired and a little pressured. With that, Kubaru just let him leave, all the while thinking that Aaron's pretty different from the rest. He thought that usually, swordsmen would jump at the opportunity of hearing more stories, but our hero's not into that at all. Sure, it could be his personality, the orc thought, but Aaron is definitely different from all the swordsmen Kubaru has met until now. It's like he's the most far off from being a swordsman. Back in his room, Aaron recollects the events of today and noticed how he almost lost control once again as soon as he sensed demonic energy. Thankfully, it was only a small amount, which is probably why he caught himself, and things wrapped up well in the end. Thinking that things like these may happen in the future again, Aaron decided to do a little mental training. As soon as he did, he thought of an image in his mind of a shadow figure standing in front of a large metal block. Then came the next day, with the trio finally stepping foot into Rinku, the city of artisans. Kubaru wasn't kidding when he said there were a lot of swordsmen because the city is flooded with their lot. But the orc only said that they must have flocked the city upon hearing the news about the competition. While walking, they saw Anya approach a silver-haired man, calling him a cheapskate in an accusatory tone and asking the captain's whereabouts, while the man only laughed at her. Upon setting his eyes on the man, Lulu's tail suddenly perked up and the cat stood on guard while saying that the man Anya is talking to is actually a master. Kubaru was shocked, but he thought to himself that the man seems to be powerful, but a sword master? Is it possible a new one was born on the continent without his knowing? But the orc's line of thought got cut off when Anya and her companion approached the trio, with the man introducing himself as Jirog. Aaron and the others introduced themselves in turn, and Jirog was quick to point out that their little band is interesting, just like Anya. But he didn't mean any offense when he said that, but thankfully, Aaron's not the type to take offense at the little things. Well, a lot of us could learn a thing or two about not taking things personally from Aaron's chill attitude. Back to the group, Jirog asked our hero if he could see his sword, to which Aaron quickly agreed. The silver-haired man said that it's because Anya won't shut up about his sword, so Jirog has to see it for himself. As soon as Aaron conjured it, Jirog took one look and suddenly, one of his eyes reflected that of the old man in Aaron's dream. While thinking the sword isn't the only interesting he's seeing, our hero, on the other hand, flinched at the feeling of being stared upon, but just as he did, the feeling was gone just like that. Jirog apologized, saying he must have stared too much and made Aaron uncomfortable, adding that now he understands why Anya wants it. The little girl continues to ramble on the side about how the captain would love it, but the older man just reminded the little girl that she just can't take people's belongings. To this, she reasoned out that she was going to trade her golden piggy bank that she has been saving for a year for Aaron's sword. Still, Jirog told her not to bother them anymore, and with that, the strange duo walked away. Aaron only said that he looks strong, and now he's even more curious about what their captain is like. That person must be pretty amazing considering they have these two as their underling. But before they could talk more about Anya and Jirog, a sudden commotion caught the trio's attention. The crowd is in awe as the twin swordsmen Charlotte and Victor appeared. As usual, Aaron knows nothing, so he had to ask Kubaru if the two are famous, to which the orc confirmed. What's more, Kubaru also said that they could even stand up against a master together. Seeing the competition, Kubaru tells our hero that this won't be easy as he initially thought, but Aaron only answered that since Jirog will also be competing, this will be a good opportunity for him. Once again, he says that he'll just try his best and think of it as a learning experience. Kubaru was quiet for a moment, then told Aaron a solemn piece of advice, which he said our hero could ignore if he wants to. Sure, swordsmen need to fight against fellow swordsmen to better their skills, but Kubaru tells Aaron that he shouldn't just go around fighting others for the sake of learning from them. He then tells our hero that when Kun faced Sir Ian, was he just thinking of it as a learning experience? Of course not. He was bent on beating his fellow old man from Chrono, his urge to win getting stronger each time. Because of this, Kubaru believes that Kun was able to achieve the level he's at now since he continuously built his spirit. In a nutshell, Kubaru tells Aaron that if he wants to be a swordsman, then he better compete with the intention to win. Like heck yeah, finally someone gave our MC the pep talk he needs. Aaron was surprised to hear those words come out of Kubaru's mouth, so much so that they left him speechless. Kubaru, on the other hand, thought that he may have overstepped and quickly apologized to our hero, thinking he got too harsh with his words. Aaron, however, just thanked him for hearing all that since it made him finally understand what he thinks he's been missing all this time. Without elaborating further, our hero took his leave and headed straight to the inn, just saying that he needs to think more about Kubaru's advice. Back in his room, Aaron sat on his bed, already prepared for meditation and thinking of the desire to win. Honestly speaking, Aaron admitted to himself that it was something he never thought of. Even when he was at Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, he was just focused on becoming someone similar to the old man. On the other hand, his friends Brett and Judith all practiced their swordsmanship with the intent of beating their opponents. Remembering the general concept of sorcery, Aaron is reminded once again that the purest form of desire a swordsman can have is achieved through infusing desire with a strong fighting spirit. He somewhat realized that maybe this was the reason Kubaru gave him that advice. But then again, has Aaron ever felt something like that before? Aaron, you did. Remember when you wanted to overtake Ilya during the midterm evaluation? The next morning, Kubaru was still worried about the thing he sent to Eren, but his intentions were good. Although he admits that maybe he got a little too greedy on seeing our hero's potential. Now, the orc regrets doing that and said to himself that he should have been more mindful of Eren's temperament, but Lulu just told him he shouldn't worry about it. And just as the cat said this, Eren came down and joined the two at the table. Lulu was quick to notice that there was something different about Eren today, and even though it can't pinpoint exactly what it is, Lulu just said he looks much better. As for Kubaru, he saw that the fire burning in Eren's heart is pretty much ablaze right now, burning with so much more intensity compared to the last time. Since they were all set, the trio went ahead and proceeded to go to the Darinku arena. At the arena, a lot of famous swordsmen were spotted walking around, including Double Blade Crashu, as well as the intimidating One Strike Randall. The three are now seated at the stands, with Kubaru pointing out that Charlotte and Victor may not be the guaranteed winners since there are a lot of talents joining the competition. Just then, the esteemed dwarf Vulcanus walked in, accompanied by two other dwarves, and without further ado, proceeded to introduce himself along with explaining the mechanics of the competition. Since everybody knows the prize of the competition is the 10th numbering sword, Vulcanus explained the rules and said that two challengers just need to step on stage and fight it out until one of them emerges as the victor. As soon as the other participant is out, another swordsman can step in, with the victor remaining on stage with the loser leaving. If the victor decides to quit, then two new challengers need to step up and so another battle will commence. Hearing all these, there were murmurs in the crowd, wondering how a victor will be decided through this method. But before anyone could ask, Vulcanus himself cleared it out himself. The goal of the competition isn't to find a champion. Rather, its goal is to find someone who will ignite inspiration within Vulcanus to create the 10th numbering sword. So until he finds that spark, the competition will go on as long as he wants. And added that the two other dwarves behind him share the same intent. So that's what it is. Kubaru thought that it was pretty interesting how he gathered all the swordsmen here to be able to complete the 10th numbering sword and not the other way around. Soon enough, the competition commenced, and the first two swordsmen to step on the stage were Victor and Randall. They hyped a lot of the spectators up, especially since the two were hailed as part of the strongest. Randall, however, was purely focused on Victor, telling the other man how much he despised pretenders like him. What's more, the masked swordsman also told Victor that he knows he hides a lot of wicked things behind his smile. Victor, on the other hand, seems pretty chill, just shrugging off what Randall had to say and even calling him his angry junior. Seeing the animosity behind the two men on stage, Lulu can't help but ask what's their deal, and Kubaru was more than ready to give his answer. According to the orc, Victor and Charlotte are pretty well respected among mercenaries, aside from the fact that they're pretty powerful as well. Their reputation has preceded them, with many stories going around about how they destroyed demon nests, offered services in the countryside for low pay, and even saved merchants from deadly monsters. But the fact of the matter is, the more famous you become, the more others are bent on taking you down, which is probably the case between Victor and Randall. Back on the stage, Randall asked Vulcanus if it was possible to kill their opponents. At the mention of this, some of the spectators got chills, but the legendary blacksmith didn't mind and allowed him to do so. Of course, this can only be if his opponent agreed to his proposal as well, and Victor was quick enough to say that he didn't mind either. For him, it doesn't matter, as long as he overpowers Randall, right? Taunting the other swordsman up front. Seeing that the two are pretty much ready to go, Vulcanus gave the go signal at the tap of his finger. As soon as he did, the two moved at lightning speed, and before you know it, there was a loud clink. We see a certain object flying in the air, and just like that, Randall's sword was broken, making Victor the victor. No pun intended. As Randall looked back at his opponent, Victor just sighed in relief, saying that he would have had a hole in his chest right now if he didn't manage to fend it off. The crowd went wild as Eren starts to look alive and was impressed at how strong Victor was. Meanwhile, Anya and Jerog stand a certain distance away from the arena, just enough so that they could see how the fight played out. The silver-haired man praised Victor, saying that he was strong, with Anya asking him how strong he was. To this, he just said that Victor could be considered an expert swordsman, and based on Jirog's assumption, he'd at least be in the top 200 swordsmen in the continent. But more important than that, Jirog asked Anya if she already confirmed if it was those two, of which the latter answered in the affirmative. By those two, he meant Victor and Charlotte, with her explaining that they're the ones he's looking for. All right, since the gold lines turned red. Hearing that, Jirog gave the signal for Anya to leave a mark on them, but Anya said that she doesn't even want to spend 2 days' worth on them. Still, she conjured 2 golden piggy banks, smashed them, and out came a string of gold light that flew directly to Charlotte and Victor's foreheads, with a golden symbol forming where the light has entered. Now, aside from these two, Anya broke another golden piggy bank, and this time, she directed the golden light to fly to Lulu's forehead. The sorcerer cat let out a surprised sound, and Aaron asked what was wrong. But Lulu just asked our hero to scratch its forehead for him, as Kubaru was having the time of his life watching the matches. Seeing that the golden light landed on Lulu, Jurog asked Anya in exasperation why she chose the cat as her target when it should have been Aaron. To this, she just said that it doesn't matter since the two of them are always together. He then asked if it's just possible to leave a mark on one person only, but Anya reasoned out that it's hard to mark a sorcerer. With their conversation going nowhere, Jurog just let her be and wondered how a spoiled brat like her became a sorcerer and a powerful one to boot. The silver-haired swordsman does know that Anya has her own criteria, but he still thinks it's pretty impressive that she has magical piggy banks that can grant any wish, as long as the value doesn't exceed the money saved in them. What do you know? Anya's golden piggy bank really is a treasure. One by one, the swordsmen tried their luck in beating Victor, but alas, he was way out of their league. If they didn't end up with a broken weapon, these men are brought to their knees, while Victor continues to dominate the competition with just a single strike. By now, Victor managed to take down 17 opponents already, with many of the swordsmen already saying that he'll surely be the winner of this competition. So what's the point in continuing this? Since no one was stepping up to challenge Victor, it didn't take long for Charlotte to enter the stage, with Victor saying that he was the only worthy opponent left in the competition. Charlotte glanced over to Vulcanus, trying to see what the dwarf's impression of them was, but Vulcanus only has his arms crossed and brows furrowed as he waits for the next match. Just then, Aaron stood up, ready to fight as Kubaru cheered him on. It was only a short walk to the stage, and just like that, the announcer was quick to let everyone know that a new challenger has arrived. Victor took one good look at Aaron and thought to himself that he was pretty strong, but our hero, respectful as ever, approached Charlotte and told the older man that he was willing to wait if Charlotte wants to fight first. But Charlotte let him take the stage and told Aaron that he must have forgotten his sword. Everybody kept on saying Aaron forgets his sword, isn't he getting tired of it? But our hero only answered that he has it with him, with Charlotte saying that maybe he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Finally, Aaron steps into the stage thinking that he knows what it feels like, the desire to win. As soon as he entered his stage, Vulcanus looked at him strangely, but our hero is too focused on remembering the time that Ilya overtook him at the midterm evaluations. See, Aaron, you do remember the feeling. I called it first. Remembering all that ignited our hero's burning desire to win, the very same thing his friends had. As he walks closer to his position, even Charlotte noticed the change in expression in Aaron, who's determined to win this time, no matter who his opponent is. But during this time, Vulcanus already jumped out of his seat, while the two other dwarves followed suit. Just as he was about to start the fight, Aaron told himself with so much conviction that he'll defeat them. And that's when Vulcanus interrupted Victor and Aaron as they came face to face, scurrying towards their location. The dwarf said in a hurry that he has decided. The owner of the 10th numbering sword is Aaron. Man, what a bone killer. And just when we thought we'd see another boss battle, well, that didn't exactly turn out the way we thought. Charlotte was the first to approach the dwarf, asking what he meant by that, while most of the swordsmen and spectators voiced out their complaints as well. Many of them were shouting about the unfairness of it all. They haven't even fought yet. Plus, they're starting to think that this was rigged too. But using his megaphone, Vulcanus told them to shut up. While he was at it, he reminded them that the purpose of this competition wasn't to determine the strongest fighter, but to find a swordsman that will inspire him. The two other dwarves were also quick to side with Vulcanus, saying that they also chose him as the winner, and just like that, the competition is over. As Vulcanus shooed away the crowd, he was quick to ask Aaron to follow him while Victor only glared at the dwarf's retreating figure. Still, they were good sports and congratulated Aaron for being chosen as the owner of the 10th numbering sword. Charlotte even told our hero that he already knew he was quite something, and even if he feels bad that they didn't get to win, he still congratulated our MC. Meanwhile, another figure seated among the stands is also not pleased with the turn of events. It's Randall, who sat quietly and just looked at the three people on the stage. Now back to the winner of the 10th numbering sword, Aaron. Our hero was made to exhibit his swordsmanship skills, swinging left and right as per instruction by Vulcanus. As soon as the dwarf was satisfied, he made our hero put his sword down as the two other dwarves examined it. They were in awe, with one of them asking what kind of metal was used to create it with how sturdy it is. The other one exclaimed that no matter how much effort he put through, his hammer won't leave a mark on the blade, which made him wonder how the sword got so many scratches then. While the dwarves worked on the sword, the trio stood by since they didn't expect that the owner needed to be present throughout the whole process. Kubaru said he's never heard of a method like this, and that's saying something since our resident orc has been wandering for the last 10 years. Aaron, too, was surprised to know that he has to show not only his swordsmanship, but his fighting spirit to the blacksmiths as well. But more important than this, Aaron couldn't help but ask Kubaru if the reason they picked him is that they sensed the old man's energy instead. Kubaru answered that there was a chance they did, but he also assured Aaron that he was doing well on his own. In no time at all, he'll be able to melt away the iron stake in his heart with his own flame someday. Still, Aaron felt dejected at that fact. Suddenly, Kubaru decided that this won't do, which made Lulu and Aaron turn to him. The fortune teller orc has decided that they need to get more out of this deal, especially since he saw how Aaron is upset right after he was called out here for a sword he didn't even need. Kubaru's haggler mode is on. The orc marched over to Vulcanus, as Lulu told him to request a sword for the cat too. To say Vulcanus was not pleased with Kubaru's requests is an understatement. In fact, he can't believe the audacity of this orc, asking the dwarf to give them Aaron's sword free of charge. But wait, there's more. Kubaru has 2 more conditions for the blacksmith. The first one is that he has to provide a sword for Lulu and tailored equipment for Aaron, while the second one is just him asking them to let them watch over the process. Naturally, threw a fit upon hearing this, asking why should he abide by Kubaru's conditions. To this, the fortune teller orc answered Vulcanus up front. It's because the dwarf is actually using Aaron to improve his rusty skills. The dwarf was shocked, and before he could reason out, Kubaru went ahead and added that even the other 2 dwarves, Pablo and Dwanson, haven't been in practice for a while. So that's what their names are. I was about to call them Dwarf 1 and Dwarf 2. Kubaru wasn't done yet, and said that the 3 have been wandering around for a while now to look for inspiration until they chanced upon Aaron. And our hero happened to light a fire in their souls, just by looking at him. And since they didn't want to pass this up, they grabbed the chance and were bent on using him ASAP. This accusation was far too much for Vulcanus, who can't help but question Kubaru's authority on why he has so many things to say on this issue. To this, our resident fortune teller orc just said that he's one of the finest guides in the land. But great job, Kubaru, you sure pulled a Shinichi Kudo logic on them. And just like that, Aaron was given a new set of equipment that was much lighter than his old one, while the sorcerer cat finally got its own sword paired with a suit of armor. With Aaron's spirits lifted, Kubaru was happy that he made more out of the deal. At night, the dwarves started to work on Aaron's sword, with Dwanson hammering his smoldering sword pretty hard, polishing its shape. As soon as the dwarf is done hammering it, he immediately places it into the furnace, reheating it as the blaze grows stronger. Seeing this, Aaron made a mental image in his mind of himself with a block of metal and a mallet placed in front of him. He notes to himself that it's not the time to use the hammer yet, but instead, he ignited the flame in his heart to heat the metal block. Aaron kept up with his mental training, and before he knew it, they'd already spent a month in Dorinku. While walking, Kubaru asks how his training is going, and our hero says that it's getting a little better with each day. But now, he can't help but notice how there aren't a lot of swordsmen in Dorinku lately. Kubaru pointed out that it's only because of the numbering sword that a lot of them visited the city at that time, and since it was already awarded to Aaron, they have no reason to stay anymore. Hearing this, Aaron got a little sad since he also wanted to spar with as many of them as he can. But to this, Lulu just gave him a situation. It's a circumstance wherein thieves gang up on Aaron to steal his prized sword, assuring Aaron that he'll be much stronger by having one. Speaking of the sword, Kubaru tells them that they should go and check out if the sword is finished by now. Or not, Vulcanus says he's sorry with an embarrassed smile and reasoned that creating the numbering sword will take much longer than he thought. Kubaru then asks him how long they have to wait to see the sword, and Vulcanus promises that he'll have it done in a year. He even promised that it will be the best sword and his greatest masterpiece, much better than the sword he's using now. As Kubaru was about to give him a piece of his mind, Aaron easily accepted Vulcanus' appeal. Because of this, Kubaru pulled our hero aside and started talking in hushed tones that the dwarf may weasel his way out of this and suggested a contract. But Aaron, this cinnamon roll too good for this world, said that they didn't come to Dorinku to get a sword in the first place. Plus, it got pretty nice equipment too. Since that's what Aaron wants, Kubaru just let him be, and the trio went on their way again. Lulu also wished them luck and that the sorcerer cat was looking forward to their creations. Our trio finds themselves on the road again, talking about where they should go next. Kubaru mentioned that Lathian is the next city, explaining that it has the most swordsman academies throughout the Mios Kingdom. Just then, a strange but faint smell wafted in their direction, of which the first to notice was Lulu. As Kubaru was just about to tell Eren to spar to his heart's content, the little mystic told them to stop. Lulu is now hissing, looking forward with wary eyes and saying that it can smell blood from up ahead. And right on cue, a strong wind blew just as the trio stopped in their tracks. Kubaru was the first to see the two hooded figures emerge from the bushes. It's Charlotte and Victor, who are both covered in blood. In a scared tone, he asked the brothers why they looked like that when they said that they'd been waiting for them. As they emerged, that's when the orc noticed the thing one of them has been holding. Kubaru was about to ask if it was what he think it is when Charlotte threw it in their direction, the decapitated head of Randall. Kubaru is now screaming, asking them how could they kill someone. But one of the brothers answered that they just got rid of a thief with a smile. They explained further that Eren has been the target of many, which is why the two worked tirelessly to deal with them all. And now, they're seeking Eren the payment for their services. Eren's face grew pale as the brother's face let out a sinister smile, asking our hero to hand the numbering sword. In a threatened state, Lulu told them that they don't have the sword since it isn't even finished yet, but Victor just told the cat off. He believes that Eren is hiding it using sorcery. Still, Lulu is adamant, insisting that they don't have it, and Kubaru also joined in, asking the brothers if they're really risking their lives just for a sword. He warned them that they won't just be criminals in Darinko, they'll be known wanted across the continent. To this, Charlotte thanked the orc for the concern, but they got it all figured out and no one's gonna suspect them at all. Especially since the brothers are known for their stellar reputation. They already got a story to run with. A band of thieves attacked Eren's small group, stealing his prized sword. Then swordsman brothers Victor and Charlotte happened to pass by but was a moment too late to save their lot. Kubaru was upset and disappointed at how the brothers turned out to be, but Eren was just quiet and asked them one question. Our hero told the two that he heard a lot of stories about them, of how they gained the respect of other swordsmen for their skills and notable deeds. So why are they doing something like this? Asks Eren. Our hero also said that if they don't give a proper answer, then they'll never have the sword, even at the cost of Eren's life. Victor was the one to answer Eren's question, and it was pretty straightforward too. The reason they did that is that the numbering sword is more important than everything else. Hearing this, Eren couldn't help but raise his voice in frustration. They were willing to do all that just for a sword. That the sword is much more important than all the lives they've taken even up to now. This time, it's Victor's turn to raise his voice, saying that a numbering sword isn't just a sword, and telling Eren that he knows nothing. Just then, Eren felt the demonic energy within the two grow stronger as Victor continues to tell them their side of the story. For the last 30 years, the brother duo was considered experts, and it's been 20 years since they've reached the limit of their skills. Charlotte said that they've done whatever they could to become masters and have dedicated their lives to achieving it. But even with all their efforts and dedication, they still haven't achieved that title yet, making them feel like they're trapped in hell. But they're not the only ones like this. There are a lot of swordsmen also struggling to overcome the last hurdle and become a master, putting their lives on the line for them to achieve it. Just like what Victor and Charlotte are doing now. As the brothers' emotions intensify, so does the demonic energy that's engulfing the area. Eren already got his sword out, and he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. The two men no longer resemble their human selves, becoming more demonic and emitting more of their putrid energy directed toward Eren. Meanwhile, our hero is still reeling from what's happening. How could he sense demonic energy coming from actual humans? Our hero braced himself for impact and released his ki, which took the form of the old man in yellow light. As they were about to face off, Jirog suddenly appeared from nowhere and called Anya. The little girl was already waiting for his signal, and as soon as he did, Anya broke several golden piggy banks, and out came the strings of yellow light. Suddenly, this yellow light formed a circular pattern that turned into a portal. Eren and the others now have their attentions turned to the light as the portal continues to glow. After what seemed like a lifetime, an armored foot stepped out from the portal while the two brothers looked on in shock. Kubaru also couldn't believe what he was seeing. As Eren anticipates the person emerging from the portal, Kubaru exclaims that it was the Holy Kingdom's captain of the Black Knights, Ymnet Crescentia. A baddie has just arrived. Sporting long black hair and a suit of armor, Ednet stands by the cliff overlooking the place where Eren and the others are. Eren couldn't believe it. She was the person Ilya talked about. But Ednet turned her attention toward the brothers, calling them by their names and said that they'd gone too far. Charlotte and Victor only glared at her, with Charlotte addressing her as Countess Crescentia and asking what she was doing in a place like this. But Ednet didn't answer his question. Instead, she took off her cloak and was about to draw her sword, while also telling them that she was giving them a chance to explain. Charlotte snarled at what Ednet said, turning his blade toward her attention, an act mirrored by his brother as well. The black-haired captain gave them one last warning, to explain their sides while they still can, before shouting at the brothers that this is the last ounce of mercy she will extend to them. As she did so, Ednet emitted a powerful ki, violet in color, pressuring the men. But Charlotte only signaled for his brother, who also ignited his demonic energy, therefore countering Ednet's ki. Disappointed at their response, the lady captain dropped her sword and in a blink of an eye, jumped from the cliff to Victor's face. And here we all thought Eren was OP. Turns out Ednet is even more OP than him. The two brothers and Eren were taken by surprise at her unnatural speed, and Victor tried to take a swing at her, which she managed to deflect using only her hand. Victor could only look in shock as Ednet gives him a hard kick that sent him flying in the opposite direction. Charlotte could only see a blur of clothing, and before he knew it, Ednet was already caught up to his brother, who she once again kicked and ended up hitting the foreign stone wall. Charlotte could only scream his brother's name as Ednet delivered the finishing blow, a direct punch. Charlotte ran as fast as he could toward them, but the sound of crumbling rocks and broken bones are the only things to be heard. Now that he made it to where the two are, Charlotte is speechless as Ednet tells him to take a good look at the most pathetic way to die for a sword master. Ednet stands in front of Victor's limp body, whose head she shoved far up into the stone wall. Fueled with anger at what happened to his brother, Charlotte dashed straight to her, but Ednet only spared him a glance before she delivered a precise swing of the sword. Before he could see what happened to him, a pair of hands holding a sword flew through the air as blood splattered everywhere. Charlotte couldn't even process what happened to him and just said a silent "oh" as Ednet stood behind him. As Charlotte turned to look at her, Ednet says what a shame it was how a human could turn into such a thing. And without feeling the tiniest bit of remorse, the lady captain told Charlotte that it was time for him to go as he crushed his head with her foot, giving him the death that he deserves. Man, that was some pretty intense fighting, and Ednet has yet to use her sword too. Eren and the others stood frozen in their tracks while Kubaru couldn't believe that she was able to kill two experts with her bare hands. Though Kubaru knew that it was a given since she was a sword master, seeing it up close is a different feeling. Such ruthless power. Suddenly, Anya is heard calling out to her captain, skipping happily as she hands over Ednet's sword. Anya also offered to clean her hands and shoes, and this delighted Ednet, who said she'll reward Anya for her efforts once they get back. Anya moved quickly, wiping Ednet's shoes squeaky clean as Juro approached them as well. As soon as the silver-haired man was in front of her, Ednet asked what he did think of it, but the man didn't have an ounce of a clue what she was talking about. Well, what Ednet meant by that is her old-fashioned way of speaking, which she exclaimed proudly. Furthermore, she asks him if he thinks she could pass as one of the nobles from the Holy Kingdom with her manner of speaking. Jurog could only agree and let out a laugh, saying that she definitely improved. But their conversation was broken when someone from the side asked Ednet how she could do that. To this, the black-haired knight looked toward the sound of the voice to see Eren facing them, with his sword drawn. Eren continues to ask Ednet how could she have such conviction when killing someone. Our hero explains that he's not trying to be sarcastic or anything, but he's asking that question because he's genuinely curious. Meanwhile, Lulu and Kubaru hold their breath at what could happen next. Eren continues that killing someone is an act that most people are naturally reluctant to do, so how could Ednet do it without a shred of hesitation? By now, Jurog is only looking at Eren with a smile, but our hero is way over his head, thinking that he can't do something like that, killing someone. With a hard stare, Eren continues to hold his stance, but Ednet only winced. Just then, she called him by his full name and stepped closer to him. It didn't occur to Eren that Ednet would actually know his name, which is why he lowered his weapon. Still in shock, but he wasn't prepared for what happens next. As Ednet stops in front of him, the captain of the Black Knights tells Eren that she's appointing him as a member of the Black Knights, under the order of the Holy Kingdom, Arvilius. So did Eren accept and thus started his journey as a Black Knight, or could he have rejected the offer? Maybe we get to see Eren and Ednet square it off. She wanted what? There was a pregnant pause, and the silence was so loud you could practically see a tumbleweed roll between Eren and Evenet the hottie. Kubaru, on the other hand, wonders how does she know Eren? Moreover, she also wants to recruit him to the Order. Evenet just stares at Eren before our hero can answer. He refused. Lulu and Kubaru both turned to Eren in shock, but Evenet was just smiling and commented how he gave such a swift rejection. So she asked him what part of her offer he did not like, but our hero reasons out that it's not exactly his issue. But before he can go on, Evenet tries to sell him on the Holy Kingdom, adding that it's actually a pretty good place. The lady captain attempted to list a few of its perks, but unfortunately, she didn't sound too convincing. So there are things Evenet is actually not good at least she's trying. But before she could list any merits, Eren once again flat out refused and told Evenet he won't be joining the Knight's Order, with our MC still in the sword stance. At this, Evenet glared at Eren, catching our hero off guard as he felt a particular force emanating from the lady captain. Lulu quickly pointed out that Evenet was doing the same thing Jirog did. She was taking a look inside our hero, but it was over in a flash before anyone could do anything. And Evenet just sighed deeply. After all, the rumors she heard were true about a young man with a lump of iron in his heart. Moreover, this lump of iron is coveted by many since it was no ordinary iron but a refined one that even Vulcanus was rearing to get his hands on it. Admittedly, even Evenet herself said that she'd also want that, but now that she's seen our hero up close, it looks like Eren still hasn't managed to become its owner. Eren knew what she said was true. He was offended by it, but what could he do? Before he could reply, Evenet once again appointed him as a Knight of the Black Knight's Order, which was mandatory this time. Even Eren became more pressured and agitated as he heard what Evenet said, but still, he refused. This time, Evenet became more forceful, highlighting the fact that he has no choice but to join unless he risks getting swept away by this power, which would cause chaos in the whole continent. And that's when our resident sorcery mascot jumped to his rescue. Lulu hissed at the lady captain, defending Eren's intention of not joining the Order. The cats got more spunk than we all thought. Eren's sorcerer teacher said that our hero gets stronger by the day and won't get swept away by a power like that. Turning her attention to Lulu, Evenet's mood suddenly changes. Impressed by Lulu's attitude, the lady captain said that she likes the talking cat, which made Lulu hide behind one of Eren's legs. Despite being scared, Lulu firmly told Evenet they should just return where they came from while Eren quietly answered that he was doing his best. But no, Evenet can't believe his choice, and our hero only replies that he'll prove it to her, that he can control the lump of iron in his heart. The lady captain questions how he will manage to do so, to which Eren relates what happened with Vice Captain Hilburnett at the Hail Kingdom. Remember him, guys? The hunk of black mane with golden armor a couple of chapters ago. Yeah, anyway, back to the story. Eren recalled that even though he wasn't aware of it then, the lump of iron in his heart started manifesting when Hilburnett emitted a fierce fighting spirit, similar to a demon's. In line with this, our hero told Evenet that if she could cast the same type of fighting spirit that Hilburnett did, he would prove to her that he won't be swept away easily by the power in him. In other words, Eren wants to duke it out with the Evenet. At least, that's what she understood based on what Eren said. As if to confirm things, our hero announcing his title as part of the 27th cohort of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy, formally declared that he wants to duel with Countess Evenet Crescentia. Once again, a deafening silence ensued, only to be broken by Lulu's cheering for our hero. At the same time, Kubaru quickly assessed that the lady captain definitely had a fighting spirit on par with demons. After all, she had slain so many of them. But Kubaru never voiced out his concern that this may be too much for Eren to handle, also wondering if our hero has some ace up his sleeve. Eren stands on guard, anxious and thinking he's been feeling strange for a while now. He can't explain why he's so angry. He tried to rationalize it, thinking that maybe it was because he knew Evenet's past with Ilya, but then again, it was not that. It makes him even more frustrated since he doesn't understand his feelings at the moment and can only clench his sword tighter. Meanwhile, Evenet is chill as ever, only commenting that once she emits her fighting spirit, that will signal the beginning of the fight. Eren agreed, and as soon as he did, Evenet emitted a powerful aura and drew her sword at the same time. And then, her aura got even more powerful that it was almost sinister as she extended it to our hero. This triggered the giant old man oversoul on our hero's part, and seeing it before her eyes, Evenet thought that she was right. Eren couldn't control the power when suddenly it all cleared out as Eren closed his eyes. Now meditating, Eren calmed himself, thinking he should use this emotion on something else. In his mind, he's busy molding the lump of iron in his heart while using the flame within him. He noticed that the angrier he got, the more the flame grew, and as he continued to hammer the lump of iron, the flame grew incredibly. The same flame now surrounds Aaron's whole body, but he's too busy looking at the object right in front of him. There were radical changes in the lump of iron, so our hero thought he could change it this time as he grabbed the handle. As soon as he did, he felt a surge of power that electrified his whole body, and in the real world, our hero was growing bright by the said power, preparing to execute the vertical slash. Aaron shouts as he thinks to himself that he can overcome this. Meanwhile, the rest of the spectators couldn't believe what was happening in front of their eyes, except for Ignet, who's now smiling at our hero's progress. And then, Aaron was back to his usual self again. But this time, he was more determined than ever as he told Ignet that he was about to attack. Aaron sprinted toward Ignet with so much speed, but the lady captain matched our hero's effort just the same. It was all a blur of clothes until Aaron took the first swing and slashed the ground as Ignet jumped to the side to evade his attack. Even Aaron admits that the lady boss is fast, while she only looks at him unfazed. Our hero dashed towards her again, leaping from one point to the next as he delivered one slash after another, while Ignet continued to back away from his attacks. Jurug only smiled a little, seeing that his captain was starting to fight back while Kubaru and Lulu looked on in shock. I mean, your mama just blew Aaron's Dragon Slayer-like sword away with one hand and a lot of force to boot. But Ignet's attacks didn't stop there. She took a swing at Aaron again, and this time, the impact was so intense that the ground started to cave from the force. Thankfully, Aaron managed to block it, but the next attack was an explosive force, literally, that blasted our hero away. As he was thrown from the impact, Aaron thought he needed to find his footing quickly, struggling heavily when he heard a voice speaking from behind him, asking if he had the luxury to look away in the middle of the duel. And yes, that voice belongs to Ignet, who was instantly behind our hero after delivering an intense attack. With one swing, the lady captain disarmed Aaron, his sword flying out of reach, but he managed to hold on to the handle at the last second. Gritting his teeth, Aaron shouted as he swung at Ignet with just one hand. Yem even raised his sword in the defensive position when the lady boss told him not to get cocky, as she raised her fist and punched him in the gut. Aaron flew in the opposite direction as Kubaru and Lulu called out to him in earnest. Meanwhile, Ignet just looks on, her face never changing, as Jurug asks her if she will take Aaron with them. But the lady captain just told him that he has no intention of going back on her words. After all, Aaron did prove himself like he said he would. Besides, the lady captain found him interesting since our hero really did try to beat Ignet and gave his all. That's one heck of a boss-level fight, and the second time we see Aaron get humbled aside from his battle with Sir Ian. Later, Aaron woke up to the sound of his voice being called out, to which he instantly got up. This shocked Kubaru and Lulu, watching him rest as the sorcerer cat asked if he was okay. Our hero asked where they were when he let out a loud gasp, seeing that Ignet was sitting right by his bedside, watching him silently. Now that Aaron was awake, the lady boss reached out to Aaron, telling him they should finish the conversation now that he was up. As she moved closer, Aaron flinched in response, and boy, did he get the shock of his life with what she did next. He raised his shirt, exposing his stomach. Aaron and Lulu panicked, with the sorcerer cat even calling Ignet a perverted witch, but the lady boss only told the sorcerer cat to watch his language while Ignet assessed the large bruise on Aaron's stomach. Lulu looks on with curious eyes as Ignet uses sorcery to heal Aaron's wound until it begins to fade. Kubaru, who was also watching all this time, quickly identified it as holy magic. After healing him, she assured Aaron that he wouldn't have trouble moving, but our hero was just quiet. When, out of the blue, Aaron asks Ignet what kind of sword she uses, and at the same time, addresses her as captain. Ignet could only smile at the odd question thrown her way and, in return, confirmed if our hero was a trainee of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy. When Aaron affirmed, Ignet understood it must be something that head swordmaster Ian, who Ignet called an old geezer, had said. Moreover, the lady captain tells Aaron that this may be too deep for him to understand now, but she tells him anyway. The sword that Ignet uses now is the blade that will make her king. Kubaru reacted strongly upon hearing this, asking Ignet if she would start a rebellion, but the other only told him not to get ahead of himself. And before she answers her question, Kubaru should hand over the pouch in his pocket first, saying she will purify it. As soon as she got the pendant from Kubaru, Eatnit told the elementalist orc that they were in a period of peace right now only because the kingdom Eatnit serves prohibits war among other kingdoms. But many centuries ago, and maybe even way before that, war only happened because an archdemon ran amok. As Eatnit purified the pendant, she also told them the world wasn't all that peaceful. She doesn't know how to save everyone's suffering. Eatnit also admits that she doesn't know how to control the wicked artifacts that are finding their way into their world and returns the pendant to Kubaru as soon as she purifies it. These all started when she first thought how nice it would be to create a free country in their world using her own hands. It looked like Kubaru was about to say something, so Eatnit assured them that she had no plans to incite a rebellion and would achieve her wish peacefully. As she walked past Lulu, the lady captain told the cat that Lulu needed to work even harder to maintain the relationships that it has right now, although it's good to enjoy the happy times. Eatnit stood before the large window and asked Aaron who he believed in. Before he could answer fully, Eatnit said that she believes in herself and that her conviction is solid, which is why she could walk her own path without any doubt. Aaron could only stare at her in surprise, and she jumped on the windowsill. Eatnit told Aaron that she would make him the same offer once they meet again someday. But this time, not to the steel in his heart, but to Aaron. The lady captain jumped as soon as she said this, parkering out of the room and shocking both Kubaru and Lulu, who quickly looked down to see her. But Aaron spoke up for the first time after listening to her this whole time. He recalled that when Eatnit killed Charlotte and Victor, he felt that what she did was right. And for him, it seemed the right thing to do, especially since he felt the conviction from every act she did. All the while, he had been hesitating, and it made him angry. While the lady captain acted as necessary, Aaron couldn't do the same. It took our hero a while to understand that he wasn't angry at all. He was jealous of her. Soon enough, the trio is back on the road again. They have their own carriage this time. With Kubaru in charge of the reins, Aaron continued to practice his mental training while Lulu watched over him. The cat looks at him intently as Aaron sweats while sitting still. In his mind, he's still trying to mold the steel in his heart according to his liking. But the steel didn't change much so far, even when Aaron used the fire to torch it. Moreover, the fire isn't as intense as before, but our hero refused to give up and continued hammering the steel. Just like that, Aaron spent the day doing his mental training, and now the sun has set, with Kubaru already done preparing dinner. As the orc opened the carriage door, Aaron greeted him and didn't notice that it was already dinner time. Kubaru asks him how his mental training has been progressing, and our hero admits that there isn't any significant progress yet, but he believes that his hard work will pay off. And that's when the orc noticed that the sorcerer cat was still out cold and tried calling out for Lulu, but Aaron thought his sorcery teacher was concentrating and won't wake up anytime soon. Hearing that, Kubaru can't help but question Lulu's methods, but Aaron quickly jumps to the cat's defense, explaining that each sorcerer has their own methods. Lulu's just happened to be this way. Since Lulu won't wake up soon, the two men decided to share a hearty meal, with Aaron impressed at Kubaru's cooking skills. Later at night, our hero picks up his sword again and practices his swordsmanship, leaving Kubaru impressed. Aaron has dedicated most of his time to training, not even wasting a single second as Kubaru looks on, thinking how he's such an upright man. Seeing Aaron work his butt off day and night just makes us slobs next to him. He's more put together than the rest of us. After their long days on the road, our trio finally reached a new town, with Kubaru explaining that they would arrive at Lathian sometime tomorrow. They checked into a nearby inn, with Lulu and Kubaru racing to get to the bathroom as Aaron made himself comfortable and sat on one of the tables. Just then, he heard a voice ordering a bottle of whiskey, while another nagged it, asking what was so good about the drink anyway. Aaron's ears perked up. He knows this voice, and as he turned to look, the first voice called out to the other one for always ordering food they can't finish. Our hero's eyes widened upon seeing two familiar heads, one red and the other blue, as they continued to bicker about food. Judith was just about to counter Brett's argument when she noticed Aaron sitting right next to them. She grabbed Brett's shoulder, facing the opposite direction, which is why he hadn't seen our hero yet. This time, Judith called Aaron by his name, as our hero stood up, happy to see her and Brett, while her two friends couldn't believe what they were seeing. Finally, the gang's back. Brett was just about to ask what he was doing here when Kubaru and Lulu appeared out of nowhere and placed themselves right between Aaron and the two. They were quick to square up, asking who they were and what they were trying to do with Aaron. The funny thing about all this is we know Aaron is more than capable of defending himself, but it's touching to see these two show such loyalty to Aaron. Judith was anything but intimidated, and she was shocked at Lulu, the talking cat. Kubaru still has his guard up as he looks at Brett and Judith warily, saying they're pretty strong. Exceptionally strong, Lulu adds. But before things could get worse, our hero stepped up and informed his two companions that these two in front of them were his friends and fellow trainees from Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy. Brett and Judith introduced themselves while Aaron told his friends that the two on his side were his masters, Kubaru, the fortune teller orc, and Lulu, Aaron's sorcery master. The orc quickly apologized for acting the way they did, saying that they jumped to conclusions because of what they went through the past month, also known as almost getting mobbed by brothers turned demons and meeting Emit Crescencia and the boss battle that followed. Brett didn't question it, but Judith, on the other hand, was pleased to see Aaron got taller and instantly put our hero in a chokehold. Judith complained about how he didn't even contact them all this time, which made her and Brett think he was dead. As Lulu looks on worriedly, Brett asks our hero what happened, with Aaron answering that it's a long story. Judith then released Aaron from her headlock, saying they could just talk later, but for now, they needed to have a match first. They all went outside and decided on one of the training grounds that was no longer being used. The first to face off was Judith and Aaron, but the former questioned him where his sword was, thinking that maybe he changed his primary weapon after all these years. As usual, Aaron shocks his friends when he procures his sword out of thin air, thanks to sorcery. Brett exclaimed in shock, while Lulu only snickered upon seeing his reaction. Meanwhile, Judith just grinned and was glad that at least Aaron wasn't slacking off these past 5 years, and just as quickly, she launched her attack. Dashing toward our hero, Judith's powerful blade met Aaron's, and the blades let out a loud clang followed by an immense aura that resulted from the impact. Kubaru was shocked to see someone on par with Aaron, but our hero quickly showed Judith what he learned from his training. He squished his sword and did a turn, with the resulting swing blowing Judith away. As he regained his footing, Aaron dashed toward the other with great speed and swung at Judith, who had her guard up and noticed something out of Aaron's moves. Brett watched in awe, confirming that the techniques Aaron is using right now are his and Judith's. Seeing Aaron use their technique, Judith can't help but ask him what he has been up to for the last few years. But Aaron reminded her that she was the one who said that they'd talk later. Before anyone could switch their attacks, Brett came running and told Judith to move out of the way. He can't help but fight Aaron now, but the redhead refuses. Since it came to this, they all agreed to have a three-way fight. There was a flurry of clothes as blades clashed, sending sparks and their edges echoing with every swing they parried. Brett lunged at Aaron, slashing him swiftly, but our hero managed to dodge. And in turn, his blue-haired friend got into position for his signature thrust toward our hero. Aaron managed to block it, with Brett saying that he's pretty conflicted on what to feel, seeing how Aaron is using both his and Judith's techniques. The blue-haired royal questions Aaron about how he learned it all when he just saw it once, as our hero replies to tell him all about it later. A flurry of red appears on his side as Judith slashes Aaron, breaking off his and Brett's interaction. Judith then questions both guys about how they could run their mouths in the middle of the fight, with her executing the first move. Aaron leaped, avoiding Judith's strike, and he instantly did a vertical slash as he landed, but even with Judith's off-balanced state, she managed to deliver one blow after another at our hero. And here comes Brett, about to join the fray once again when he just about managed to avoid a big slash from Aaron. As the blue-haired swordsman found his footing, he noticed Aaron was already on his side, coming from a spin and ready to take a swing. Of course, Brett dodged that one, but you know what didn't? The ground. There was a loud crack as the platform from where they were fighting suffered the effects of Aaron's attack. Brett couldn't help but comment on how ridiculously strong Aaron was. On the other hand, Kubaru was left speechless at how the trio kept going on with their matches. Neither of them looked as if they were ready to give up. What's even more shocking for him is how they enjoyed all of this. The three went at it for a while until Judith told Aaron that he had gotten much better than she expected. Our hero returned the compliment, saying the pair are way more powerful than he imagined. Brett finally called it quits for the three of them, seeing how the two were still relentless. Judith was about to kick the fuss, but Brett only pointed out that the sun had already set and they needed to go. She eventually conceded, but not before asking Aaron to do one last thing, the vertical slash technique he did ages ago at the final evaluations. With a small smile, Aaron got into position and started meditating. It took him just a second to get in the zone, shocking both of his friends as he delivered the iconic vertical slash. Aaron almost split the stage in half with his technique, while his friends marveled at its destructive power. Brett even said it's even more refined than last time. Knowing Aaron, Judith remarked that our MC must have worked his butt off again. I mean, who wouldn't after seeing Aaron's? Even some of our subscribers said our hero inspired them to go to the gym. But Aaron, the humble lad he is, just told the two that it hadn't been long since he could better the move like this. As the group made their way back to the inn, Brett started to fill in our hero on what he missed, saying that he went back to the academy. Aaron told him that he already knew since Lance and Sir Ian informed him, and hearing this, Brett questioned him if our MC had gone back to the academy. Meanwhile, on Judith's end, Lulu started walking side by side with Judith and praised the female swordsman for her strength back there. But Judith was every bit uncomfortable with Lulu near her, and our resident mascot was oblivious to all of this. Still, Lulu presented Judith with a shiny red jewel, the same color as her hair, but Judith only backed away as our furry little friend offered her more of those jewels. Brett started to call her off, surprised that she was saying no to stuff like this, and in reply, Judith answered in hushed tones that black cats are bad luck, thinking she might get cursed. But our poor Lulu heard all of this, and the sorcerer cat sat teary-eyed with drooping ears before Lulu ran crying to Aaron's arms. Later that night, the three former trainees sat together at the table, with Kubaru and Lulu giving them space to catch up. Brett praised how both are good people, well, orc and cat, as Judith immediately asked Aaron what happened to him after getting back from the academy. Aaron sat contemplating what to tell them before he decided to open up about where it all began, before he stepped foot in the academy when he started having recurring dreams about the old man. It took a while for Aaron to tell them everything, right up to the part where Sir Ian encouraged him to leave the academy and set out on a journey. The two were quiet after hearing all this while our hero grew anxious at how he probably sounded so ridiculous right now, but Judith just told him that it must have been tough. Aaron was surprised at her comment, but the red-haired girl continued, saying she was pissed off at Aaron when she first heard his story. After all, Judith believed she was the strongest person in the academy, but looking back, she admits that it's absurd to think of it that way, especially since Aaron was there. She also told him that she felt cheated at first because our hero was there, led by some other person's will who also happens to help him. But she realized that Aaron worked twice as hard just to overcome the man in his dreams. Our hero did not expect to gain empathy from Judith, who cheered him on and acknowledged the hard work he had done all this time, that Aaron could only grit his teeth to hold back his emotions. As the two were having a moment, it got broken when Brett commented that he trained Judith, so she's now the decent person she is. And in line with that, Aaron should be grateful since it was no easy task for the blue-haired noble. Upon hearing this, the two started going at it once again while Aaron just looked at it fondly. He even noticed that Brett became brighter than back then. Speaking of Brett, he asked our hero if he wants to travel together since he's on a personal journey right now, with Judith seconding the motion. This suggestion took aback our hero. Sure, he didn't mind, but he started to worry if these two would get along with Kubaru and Lulu. Fast forward to a couple of drinks later, the fortune teller orc is now besties with Brett, sharing a fondness for alcohol. In fact, Brett's pretty happy that now he's got a drinking buddy since Judith was such a lightweight. Agitated at what Brett said, the redhead suggested a match to settle it, but Brett just tried to humor her off. And after a few more hours, it's now Judith's turn to sob, apologizing profusely to Lulu for how she called our mascot the bringer of bad luck. This time, it's Lulu trying hard to get away from Judith's hold. The sorcerer cat struggled to break free since she was too strong, so Lulu ended up asking Aaron for help. Our hero looked at them all fondly, breathing a sigh of relief since he was worried for nothing. They all got along just fine. And now, they are 5, plus 2 horses. The next day, the gang set out with no specific destination in mind. Brett and Judith were shocked when they heard that the trio was going to Lathian and told them they shouldn't bother going there at all. It was the worst, at least according to both of them. Curious to know why they would say something like that, Aaron questioned the two, and Judith answered it was because no one wanted to spar with them. She recalled how not only the swordsmanship academies refused to welcome them, even the famous swordsmen were too stuck up and refused to meet them. Hearing all this, Kubaru asked if the two presented their certification cards that prove they were from Chronos Swordsmanship Academy's 27th cohort, to which Judith answered in the affirmative. Well, there you have it, the reason why the other swordsmen are not entertaining them. Kubaru points out that everybody pretty much calls them the Golden Cohort because of their stellar reputation. So if anyone ever went up against them and lost, that would hurt any academy's and swordsman's pride. Judith got more annoyed, but Lulu had already hopped onto Aaron's head, asking where he wanted to go next, but even our hero was not sure where to go. Since they're all undecided, Brett suggested the city of Partisan, an up-and-coming spot where many swordsmen and free folk gather, which the group gladly agreed upon instantly. The gang continued to travel for a week, and during that time, they managed to bond and get to know each other better. Kubaru still prepares the food, and he gained a new fan of his cooking in the form of Brett. Meanwhile, Judith is the same as ever, eager to train and invited our hero for a little after-lunch exercise. The more they fought, the more Eren got used to Judith's attack pattern, but the latter didn't seem too worried that our hero got the hang of it. To Eren's shock, Judith's blade started to glow a bright red color that Kubaru was surprised to see, asking if it was an aura sword. But Brett was quick to explain that she was just emitting a little aura, which is different from a swordmaster's aura sword. As Eren and Judith continued to clash swords, Brett further explained that his companion was still practicing using it, which is why it couldn't take a specific form yet. But you gotta admit though, it does put pressure on the opponent. While the two were busy sparring, Brett thought that he had just managed to understand the nature of aura swords. Then there's Eren, who had already mastered two forms of aura application, manifestation and focus. This notion makes Brett believe that his blonde friend is the one most likely to become a swordmaster out of the three of them. I think that's pretty obvious. He's our main character after all. But first, you gotta be humbled a few more times like now. Judith and Eren's fight ended with our hero admitting defeat, much to the redhead's joy. That's 9-1, giving her a 90% win rate. As he stood panting to catch his breath, our hero couldn't help but think he was the weakest one out of them all, even if he expected it to some extent. It's hard to beat these two, after all, he thought. But if Eren's this weak, then are we worms or something? But Eren's reverie got cut off when Brett called off the physical fight. Instead, he asked them to fight with words now. Our hero was confused for a sec, but in no time, Brett started to break down and discuss the events of his second sparring day with Judith. He explained how she quickly dodged to the side as he changed his attack first, which also made her realize this. Moreover, the blue-haired noble pointed out that Judith has a habit of dodging to the side and attacking forward when she gets flustered, and it's becoming a frequent attack pattern now. The other admitted and said she would be mindful of her habits from then on, but our hero could only listen to them, sword still in hand. Brett then turned to him, asking what he thought of their sword discussion, where they analyzed and discussed their swordsmanship while going over their last match. Since it's his first time seeing the two talk about this, our hero told Brett that he'd probably sit this one out and listen to them for today. Once again, Eren thought just how amazing his friends were and exclaimed that he was excited to get stronger, so he could join them in their discussion next time. Bless this manhwa for the excellent portrayal of healthy competition. Amen. Later that night, Kubaru asked Eren if he was not having dinner, but our hero said he'd spend the night training and return by morning. Judith, who heard all this, decided to follow suit and train as well. She was determined not to let him get ahead of her too much. And since Judith has gone, Brett also stood up so that the fortune teller orc can't help but ask them their deal. The blue-haired noble explained that every time Eren displays a considerable amount of conviction, he grows beyond belief, and his redhead companion knows this. So she trains hard so she will not be left behind. Brett then asks Kubaru if something like this has happened during their travels, and the orc answers with a smile that it did. Brett expected that much, and Kubaru could only laugh in confirmation. Outside, Eren is busy practicing his vertical slash, but he's been thinking that what Sir Ian said was correct. There's no point in just trying to copy someone. As he continues to swing his sword, Eren feels that he needs to decide on his swordsmanship's core. His basis is the old man in his dreams with the vertical slashes and the swordsmanship he learned at the academy with his large sword. With these two at the core and adding Brett and Judith's fighting techniques, our hero committed to perfecting his own swordsmanship style. True enough, by the next time they sparred, Judith emerged struggling and was pissed at how Eren managed to get stronger once more. Brett is also on his knees, huffing for air, but unlike his companion, he has come to admit that the world is simply like that. He added that he felt the same when he first watched Ilya 5 years ago. Speaking of Ilya, we hope to see her so we can finally say the gang could be complete for real this time. Back to the current situation, Kubaru once again thought of how impressive Eren was and how he quickly narrowed their gap. Then he noticed Judith, who grew frustrated at Eren's speedy development. Using his powers, the fortune teller orc sees the intense fire energy surrounding the resident redhead's body and notes that people like her hate to lose. Moreover, Kubaru said her next assignment would most likely be controlling that energy. Much to Kubaru's surprise, Judith became even more powerful just 2 days later, and Eren couldn't help but defend against her attacks for dear life. Her attacks are much more tenacious, and it was checkmate for our hero in no time. Judith exclaimed with joy at how she managed to win over Eren this time, while Kubara remarked that she picked that last move from our hero's fighting style. What's even more shocking for the orc is that she could only learn that move if she had the innate talent and tenacity to become stronger than everybody else. These kids are literally helping each other grow. As Judith relished in her victory, Eren could only praise his friend for pulling a move like that, and now the redhead was more than happy to head to Partisan to spar with other swordsmen. Unknown to them, Lulus quietly observed their progress from a nearby tree and remarked that this trio had no idea just how strong they were. Well, it's only a matter of time before they do, once they arrive in the city. In Partisan, Judith was shocked to see the number of swordsmen walking about in this emerging city of the West, while Kubaru commented that it's just like a mercenary town. The orc and Lulu proceeded to head to the inn while the trio went out to Harem's Swordsmanship Academy in the hopes of finding good game. Before he knocked on the door, Brett told his friends they must keep their identities as Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy trainees. As soon as he knocked, a tall man with cropped hair answered their call, with Brett declaring their intent to spar with the swordsman in their academy. At first, the man only looked at them, seeing how they were all young, and was about to ask which school they came from when a voice from inside asked what was happening. The man who greeted the three, Sir Kent, replied to the voice inside that they were guests seeking a duel. The same voice ushered them in, and the three were greeted by a man with blonde hair tied in a ponytail. He introduced himself as Headmaster Harem, while the trio quickly returned the gesture. The older man thought these three were no ordinary youngsters, so he took upon himself to handle this one from Instructor Kent. The headmaster gave them a tour of the institution, pointing out that the trainees were using the first floor and also verifying if these three came to the academy to duel. He ushered them to his office if they were, making Brett question who their opponent would be. The headmaster proposed with a smile that he would fight them, much to Instructor Kent's shock and Judith's delight. At the office, the headmaster asked which of the three would like to go first, and to their surprise, Eren stepped up to the challenge first. Of course, he had to ask if it was okay with his friends first. See, he's really a cinnamon roll, too good for this world. Brett said that it was unexpected of Eren, but the two let him have this one. Before they get started, Headmaster Harem urges the use of wooden swords so as not to hurt anybody, which our hero quickly obliges to. With the swordsmen standing far apart, the duel commenced at the signal, with the headmaster making the first move and sprinting toward our hero. Headmaster Harem thought he'd look at how strong Eren was when our hero whacked the headmaster's head in one fell swoop. So much for the boss battle. Well, that was embarrassing, to say the least. The headmaster instantly fell as Eren bonked him, with Instructor Kent running to help him, leaving Eren confused at the unexpected turn of events. Judith was horrified, exclaiming that Eren had killed him, but our hero turned to her in panic, saying he didn't as Instructor Kent shook the headmaster. Obviously, the other two didn't fight the headmaster, so they all just sat at the headmaster's office. Eren apologized again, but the headmaster, now sporting a bandaged head, told our hero he shouldn't be sorry since it was a fair fight. With a smile, Headmaster Harem asked if they were from an academy, but none of them answered immediately. As the group's diplomat, Brett responded that they were all from Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy, to which the headmaster asked if they were from the 27th cohort, also known as the rumored Golden Cohort, to which the blue-haired noble indirectly answered yes. Hearing that they came from Chrono made a lot of sense to the headmaster, who said it was the only place that could produce talents like them. Their reputation precedes them since Headmaster Harem has heard about them, but he had no idea they would be this strong. He thought the three were just playing with him. Eren was appalled when the headmaster said this, but thankfully, the older man was good-natured enough to understand that it wasn't the case and believed that the trio was genuinely looking to find a good sport. Since that's out of the way, Headmaster Harem finally addressed the elephant in the room. These three had no idea how strong they were. To explain further, he asked them what level swordsmen usually aim for. For most people, they would answer Swordmaster, but in the case of swordsmen, they would most likely answer that they wish to attain the expert level. Realistically speaking, it's the highest level swordsman of ambiguous talent, background, and effort can reach. But Headmaster Harem said that the expert level might seem too much of a title for others, and added that all the head teachers in the academy are at expert levels. That being said, he told the trio that no headmasters in the academy could handle their abilities. At best, 4 or 5 of them in the institution could fight the trio, but eventually, Eren and his friends would win. After saying this, the headmaster told them they should be proud, but Judith did the opposite. She sighed gloomily. Seeing Judith's reaction brought a grin to the headmaster's face, so he told them that one person in the partisan was stronger than the three of them. At the mention of this, Judith slammed her hands on his table, eager to know just how strong this person was and if they were a master. The headmaster was taken aback by her intense reaction and said this person wasn't a master. Still, he's more famous than the other masters, taking into consideration that there are 100 publicly known masters to date, and that this person is the next strongest in line. This person is none other than Jet Frost, the 101st strongest swordsman. And our favorite trio just came in the nick of time, since Jet Frost will be hosting training duels in his residence 2 days from now. But of the three, it's Judith who is the most excited of all and proclaims that they must challenge him. 2 days later, the trio made their way to Jet Frost's manor and were surprised at the sheer number of the crowd waiting at his front door. Aaron asked if there was a chance they could take part in today's training, while the headmaster just sighed in frustration since a lot of people also came today. Moreover, he said that if Jet Frost just came out and fought every time he was challenged, these swordsmen wouldn't flock to his home like this. The three were surprised at the headmaster's sudden appearance. Judith asked him what he was doing there, but he didn't answer directly. Instead, the older man told them that Jet Frost was way more skilled than he was, and that dueling with him helps him out a lot. It was Brett's turn to ask him if he knew Jet Frost, and that's when the headmaster revealed that the esteemed swordsman was an old friend of his. Hearing this, Brett couldn't help but follow up that if he's friends with Jet, can't he just ask the other to duel with him anytime? Headmaster Harem said he tried and got rejected when he did. Then suddenly, Jet Frost's butler, a kind-looking old man named Glenn, came out to greet the swordsmen gathered outside. Seeing that a lot of people came today as well, he told them that only those who passed the test were allowed to duel with his master. As he said this, Glenn presented the swordsmen with a scale, explaining that if they scored over 5,000 points, then they passed. Aaron was surprised to see that it was a magical scale, with the headmaster asked if he had tried one before, to which our hero answered yes. Aaron also added that he scored around 10,000 points, to which the older man could only look at him warily. It's not easy to get such a high score like that. One by one, the swordsmen started testing their strength on the scale. Some passed while others failed, and then it was Headmaster Harem's turn. The butler was pleased to see him again. He passed, just like the others, scoring 12,081 points and saying that one learns a few tricks once one gets the hang of the scale. Finally, it was our hero's turn to hit the scale. As he procured his sword, Glenn asked if it was a magic sword, but Aaron explained that it had no other characteristics besides being a hard sword. To avoid any issues, Glenn prepared a similar sword that Aaron will use. As soon as he was handed the sword, our MC slammed the scale pretty hard that Glenn couldn't believe the numbers, including Headmaster Harem. Our hero got a whopping 18,817 points. Then, it was Judith and Brett's turn to hit the scale. She got 16,581 points while Brett scored 16,601, making them both passers. Brett approached Aaron, telling him that even he won't let them win in terms of raw power, but our hero just said to him that their scores weren't that far off. Sure, Aaron, that's more than 2,000 points in difference. Meanwhile, Judith has been pretty quiet that Brett couldn't help but tease her, saying he should have just let the redhead beat him. This incited a strong reaction from Judith, who reasoned that she was just off-center, which is why her score is a little lower. But since the test is done, Aaron urges his friends to gather with the rest of the group. As he and Brett walked ahead, Judith was brooding about how she was the weakest one again out of the three of them. Back to the situation at hand, Glenn declared that since a lot of swordsmen passed, there would be a 3-versus-1 duel, asking the passers to form groups of 3. Would you look at that? It's as if this was made for our trio. As we all know, they're pretty strong, so it didn't take long before our heroes smoked out the weak competition. Surprisingly, Headmaster Harem made it to the final leg too. Glenn tells the headmaster that Jet Frost will fight him one-on-one, with the latter saying that now he gets the special treatment as his friend. So this leaves our trio as the final challengers. But just before the headmaster went off to face him, Brett had an idea which he whispered to the older man's ear. The blue-haired noble left it to the headmaster, who only told him not to worry and proceeded to go inside. But just like that, his fight with Jet Frost didn't last that long, and the headmaster found himself staring intently at Jet Frost's blade. He admitted that he's just no match to Jet Frost, with the latter stating the obvious. Still, the headmaster thanked his friend since he learned a lot, but that was a given since Jet Frost said he was guiding the duel. Since they're done, Harem tells his friend that he only has one last team left to fight, while the white-haired swordsman says he is eager to finish it to get some rest. And that's when Harem told the other that Aaron's team proposed a bet which perked Jet Frost's interest. Since they're a team of young swordsmen, Harem tells his friend that the trio is prepared to do anything Jet Frost wants in a month if he wins. But on the other hand, if he loses, he'd have to train them individually for a month. The white-haired swordsman couldn't help but laugh at the proposal, but at the same time, he found it interesting and had already planned to make them clean his mansion. At this, Harem smirked, happy to see that his friend fell for it. And then he finally saw the three, which made Jet Frost fidget from where he stood and asked his butler why didn't he tell him that the trio were experts. Glenn told his master that he didn't inform him of this crucial information since Harem revealed to the butler that Jet Frost drank his wine. The white-haired swordsman tried to reason out that there wasn't even any left, and now he was left with this pickle. Hell have no fury to a man whose wine got stolen. Jet didn't have time to argue since the three already introduced themselves and were already positioned to start the fight. As if that wasn't enough pressure, they all emitted their own aura and said they looked forward to his guidance. Wait, did they just say Chronos Swordsmanship Academy's 27th cohort? The rumored golden cohort? Before Jet Frost could decide whether he made the right decision, he heard the three call out the start of the duel. And before he realized it, Aaron was already in front of him about delivering a swing had he not raised his sword to counter it. As their swords clashed, a powerful impact made the older man question how our hero could be that strong. Jet Frost pushed back with equal force, fending off Aaron's attack with the old man slashing our hero. But this time, there was another attack forcing open Jet Frost's guard. It was Brett's quick slash, as Aaron ready to deliver a blow right behind the blue-haired noble. As he was about to counter, he felt someone was right behind him, with Judith almost slashing him. But the older man was quick on his feet and dashed in the opposite direction, creating some distance between them. As he did this, the older man looked back and thought that the trio had great teamwork and needed to turn this into a one-on-one duel, but he didn't get to finish that thought as he saw someone's blade almost make contact with his face. He leaned back just in time, or else he might have lost half his head, but just as he was about to get into position, he already saw Aaron was just about to cut him down. Jet Frost, bless his reflexes, used his feet to propel his body out of Aaron's attack zone, just in time for Brett to catch him off balance. The older man spun around the noble swordsman and thought these kids were not giving him time to think. And then, there was a loud clash of blades as Glenn watched in awe that his master had a hard time dealing with them, while Harem looked on with a grin, clearly enjoying the show, and said that it was worth making a bet after all. This was getting a little too intense for Jet Frost's liking. And as the older man gritted his teeth, he really thought that he might end up teaching these three if it continued like this. With the mere thought of teaching them, Jet Frost found renewed vigor and emitted an intense aura that even the trio felt instantly. The former Chrono trainees stopped dead in their tracks as Jet continued emitting his aura, which only grew intense by the moment. He stopped and acknowledged the trio's strength, and now decided to return the favor and fight seriously. And based on his looks alone, things are about to go down hard. Brett struggled with Jet's heavy aura, making it harder for the younger swordsman to move since it seemed he was about to be cut by the white-haired swordsman's aura alone. But Judith didn't let the pressure get to her and charged directly at the older man. In an unexpected move, Jet threw his sword at her, which made the redhead block his attack. Then he was gone. Brett was still looking at where he last saw the older man, thinking that he had magically disappeared, when he noticed at the last minute that Jet was right above him. And that's not all, the older man had another blade with him, as Jet unsheathed his other sword from behind. The blue-haired noble hesitated since he couldn't read the older man's next move, whether it would be a slash or a thrust, but Brett thought that he needed to block his attack. But the older man used Brett's hesitation against him and emitted a sinister aura this time, rendering the noble immobile in fear, which Jet used so he could send a thrust toward the younger man. Or not. Jet just tapped the tip of his blade to Brett's chest. That's one down. As he raised his blade, Jet saw Aaron from the reflection, who tried to sneak up behind him. But the older man kicked our hero so hard he flew in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Judith lunged toward him, but the older man was pretty nimble. He maneuvered his body out of Judith's way, jumped, landed right behind her, and slid his blade just a few inches away from her neck. So that's two. Now, only Aaron is left. But before he moved on to Aaron, Jet called out their blue-haired friend, commending him for his stable swordsmanship. Even the older man was pretty impressed with his technique, seeing that it's rather developed for his age, while he was quick to point out that Brett lacked insight, or maybe the younger swordsman was just too cautious. Brett reasoned out that there was no way he could avoid an attack like that, but the older man told him that he only put enough force on his attack, at least just enough that Brett could handle it, while adding that he was pretty committed to his role in these guidance duels. Plus, he also said that the blue-haired noble backed away as a result of losing composure. Jet then turns his attention to Judith, saying her attacks are pretty simple, which she got confused about. To elaborate further, he asked her if she forgot how to thrust, pointing out that she only used slashing techniques, and by doing so, Jet said that she's not using her sword to its full potential. Since he's done pointing out the flaws in the pair's technique, Jet turns to Eren, saying he'll have more fun with him since he's the last one. And since he's feeling gracious, Jet told Eren that he could attack first, noting that Eren's attacks are pretty heavy. But wait, there's more. He even told Eren to come in with his full power. Upon hearing this, Brett and Judith started to laugh wholeheartedly, while Harem could only look at the two strangely, wondering what they were laughing at. Eren got a little worried with Jet's suggestion, saying that he may end up damaging the place, but the older man just smiled and said it's a risk that he needs to take when it comes to a duel. This older man is in for a treat, since Jet gave him the okay. Eren suddenly got into the zone and started meditating with his usual stance. Jet already saw the glowing aura emanating from the younger man's body until it suddenly went ablaze. He questioned himself about this immense aura and was surprised to see Eren controlling it. Meanwhile, Eren thought that Jet was far too strong, seeing how he managed to overpower the three without even tapping his full power, so if he'll use this opportunity to be trained by him. As Eren thought this, the blaze from his aura got more intense, thinking he won't pass this chance up. With that, Eren raised his sword, his golden aura crackling around him, and was about to deliver the vertical slash when Jet yelled stop. Our hero caught himself before his blade struck the floor as the older man admitted defeat and asked Eren to put his sword down. It's good to know that our man Jet finally got some sense into him and prioritized the safety of his home. I mean, God knows what state his manor will be in once Eren unleashed that vertical slash attack. Since Jet admitted his loss, the three were quick to line up with shining eyes and told him that they looked forward to his guidance since he had no choice but to keep his end of the deal. The next day, Jet led them to one of the training rooms in his residence, complete with a large transmutation circle inscribed on the floor, telling the trio that this will serve as their training grounds for the next month. As he said this, the older man activated something on the wall via sorcery, which instantly shifted the gravity in the room, making it heavier. Ah, the good old gravity room circa Dragon Ball. The trio were surprised at this change of atmosphere. Body's heavier than normal, but Jet said that a healthy body makes for better aura efficiency. Moreover, overcoming challenges like these could also increase their aura, at least according to Jet. For their first task, Jet had them move all the rocks placed on the right side to the left, which they can accomplish until noon. He warns them that if they can't even complete at least that much, then they lack the willpower, which leads to their disqualification. Our heroes quickly got into it, and it wasn't until 3 hours later when Jet decided to check on them. Surely, they're done by now, right? What he didn't expect is to see the three still reloading the rocks to the opposite end. Jet didn't think that the task he had for them would be that hard until Glenn appeared, and informed him that this is their third time moving those rocks. This took the swordsman by surprise as Glenn explained that the trio already finished it before 11 o'clock, but since they don't like keeping still, they decided to keep moving it to keep the momentum. Annoyed at how the three are being carried away, Jet said that he'll just see how long they'll last. On the second day, the three were made to do crunches with a log placed on their bent knees for added difficulty, and they were also made to run lapses while pulling weights. Out of the three, Judith is starting to look worse for wear that even Jet started to notice it as well, though he didn't comment on it. At night, as Eren lays in bed, Lulu questions our hero if they're still doing stamina training even now. The sorcerer Cat commented that it has already been a week and asked him if their guide has no plans of dueling with them, but Eren just told Lulu that Jet has a plan. Hearing this, Lulu remarked that he was such a joke, considering he's the 101st strongest swordsman. At the mention of his title, Eren thought being called the 101st strongest swordsman didn't appeal to him in all honesty. Back in Jet Frost's manor, the white-haired swordsman sat silently while mulling over his three students. He thought that they weren't built on talent alone, as seen in their eyes. He took a sip of his wine and remembered his past self since it was the same case for him. He had the same fire in his eyes back in his younger years. The next day, Jet told the trio that he would start to guide them based on their individual needs, starting with Eren. To get a better grasp of our hero's fighting tactics, The teacher and students sparred to get an assessment. As soon as they finished exchanging blows, Jet told Eren that he was doing great and the thing he should work on is his passiveness. To further elaborate, the older man pointed out that our hero is stuck on the idea that he's slower than his opponents, so someone who's light on their feet like Judith will most likely string around Eren throughout the duel. Hearing this, Eren pointed out that he's really much slower than Judith, but Jet showed him a technique utilizing his power. The older man explained that just because he's slower or less coordinated means that he should act passively. What he needs to do is expand his territory and occupy more space. As he said this, Jet unleashed his aura, growing bigger as he approached Eren. He showed Eren to continue expanding his space bit by bit to work to his advantage, and once it has become hard for his opponent to run away or counterattack, then that's proof that they're forced into a corner. Since Jet not only explained but demonstrated his advice, Eren understood his advice better and then proceeded to teach the other two. The training went on, and this time, Jet is now observing them with so much intent, especially the sparring between Eren and Judith. Our hero noticed that his friend's overworking herself again, but the hard-headed Judith just told him not to treat her like she's some weakling, and that she's just getting started. The redhead believes that she'll win this time, but unbeknownst to her, Jet already had a different thing in mind. This time, the older man intervened and asked Judith to come with him, telling her that he has another piece of advice she should follow. The instructor tells his student to put down her sword and come meet him in his chambers. As for Eren and Brett, he urged the two to take their lunch and eat first, since his chat with Judith may take a while. So the two went ahead and were peacefully having their lunch when they heard Judith's voice echo through the dining hall. The two were startled, and as they looked over in the direction of Jet's chambers, Judith came out stomping and fuming with rage. Brett asked her where she was going, but she just snapped at Brett. Curious to know what happened, the two men went to Jet's room and asked what they talked about. The older man was pouring himself a drink as Brett and Eren waited for his answer, but he took his time. Day drinking during lunchtime? He's just my kind of guy. Anyway, back to the story. Jet revealed that he gets reminded of his younger days whenever he looks at the three of them. Times when he was happy just by holding a sword. He related to the two how he became an expert at a young age, and soon enough, people started calling him as the next in line to become a swordmaster. But reality was much harsher, and Jet found out the road to becoming a swordmaster is full of struggles. He faced a lot of opponents across the continent who were much stronger than him, and he also got compared to a lot of them, which led to more frustration on his part. Until finally, Jet caved into the pressure that he could no longer focus on his swordsmanship. Talking about this now, the comparisons, competitions, as well as the desire to win were too much, and now, Jet thought that if he just had better control and moderated that fiery emotion. Unfortunately, in the world of swordsmanship, a thing called moderation doesn't apply to competitions. Plus, seeing geniuses like Brett and Eren would only make the feeling of impatience grow stronger. He told them all this because he advised Judith to break away from the competition and comparison mindset. Instead, he told her that she should try to focus on why she picked up swordsmanship in the first place. But saying those might have the opposite effect on her, which is why she stormed out of his chambers earlier. But as soon as he said this, there was a rattle on the door, with the two turning to see who it was, Judith. Compared to earlier, Judith has a calmer demeanor now and apologized to Jet for what she did. Moreover, she knows that he was not trying to make her feel bad and admitted that her friends are not only better than her, but that she has also been overworking to catch up to them. But Judith didn't pick up the sword just for fun. She did it to survive. She explains to Jet that for her, competition and the results of a duel are all tied to her survival. And the very reason she's wielding the sword today is because of competition. So if it entails overworking herself over and over again to rise above and be better than her competitors, then so be it. To hell with overworking. Judith says that she doesn't care about the pain she suffers in the process since she's confident that she can overcome those as well. As Judith said this, the fire in her heart burned brighter and Jet could only do was stare at a girl. Just like that, their month-long training under Jet Frost came to an end after a week. Eren thanked the older man for taking them under his wing, to which the latter only asked where they plan to go next. Red said that they have no idea, and upon hearing that, Jet suggested that they should check out the Land of Attestment. It's one of the 5 kingdoms of the West, which is also known as the Pride of the Kalyard Kingdom, known for its amazing battle arena. Moreover, Jet said that the sudden appearance of a certain swordsman made the battles in the area grow in number. And to make more things interesting, the older man told them they should know who the swordsman is since she was also from the 27th cohort. At this, Eren perked up as Jet revealed that the current champion of the Land of Attestment is Ilia Lindsay. Finally, we're getting the band back together, or are we? Back in the carriage, Aaron thought that of Ilya, with Judith saying that she must have gotten even stronger now. On the other hand, Rhett said that maybe Ilya must have overcome what happened back then. At the mention of this, Judith asked him what he was talking about, and that's when the blue-haired noble revealed that Carl Lindsay, the crown prince of the Lindsay family, disappeared without a trace, much to Aaron's shock. According to Brett, when Ilya got home after the final evaluation, her older brother had already gone missing. What's peculiar about his case is the fact that he disappeared without a trace, as if whisked away by sorcery. But Yuna family's resident magician could find no traces of him. This left Ilya feeling frustrated, but the family continued to look for him, but no progress was made in the next 3 months that followed. Because of this, rumors started to spread that Carl may be dead, in which all the rivaling families who had always been jealous of the Lindsays started making ill remarks about the family's future. Aaron was speechless and worried for Ilya. He had no idea she went through something like that, but Brett assured them that their co-training must be fine now since she became the champion of the land of Attestment after all. She wouldn't earn that title if she let what they said get to her. What's more, Brett said this reunion would make up for his loss to her during the final evaluation, which Judith quickly agreed to. In no time, their band reached Eisenmarkt, Kallier Kingdom's battle city. Lulu was excited to see this many people, while Aaron quickly noticed that it seems to be populated by the affluent. But then again, Lulu points out that there are also many beggars on the streets, but Kubaru just said that's the way it is. So, Eisenmarkt. There are many battle arenas in the place apart from the land of Attestment, which makes betting and gambling popular. Just then, a merchant sprung up on the group, seeing that they seemed to be interested in duels. Aaron was just about to explain, but the man talked over him, saying that he has something that's desired by many. 4 tickets to champion battle at the land of Attestment happening at 4 p.m. today. So of course our hero had to buy these. Their group made their way inside the humongous arena, way bigger than any of the arenas they'd ever been to. Judith is pretty happy to see how huge the place was and the fact that it's filled with people. Her seatmates started making small talk, with one of them asking who they placed their bet on. The man answered that his bet was Ilya, for obvious reasons, and because not only is she the youngest champion in history, but she also became a sword master at 18. Judith turned to the man upon hearing what he said, but soon enough, her attention shifted to the main stage as the announcer's voice welcomed them into the arena. For today's battle, the announcer introduced the challenger, who is the second in rank among all the swordsmen at king level, Cedric Cooper. For his opponent, he excitedly announced the undefeated swordsman, undeniable talent, youngest champion ever, and the swordmaster, Ilya Lindsay. As she stepped onto the stage, Ilya drew her sword that was already surrounded by a certain force that Brett and Judith made no mistake about it, an aura sword. Aaron was also shocked but said nothing, as we finally saw Ilya walk into the stage, making the crowd go wild. And hot damn, she's prettier than ever too. With both swordsmen already in position, Ilya made the first move, and in a split second, she was already in front of Cedric. This caught the latter off guard, but he had to move fast because Ilya unleashed a barrage of attacks that left him defending his very life, thinking that he can barely dodge her attacks. Just then, Ilya prepared for a stronger attack, hitting Cedric in the chest and blowing him to the other part of the stage. Lucky for him, he had his sword up when she did that, but his sword is already chipped and started to crack. He thought that if he took one more blow from that aura sword, then his blade will be destroyed for sure. Moreover, he can't let this duel end without landing at least one attack. So he decided to take offense and was about to thrust his blade when Ilya spun out of his attack's range and slashed his sword, breaking it in half. Just like that, it was over in less than a minute, with Ilya already walking away as she's once again declared as the champion. Kubaru couldn't believe her, since this wasn't even a challenge, and asked the trio if she was really a trainee like them. All 3 were speechless, but Kubaru especially noticed that Aaron doesn't look too good. Our hero just stood up and told the orc he'll go for a little walk, while Kubaru told him that he'll wait for him at the inn. Is Aaron overwhelmed by her power? Now that he's out of the arena, Aaron can't help but wonder what was that all about and if he was just imagining things. But no, he was sure he sensed it clearly. Dark demon-like energy coming from Ilya. So Aaron thought he has to meet her as soon as possible. But first, he needed to gather information and remember that Kubaru used to get information from pubs, which is why he made his way to Eisen Pub. As soon as he stepped in, all eyes were staring intently at him, but our hero didn't care and went straight to the bartender. He greeted him and asked for some information, but the bartender warned Aaron that this was no ordinary pub and urged our hero to leave if he doesn't want any trouble. But Aaron said that he'll compensate him for his troubles, although not by a lot. As the bartender continued to wipe glasses, not even looking at him. Aaron asked the older man where he needs to go if he wants to meet the champion of the land of the Testament, Ilya Lindsay, which shocked the older man and drew the attention of another. The other dude, a thug you don't want to meet alone at night, told Aaron that he can answer his question but only if our hero agrees to bet with him and win. Aaron asked what bet is he proposing, and the man answered that they'll take turns punching each other. Basically, whoever lasts longer is declared the winner, so if one of them gives up or faints, then they lose. He's asking our hero Aaron, who has 18,817 points on the power scale, in a hitting match. This is going to be good. Aaron only narrowed his eyes, wondering if this is how the city operates, but agreed to what the man proposed. The two stood facing each other, with the thug asking Aaron if it was cool with our hero if he hits first, which Aaron agreed to. Without a word, he punched Aaron's face with all his might, which made our hero's face swing in the opposite direction, as the spectators looked on. Aaron wobbled a bit for being out of balance, but got praised for taking it well. Even the thug said that he'd be disappointed if it ended easily, saying that they should take their time and enjoy this. Aaron just replied that it was his turn, and boy, was he not prepared for what came next. Aaron hit him with so much force that not only did his cheek take the form of Aaron's fist, he flew hard and crashed to the other side of the room as Aaron only looked on. Maybe Aaron should add One Punch Man to his title too. So will our boy Aaron get to meet Ilya soon? And is their silver-haired friend really under the influence of a demon? Find out next time. And he's out. We have a winner by knockout. The burly man's underlings quickly swarmed to his position, still reeling from the punch Aaron gave, while the other spectators couldn't believe their eyes. A man his size, their boss, knocked out by just a punch. One of his underlings started to approach Aaron, threatening him for what he did to their boss, but a voice from the crowd told the man to calm down. At this, Aaron and the underling turned to look to see a man with pointed ears, while another person from the crowd called him Chief Reporter Hinch. But the underling didn't want to stop, threatening the man with pointed ears. He was about to take a swing when Hinch glared at him, and this time, it was his turn to threaten the man by saying that the former would find himself in tomorrow's newspaper. Surely, this pub would become pretty popular by then, right? Hearing this, the underling backed up, and Hinch used this opportunity to pull Aaron away from the pub while saying to our hero that he'll tell him what he needs to know. Soon, they went outside, and that's when Hinch formally introduced himself as the chief reporter of the weekly arena. Judging from Aaron's getup, the reporter assumed that Aaron was a swordsman and asked for his name. At this, our hero introduced himself, and upon hearing his last name, assumed that our MC's not from the West. This time, it's Aaron's turn to ask him a question, asking Hinch why he was willing to help him. At this, the reporter thought that he can't really tell our hero that he was just looking for his next big scoop, so what he told Aaron instead is that they should help each other while they can, and that he's free at the moment. And with that, they continued walking along, with Hinch asking Aaron why he wants to meet their champion, and if he was her fan. Aaron told him that he was actually a friend of Ilya, and that they haven't seen each other for a while. Upon hearing this, Hinch got more curious, since Ilya is known as a strange champion, but our hero just continued to ask the reporter how long Ilya has been in the city. He went on to explain that Ilya became the champion as soon as she arrived, and how much of a big deal this was, since it's been a long time since someone this powerful came to the city. Hinch also said that if Ilya continues to reign as champion, then there's a chance she would beat Edenit's record. At this, Aaron turned to him and asked if Edenit really was a champion of the land of the Testament, but Hinch was even more surprised that our hero didn't know this, considering it's a popular story. Hinch, our hero spent over 10 years sleeping, a year in training, and 5 more years trapped in a magical sphere. What exactly do you expect Aaron to know? But back to the story. Hinch told Aaron that even the public have started comparing the two lady swordsmen. Edenit reigned for 5 months, and since it's December by now, if Ilya could maintain her crown, then she would be the first swordsman to surpass Edenit's record. Aaron didn't say a word after hearing this, but there's a certain look on our hero's face now. In due time, the two men reached the place where Ilya, the current champion, resides. Aaron thanked him and went ahead, but Hinch stayed behind a nearby tree, wondering if Aaron will get an audience with their champion, especially since even the lords of the manors were turned away. Aaron introduced himself as soon as he was face to face with the estate guard, saying he wants to meet Ilya, and presented the Lindsay family's platinum card. At this, the guard was shocked and asked our hero to hand it over so he could check and verify it, which Aaron gave to him without a fuss. Soon, a dark-skinned woman with orange hair walked out of the estate and met Aaron outside. She introduced herself as Emma Garcia, Ilya's bodyguard, and told our hero that her mistress refused to meet him even if his platinum card was real. With that, she apologized and politely told Eren to leave, but Eren was surprised to hear that his friend refused to meet with him. Emma only added that Ilia came here as a swordsman, and not as a lady of the Lindsay family, which is why she preferred not to meet him and focus on her training instead. At this, Eren asked if she mentioned his name to Ilia, but Emma told her that she hasn't yet and planned to do so as soon as she got back inside. This time, Eren asked the lady bodyguard to mention his name to Ilia, adding that her friend Eren was there to see her, which Emma did so. It didn't take long before the gates of the manor opened up and Eren was ushered inside by Emma, much to the shock of Hinch, who was watching all of these from behind the tree. He didn't expect our hero to be a real friend of Ilia's at all. Hinch, there are a lot more things that would surprise you about our man Eren. Finally, found himself in front of the door to Ilia's chambers and knocked before he heard someone from inside tell him to come in. But before he did, Eren took a deep breath and opened the door to her chambers, greeting Ilia with a smile. The champion greeted him back, sitting on the table, and before long, had him sit with her. Guys, Ilia is in a dress. That's not something you get to see every day. Now that he's face to face with Ilia, she asked him what his excuse was for being late all these years, but our hero could only laugh in embarrassment and tells her that he'll explain everything. After what seems to be forever, Eren finally reached the latest happenings on his adventure, where he is now joined by Brett and Judith, who all decided to go here to the land of attestment. Ilia didn't say much about their adventures and only mentioned how a lot of things have happened to Eren, and after a short pause, our hero told him that they came to see her match yesterday, just as soon as they reached the city. He also said that he was happy to see that she even grew stronger from when they last met, but this time, our hero can't help but comment on how she seems unstable to his eyes. Eren added that this might just be a wild guess, but he thinks the reason Ilia came to the land of attestment is because of Ednet. At the mention of her name, Ilia's soft look at our hero turned into a glare and she started to emit a dark and threatening aura, asking him what he was getting at. Eren noticed that her aura continues to grow intense by the minute, but continued to tell the champion that he hasn't forgotten the year they spent at Chronos Swordsmanship Academy. Not even for a moment, and even now. He says that he placed a high value on the times they spent there, especially now that he's reminiscing about it, and grows fond at the thought of all the valuable people he met there. But out of all of them, Ilia is someone special to Eren since she was the one who first reached out and helped him when he was struggling back then. Eren told Ilia outright that his relationship with her makes it more precious than the others. If we didn't know the whole context of this story, then I bet a lot of you probably think we turned Shujo and our hero just confessed his feelings to the leading lady. But back to Eren's dramatic dialogue. Our hero even reminded her of what she said after the final evaluation, saying she would no longer be swayed by others. So he urged her to stop this while she still can. But Ilia didn't say a word and only gritted her teeth. Our hero tries one more time to convince her by saying that nothing will change if she keeps on trying to chase Ednet, but Ilia already stood up and admitted to him that she couldn't break free from how people looked at her. Just then, her aura turned sinister as soon as she thought about the dang parasites that just couldn't get enough no matter how much she tried. The champion went on to grab her sword and said that she has done her best over and over again just so they would stop slandering her brother and the Lindsay family's name, but the answer came to her in the form of her sword. Now manic, but with an even more sinister aura, Ilia continued that the aura sword has been telling her that she was on the right path and that she was not wrong. If anything, Ilia said that the wrong one is her past self, and is now in an agitated say, asking Eren if he has anything else to say to her. But our hero calmly stood up, confirming if she has chosen to do anything to keep the champion title, no matter what, to which she affirmed. Hearing this, Eren told her that he knows what to do now, which made her flinch. But our hero only confirmed to her again that there are only 120 days left before she could break Ednet's record, and if that is so, before it happens, Eren vowed to take Ilia down no matter what it takes. At this, our hero looked at her in all seriousness while emitting a golden glow from his aura. Ilia couldn't believe what she just heard, but Eren is more determined than ever, adding that he's going to take her down once she has to defend her title 4 months from now. Now this is a battle we wouldn't want to miss, but Ilia could only ask if he's being serious, and he said he was. Moreover, our hero thinks that if he beats her then, maybe she'll take his words a little more seriously, then proceeds to walk away from her. But Ilia, having the pride of a champion, somewhat mocked Eren if he thinks he could really beat her, to which Eren admitted that with his ability right now, he can't. This is why he's going to train hard so that he'll be able to. And before he walked out, Eren apologized to Ilia for how their conversation turned for the worse, especially since they haven't seen each other in a long while. Moreover, our hero tells her that he still considers Ilya his most precious friend, though it's a bit embarrassing to say it out loud. With that, he bade her goodbye and walked out of her chambers. Back at the inn, Kubaru and Brett sat at the table as Judith lay on the bed with Lulu, thinking about Ilya. The redhead was aware that their co-training has gotten stronger, but knowing that the latter achieved swordmaster level was a little too much for her to process. Judith knows that Ilya is way above her level though, but maybe in a couple of years. She didn't get to finish that trail of thought since she sprung up and promised to beat everyone one day, shocking Lulu awake. The sorcerer cat told the redhead how she scared her, but Judith was nice enough to apologize when the door to their room opened and in comes Aaron. Lulu asked where he went, and that's when he revealed to the group that he went to see Ilya, shocking both Kubaru and Brett. What's more, Brett is even more appalled at his friend challenging Ilya. But Aaron was serious with the challenge, telling Brett he'll do so in 4 months, but Brett could only question his blonde friend's life decisions. Meanwhile, Judith, who has been quiet all this time, could only hang her mouth with all she's hearing. And while Brett could only frown upon Aaron's decision, Lulu kept a positive mindset and believes our hero would win. Then there's Kubaru, who also shares Brett's realistic take on what our hero plans. A sword master is in a different league after all, even if Aaron is strong. Our hero is well aware of this fact, but he doesn't care even if Ilya is a sword master, since he believes this challenge is something that he has to do and that he's bent on winning no matter what. Our man said it with so much conviction that Judith is left speechless once again. In fact, the resident's loudmouthed redhead is feeling something dark budding in her heart that just made her grit her teeth in frustration. But suddenly, Judith returned to her usual cheerful self and encouraged Aaron with his plan. And while she's at it, the redhead said that she'd also challenge Ilya before walking out of the room to train. Outside, Judith thought that she can't sit still, not after hearing our hero talk like that. Back in their room, Brett commented that Aaron seems to have encouraged Judith with his idea, then turned to ask him if he has a plan. But Aaron wholeheartedly said that he doesn't have one, which is why he's going to cook up something now and ask the blue-haired noble how can he beat Ilya. Are we even surprised that Aaron's winging this one as well? And of course he had to ask Brett how he could defeat Ilya, while Brett only sighs in exasperation, thinking what he did to deserve something like this. But even if the blue-haired noble complains about it, obviously he'll still help our hero out. Brett says it's not impossible to beat Ilya, since there have been 3 recorded instances when a high-ranked expert swordsman beat a swordmaster. Even Kubaru attested to this, saying he has heard of this as well. But to do that, Brett says there are 3 conditions that need to be met. First, Aaron needs a sword strong enough to withstand an aura sword, which prompted him to ask our hero how strong his sword was. Aaron thought about what Vulcanus and the other dwarfs said about his sword being so sturdy that they can't even put a dent in it. So he just told Brett his blade won't break easily, since a lot of trustworthy people vouched for it. Hearing that, Brett gave the okay, which prompted him to condition number 2. Aaron needs to have his own technique, something that the opponent can't predict. Brett said that for Aaron, it should be his signature vertical slash, and advised our hero that he needs to refine it so that he can use it freely during a fight. Aaron promised to work hard on it, intent on beating Ilya. However, Brett pointed out that hard work doesn't always equal results, but since it's Aaron they're talking about, they just don't know how things might turn out. And excuse me, Brett, but hard work can beat effort, just ask Rock Lee. And now, for the last and most important condition. Brett said that Aaron's swordsmanship needs to be on par with a swordmaster. He went on to say how Ilya became a swordmaster because she worked hard for it, and it's not because she just got lucky, emphasizing that she's a true swordmaster because she perfected her swordsmanship before completing her aura. With that, the blue-haired noble told Aaron that things could get pretty hard for him if he can't narrow the difference in skill between him and Ilya. But Aaron just said that he'll do his best with the remaining time, and that's when Hinch sprung out of the blue, excitedly asking if Aaron will really challenge the champion, making Brett splash beer on his face. Aaron was just as surprised at the reporter's sudden appearance, but Hinch is already thinking how he was right. There is something about Aaron, and it was worth tailing him. And as a reporter, he can't miss out on a scoop this big. Lulu only pointed out that Hinch was an elf, prompting him to introduce himself to the rest of Aaron's group. But Brett only threw him a bombastic side-eye as he wiped the beer off his face and asked if the elf had been eavesdropping on them all along. Hinch just told him that he just happened to hear what they were saying since he has sensitive ears, but then turned his attention to Aaron. The elf said that he heard all the conditions Brett listed down, but it seems that the blue-haired missed a single detail which made Brett question himself if he did. But Hinch continued and said that the 4th condition that needs to be met is in terms of the stage. According to him, The stage that a challenger can stand on solely depends on their rank, and explained the hierarchy to the group by saying that a challenger receives a rank at the beginning and then progressively gets promoted to a higher rank the more they undergo ranking battles. Moreover, only the top 10 swordsmen who have reached the king level could challenge the champion. But here's the thing, even if Eren meets all the qualifications, there's a lot of competition going on, so it's going to be hard to seat the champion for a challenge unless he could catch the public's attention. And that's the fourth condition, according to Hinch. Now that he's heard it, everything made sense to Kubaru. The fortune teller orc told Hinch that they just need to make Eren the talk of the town, which the elf affirmed and said that our hero needs to increase his commercial value as a swordsman. Then with sparkling eyes, Hinch turned to Eren, pleading with our hero to let him help with this, and even promised to turn Eren into the biggest star the land of Attestment has ever seen. The next day, they quickly got to work starting at the training grounds of the Land of Beginnings. Like in many other battles, there's that one reporter who has a lot to say to fledgling swordsmen, but now he's busy scribbling notes upon learning that 2 of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy's trainees from the Golden Generation were participating today. He was quick to identify Brett Lloyd as one of the rising stars, as well as Judith, who he described as a commoner swordsman on par with Brett's level. This bald reporter's pretty fired up since both Brett and Judith cleared all 3 of their matches easily. And if his assumptions are right, then they'll most likely rank up to Bishop soon. He's intent on getting this story first before the weekly arena, thinking he has a better scoop than Hinch. As soon as Brett and Judith finished their matches, reporters swarmed around them, asking a variety of questions, from why they went to the Land of Attestment, or if they'd want to prove the strength of the Midland region in their area, but the 2 only moved forward and refused to answer any questions, even from the bald reporter. Just then, another reporter called out to Baldy, but the latter is too annoyed and scolds the former for not keeping an eye on Kara's and Tristan's matches. His underling told him that both matches were already done. Then, we caught a glimpse of a bearded swordsman in the midst of an attack, but in one swift movement, Eren passed him by, and as soon as he did, the bearded swordsman's blade shattered instantly. Back to the underling reporter, he told his boss that those 2 swordsmen he named lost to this young man, who's none other than our hero. After this match, Hinch was quick to catch Eren for a quick interview, stating our hero's name and confirming if he was part of Chrono's 27th cohort as well. The rest of the reporters only questioned him since they didn't know who Eren was, but scribbled down what Hinch said anyway, thinking the elf has no reason to lie about such a thing. Once they heard that he was indeed part of the 27th cohort, the reporters started asking our hero about Brett and Judith, and more so about their reason for coming here. Hearing all this, Eren remembered Hinch's coaching from last night, telling him that he should sound ambitious and confident, so our hero told these reporters that he can't answer on behalf of his co-trainees. Instead, he told them about his pledge. As a proud swordsman of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy, Eren announced that he'll defeat all of his opponents with a single blow till he reaches queen level. At this, Hinch only smiled at him while Eren continued and said that his goal here is to prove himself and not to train. He wrapped it up by proclaiming that he will become the champion. This is war. It didn't take long before our trio became the talk of the town, seeing how they all reached bishop level easily as soon as they showed up, while another claimed how impressive their matches were when he saw them yesterday. These 2 men were busy reading today's paper, with one of them commenting how he has never heard of Eren despite being part of Chrono's 27th cohort, but the other answered him, saying that Eren left Chrono after a little while for unknown reasons. And the former was surprised to read that Eren aims to become the champion, calling it a fat dream. But his companion only said that having at least one obnoxious character makes this all the more entertaining. Back at their inn, Hinch looks pretty happy seeing that Eren's interview is a pretty good start and people are definitely talking about him right now. Our hero was relieved to hear that, so now Hinch bade them goodbye so he could work on a follow-up story, and away he went. As soon as he left the room, Eren asked Brett if Judith went out to train again, and the latter explained that their redhead friend will continue training by herself for a while, and then took a seat in front of our hero. As soon as he was seated, Brett told Eren that there was something he's been meaning to ask our hero, and pointed out that Eren has been pretty restless for a while now, even while he was doing the interview earlier. That being said, he questioned Eren why he was willing to go that far to beat Ilya. At this, our hero turned his head down and was quiet for a moment before he finally told Brett everything. At this, the blue-haired noble couldn't believe that Ilya may be turning into a demon, but Eren could only sigh and confirm that she was. Our hero told his friend that he thinks once negative emotions start to build up inside someone, like negativity and rage, then this sets off their transformation to becoming a demon. similar to how the brothers Victor and Charlotte were a couple of chapters ago. Eren pointed out that there are times people could overcome these negative emotions like how Jet did, but in the case of Ilya, our hero said that he felt similar demonic energy emanating from her. This is the reason why Eren is hellbent on defeating Ilya, since if he can't stop her now, then she'll most likely succumb to the energy and get taken over one day. Now that he heard Eren's reason, Brett told him to just keep this between them and not tell Judith since he doesn't know how their friend will react upon knowing this. But back to the main issue, Brett told our hero that it's not easy to defeat Ilya with only 4 months worth of training, but still, Eren said that he has to try and do what he can. Suddenly, Lulu popped out of the top bunk shouting at Eren for not telling the sorcerer cat about such an important detail. Red only turned, not even surprised, and asked that wasn't this cat supposed to be with Kubaru. But Lulu is now focused on Eren, confirming if what the cat heard is right about his need to improve drastically in a matter of months. Eren affirmed and asked his sorcery teacher if he could do anything, and Lulu said it's possible with sorcery, emitting an aura as the cat said so. This time, Lulu told Eren that it was time for a special lesson and said that with every swing he makes, Eren needs to swing with a powerful wish in mind. That same night, back at the champion's estate, Ilya sits in the dark, thinking about Eren while holding the bracelet he has given her years ago. She furrows her brow and can't believe how Eren could not understand her, out of all people. She continues to hold the bracelet he gave her and convinces herself that they're just misunderstanding one another, which is why Ilya decided to go and meet the priest. A mentally unstable girl with a priest? Sounds like trouble to me. Back to our hero. Eren set out the next day with Lulu to go seek John Drew, one of the top instructors in town that Hinch told our hero about. Since he's got a week before his next match, our hero decided to meet with this instructor. As soon as they reached the front gates of his manor, they were greeted by a flock of people hoping they could get a chance to train with John Drew. Eren approached one of the guards, saying he came upon the recommendation of Hinch, and fortunately, the latter acknowledged our hero and led him to the instructor's estate proper. Lulu and Eren couldn't believe their eyes at how grandiose the place was, since they had to take a carriage to go from the gates to the reception room. Can you imagine living in a place where you have to be escorted to the receiving area from the gates via carriage? Me neither. Sucks to be us, man. En route to the reception, the guard asked Eren if he was here to seek a lesson with his master, which Eren answered yes, but the former warned him that this may be a difficult feat, especially since John Drew is pretty content with his life right now. Moreover, he warned that his master wouldn't budge easily no matter the price, but he admits that John Drew does love money, but Eren and Lulu were unfazed. Later, as the master and students sat in the drawing room, Eren asks his master what he thinks about the situation, but the cat isn't worried at all, especially since John Drew supposedly likes money. Just then, a voice sounded telling Eren that he was much younger than he thought, and in comes Viscount John Drew, House Drew. Our hero quickly got up to introduce himself while John confirmed if Hinch was the one who sent him to his residence. Eren answered yes, and without further ado, the lord of the house talked business and asked our hero if he was prepared to pay a fine price for his services. And that's when Lulu intervened. The sorcerer cat said that it will pay for the services, while John was shocked at seeing a talking cat and asked if Lulu was a sorcerer. Using sorcery, Lulu procured golden mice as payment for John's services, and from the looks of it, the latter's mouth starts to drool and his greediness started to show. Since it doesn't seem to be enough, Lulu procured a whole lot more using sorcery, and this time, the instructor let out a loud gasp at what he was seeing. It didn't take long for him to accept Eren under his wing, bowing to both Lulu and our hero that he'll do his best to guide, and while Lulu commented that this is how money should be used. They quickly moved to a different and larger room, with John telling our hero to show him all the swordsmanship techniques he knows. Eren was confused for a moment before John explained that he'll be able to decide on an effective way to train him once he analyzed our hero's physical abilities, swordsmanship, battle sense, habits, and mannerisms. With this, our hero only looked at Lulu, to which his sorcery master gave him the nod of agreement, but not before a quick flashback. Before he went to seek John Drew, Lulu made Eren focus and concentrate on his swinging, reminding him that with every swing, the earnest wish to save Ilya must be present. The sorcerer cat urged Eren to imbue that very thought into every swing. Back to the present, Eren closes his eyes and takes a deep breath while remembering his earnest wish. As for Ilya, the champion kneels in front of a man in a hood on an altar somewhere. Ilya prays and asks the priest if everything she has done so far is meaningful, or if maybe they were all just pointless. The champion reveals to the priest that she's unsure if she's still walking on the right path. Then at the same time, we have Eren, who's busy swinging his sword with the very intent of saving Ilya. Back to her, The priest told her not to be afraid and taps her head as Aaron continues to showcase his skills in front of John Drew. One powerful swing after another as a faint glow starts to emanate from his body. Just then, the hooded priest tells Ilya that she silenced all kinds of envy, jealousy, criticism, and ridicule, and further advised her not to be swayed by a simple breeze. As he said this, he reached out to Ilya, his hands emitting a violet glow, while Aaron takes a big swing, saying he'll become stronger. And as he did so, a force started to build up around him. John and Lulu were shocked by the latter pointing out that Aaron managed to use sorcery and created his own training space. Our hero is now inside a blue sphere that acts like a force field. Back to Ilya again. The hooded priest tells Ilya to continue devoting herself until all the wind in the world disappears, giving the champion a sinister smile while Aaron continues with his swings, telling himself that he'll save Ilya. But the champion has fallen under the priest's words. Between you and me, I think it's a golden rule to stay away from any hooded figures in general, since we don't know if they're friends or foes. But Ilya didn't know any better. Aaron's training space maintains its form and envelops our hero, with John surprised at our hero's sorcery. Lulu explains that the space is created through his wishes where he'll achieve the progress he wants to attain there. Oblivious to his surroundings, Aaron continues to swing his sword while his sorcery master orders John not to interrupt his training until our hero stops on his own. It took a while before Aaron put down his sword and took a breather, and as soon as he did, his training space started to fade and Lulu approached to confirm if he was done with his training. Before he could answer, the little mystic asked our hero if he doesn't feel tired, especially since he's been swinging his sword for a whole week. Upon hearing that, Aaron turned to Lulu in shock and find it hard to believe that so much time has passed already. But Lulu assumed that he must not have been aware of this, but more important than that, the cat asked Aaron if he made some progress. Our hero thought about it a little and only said that things had become a little clearer as he smacked his fist into his hand with a loud whack. Moreover, Aaron also thinks that his senses might have sharpened. Just then, John comes walking toward them and told our hero that they have more pressing matters to attend to. His next battle is today at 2:00 p.m., but Aaron was only mildly surprised. In all honesty, Aaron's level of chill is something we should all attain if you want my 2 cents. Now, later that afternoon, an impressive crowd is gathered at the arena for the bishop-level duel. It's Dominic versus our boy Aaron. The announcer introduced our hero as the ambitious swordsman from Chrono Academy, while also questioning if he would keep his one-strike pledge. At this, the crowd started talking about Aaron's one-strike pledge until he reached the queen level, saying how ridiculous this was, but the fact of the matter is a lot of people came today who are curious about him. As soon as the announcer signaled the start of the match, Dominic came rushing toward Aaron, desperate to land the first blow, but all our hero could think about is how it was different from before. As Dominic braced himself for a big swing, Aaron raised his sword to counter-swing it, and as soon as he did, there was a loud clash with a force so great. Dominic's mouth hung open to see his blade cut in half, while our hero thought that he can see his opponent's movements more clearly now. There was a deafening noise as the crowd went wild with cheer, and the announcer declared the match is over with Aaron as the winner. Even the naysayers from before couldn't believe what happened, seeing him win with just a single strike. As soon as Aaron stepped off the stage, a crowd of reporters immediately swarmed him and congratulated our hero on his win. They were eager to catch a word or two from the rising star, asking how he feels right now, but Aaron remained passive and just told them that he just kept his promise and will continue to do so until he reaches the queen level. Man, that's a cool outro. And all the reporters thought so too, which is why they're even bent on getting more out of Aaron, but our hero just walked away. Currently, the pub is ringing with Aaron's name and how he defeated Dominic, a bishop-level swordsman, with one strike. You can trust the folks to overhype Aaron's win even more, and now his accomplishments from before are being brought up, like how he defeated a demonoid from before based on an interview with Hill Burnett. The majority, if not all of the people from the bar, are eager to know when our hero's next match is. Now that he's done with his match, Aaron returned to John's estate and his instructor greeted him, saying that he saw our hero's match earlier. In addition, his instructor finally figured out what Aaron lacks. The older man told Aaron that his swordsmanship is way too formulated and that he needed to incorporate a few unconventional and irregular movements into it as well. In line with this, he told Aaron that he'll teach him a couple of skills, but before he could finish it, the older man pointed out something behind Aaron that made our hero turn to look. No sooner than he did that, John spat on Aaron, but thankfully, the latter managed to avoid it. That's just nasty, brah. Aaron just looked at him, taken aback at what he did. But John was already brushing it off as if he didn't do one of the most disgusting things ever and apologized to Eren, saying it was just a joke. As a sign of apology, he offered him a handshake, but Eren's already disgusted, looking at the spit on John's hand when our hero finally realized it. The older man already had a blade pointed at him. John told his student that for him, swordsmanship is all about following through with intentions while disrupting opponents. Additionally, he also said that it's about gaining the upper hand through tricks and mind games. So now, what our hero needs to learn is something people call ploys. Finally, somebody needed to teach our MC about the streets, so this is a good start, though I always thought he learned it from Judith. So for the next 10 days, John had his hands full training Eren with various ploys, and it didn't take long for our hero to get the hang of it. True to his teachings, John did use a lot of ploys, including multiple weapons such as mace and a sword on our boy. But Eren cannot be stopped by things like these and managed to fend off his instructor's attack as the older man jumped back. And as he did, he can't help but be impressed at how Eren learned all of John Drew's ploy tactics in just 10 days. What's even more impressive is that he just taught him that, but our hero grew incredibly stronger compared to before. Later that night, as Eren lies asleep, he started having the same dream, and this time, he has become more wary. It's been a while since he returned to the place after all, but what's more surprising is the fact that the man swinging the sword looks much older, which made Eren question if the former is gradually aging. Now he can't help but wonder why he showed up this time and was curious about what the older man has to say, but before anything else, Eren started to get down on his knees. Our hero thought that he'll accept the old man's help if that's what the other man is doing, but at the same time, he also told him in his mind that he'll decline the offer if the older man plans to get into our hero's way. Eren got into his meditative position and thought that he will no longer be dragged along to the old man's will, and as he did, he started to emit his golden aura while also thinking that he will move forward to the things he desired most through his own will. Back in the real world, the sleeping Eren continues to emit his golden aura as Lulu took a closer look at him. The sorcerer cat thought that even in his sleep, Eren can do image training now, which made the cat comment on how impressive his dedication is. Does our MC even rest? Even God rested on the seventh day, man. Then came Eren's next fight, and like his previous one, he managed to not only overpower and defeat his opponent with one strike, but he also managed to destroy the other swordsman's blade. This routine went on for his next 3 fights, that in 3 days, our hero easily attained Rook level. Eren keeps winning all of his matches one by one, that he also started to have his own fans, seeing how unstoppable he was. But even if the whole crowd was celebrating with him, there was one person who became speechless at his accomplishment, Judith. What could be running into the redhead's mind seeing her friend achieve things like that? It's only a matter of time before Eren could come face to face the champion, as the announcer's voice boomed about how there's no one left in the land of opportunity to challenge him, so now he has officially been promoted to Queen level. Our Eren is set to conquer the land of glory next. The whole arena chanted Eren's name as our hero only looked back and gave a small smile. Meanwhile, from the stands, Kubaru, Lulu, and Brett were so happy to see their friend's achievement and were beaming with pride. Even Brett admits that he couldn't believe how strong Eren has gotten and was just about to ask Judith what she plans to do. But the blue-haired noble didn't get to finish what he was saying, since Judith stood up without a word and walked away without even looking back. As Judith made her exit, the redhead thought that she would never lose when it comes to tenacity and believed that her will was the strongest. But seeing what Eren has achieved lately made Judith question if she's unable to beat him in anything. As she grows more frustrated and occupied by her thoughts, Judith failed to notice what's in front of her and accidentally bumped into someone, making the other drop his book. The lady swordsman picked it up and apologized as she handed the book back to the hooded figure, and as she turned to walk away, the man called out to Judith and removed his hood with a smile, asking if she has a moment to spare. Wait a minute, white hood and robes akin to a priest? This can't be the same priest as Ilias, right? Back to our hero. He proceeds to his next match, and this time, there's more action finally. Eren's opponent raises his sword and slashes the ground our hero used to stand on, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. After that, the other swordsman followed it up with a barrage of attacks that Eren evades, making the older swordsman pissed. So he decided to change tactics and settle for a surprise attack behind Eren, but our hero already saw this coming. The older swordsman thought he could catch Eren with this attack, making a big swing, but as soon as his blade was about to make contact with our hero, Eren disappeared. And this time, it's Eren's turn for a surprise attack behind the older swordsman, sending a thrust his way. The older man could only scream in fright as Aaron stopped his attack with his sword, almost cutting his opponent. And the match is over. Aaron wins once again. The crowd goes wild again as the announcer voiced out that our hero's winning streak doesn't show any signs of stopping anytime soon, and that no one expects that he'll be beaten. He just needs one more win before he gets promoted to king level. Is queen level child's play for him? Later that night, Kubaru and Brett sat together to celebrate their friend's recent wins since the plan has been going so well so far. Brett even commented that various articles have been written about their friend, then Kubaru brought up that Judith is almost at queen level as well. The blue-haired noble confirmed and added that her next match is a promotion duel. And that's when Kubaru turned the conversation about Brett, asking him why he's not as dedicated to dueling as his two other friends. Moreover, the fortune teller orc said that Brett is not attached to his sword unlike Aaron and Judith, but Brett just drank. So Kubaru proceeded to ask him why he was like that. To this, Brett put down his drink and remembered about his time at Chrono, when he first knew that he was graduating. The blue-haired noble stood in front of Sir Ian in his office, asking the head swordmaster if he was not taking a test, but Sir Ian was puzzled, asking what test he was talking about. That's when the young swordsman told him that Judith told Brett that she was sent to see and experience the world, which would serve as training for her test. But Sir Ian answered that this was only for trainees who lack something, and because the older swordsman believes that Brett has all the qualifications, there was no need for him to take the test anymore. In line with that, the head swordsmaster declared him an official graduate of Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy and congratulated him. Back to the present, Brett only smiled and said something to Kubaru, which made the fortune teller orc applaud him. Wait, what did he say? Why was this blurred out in the comics? Just then, the door opened, and in comes Judith with her head down and a blank look on her face. The blue-haired noble approached his friend with worry, asking what kind of training she has just been doing, but Judith only looked at him and told Brett to spar with her right now. This doesn't look good. Brett went along with Judith's wishes, and soon, the two stood in the middle of a clearing in a forest with Brett asking her how she managed to find a place like this. He was all smiles and told her that he'd like to see how effective her training has been while drawing his sword. But Judith was serious and different tonight, calling out to him like that. Even Brett noticed that she seems different from usual when Judith got in a position with the same blank expression and told him that she wants him to be serious. At this, the blue-haired noble obliged with Judith like that. Did the priest get to her too? Back to our hero, he exclaimed in shock, prompting Lulu to ask him what was wrong, but Aaron was surprised something to see surrounding his body now. At this, the sorcerer cat asked if Aaron was talking about his aura and if he wasn't able to see it before. Aaron told his teacher that he could only sense it, but he never saw it before. The little mystic told him that this is actually a good thing, since it just proves that his newly heightened senses from training made all of this possible, as Aaron admires his glowing aura. Just then, John Drew's butler comes running and informed our hero that his next match is already set. Aaron asked when, and the other man said it was tomorrow, but the main cause of his concern is his opponent. The next day, an even bigger crowd is present at the arena as their voices boom with the announcer announcing the main match for the day and introducing the star of the Chrono Storm and the current strongest rookie, Aaron. The crowd cheered as the announcer continued, and this time named our hero's opponent as someone who has just been promoted to queen level. Known for her fiery spirit, it was said that she was the one who issued the challenge, and it was none other than Judith, Chrono's counter swordsman. Judith has also garnered several fans who cheered for her, but Brett could only look at her with a forlorn face from the stands. A battle between two Chrono trainees, which is also an unavoidable match between comrades. The crowd is more hyped than ever and is curious who will be deemed victor of the match. As soon as Aaron stepped on the stage, he asked what Judith was thinking since she chose him as her next opponent, but Judith found his question amusing. In turn, she asked him if it wasn't obvious enough and proclaimed that she challenged him because she wants to fight. Judith is fiercer today, claiming that she'll surpass Aaron this time and will go after Ilya next. No sooner had she said this than the announcer started the match, and Judith dashed straight to our hero, their swords clashing with so much force that debris started to fly in all directions. Meanwhile, Aaron only told her to give her best shot as he puts more pressure into his blade and proclaimed that he was not backing down either, his aura glowing brighter than ever. Both swordsmen broke off from their clash, and it was Judith who started running toward Aaron again, and her blade met him in another powerful blow. But it didn't stop there. The red-headed swordsman started a barrage of intense and quick attacks that a cloud of smoke formed on Aaron's position, thanks to the dust and debris. Done with the attack, Judith paused to see what happens next when she realized his blade is about to make contact with her face. The crowd couldn't believe such a powerful technique, impressed with Aaron's skills, and Brett even admits that she's being overpowered by our hero. Just then, Aaron told Judith to brace for his attack as it was his turn to be on the offensive this time. Judith managed to parry and fend off his attacks, but it was pretty obvious she was struggling as she did so. Judith couldn't wrap her head around Aaron's raw power, thinking that he wasn't like this when they were training back then, and wondered what he's been doing since. She also knew that if she made just one wrong move, then her sword will end up flying. And it was bad enough that it was starting to crack. Still, the redhead admits that he's at a level that she can't handle, and that it's hard enough just trying to fend off his attacks. With one more blow, Aaron pushed Judith back with his swing, and that's when she realized that the gap between them is too unreal, as she stood panting for breath while Aaron remains unfazed. At this, Judith starts to wonder what she needs to do to win the match and even questions herself if she can beat him. But just then, she gritted her teeth and lunged at him for another attack, thinking that she'll just keep at it until he collapses. Judith continues her attacks and plans to do so until Aaron collapses, once again clashing their swords with so much intensity. Just then, Judith lunged and jumped, thinking she could catch Aaron off guard with a mid-air attack, but Aaron countered her attack with another powerful swing. There was a loud thunk as Judith had her hands over her head, sword nowhere in sight, as the announcer declared Aaron as the winner. The next thing we know, Aaron is standing at a podium in front of a crowd as cameras flash to take his photo. As usual, Hinch was the first in line to ask him a question. Now that Aaron reached king level and is near the end of the land of attestment, the elf questions if he really has no plans to stop. Aaron answered by saying his goal hasn't changed and that he won't stop until he achieved it. He also declared that he will take anyone who tries to get in his way, then wrapped up the interview. As he descended the podium, Kubaru, Lulu, and Brett stood waiting for him with his sorcery teacher congratulating him on his promotion. The blue-haired noble joked about Aaron getting comfortable with the interviews and remarked about his friend's looks, but our hero only brushed it off. More importantly, Aaron asked where Judith was, but Brett was silent for a moment before telling our hero that she disappeared after the match. Moreover, he explained that she was probably disappointed and advised to give her some space for a little while, which Aaron agreed to. Now, it's already night and Judith has not come home for 2 days, making Brett sigh in exasperation as he sat on the bed. He thought that the disappointment must have really gotten to her badly this time and remembered that she was at a similar level with Aaron not too long ago. Sadly, she was overpowered this time, and the fact of the matter is, she was pretty serious about winning over Aaron this time around. Brett remembered that she was also a bit restless, and that's when it hit him. Remembering the day before the match, Judith looked oddly grim. Then he flashbacks to his previous conversation with Aaron about how pent-up negative emotions like negativity and rage sets off a transformation. Without another second to waste, Brett ran off into the night looking for Judith, assuming that something bad may have happened to her. He searched everywhere and even went back to the arena to check if she was there, but unfortunately for him, she wasn't. Out of breath, Brett's on his knees and racking his brain on the places she may have gone to when he remembered the training grounds in the forest. So the blue-haired noble made a run for it while fervently praying that Judith didn't undergo what he thought she might. Back to the priest, the white-robed man was having his dinner and remembered the events a few days before when he asked Judith if she would like to pray together with him. And then we get back to Brett, who had finally reached the clearing, huffing, and saw Judith sitting silently atop a large rock. He approached her and called out her name, but stopped once he saw what she was doing. Back to the priest again. This shady man drank his wine silently, thinking that it was such a shame that the red-headed swordsman turned down her offer, explaining she has other things to do. So she wasn't influenced by the priest after all. That's a relief. But okay, back to the two, one last time for this chapter. A stream of tears fell on Judith's cheeks as she told Brett that even she was aware, from the moment their swords first clashed, that she couldn't win against Aaron. Then she turned to shout at Brett, explaining that she's been doing her best and working hard to catch up and surpass him, but every single time, their gap widens. By now, Judith is sobbing and sniffling hard, frustrated at her loss as Brett came closer, and this time, she raised her head and met his eyes, all wet with tears. This was the first time that Judith has ever shown vulnerability, which made the blue-haired noble's eyes widen in shock as she clung on to him and sobbed hard. This was the moment Brett realized that Judith will never change. Once again, he's reminded of that time back in Sir Ian's office, when Brett asked the older man if he could delay his graduation. He reasoned out that he, too, would like to go on a journey and said that he may be able to learn a few things on the way as well. Brett promised Sir Ian that he will return one day with Judith, And then fast forward to the time when he and Kubaru were talking about why this noble was not as attached to his sword as his comrades. Brett revealed to the fortune teller Orc that he might have found something more important than the sword for him. So that was the blurred line from earlier. Who knew Brett would be the romantic type? Now, at the present, as Judith sobbed to Brett, he put his hand on her shoulder and thought that he would protect Judith, who only continued to cry for a good while. Our ship finally sailed, everyone. That's 5 years in the making. It's another day at the arena, and as usual, people came to watch which swordsman will be hailed victor today. But many of the spectators are preoccupied, whispering among themselves if it really was Unwavering standing over there. For a change, our hero's not exchanging blows with fellow swordsmen today. Instead, he's busy watching king-level matches. One of the things Eren came to understand in king-level matches is that all of the swordsmen fight using their auras. Right now, 2 swordsmen battle it out with one of them surrounded by a white light as his aura while the other swordsman has red as his. Eren noted that both swordmasters' auras intensify around the shoulder and arms as they swing, and as he said this, one of the swordsmen took a swing at his opponent which the other avoided by focusing his aura on his legs and leaping through the air. Another observation Eren noticed is that the aura around their lower bodies gets stronger as they move. As soon as he said this, the swordsman with the white aura landed on the stage and dashed straight to his opponent, but the other was ready. The swordsman with the red aura took a swing to counter the other, but his opponent ducked and managed to checkmate him. His blade already pointed on the other's face. As soon as he did, the announcer proclaimed that the white-haired man called Donovan is the winner. Back to Eren's observations, our hero noticed that even though the red swordsman had more mana, he was defeated by his opponent. This just goes to show that how you use your mana throughout the fight will determine who wins the match. Shortly after the fight, the people started exiting the arena, including our hero. He was deep in thought, thinking that he needs to master utilizing his aura if he wants to close the gap he has with Ilya, and decided that he should train as soon as possible. And that's when he heard Brett, asking if he came to see the match as well, and our hero greeted him since it's been a while since he saw his friend. The blue-haired noble asked him what he thought of the match since king-level matches are on a different level, and Eren could only agree, adding that it was a good reference for him. Suddenly, our hero changed the topic and asked if Judith already came back, but Brett only glanced to the side before answering Eren. Before our hero could notice what he did, Brett answered Eren that Judith came back a couple of days ago, which brightened our hero. He even said that he'll drop by the inn sometime soon, and without another word, our hero went on his way. As soon as he's out of sight, out comes Judith from one of the columns, walking stiffly as Brett asked her why she hid like that and if she was trying to avoid Eren. But Judith was shocked at this presumption, feigning ignorance as if she didn't know Eren was just here. Moreover, her excuse was that she just got back from the bathroom, but Brett only looked at her. Before he could ask any further, Judith awkwardly walked off in the other direction, saying that she'll be resuming her training and to call her if there's another good match going on. Brett could only sigh and smile at Judith's silliness, and thought that it will take some time before she gets comfortable with Eren again. Fast forward to a few days later, Eren continues to train with his aura, focused on going through the motion while at the same time gathering aura into the region that he wants to strengthen. Even Eren realized that he's been using this principle all this time, but now that he has an image in mind, it's not that hard to do so anymore. Now, his only concern is how he can train and make his control better, since aura application seems like an abstract concept to him. Just then, Lulu came waltzing in and asked him if he'll be matching today's match as well, and our hero affirmed, saying this is one match he wouldn't miss for the world, and picked up Lulu as he said so. Man, don't we all wish we have a cute and powerful talking cat as our advisor? There's a reason Eren wouldn't miss this match, and it's because it is the championship defense match for February. As the announcer proclaimed this, the crowd cheered loudly, and even more so when the reigning champion, Ilya Lindsay, stepped into the stage, and for today, her opponent is the 4th-ranked swordsman, the veteran Grayson, who is also from king level. Eren and Lulu sat silently on the stands as our hero made a mental note that there's some type of flow when it comes to making an aura sword. Just then, Ilya started to emit her aura, including her sword, which Eren noticed is similar to when he uses his downward slash, the act of emitting aura from the body and infusing it into the sword. But suddenly, Ilya dispersed her aura, much to the crowd's shock, and that's when Eren overheard the men from his side talking about how she won't be using her aura sword from now on. The other guy was clueless about this, so the other filled him in about the rumors circulating concerning that if these battles were just about swordsmanship, then anyone could not only take on Ilya but beat her as well. Because of this, the champion chose not to use her aura sword anymore. Back to the battle, Grayson asked Ilya if she was being arrogant with what she just did, but the champion denied it. And before the announcer could declare the start of the match, the two swordsmen already made their move, and in an instant, there was a loud clash as they come together to exchange blows. Seeing this, Eren noticed that it was different this time. The moment both of them swung their swords is when they strengthened their auras in the exact necessary spot. Eren noticed that both Ilya and Grayson only have their auras on their arms and feet. Just then, Ilya took a swing at her opponent, which the other blocked. Eren remarked that he only concentrated his aura at Ilya's strike point, which is why he managed to fend off the attack. Seeing this, our hero can't help but comment on Grayson's aura application proficiency, since it's on a whole different level. What's more, he's using the least amount of aura with maximum efficiency. But that's not enough to deter Ilya, who is now in the middle of consecutive attacks. She's relentless, and with every hit, she managed to inflict small pricks in Grayson's body that even the older swordsman admits that he's being overpowered. Now filled with dread, Grayson asks himself if he has now reached his limit. Even he admits that Ilya surpasses him in everything, whether it be in terms of strength, speed, and stamina. He didn't think that the gap between them would be this much, and thought that maybe if he was a little younger, he could have won. But he quickly took the thought back and even wondered if he'll win even if he was much younger now. As he distractedly thought about this, Ilya used this opportunity to deliver a quick and powerful slash that resulted in Grayson's broken blade. Ilya sheathes her sword back as the announcer declared her the winner, successfully defending her title. The crowd chants her name, but our hero only looked on. Sucks to be him, but good game, brah. 4 days later, Eren is accompanied by Kubaru, with the latter asking him why he wants to meet with Grayson and adding that he might be a little sore since it's only been a few days since he lost. Our hero answered that it was because he wants to ask the older swordsman for a favor, but since it was sudden, he was not sure if the other guy could do it. But Kubaru only assured him and said that he's good drinking buddies with Grayson, so he just needs to trust the orc. Moreover, Kubaru said that it'll be easy to win him over if Eren promises to treat him. At this, Eren couldn't help but feel thankful that he got Kubaru by his side and remarked that he may be able to learn how to train aura application. Soon, they were able to see his manner, and despite being a few meters away, Eren stopped mid-track, which prompted Kubaru to ask him what was wrong. But Eren could feel it. He could sense demonic energy coming from the place. The two of them ran inside quickly, with Kubaru asking his drinking buddy what was going on. Instead, they were met with a sitting Grayson, asking who they were as his demonic aura got stronger. Moreover, Grayson has blood streaming down his cheeks and glares at the two, telling them he doesn't recall inviting anyone over. Is the dude turning into a demon? The room was oozing with demonic energy emanating from Grayson as the two stepped into the room. Kubaru was shocked and couldn't believe that he would turn into a demonoid, but Eren assured him that it was all right since the older swordsman hasn't fully transformed yet. Just then, the orc noticed that Eren's energy has changed, and it was not like rough steel anymore. It was denser and much more refined, and he was perfectly controlling the old man's energy. As our hero walked toward Grayson, Eren stands in front of Grayson with the latter asking him why he came, and to this, Eren replied that he has heard that people in Eisenmark like to duel and bet, so he proposed to have a duel with Grayson. The condition is that the loser will have to listen to the winner's requests, and at this, Grayson started to stand up and found Eren's proposal interesting. He smirked and without another word, grabbed his sword, which intensified the demonic aura around his body, and told our hero that what he wants is Eren's life. Eren, on the other hand, procured his sword through sorcery as he readied himself for battle. The air in the room reeked more intensely of demonic aura as soon as the older swordsman grabbed his sword. Grayson dashed straight to Eren to give him multiple powerful slashes, which our hero fended off without a problem. He decided to give another powerful slash to our hero, but he's still calm and fended it off just fine. Seeing that Eren won't budge, the older swordsman decided to hit him from the top, which Eren evaded by getting out of his attack area and turning to the side. As soon as he did, Grayson lunged toward him and swung his sword like a whip. Eren noticed that the older man's fighting style uses irregular movements like a snake, making it hard to predict. Luckily for our hero, he trained with Viscount John Drew and said to himself that he wouldn't be able to react to Grayson's attacks if it weren't for that. Imagine that. Those petty fights were of use after all. Eren continues to defend while the older swordsman keeps coming at him, but there was one obvious difference from this fight compared to the rest. Our hero can now see the flow of aura, and as he did, Eren started to counter since he saw Grayson's feints and true intentions. Our hero swung at his opponent with a powerful blow, leaving Grayson unguarded and shocked, as well as Kubaru, who was watching from the side. The attack literally blew Grayson away, and even the tile floors started flying about. The older man could only look in shock at what just happened, but Eren followed it up with another powerful swing, and this time, Grayson managed to block it, but the older swordsman is confused about what was happening. Why is he being overpowered? The two are now face to face, neither swordsman giving in until Eren decided to push forward, forcing another intense blow on Grayson, who now moved back to evade him. Golden streaks fly everywhere every time Eren swings his sword, as the older swordsman questioned himself if he can't win even with a demon's strength. As soon as Grayson thought that, he lunged at Eren, refusing to accept that he was being overpowered again. Can't imagine being a veteran swordsman and losing to kids twice. Man, my pride would be shattered. As Grayson desperately fought back, the demonic energy grew more intense since he gave in to anger and frustration at how he can't accept being overpowered once again. By now, the older swordsman's physical features started to change and his consciousness is starting to fade, only fueled by anger and demonic energy. Kubaru warns his friend to watch out, but Eren just told him not to worry as he kept his position. Instead of raising his sword, our hero closed his eyes and took a stand, saying he was no longer afraid of demonic energy as his aura produced a golden glow around him. In contrast to Eren, Grayson is now somewhat deformed, brought about by his succumbing to the demonic energy, as Eren infused his sword with aura, taking a swing at Grayson with a mighty force. There was a clash of gold and purple, but the former proved to be more powerful and an explosive force burst through. As the smoke cleared out, that's when Grayson noticed that his sword is now broken into, but it was still emitting a dark aura. He let go of the sword and dropped to his knees as the demonic energy started to fade from his body. The older swordsman thought to himself that he was finally back, tears streaming down his face now that it was over. Kubaru comes running toward them as Eren knelt in front of Grayson, who was ready to call it in. But our hero firmly grabbed his arm, and with Grayson's eyes looking like a dead fish, he thanked Eren with the fire in his heart slowly dying out. The older swordsman thanked Eren because he was able to spend his last moments as a human, while Kubaru could only look on to his old drinking buddy with sad eyes. The orc noticed that Grayson's fire is getting weaker, and even if it was unfortunate, this is the end for his swordsman friend. Just then, Eren's voice rang in the room, asking Grayson what he meant by last moments, and as soon as he did, there was a blaze evidently coming from our hero. Kubaru could only look with wide eyes, speechless at what he was seeing, as Eren told the older swordsman that he saw his match from a few days ago. Our hero continued, saying he was inspired once he saw him and Ilya fight on par, which further ignited the blaze in Eren's heart, adding that he wants to become stronger like Grayson. Suddenly, the air changed inside the room, and in place of the violet energy, there was this golden glow coming from Eren as our hero continued to praise Grayson's last match with Ilya. There are strips of golden light surrounding both swordsmen as Eren thanked Grayson for showing him such a brilliant fight. Immediately, the fortune teller orc noticed that the flame in Grayson's heart is starting to burn once more, with the older swordsman returning to his natural state. What's this? Can Eren transfer life force now? Back to our hero, who's now surrounded by his flickering golden aura. He reminded the older swordsman of their bet and that the loser has to do what the winner wants. Since Eren is the winner, what he wants is for the older swordsman to continue showing his amazing battles to people. As he said this, Eren touched Grayson on the shoulder, with the other man's fire now burning just as bright as Eren's. But what about Eren's training on how to train aura application, and will it be enough to surpass Ilya? Tune in for more next time. And just like that, Grayson got a second shot at life, with renewed life force and cleared of demonic energy. The older man thanked Eren for saving him, but our hero brushed it off like it was no biggie. Our hero's skills grow by the minute. Soon he'll be a jack of all trades. But before Kubaru and Eren left, the fortune teller orc mentioned to his drinking buddy that he sensed very heavy demonic energy from the sword he wielded before, which prompted him to ask where Grayson got it. But the skilled swordsman just said that he doesn't know. When he went home one day, he just found the sword lodged in the middle of the room, and as soon as he touched it to try and pull it out, Grayson could no longer break away from it. But now that he got his old self back, the older swordsman told the two that he'll head straight to the temple and confess his sins to cleanse his body of evil through abstinence as soon as it has recovered. But Kubaru used his skill and assessed Grayson's current state. The older swordsman no longer has any traces of evil left in his body, so there's no more impure energy. Gotta thank the Eren effect for that. So without another word, Kubaru and Eren bade their goodbye to Grayson and returned to the inn. While walking on the way back, the fortune teller orc told our hero that he was reminded of what Edenit said back then. The incident wherein a human is possessed by a demonic aura has happened quite a few times already, starting with Kajal, the brothers Victor and Charlotte, and now Grayson. This made Kubaru think back to what Eden had said, that peace may have been compromised a long time ago. And speaking of Grayson, the orc remembered that Aaron was supposed to ask the older swordsman for a favor. But Cinnamon Roll Aaron said that Grayson should focus on recovering for now, and there's nothing they could do about it. Turning to Aaron, Kubaru asked what was the power he used earlier, but as always, our MC didn't know what was it as well. What he does know is that he fought with the intent of not losing to Grayson's demonic energy, and before he realized it, something changed within him. With this, Aaron thought that maybe he could use this power on Ilya as the orc only stared at him in silence. Little did Aaron know, Kubaru was also preoccupied with our hero's newfound powers, an energy that purifies the demonic aura and a flame that restores life force. Hey, maybe next time, Aaron could grow money on trees. Not that he needs it anyway. Back to Kubaru, the orc wondered how will his master react if he saw Aaron. Now, let's take a look back at the inn, where Brett tells Judith to not skip her meals and eat properly, but our resident redhead has just about had enough of his nagging. Just then, Brett pointed out that he is here, and Judith was quick to turn around and see Aaron greets her and is already pulling out the seat next to hers. The redhead froze, not expecting to see our hero, as she awkwardly greets him back and then looks back to the blue-haired noble with fuming eyes. Brett, on the other hand, just commented how it was getting hot and used it as a cue to get some beers. As soon as Brett came back, the blue-haired was quick to ask our hero what he's been up to lately, especially in regards to his training. And Aaron answered in a pout that he's not doing good and he feels stuck, adding that controlling aura isn't as easy as he originally thought. At that, Brett paused mid-beer, as Aaron said that he can't grasp the idea of it when Judith made him stop speaking. The redhead then proceeded to question him if he has ever learned aura application. And that's when Aaron truthfully answered that he only started seeing his aura a few weeks ago. Hearing that, Judith further questioned him about all the techniques he's been showing them all this time, and our hero said that he's been training based on instinct ever since. Hearing him say this, the two could only sigh in exasperation at how absurd Aaron was, but it was Judith who voiced it out. They can't believe that he was that powerful just by practicing on his own. But back to business, Brett told Aaron that they learned aura application during the later portion of their training at Chrono Academy. However, not everybody could practice it, and only a few were able to execute those theories. He then pointed out to our hero that he has been able to manifest his aura since the final evaluation, which makes him a natural. But our clueless hero only said that he wasn't even aware of it. Once again, Judith is silent hearing all this, and suddenly, she stands up and told Aaron that they should go since she has no choice. Our redhead took it upon herself to teach Aaron the chrono-style aura application. Finally, the two have made up, but then again, knowing our hero, he probably has no idea Judith felt bad. Judith threatened to beat the living daylights out of Aaron if he couldn't keep up with her teachings, which our hero was quick to agree to, as Brett just smiled to see his friends getting along again. Back at the forest clearing that served as Judith's training ground, the redhead began educating our hero. She explained how there are 6 basic concepts when it comes to basic aura application. First, there's accumulation, where one gathers mystical powers within them, and the second one is called strengthening, wherein they display that said power. The third one is called hardening, which allows one to endure strengthening, followed by the fourth one, which heightens sense, enlightenment. Now, there's also focusing, wherein one gathers their aura in a particular spot to show greater strength, and then finally, there's an external manifestation of the power inside one's self. As Judith explains all these, she starts manifesting her own aura to show Aaron. Furthermore, she told our hero that the technique he used during the final evaluation used 2 concepts, focus and manifestation. Now, Judith said that while those 2 concepts are important in creating an aura sword, she stressed that he can't neglect the 4 others, since having all 6 of them work in harmony creates the most ideal conditions. Now that Judith explained it, Aaron understood that it was pretty similar to his special attack, which also made him think that he can create his own aura sword with all 6 aspects. But for now, our hero made a mental note to keep training and be better at the aura application, which he started now. With that, our hero decided to start reinforcing the basics with these aura applications. See, these are pretty much similar to Nen, just a different universe. Aaron kept practicing religiously, and before he knew it, a month has already passed. He spent his days training at John Drew's estate, and right now, he's busy focusing his thoughts to accumulate his aura. And once he has accumulated enough, he focused it on his hands, to be followed by manifesting it into his sword. As Aaron did this, his aura spiked up, but as soon as he tried to manifest it to his sword, it fizzled out. Well, that was a flop. This isn't the first time this has happened, and our hero wondered why this keeps happening whenever he tries to manifest aura to his sword, as if the sword is absorbing the aura. The curious thing about his blade, though, is that it feels sturdier than before, but before he could dwell on it, Hinch came running, informing our hero that his next match has already been set. His next opponent will be Ricardo Pinto, and according to the reporter, this dude is the former champion of the land of attestment. So is this going to be another boss battle for our hero? Gotta say, though, he must be the male version of Erza Scarlet. At the mention of the former champion, Aaron stood in attention as Hinch explained that Ricardo is the top among experts, and other than that, he also returned with a fearsome weapon in hand. Word has spread quickly that Ricardo inherited Volcana's first numbering sword from his swordmaster father, Harrison Pinto. Aaron verified if the numbering sword Hinch spoke of is the one that can withstand an aura sword, to which the reporter affirmed. But the thing is, if our hero won this match against Ricardo, then that would grant him the right to challenge the champion. Still, Hinch cautioned him that this won't be an easy win, but Aaron just smiled, catching the reporter off guard, and our hero said that someone with a numbering sword will be the perfect opponent for him this time. Moreover, he told Hinch not to worry because he'll win no matter what. Then came the day of the match. As usual, the crowd is pretty hyped, hoping to see another impressive battle today. The announcer quickly introduced the return of the former champion, Ricardo Pinto, and the new rising star Aaron Ferreira for today's matchup. The red-haired swordsman told Aaron that he has heard of the latter recently since the people have been focusing on our hero lately, saying that he's pretty popular. He admits that a lot of the people in the crowd are expecting Aaron to win today as well, but Ricardo proclaims that our hero is 1,000 years too early to stand against him, igniting his aura sword as soon as he said so. It wasn't long before the announcer declared the match to begin, and this time, Aaron also started to manifest his golden aura, telling his opponent that he can't be sure of what he said. At this, Ricardo raised his head in question as our hero lunged at the other swordsman, thrusting his blade toward his direction with so much speed. Ricardo managed to react in time, but he has to say, Aaron's got some speed. But psych, Aaron used a feint and was suddenly behind Ricardo. The other swordsman barely made it in time for him to swing his sword to defend himself from Aaron's attack, resulting in a loud and powerful clash that echoed throughout the arena. The force was so intense that Ricardo got a bit humbled by Aaron's raw power, just like many of our hero's previous opponents. Among many things, Ricardo was not prepared to clash swords with someone this strong so naturally. He got blown away by Aaron's attack, as he raised his sword to counter Aaron. The older swordsman had to admit that our hero packed a punch with that power of his. The red-haired swordsman's arm trembled as he noticed Aaron continues to increase his strength apart from his massive aura, but he was snapped back to reality when our MC dashed straight in front of Ricardo, clashing his sword against the other swordsman. At this, the former champion had no other choice but to defend from Aaron's attacks while at the same time noting the latter's special focus. Even he had to admit that our hero's aura application skills are quite advanced. It's about time he acknowledged Aaron's skills, or else he'll be swept away before he knows it. Now, Ricardo got more serious, telling our MC that he's not all talk after all as Aaron braced himself for the former champion's next attack. The two exchanged powerful blows one after another that sparks and debris keep flying everywhere. The announcer excitedly narrated how the two swordsmen are giving a spectacular show exhibiting their impressive talents that it's difficult to believe that they barely started the battle. As the crowd cheered, the announcer couldn't help but commend the former champion for his performance as well, as expected of the former champion. Meanwhile, Ilya and her bodyguard Emma watch from the balcony as the two swordsmen battle it out. The champion is focused on the fight, and it's Aaron's turn to be praised by the announcer. Considering he had a 40-day break from his previous match, our hero was fighting on par with Ricardo. As for the former champion, the signs of struggle are starting to show on his face, evident that he's not only being pressured by Aaron, but he also finds our hero pesky. And do you know the reason why he said so? It's because Aaron keeps aiming for Ricardo's sword. Even the announcer has noticed this, with Aaron giving extra heavy blows on Ricardo's blade, the next one so powerful that a cloud of dust resulted thanks to the impact. Aaron's attacks made the announcer wonder if our MC is aiming to win by weapon breaking a numbering sword, as the crowd looked on incredulously. Meanwhile, Brett pointed out that Aaron thinks he could go up against an aura sword once he breaks a numbering sword, which made this stunt all the more incredible. But Ricardo was not having it, scowling at the fact that Aaron's trying to break his numbering sword, so this time, the former champion rose to our MC's challenge. He taunted our hero to give it all he has. And that's exactly what our hero did. Eren became more forceful, landing multiple blows on Ricardo's sword, but the latter didn't let our hero have his way easily. The former champion also came at Eren with all he has, with sparks of red and glow flying every time their swords clashed. And you know it's one heck of a battle when the stage is full of dents and craters from how much force the two swordsmen are showcasing. If consistency has a human form, it would no doubt take the form of Eren, since our boy just kept at it, hitting Ricardo's numbering sword with so much blunt force. And what's even more impressive is that he never lost his cool. And unlike him, his opponent began showing signs of stress as our hero told himself that he was not going to lose. Our boy's putting his desire with every swing, and it's paying off big time since the spectators could see his opponent being pushed back, much to their shock. But our hero didn't stop there. Despite landing one forceful blow after another, the energy he exerted in every swing is the same as the first one, and in quick succession too. Eren thought that whatever comes his way, he'll make sure to win, which is why he will continue pushing himself harder each time until he stood toe-to-toe with Ilia. Our hero's aura is obviously starting to grow more intense as he continues with his offensive attacks against Ricardo. Eren tells Ilia to wait for him, and with this next swing, our hero did the unthinkable. He cracked a numbering sword. As the announcer tells the crowd how our MC is overpowering the former champion, the spectators got their eyes glued on the two swordsmen, especially with how Ricardo's sword just cracked. The next clash was even more evident as it gave a different sound, distinct enough that even they know Ricardo's blade is starting to give way. Judith and Brett held their breath as Ricardo pulled back to see the damage his sword has taken, the crack getting bigger as fear and anxiety started to settle in the former champion. But our MC is all about business, and he's not going to stop. For his final attack, Eren braced himself and lunged at Ricardo, too fast for the eyes to see, with the only proof that he won is Ricardo's numbering sword shattering in front of him. The crowd's mouth hung open as the announcer declared Eren the winner, simultaneously followed by a thunderous applause that erupted from the arena. Judith and Brett couldn't believe that Eren was really able to pull it off as he made another unbelievable win. As the announcer told everyone that the championship match will take place next month, our hero was too focused on looking at the champion's seat, with Ilia also looking at him intently in return. Next, we'll be seeing the champion battle of April as Eren and Ilia will face off. Finally, Kronos Swordsmanship Academy's top two students are about to face off. Our hero sure did go through a lot to where he is right now, but back to the story. Eren continues to do what he does best, training. The gang's back together again, and this time, they're on the forest clearing that served as Judith's training ground. But this time, it's our MC who just took a deep breath and tried to enforce his aura onto his sword. Unfortunately, it's still a flop, and based on his observations, it looks like the sword absorbed the aura again. Judith noticed that he was trying to make an aura sword with what he just did, but Eren admitted that he hasn't been able to do so despite trying for a couple of days now. Seeing Eren struggle and hit a wall with his training gave the redhead a bit of satisfaction, and she even mockingly asked him if he really believed that he could master something like this in a matter of months. Judith just really had to rub it in our hero's face that what he wants to achieve is a pretty difficult feat. And suffice it to say, the redhead's enjoying his misery, but our hero could only ask and wonder why she's acting like this. As if that wasn't bad enough, Judith went on full petty mode and acted like a child, taunting Eren but unknown to her. One of the spectators, also known as a certain blue-haired gentleman called Brett, finds what she's doing pretty cute as Lulu side-eyes him suspiciously. And Brett the simp is finally showing his true colors. Now, let's hop on to the champion's estate. Unlike Eren's crew, who's pretty lighthearted, Ilia has been busy training religiously that her bodyguard looks at her worriedly. I would too, especially since Ilia has been hard at it for a week now. The silver-haired beauty already looks so worn out, and Emma couldn't help but wish her mistress would stop overworking herself like this. Back to Eren. The sun is beginning to set as our hero sits by himself on the large boulder in the forest clearing. He's deep in thought, wondering if he could really bring back the old Ilia, but just then, a voice sounded telling him not to doubt himself. As Eren looked up, he see Judith looking at him with a smile as our hero asked the redhead if it was that obvious that he was starting to wallow in self-doubt, and she answered yes. There was a moment of silence before Judith admitted to Eren that for the past couple of days, she has been annoyed at him for a couple of reasons. For one, there's the indisputable fact that our MC got stronger in such a short time, and he was also able to catch on quickly and learn how to control his aura better than her as soon as she teaches him something new. Although Judith also said to him that she doesn't really know what's up with their silver-haired co-trainee, but the resident redhead truly believes that everything will be alright because of who Eren is. Our hero cares for others more than anyone else could, and before she could get any sappier, Judith decided to give Eren a big whack on the back and just told him to do his best so that he'll have nothing to worry about later. Later that night, as Eren lays on his bed thinking about the big day tomorrow, our hero hopes that he could do well against his fight with Ilya, and as soon as he shuts his eye, he is transported into a familiar place in Dreamland. Once again, Eren stands before the old man who is busy swinging his sword, but something has definitely changed. Compared to before, the older man's cold rage seems less intense, and he seems to be calmer too. Just then, the swordsman turned to Eren and started walking toward our hero, much to his shock. Eren froze as the old man looked at him and mouthed something. But before he could figure it out, Eren woke up with a start and just sat on his bed thinking that the older man was trying to tell him something. Now what could this swordsman have said, and why now of all time? And we're back at the arena. Can't believe the crowd got a lot louder today than in the previous battles, and it's because it's the much-awaited championship match. It's the dream stage of any swordsman in the land of attestment, and today, the highly anticipated battle of the year is taking place. There is a deafening cheer as the crowd goes wild with the announcer introducing the level king powerhouse and the Eye of the Storm, rising star Unwavering. And for today, he will be challenging the land of attestment's current strongest swordsman, the undefeated swordmaster, and their very own champion, Ilya Lindsay. The two swordsmen rose in ranks and both have reputations and skills that preceded them, but only can be the champion. With that, the announcer declares the match to begin. Now this is one boss battle we can't miss. Ilya was the first to move and dashed straight to Eren, and before he realized it, she was already right in front of him. With a big swing, she landed the first hit, which our hero managed to block in time, but the champion was not giving him enough time to recover as she made a turn and was about to hit him from behind. This time, our MC met her blade with his, their swords clanking loudly and with such speed that the crowd had trouble keeping up with the fight. As both swordsmen raised their weapons to deliver another blow, Ilya realized that Eren was about to do a downward slash, which is why she jumped back and put some distance between them. But if people thought she was running away, the champion merely used this ploy to gain momentum and brace for another attack that catapulted her at an incredible speed to Eren. Eren's crew couldn't believe what she did, impressed at how Ilya even used manifestation in her footwork. Before she darts off in the opposite direction, Ilya condenses the aura on her feet and then bursts it to propel herself even faster. It's pretty impressive since not everyone can do this and is considered an advanced technique. This is just like the chakra training Team 7 had to do in the early days of Naruto. Now, back to the fight. True to what the guys said, Ilya had more force in her swings, and not only that, she was hitting Eren with consecutive swings that our hero had no choice but to defend from her attacks. But Eren decided he'll no longer be her punching bag and decided to fend off her attacks with one big swing that forced the champion back. Even Ilya couldn't believe that happened, but before she could dwell on this further, Eren started to hit back with so much force, putting into action the aura control he learned from all these months. He came running at Ilya as the announcer narrated that the champion has been knocked back, a never-before-seen event. Now, Ilya feels the pressure getting to her that even the crowd noticed her struggles, which prompted the announcer to voice out the unquestionable. Can Eren actually take down the current champion? But at this, Ilya started to fight back, preparing to unleash a technique the crowd was not familiar with. But not Brett. He knew what she was trying to do as she unleashed a hurricane-like technique, the Sword of the Sky. But our hero stood bravely in front of it, not budging an inch, as he braced for a big swing. And Eren did another commendable feat. He countered Ilya's technique using the Sword of the Sky as well. The wind was blowing so hard in the arena with the debris, smoke, and dust mixed in together as the crowd was wowed. Even Brett and Judith couldn't believe their eyes at their friend for pulling a technique like this from his sleeve. As soon as the dust settled, the anxiety is evident now more than ever in Ilya's face, shocked at how our hero was not only able to replicate her family's technique, but also used it against her to counter it. But this time, Eren was the first to speak up, asking the champion how much time she's gonna waste, and told Ilya to bring out her aura sword. Hot dang, that's one intense fight and we haven't been to the good part yet. But what the heck was that? The announcer is losing his wonder over Eren's use of the very same technique Ilya attacked him with and nullifying it as well. But Eren knows this is not her best, telling Ilya to take out her aura sword and threatening her that he'll break her blade if she won't do so. At this, Ilya got angry and brought out her aura sword instantly. The crowd went wild since the announcer narrated how the champion has now brought out her aura sword once again. With people already looking forward to an even more intense battle, the priest watches silently from the crowd. Surprisingly, A lot of people are betting for our hero to win and claim the title in this match, but will he? Jumping back to business, Ilya unleashed her aura sword along with it, and before Eren could take a good look at it, she zapped right in front of him with a swing. Our MC, bless his inhumane reflexes, managed to dodge her deadly swing by leaning his body far back, but Ilya already launched a bombardment of attacks before he could even gain his balance. Seeing this, Judith said that they may have spoken too soon about Eren dominating the match, but Lulu has a firm belief that our hero could win. True to what the little mystic said, Eren is not giving any signs of defeat, and instead, he's holding out pretty well against a powered-up Ilya, matching her every swing with equal brute force. This time, he took the lead and sprinted straight at her, already in the middle of doing the downward slash, surprising the champion. She managed to evade him, but still, there's so much power and technique in that one slash that people can't help but point out these two swordsmen are neck and neck. As for Ilya, her pride couldn't allow herself for performing this poorly against an expert. But girl, he's not just any expert. He's Eren, for gosh sake. Before she could fully succumb to the pressure, Ilya decided that she needs to finish this quickly, which is why she went for the offense again, clashing against Eren, who was all ready for her attack. Furthermore, another reason the champion thought of ending this match is that she doesn't want the public to see her struggle. Surely, rumors will start circulating as soon as they saw this. Back in the stands, even Brett noticed that Ilya is starting to get impatient. Meanwhile, Lulu, who has been quiet all this time, made several observations during their fight and was quick to assess that Ilya is the one who has better skills than Eren. But our hero is putting up a good fight, thanks to all the training he did, apart from being fired up courtesy of the dark energy coming from the champion. And with their current conditions, there's no doubt that our hero is Ilya's worst nightmare right now. As if to prove a point, Eren and Ilya clashed again, which resulted in a large cloud of smoke due to the impact. The champion jumped back to assess the damage, and as soon as it cleared, Eren walked out and is resilient as ever. This very act pissed the champion so much that resulted in an increase in her aura, the violet glow crackling around her body before she went for the offense and slashed her hero, blocking her attack. Seeing Ilya get frantic and impatient to win, Eren thought how he has always been thankful to her as they continue to fight, and while thinking so, the aura surrounding his sword starts to crackle. If she didn't reach out and helped him back then, our hero thought that he would never have gotten this far, so he feels grateful to her. Contrary to Eren's melodramatic thoughts, Ilya continues to struggle as she thrusts her sword toward our hero, but Eren managed to get out of the way. Back to our hero's thoughts, Eren said to himself that it was his turn to help Ilya now. And as he said this, his sword began to shine so bright Rihanna's diamonds couldn't even compare. There was a change happening inside our hero as he continues to hit and reform the sword in his mind, and this time, he managed to produce a new and improved look of his blade. Now, back to the match. Eren's blade, now in a different form, glows continuously as he prepares to attack Ilya. Meanwhile, the crowds didn't foresee this development, nor did they think they are gonna witness the reformation of Eren's now illuminating sword. And you bet your butt Brett and Judith couldn't believe their friend managed to pull off an aura sword right in the middle of the match. There was a bright flash of light, followed by a loud clash, and then suddenly, the announcer exclaimed how much of an upset this match is. The crowd saw Ilya's sword break in half just in time as Eren was declared the winner of the match. Of course, our MC not only ended it coolly with a hero pose, but he also got a brand new blade. Bro really just became the newest paladin. As the new champion of the land of Testament, the crowd began to chant Eren's name in unison as Ilya knelt on the stage. Now that it's over, many thoughts of anxiety started to flood the former champion, but more than anything, she doesn't know what to do now. Before she could wallow in self-pity any further, Eren called out to her with his aura still intact. As he got closer, our hero asked Ilya if they can make up, as much as it was embarrassing for him to say this while reaching his hand out to her. Little did he know, Ilya felt a warm feeling wash over her, and the final strains of the violet demonic aura dispersed into thin air. Seeing Eren smile brightly with his hand extended to her, the former champion could only sigh and smiled back while reaching her hand to his. So is there ship cannon or what? Many of the spectators who saw this are still reeling from witnessing the birth of a new champion, and everyone's pretty much in a celebratory mood. Except for one. The creepy priest stood up without a word and accidentally bumped his seatmate's shoulder. Of course, the latter didn't take to this kindly and grabbed the hooded priest by the shoulder, calling him out for his lack of manners. And then suddenly, a violet aura emanated from the priest, affecting the bald man whose memory of this recent event was wiped clean. Obviously, the creepy priest didn't like how this all ended, especially seeing Ilya, who now has an aura clear as the sky. But his major concern right now is Eren, who has an anti-demonic energy. Wondering exactly where our hero is, I'll tell you what he is. He's someone you don't want to mess with. The next day, Brett reads aloud an excerpt inspired by Eren's recent win, claiming that his title as champion is under dispute. And get this, it's because of one of the most ridiculous reasons ever. According to the article, the use of sorcery blades that can change form during battles should not be allowed, and because of this recent event, talks about a rematch have been brought up. However, former champion Iliad has spoken up about the issue and said that she accepted her defeat, of which controversy following Eren's win was silenced. Because of this, the Land of Attestment welcomes its new champion. Hearing this, the first to voice their annoyance is Judith. She finds it ridiculous about all the things Eren pulled during the final match, as Brett does his best to calm her. Kubaru, on the other hand, is quiet and just made a mental note of how amazing Eren is, making the impossible possible. The orc finds his friend's unbreakable devotion toward his goal and his bravery in facing whatever adversity is ahead commendable. Now, Kubaru can't help but compare the Eren from back then and how much he has changed, but whenever the orc looks at him, he gets this bitter feeling which he can't help but wonder where it stems from. Back to the trio, Brett asks Eren what happened to his sword during the match, and Eren told him that his sword has maintained its new form, but he has no idea why it changed suddenly in the first place. At this, Kubaru suggested that maybe it had to do with the dream he had, which Eren said it could, so next time he will ask. Judith questioned our hero who he was gonna ask, and Lulu was the one who answered, saying our hero will ask the man in his dreams. The redhead was surprised that Eren could do something like this, but our hero just said that he has a feeling he'll be able to ask him now. A week later at the champion's estate, Eren visits Ilya with a bouquet in hand as our hero asks how she's doing. But before she could answer, the former champion noticed that Eren bought her a bouquet of Adonis flowers, smiling sweetly as our hero shyly answered that he was not sure what to give her, but he did remember that she seemed to like these flowers from before. Ilya answered that she does love them and told him to come in. Is our ship sailing? It looks like it is. The two had a talk wherein our hero told Ilya that he'll be leaving the Land of Attestment, although he has no specific destination in mind. Still, his mind is made up that he'll leave in a couple of days. This time, Eren questions her about what she plans to do from here on, and the former champion was quiet for a moment before clenching her hands, admitting that she has no idea what to do next. She told him that after their match, she came to realize a couple of things and how far astray she has gone. Aside from these, the goal she's been chasing all along, which is related to Ignet, is too much for her. But now that the path she has always been chasing after disappeared now, Ilya admits that she has no idea what to do next anymore. It's mainly because of this, which is why Ilya doesn't know what to do and where to go next, looking worried as she said so. And you all know what happens next, right? Eren told her to come with him. Ilya blushed, surprised at Eren's suggestion, though we think she's somewhat hoping for something like this as well. But Eren just explained in all seriousness that they're both in the same boat, no pun intended, and that he's still trying to figure out what he needs to do as well as where to go next. Our hero added with a smile that the only thing that keeps him going is the people who believe in him, which he thinks is the same for Ilya's case. At this, the former champion's blush grew brighter, as our hero added that he was able to come this far because she believed in him all those years ago. So now, he wants to return the favor and believe in her this time around. He added that she shouldn't worry since he believes she can do it, urging her once again to come with him, which Ilya agreed to with a smile. Or so they thought, because Brett is against it. That's one plot twist we didn't expect, that even Judith was surprised, but more so Eren. Their silver-haired friend already had her head hung low upon hearing this, but Brett was not done. He told Ilya that she was fine being by herself all this time, so now he questions what made her change her mind to join a group this time. Eren tried to answer on her behalf, saying that they're part of the same cohort, and they did spend time together training, but the blue-haired noble ignored him, calling for Ilya's attention and asking her to answer truthfully. Did he ever consider him and Judith as his comrades? The former champion didn't answer, and Brett continued, pointing out that she only ever trusted Eren before. At this, Judith started to call out Brett for running his mouth like that, but the latter remains unchanged. What he did propose, though, is that they should try getting closer first, smiling at Ilya. The two women were surprised at his turn, and Brett told them that people could get closer by sharing secrets, which is why he went first. With all seriousness, Brett revealed to Eren and Ilya that Judith believed in Santa Claus until she was 14. Not really the kind of secret we had in mind, but that's a start. Back to Judith's cute but childish secret. The blue-haired spilled the tea on how she didn't curse and acted like an angel for a few months, hoping she'll be on Santa's good list this year, but everyone was too shocked to say anything. But really though, Judith believing in Santa at the age of 14 just screams peak Judith energy. As the blue-haired noble went on to divulge her secret, the embarrassed Judith facepalmed, trembling with shame at how he had the audacity to reveal this, and whacked Brett in the head. As Judith went on beating the crap out of Brett, Aaron and Ilya just exchanged looks with a smile. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, both our ships are sailing tonight, and yes, Aaron's really out here collecting nakama with each storyline. Brett, who's now a poorly drawn character thanks to the beating he received from Judith, hung by her hand as the redhead roared, forcing the others to spill their secrets as well. She refused to go down alone, so might as well drag them with her. And for the first time, we see the former champion and the current champion of the Land of Attestment tremble in fear in front of a dragoness Judith. Later that night, everyone is asleep in their own beds, including our very own Aaron, who was soon transported to the usual place where the old man swings his sword. As soon as he stepped foot in the place, our hero was quick to approach him for the first time ever and asked who he is. In addition to that, Aaron also asked why he kept showing up in his dreams and what he was trying to tell our hero last time, before his fight against Ilya. The older man just stared at him and once again got into position, as Aaron's newly forged sword appeared in between them, lodged in the ground. At this, Aaron just remembered that this older man was also a swordsman as well, and before anything else, the language they should first converse in is through their blades. With Aaron finally realizing this, he dislodged his sword from the ground, rising to the older man's challenge. It hasn't even been long since we saw the boss battle between him and Ilya, and now we got another one. The pacing of this man was getting better each time. The older man made the first move and lunged straight at Aaron, his sword already mid-swing, as our hero met his head, resulting in a collision with dust and smoke flying everywhere. The two were not letting on as Aaron braced himself, while the older man remained impassive, and now they have both manifested their golden auras. Just then, the older swordsman made a big swing and slashed our hero, who managed to block it but got pushed back in the process. Huffing for breath, Aaron told the older man that he was pretty strong and that he was also aware that his opponent spent countless days practicing to achieve this kind of strength. Moreover, he told the older man that he also wants to be like him before dashing straight at the man in his dreams. As Aaron drew closer to him, he focused his aura on his hands, amplifying his hold on the blade as he prepared to execute the downward slash. There was a ray of light, like lightning, and the next thing the older man saw is his blade shattering right before his eyes as the tip of Aaron's blade points at him. Surprisingly, the old man spoke, for the very first time, looking at Aaron fondly and tapping his shoulder while saying he'll be rooting for our hero. As soon as the old man said this, he started to vanish into thin air as Aaron tried to grab hold of him, but as soon as he did, he woke up from the dream. Well, that exactly didn't answer Aaron's questions, but that's some development right there. As soon as the gangs all rounded up, Aaron quickly disclosed what happened in the dream to them, and just as Judith asked if the older man told him that he was rooting for him, Brett followed up with what came after that, to which our hero said that the older man vanished like smoke. But what's bothering Aaron the most is that he feels like he won't be seeing the older man ever again, while Kubaru only stared at him. After narrating his thoughts, the orc decided to speak up and suggested to the group if they would like to go to Drukali next. At the mention of this, the foursome looked at Kubaru, awaiting further explanation, but Judith only asked where it was located, which Brett answered, saying it was an orc city in the northwest. Kubaru added that it's his hometown where his teacher, the orc tribe's grand fortune teller and great sage Guruvaru, resides. The fortune teller orc also explained that with his abilities, he may be able to find out about Aaron's dreams and the mysterious older man that kept appearing in them, which caught Aaron's attention. Brett gave the okay, telling Kubaru that he was okay with going to Drukali, and asked Judith's opinion, which the latter also didn't mind and had other things in mind. For our resident redhead, it's enough for her that she gets to fight the two strongest people here every day and turn to Aaron and Ilya. Speaking of Ilya, she's also fine with going to Drukali, and Lulu is already excited since the little mystic has never been to an orc village before. Finally, a new adventure. And with that, the group was quick to depart the Land of Attestment the next day. But before they did, Ilya bade her goodbye to Emma, telling her bodyguard to send word to her parents as the dark-skinned lady promised, also wishing her mistress a safe trip. Just then, the silver-haired swordsman remembered that she forgot to give her greetings to the priest. However, Emma told her that he already left a couple of days ago, citing that he had an emergency he had to attend to, which is why he sent his regards to Ilya through Emma. The former champion didn't question this too much and finally bade her bodyguard goodbye. As their carriage retreated to the distance, Lulu bade one last goodbye to everyone and told them to take care. Now that the Land of Attestments champion and the former champion has left, the people started to chatter about how they can't believe both of them left on the same day, which only means that the champion's seat is now vacant. Soon, everyone's fired up thinking they could finally take over the champion's seat. But of course, we're not staying to see which of them gets the top spot. Now, back to our heroes. Since Drukali seems to be a long way away and the crew didn't have anything planned, they took their time traveling and spending their days leisurely. For now, they stopped for a short break with Brett proposing that he'll drive the carriage next time so Kubaru could take it easy, especially since he has always looked after them all this time with the chores. Judith was quick to jump in, telling the orc that for today, she'll be the one in charge of making lunch as Brett promised that they'll take care of things this time around. Or so he hoped, because a short while later, Aaron questioned if the food Judith cooked is edible, seeing how it was nothing but a charred disfigured object on a stick. Honestly though, what exactly did they expect from someone who only got sword fighting in their mind? Thankfully, Ilya came to the rescue and offered them soup, with Kubaru and Brett surprised that the former champion at least has some skills. The skill to produce poison with food, that is. I don't know what the heck Ilya put in there, but soup is not supposed to be purple, which left the three guys belching and gagging. Ilya couldn't believe that they even called her soup poison, but at least Judith and Lulu were nice enough not to show her that her food is indigestible, pushing it out of sight, seeing how the two ladies are useless with cooking. Kubaru decided that he'll take over it once again and advise them to get out of the way unless he calls for help. Now, as the orc got busy with their dinner, Ilya started guiding Judith on how to manifest her aura to her sword, telling her to think of the blade as an extension of her body, while Brett busies himself picking flowers. He made a small crown and put it on top of Lulu, who was sleeping peacefully, their legs Zoro and Chopper. Please tell me I'm not the only one who sees them like that. As for our fortune teller orc, he sits silently by the fire, watching the flames crackle as our hero plops down on the log beside him. Kubaru asks Aaron if he's done with training, but our hero answers with a question, asking the orc if something has been weighing on his mind. At this, Kubaru just let out a sigh and told our hero that nothing really gets past him when it comes to things like these, so the orc decided to be truthful, revealing to our hero that he's afraid to go back to his hometown. He explained that the reason why he left wasn't really the best, and he was afraid to return alone. As cowardly as that may sound. Hearing this, Aaron finally understood why his friend has been wandering around the continent for the last 10 years while Kubaru apologized to him for wanting to lean on them for something like this. Kubaru even thinks it's pretty pathetic for someone his age to act this way, but Aaron, bless his kind soul, never judged Kubaru for it. Moreover, our hero pointed out that it was Kubaru himself who suggested going to Drukali and was the one who had the courage to do so despite the circumstances. Upon hearing this, the orc trembled, overwhelmed at Aaron's word but could only muster a simple thanks. Moving forward, the next day while on the road, their carriage wheel broke under the hands of Brett's driving skills. Kubaru could only sigh in disappointment since both ladies already brought him down with their cooking, and he really believed the blue-haired noble would be different from them. Brett apologized as Judith told him off while the former reasoned out that he was not familiar with navigating this terrain. Lucky for them, our merchant's coach came just in time to their rescue. Seeing them, York hurriedly ran over them, asking for help, and thankfully, the two merchants were pretty open to helping our heroes. As Kubaru brought the men over, he explained that they were heading to a nearby orc tribe and agreed to help them out as they introduced themselves as Frederick and Kenjal. Our four swordsmen did the same, including our little mystic, but upon hearing their names, Frederick started wondering where he heard these names before. But since they had to go, Frederick didn't dwell too much on it and away they went, with our crew sitting pretty at the back of the caravan. This time, it's Ilya's turn to sigh deeply as our resident mascot approached her, asking if she was okay since the former champion doesn't look too good. At this, Ilya told Lulu that she can't help but wonder what she'll do from now on, although she admits that a weight has now been lifted off her shoulders, like most of us who got used to struggling. Ilya feels uneasy if getting that load off is a good thing. And that's when Lulu decided to sit on her lap, telling her that she needs to stop thinking about anything as soon as her head feels overloaded, shocking the swordsman. The sorcerer cat pointed out that if she kept thinking about it, then that just means she'll continue to worry as well, which is why Lulu advised her to just let everything go and give her heart a little break. Now, To practice what the cat preaches, Lulu urged Ilya to follow its teachings and proceeded to stare blankly at nothing. Seeing them like that, Judith couldn't help but chuckle at the two, thinking they looked silly with what they were doing. But just then, Frederick let out a shout, telling his fellow merchant that he finally remembered, scaring the older guy. The former kept on telling him that the people they have just helped are the Golden Generation, the very same Golden Generation who became more famous in the land of attestment. Frederick is full-on hyped right now after remembering this fact, but the older man just questioned if it was really them. Frederick was pretty sure of it since he noticed they got the same names, but he only got smacked by the older guy, pointing out that just because they share the same names as the swordsman from the land of attestment means that it was them. Besides, Kenjo also pointed out that they'd most likely be fighting in an arena somewhere and making a lot of money, rather than be stuck in the middle of nowhere, even telling the younger merchant to just take a look at them. And true enough, the whole group is now busy staring at nothing, heeding Lulu's words of advice from before. Not gonna lie, these are not the best looks for our heroes, and it's kinda hard to convince people how powerful they are looking like that, which made Frederick think that he must have mistaken them for the Golden Generation. But they were about to find out soon enough that he was right. Just then, a shadow zoomed past their caravan, followed by the merchant's shout, telling everyone to wake up. As Kubar asked them what was going on, Frederick is frozen in fear, only looking ahead as a group of orc bandits started to approach them. Moreover, one of the orcs who was leading the pack looked extra intimidating and is believed to be the leader, known for killing anything and anyone who gets in their way. And as if on cue, the orc leader ordered his men to kill them all, making the others run straight to our hero's caravan, shouting in intimidation as they did. One of them leaped in the air and was about to hit Frederick, but our OG Aaron came in and sliced the orc in half, protecting the merchant. He told Frederick to stand back as the rest of the golden cohort dashed straight to the enemy, swashbuckling their way to subduing them. It's been a while since we've seen Brett in action, and we have to admit, the blue-haired nobles still got it as Judith did her usual fighting technique. Meanwhile, we have Ilya, who managed to decapitate not just one but 3 orcs in one swift move, sprinting at an incredible speed. Frederick could only hang his mouth open, seeing our foursome in action and the fact that they're all taking down these orcs in single blows, despite the common belief that orcs are way stronger than humans. They ain't called the Golden Generation for nothing, man. Seeing them do all these in real flesh just proves that they're the real deal as our foursome continue to fend off the bandits. Our hero got some of that action for himself, and despite seeing how the 4 of them slayed their comrades, many of the orcs kept at it. Aaron stabs the orc who just shouted a battle cry, his blood spilling all over him, but he didn't have time to react since another one was already charging toward him. Our hero draws his blade out of the previous orc's body and takes a big swing, cutting in half the bodies of 5 other orcs. From here, Aaron realized for the first time that he just ended 6 lives in an instant, which left him reeling for a bit. Brett saw our hero seems to be struggling and called him, asking if he was okay since he doesn't look too good, but Aaron told his friend that he was fine. Even our hero is aware that now is not the time to hesitate and feel melodramatic about it as he prepares to fight off the rest of the orcs coming their way. Our hero's skills also attracted the leader's attention, and because of this, he decided that he should get serious as well. He grabbed one of his men and crushed his head, instantly killing the latter and shocking both Aaron and Judith, who saw it unfold before their eyes. As soon as the blood from his underling spread on his fist, he experienced not only an instant aura boost, but also his body began to grow buffer and turn to a blood-red color. As soon as his transformation was over, the orc leader gave a war cry as Kubaru looked on, shocked at seeing someone perform blood magic since it was forbidden. The powered-up orc leader started running towards Aaron and Judith, seething with rage as he shouted that he'll kill them all when out of the blue, a giant hammer flew out of nowhere, smashing the orc leader to the opposite direction and smashing him to the nearby rock cliffs. What's this now? Is that Mjolnir? The leader of the orc was stunned, roaring as he was still being kept in place by the hammer on his chest, but Aaron was already looking in the direction where the hammer came from, and suddenly, there was a movement from a nearby cliff. Immediately, there was another orc much older than the orc leader, since this one had long white hair tied into a braid and clad in golden braces and shoulder plating. This other orc was instantly in front of the red one, smashing the latter that resulted in an explosion that shook the ground. As soon as the smoke and dust settled, this white-haired orc, who's now wielding an axe, yelled and ordered his warriors to charge. As soon as he did, a swarm of orcs clad in violet cloaks started descending from the cliff he emerged at, and they're pretty strong too. Like Aaron and the gang, these orc soldiers took down the bandits in one fell swoop, decapitating and killing them all in a single blow, Rhett was also shocked at the development, wondering who this army of orcs are as Kubaru came forward and told him that they are Drukali's orc warriors and leading them is the Drukali clan's former chief and elementalist. Moreover, Kubaru added that this esteemed elementalist is one of the top 10 strongest in the continent called Orc Karakum, his father. Holy crap, so does that mean Kubaru has similar fighting abilities to his old man? Now, the orc father and son are face to face. Kubaru greeted his father, but the older orc didn't share the same sentiment and ordered his son to go back and added that this is his last act of mercy as his father. But before Kubaru could even reason out, his father suddenly turned hostile, telling him to leave and never set foot in Drukali again. But Kubaru was undeterred, saying he can't do it and that he also needs to talk to Tarakan, but the older orc was not having it. Just then, Eren stepped forward and intervened between the two orcs. Our hero obviously took Kubaru's side, explaining that his son mustered a lot of courage to return and asked the older orc if he could at least just consider talking to him first, but Karakum ignored his suggestion and questioned our hero's identity in response. Eren introduced himself as Kubaru's friend and apprentice, but the older orc told him off, saying that this issue is between their clan and bloodline, and since he's a stranger, he has no say in it. Our hero wasn't backing down though, and told Kubaru's father that it does concern him since it involves his teacher and friend, stressing that he's not a stranger. Attaboy Eren. The older orc took a moment before questioning our hero if he was prepared to share the burden with Kubaru, and of course, our hero affirmed and said that he was willing to do anything for Kubaru. Hearing this, the older orc seemed satisfied, but just then, he took a big swing, powering up his hammer, and hurled it toward Eren. Fortunately, our hero managed to block it in time, though it did knock him off his feet. But Karakum was already lunging toward our hero, and this time, he attacked Eren with his mighty axe and slashed him as Eren continued to be pushed back. The older orc was not done, and as he grew nearer Eren, he pulled his hand back, calling his hammer once again to smash Eren. Seeing this, our hero was shocked that the hammer was moving by itself and our hero was blown away from the impact of the attack. Watch out, Captain America. Now, back to the battle. Kubaru's father thought that Eren's doing pretty well in softening the blow of his attacks by covering himself in the aura, as our hero now started to emit the golden glow from his aura. Even the older orc admits that Eren's doing a good job at utilizing his metal energy, but before the Ember Swordsman could fully recover, Karakum came at him again. Thinking just how long could Eren last in withstanding his barrage of attacks, he managed to blow Eren's weapon out of our hero's hands, telling him how impressed he was that he was able to block these attacks with his human body. But despite seeing his effort, Karakum tells Eren to give up, but our hero conjured his sword out of thin air, surprising the older orc who was wide open as he is in the middle of swinging his axe. With Eren's slash, Kubaru's father was blown back, but more important than that, he wonders if Eren uses magic to bring his sword back. This time, Karakum tells Eren that he acknowledges our MC's strength and added that it won't be easy to win if he doesn't get serious. For his last warning, the older orc tells our hero that this is as far as he goes, commanding him and Kubaru to leave this place as he clanks both weapons in his hand. Not only that, but Karakum also threatened Eren that he would make it so that our hero could never wield a sword again if they refused to leave. But this time, it's Lulu's turn to intervene. The little mystic is now emitting a violet glow, angered at the older orc for his attitude. As the sorcerer cat tells him off, Lulu levitates and continues to form a violet force field that grows by the minute and threatened Karakum that if he attacks Eren again, the older orc would regret it. Suddenly, there was a burst of light with Eren calling out to Lulu, and soon enough, a little girl with horns and wings popped out. You know crap's about to go down real bad when the resident mascot takes on human form. Lulu's a she, and more important than that, those horns and wings, could she be a dragon? That kinda explains why she has this hoarding obsession. But anyway, back to the current situation. Violet sparks of lightning are flying everywhere as Lulu looks down on Karakum, while Brett and Judith stare wide-eyed at their once sorcerer cat friend, wondering if she has turned into a dragon. Even Lulu herself is shocked at the transformation, especially her wings. She didn't like the stiff ones. She wants her wings to be fluffy. Karakum could only keep his guard up, looking at the sorcerer when Lulu remembered and procured a magic staff, telling Eren that she'll punish the older orc for him. Using the staff, the once little mystic pointed the staff at Karakum, and as soon as she did, there was a Genki Dama of fire that went past Karakum. What? The older orc just stared, confused at the direction of the attack as Lulu started to panic seeing that she missed, and by a few good meters, Mind you, unfortunately, the ones who are in the danger zone of the giant fireball are the rest of the Drukali orcs. They came running and panicking at the approaching mass of fireball, which landed just a few meters away from them. Luckily, none of them got hurt, but they did do a little extra cardio to avoid that. From this, a large crater was left as a grim reminder of how they would have ended up as s'mores if they didn't move out of the way fast enough. Meanwhile, Lulu gave up on using that attack again, saying that it was too difficult as Brett and Judith hang their mouths open at what just happened. Just then, Kubaru stepped up once again, telling his father and Aaron to stop fighting. The fortune-teller orc once again appealed to his father, telling the older man that he was not sure of the decision he made all those years ago, but every time he hears that Drukali is safe, he can't help but think that he did the right thing. Still, Kubaru thought that there may have been other ways to resolve the issue, and he lost many nights of sleep just thinking about this until it dawned upon him that he missed Drukali, where all of his loved ones and people are. As he said this, Kubaru knelt and bowed his head, trembling as he revealed his truth for the first time. Moreover, he told Karakam that his unworthy son came to give him his greetings for the first time in 17 years. At the gesture, Karakam couldn't help but feel a tug in his heart at his son's actions, but he didn't do anything else apart from saying to Kubaru that they'll talk in the castle. At this, Kubaru felt a sense of relief wash over him as he cried silently, his head still hung low. As soon as everyone settled down, Lulu reverted to her cat form and quickly jumped into Aaron's arms as our hero asked what just happened. But the little mystic just told our hero that she also wanted to protect Aaron, which is why she had been doing some training as well. How sweet. Still, there's her form earlier, which our MC can't help but ask if it was her true form, but even Lulu herself didn't know what that was, yawning as she said this, and added that her body just transformed by itself. Speaking of body, it looks like that transformation took a toll on our resident mascot as she told Aaron that she was tired now and fell asleep without another word. Aaron cradles her into his arm, urging the little mystic to get some sleep and recover. Meanwhile, Ilya also approached our hero, telling Aaron that they also need to get some shut-eye too, especially since they need to get up early and head straight to the castle tomorrow. But before everybody can rest easy for the night, they had to clean up the aftermaths of the battle. Aaron and the group started to pile the orcs' dead bodies and burn them together. As the heavy smoke wafted in the air and the fires crackled with their remains, our hero stood silently at the flames as Brett approached him. In his own way, the blue-haired noble asked our MC how he was holding up and if he had any regrets from what transpired a while ago. Aaron answered no, and before he could say more, Brett told him that in the future, there are a lot worse things that they have to deal with and advised our MC to prepare himself. Apart from that, Brett also stressed the fact that as long as he made up his mind and decided to wield the sword, then there should be no room for hesitation in his heart. And that also counts for when they have to get their hands bloodied, since it's not only their burden to bear, but also a part of their responsibilities as swordsmen. Hearing all this, Aaron was just quiet and agreed to everything his friend has to say. It took a few days more before the gang could finally leave for Drukali's castle, and as soon as they sighted it, Lulu cried in delight at the mere sight of it. Aaron and his group were ushered to a spacious and grand receiving area, while Kubaru, on the other hand, had to undergo entry inspection and tells his friends that he'll be back soon. The group was obviously worried about him, but the fortune-teller orc told them not to, and as soon as he left, Judith started to comment about how she thought it was a bit much that the orc had to undergo something like this. However, Brett pointed out that their friend used to be the crown prince of Drukali, which is why he should be held accountable for what he did. Now that the foursome, plus Lulu, are left by themselves, it didn't take long before another orc appeared and ushered them to another room, explaining that Lord Terrakin is waiting for them. Needless to say, Aaron and the gang got up without a word and followed the said orc, and this time, Judith asked if Terrakin is Kubaru's younger brother. As always, Brett is the one who answered her question, adding that Terrakin is also the tribe chief, and since they're already talking about him, the blue-haired noble also told Judith that they should be on guard since there's a rumor among the toughest orcs saying that Terrakin is the most aggressive of them all, as the redhead started to keep her head down and worry. Soon, the foursome and Lulu entered a huge chamber with a large table in front where a figure sat by himself. A short-haired orc greets Aaron and the gang and introduced himself as Terrakin, and the next word he uttered are words of gratitude for escorting Kubaru safely back to Drukali, smiling as he did so. So much for an aggressive orc. Seeing him like this, Brett and Judith wondered where exactly did those rumors come from since the person before them seems to be warm-hearted. Just then, Aaron spoke up and was about to question Kubaru's inspection, but the chief orc told them that he's already cleared and is currently undergoing several administrative procedures. Now, Tarakan asked them how much they knew about their situation, and our hero admitted that they don't know much and asked what happened between them. Tarakan hesitated a bit since he didn't know where to start, but eventually settled with their father Karakam, who has 2 wives. Tarakan's mother, the first and legal wife, had trouble bearing a child for so many years and eventually gave up on having one, and during this time, Karakam's mistress, Kubaru's mother, was able to conceive and gave birth to him. Because of this, Kubaru was naturally named as heir, but when Kubaru turned 10, the legal wife gave birth to Tarakan, which started the whole messy situation they're in right now. Now that there are 2 sons, opposing forces started to formulate, with one faction supporting Kubaru as the crown prince, since he's the firstborn, albeit illegitimate, and then there are those who show their support toward Tarakan, the legitimate child and rightful heir. What's important to know about all this is that these 2 brothers have a good relationship with each other, and yet tension grew between both sides. To end all this, Kubaru decided to leave in silence to avoid conflict, but now, after 17 years, he reappeared and became someone both parties felt unwelcoming to, which once again ignited the tension somewhat. However, Tarakan sees how much courage his older brother must have mustered just to be able to return home, while also telling the younger orc that he will no longer run away or cower in fear when the going gets tough. Furthermore, Kubaru also told him that traveling with Aaron and the gang helped him become more courageous, and because of this, Tarakan expressed his utmost gratitude to our heroes, and because of that, the tribe chief decided to give them gifts as a reward. At this, Lulu was quick to jump on his table asking for a reward as well. It's good to see our little mystic back to her fluffy and adorable self. Now, for the rewards, Aaron and the gang were taken to a separate room, and they all exclaimed in shock as they were led to the Drukali's treasure room. It's one of the most coveted places and is known across the continent, and rightfully so. The chamber is full of artisan weapons and other objects one could only dream about, and Tarakan is telling them to take whatever they like. Could Aaron find something that would help him decipher his dream? And what about Kubaru's teacher, who could interpret this for him? Stay tuned for the next episode. Well, this ain't One Piece, but we sure do know treasure when we see it. Aaron and the gang stared in awe as their eyes took in the sights of every object displayed there, the most prominent of which are the various weapons. Even the very walls are covered in weapons as well. Lulu was quick to point out that one of the axes there is even as big as Kubaru. Tarakan, on the other hand, approached Brett and Judith and explained that his brother suggested a weapon for this duo. Much to Judith's surprise, the chief orc led them to a pair of swords hanging on the wall called yin-yang swords. One silvery white in color, while the other one has a brownish-black tint as its scabbard. And of course, it had to be a couple of swords for our Bratish ship. Tarakan went on to explain how one of the swords has a cold energy, similar to the shadows, while its pair has a warm energy like the sun. Apart from being called yin-yang swords, these 2 blades are also intuitively referred to as the red blade and the blue blade. So yeah, it's most definitely for Brett and Judith alright. Just look at their color association. The 2 swordsmen quickly inspected their new blades, and as soon as they did, each of the sword's blades changed color respectively, much to Judith and Brett's shock. Even Tarakan was surprised by the change the swords exhibited just now, and he couldn't believe that the swords finally showed their true forms. Now he understands why his brother recommended the yin-yang blades to these 2, since it clearly shows that they are the sword's respective masters. Still, Brett was respectful enough to ask if it was okay for them to have something legendary like this, but the orc chief assured them that it was alright. Heck, even the swords have chosen them as their masters, so he tells the 2 that they shouldn't hesitate to accept these gifts, and that they would love if both Brett and Judith accepted it wholeheartedly. So that settles 2 of our heroes. Let's go and check out Aaron this time. Currently, our MC is still looking around the esteemed armory with his sorcery teacher and Ilya by his side. He even asked Lulu if the cat has chosen for herself, but the latter only answered that there are too many to choose from, which is why she can't decide. They already walked through a couple of swords, the majority of them as big as themselves, but Lulu finds some of them too sharp while the others are way too big. Just then, Aaron and Lulu simultaneously looked at a shiny pendant, sparkling with white, blue, and orange at its centerpiece. Both master and student hurriedly pointed out that this is the one they want, confusing Ilya. Our MC, however, explained that even if he doesn't know why, the pendant stood out to him the most, which is why he chose it. Lulu, too, added that she has a good feeling about it. Since they have chosen their pick, Tara Khan went over to their group and seeing that Aaron and Lulu chose the pendant, told the two that this pendant once belonged to an incredible elementalist many years ago. However, the origins of the pendant date too far back that Tara Khan has no idea about its background whatsoever, so personally, he wouldn't recommend it to them. However, as a mystic believer himself, the Orc Chief said that he wouldn't ignore a sorcerer's intuition, which is why he freely gave the pendant to Aaron and Lulu, making the two appreciate the gift even more. So that's that. Now, moving on to the former champion of the Land of Attestment. Iliad is still busy looking around, when Judith came up and asked if she has decided on a weapon of choice yet. However, the silver-haired swordsman just chose a small sword, similar to a dagger, much to Judith's surprise. But hey, who are we to judge? With a skill like that, any weapon in her hand could be deadly. Still, the redhead couldn't hide her surprise since she thought Ilya would pick something much bigger, but the latter just chose to remain quiet. Little did they know, their friend is having an internal struggle with what she wanted to do, which is something she still doesn't know till now. What's worse is that she doesn't even know anything, whether it be what she likes or the type of blade that fits her. But she can't exactly say this to her friends, can she? Well, that's a problem for another time. The next day, Kubaru finally finished his administrative duties and met up with Aaron and the rest of the gang. Lulu was the first to question why their fortune teller orc friend chose to suffer alone, instead of opening up this burden to them, but Kubaru just laughed it off, seeing how his younger brother must have filled them all in on what has happened within their tribe. But more important than that, Kubaru got bad news to share. His teacher, who they believed could interpret Aaron's dream, had already died a year ago. Our hero was surprised to hear this, while Kubaru explained that this isn't something surprising for him, considering his father is already in his 70s, while his teacher is much older than the former orc tribe chief. But it's not all bad since Kubaru has some good news to share as well. The orc told Aaron not to worry, since Kubaru said his teacher left a letter for him. At the mention of this, Aaron raised his head in question, while Kubaru shared that maybe his teacher knew all along that he'd come back many years later, along with our hero and the rest of the crew. Moreover, his teacher Guru Garu also left a riddle at the end of the letter which he hasn't solved yet, and he believes that once he solves it, Kubaru will be able to get whatever his late teacher has left for him. He just needs a little time to decipher it. At this, Aaron's mood instantly lifted, telling his orc friend that they'll just wait for him as he works on the riddle. While waiting, the rest of the crew did what they do best, swordsmanship training. So while Kubaru is left to his devices, our favorite team went ahead to the Drukali arena to spar with each other. While they were busy sparring against one another, some of the orcs came down to take a look. The spectators knew the majority of them, from the Ilya of the House Lindsay as well as Brett from the Lloyd family, when one of the orcs questioned who Aaron was, addressing him as the kid with the long sword. The first orc explained that although he did not come from any prestigious family like the first two, Aaron is a disciple of a noble man, and the only swordsman they didn't talk kindly about is Judith. In fact, they even knew she came from lowly beginnings and started talking smack about her. One of the orcs pointed her out as the red hair without a last name, not even bothering to mask his disapproval of how she managed to join their crew, and calling her a disgrace of a warrior. Little did they know, Judith heard it all but chose not to say anything, doing her best not to get aggravated by what they said, so she just gritted her teeth. Brett also told her to hold herself back since if she blew up right then and there, it could spell trouble for Kubaru. And the tension is high enough as it already is. Even Judith is aware of this herself, which is why she told him that Kubaru's situation was the only thing that's holding her back. A few days went on, and before everybody knew it, a week has already passed and the four swordsmen continued to spar while waiting for Kubaru. By now, a crowd of orcs have gathered at the arena, and even they were impressed with Judith's skills, despite calling her a weak human, as the other orcs said that she was good despite growing up poor. The correlation between these two factors doesn't make sense to me, but these orcs sure do love to talk smack within earshot of other people. Hearing this, Judith let out one exasperated sigh, and in the next second, she called out one of the trash-talking orcs and told him to come down and fight her instead of running his mouth like that. The orcs couldn't believe it. She was picking a fight with them. And to prove that she meant business, she started calling them names like fools and jerks in their own native language. This made them all the more surprised, asking her how she knew their language. To this, Judith fired back, saying she learned it thanks to Kubaru, who taught her a few cuss words in orc language. What's more, she jabbed at their ego, saying how she's disappointed at them for being such disgraceful warriors. And to add the final nail in the coffin, Judith issued a challenge to all of them, shouting that if they got something to say, then they best say it inside the ring and how she'll take all of them on. But instead of the first two orcs who rose to her challenge, a certain armored orc intervened and stepped up on the ring and in front of her, saying he couldn't pretend not to hear what she just said. This orc, who is the vice commander of the Crimson Axe Battalion named Gunther, is much taller than Judith. However, our redhead refused to back down while Brett looked on worried, since the orc facing Judith right now is the one Kubaru warned them about. Moreover, Gunther told Judith that he couldn't let what she said slip since she just insulted their whole tribe as a Drukali warrior, telling her to take responsibility for what she just said. But before he could continue what he said, our redhead cut him off, surprising Gunther while Judith told him that it's his people he should be teaching manners about instead of directing it to her. She also pointed out that they were the ones who were talking high and mighty about bloodlines and honor, but their words don't exactly match their actions. And it most definitely does not reflect the whole orc tribe as Gunther's anger began to build up. Instead of lecturing her, Judith told the orc warrior that he should take responsibility and just battle it out to find out who among them is the real warrior. Now, she's done it. The orc warrior is full-on mad right now, telling Judith that he'll make her regret saying those words while our redhead continues to taunt him, but before the two could brawl it out, another orc came running, calling out Gunther. This other orc informed him that Guruguru the Great, Kubaru's teacher, has appeared on the Spirit Mountain. This both confused and shocked Gunther, who asked if the late sage just came back to life, but the other orc had trouble explaining what just happened. So all of them came running to Spirit Mountain to discover Kubaru on the ground, surprised and looking up at a floating figure in front of him. It was Guruguru indeed. Seeing the old sage, Gunther asked Kubaru what he did, but in his mind, Gunther is wondering what Kubaru is planning, seeing how he revived Guruguru, the animosity already building up. But the old sage already knew Gunther was wary of Kubaru, so he just told the orc warrior to relax and assured him that what he was worried about won't happen, shocking the Drukali warrior. Moreover, Guruguru explained that he's only here to chat with his disciple, which he hasn't seen for so long, as well as to express gratitude for his companions who brought him back. After he's done with all this, Guruguru said that he'll leave and advise those who have no business with them to leave and give room to Kubaru and the rest of Aaron's gang. As soon as it was just them, the old sage thanked Aaron and the crew for bringing Kubaru back, since even he wasn't sure if he'd get to see his disciple again. As soon as he finished expressing his thanks, Guruguru used his orc vision to assess them, and he was quick to pick out Aaron as the person Kubaru must be talking about. The old sage confirmed that it is just as Kubaru said and straight up told Aaron that he can interpret his dreams for him. At this, Aaron listened more intently as Guruguru told him that the man from his dreams that he's been curious about all this time is actually a past version of himself, one from a long time ago. So yes, 10 points for you all who guessed that it was Aaron's past self indeed. Hearing all this, Rhett and Judith couldn't believe what the old sage just said, even repeating it to confirm if they heard it right. Guruguru confirmed that it is so, but he couldn't show him his past life right now since he first needs to prepare himself, and asked Aaron for a bit of time to do so. And while he's at it, the old sage told the crew that he prepared something for them while waiting, since he didn't want them to get bored, which surprised them. However, before Guruguru could give them his gift, he first needs to consult with Tara Khan, telling his disciple to fetch the orc chief for him, which Kubaru willingly did. They went about their business with Tara Khan also present at the scene, and after much deliberation, Kubaru approached his friends that they'd come to a decision. But it was Tara Khan who continued, saying that the gift they'd like to present to Aaron and his friends is the aura application method passed down to Drukali's high-ranking warriors called the 5-element divine technique. At this, all of the orcs, as well as Aaron and the crew, were shocked, and one of the orcs named Halifa, from the Lady of the Court's faction highest authority, was the first one to voice out his disapproval. Tara Khan questioned why the orc warrior is against it, and the latter answered with another question, asking them why they decided to reach such an important decision like this among themselves only, especially since this is something that concerns the 5-element divine technique. It's a special technique wherein the great warriors of their tribe dedicated hundreds of years of their lives to create the very essence of the said technique. Halifa stressed how they could just give away something as important as that to some humans, they barely knew. Despite Halifa's outburst, Tarakan answered that they weren't simply giving it away and reminded the other orc that the heroes of the past shared their knowledge with other tribes as well, which resulted in the creation of something much more valuable. It's because of this that their tribe was able to enjoy an era of prosperity. This time, it was Gunth who voiced his disapproval, reasoning that Aaron and those people from the stories are different since those high-ranking warriors proved themselves to be worthy, whereas Aaron and the group haven't. He did acknowledge the two swordmasters, Aaron and Ilya, as well as Brett's noble lineage since he's a descendant of the Lloyd family. But Gunthi pointed out that Judith isn't and has yet to prove her lineage or her worth. Moreover, Gunther told Tarakan how Judith insulted their whole tribe as Judith could only grit her teeth and was about to speak up. If it wasn't for Brett, who intervened and told Gunth not to leave out the rest of the story, Tarakan would not have been aware that the orcs were the first ones to insult Judith. But they weren't letting up. Halifa stressed once again, before everything else, that Judith hasn't proven herself as a warrior is an undisputed fact, which is why he requests for Tarakan to call for a council meeting. The orc chief agreed but told Gunth that he will not disregard what they have said earlier and ordered the Drukali warrior to put his honor on the line and tell the whole truth at the council meeting, which he agreed to. Since the council meeting is a top priority, Tarakan told Aaron and the rest to wait for them once again, which is what our heroes did. It's not like they have a choice, don't they? While the rest of the orcs gathered for the council waiting, the four swordsmen sat waiting on the stands, and it was Judith who broke the silence, telling them that it was all her fault and that she should have just kept her mouth shut. Judith apologized for it all, saying that now they also have to suffer because of what she did, and because she can't undo what's already done. She'll take responsibility and fix this. Instead of accepting her apology, Aaron had to ask if she was really Judith, since he can't believe that she was actually apologizing. The sun must be rising in the west tomorrow then. Anyways, Aaron's comment brought back the short-tempered Judith, but before she could lash out, Tarakan and the rest of the orcs came back, signaling the end of the council meeting. The tribe chief began by saying that he heard about the issue earlier from Gunth and, as the representative of their tribe, apologized to her for how they acted. However, Tarakan also told them that they have reached a decision during their council meeting, and unfortunately, they didn't acknowledge her qualifications. Despite hearing all this, Judith's face remained the same, while Tarakan explained that even if her qualifications were acknowledged, it could change if she manages to pass their tribe's customary warrior trial. That being said, the orc chief asked her if she was fine with that and ready to take on the challenge. After considering all he said for a bit, our resident redhead was quick to accept it, shocking both Brett and Aaron. But before they could say anything else, Judith said that the gift was prepared for all of them, at least according to Guru Garu. With a smile, she told her friends that this means this is a trial that she could surely surpass. Finally, we're loving this Judith mini-arc that the story is giving us. The challenge took place the very next day at the arena, where Judith stood alone, inside the ring, as the spectators booed her with all their might. Now, here's the thing you need to know about the trial. The warrior trial is a test to prove yourself as a skilled warrior, and it requires the participants to take part in hand-to-hand combat. To win the trial, the participant must face off and win against 3 high-ranking warriors in a row so that they could be acknowledged as a skilled warrior. Our resident redhead ditched her cloak and armor and now sports a comfortable camisole as she ties her hair in a pony, while Lulu cheers on from the side with all her might. For the first trial, Judith's opponent is none other than Gunth himself, who is doing his best to intimidate the former. Despite the orc standing a good 3 feet taller than Judith, she shows absolutely no signs of anxiety or fear, as the crowd continues to hurl insults toward her. Before they duked it out, Gunth told her that she'll finally see what true warrior is like, but Judith didn't back down one bit. As soon as they signaled the start of the match, Gunth quickly lunged at her, using his height as an advantage, but he soon realized the error of his move when Judith leaped and punched him at the chin, the force making his head throw far back. Halifa, who was watching it, was surprised at the attack, while Brett looked invigorated. Ha, that's our girl. Now, back to the fight. Gunth gritted his teeth, trying to regain a semblance of control, but our resident redhead is too quick for him, and she kept moving about and threw quick and powerful punches at him consecutively. The orc had no choice but to raise his arms in defense, and as soon as he did, Judith kicked him hard on the ribs, making him dizzy with pain. Seeing how Gunth is all bark and no bite, Judith tries to taunt him again to do better since his friends are watching, but she was too quick for him to catch. Until finally, Judith positioned herself behind him, and before she could deliver the finishing move, She asked Gunth once again what exactly is a real warrior. And before he could answer, our redhead caught him in a powerful chokehold before squeezing it tighter and slamming his body on the ground. And yep, those were Gunth's famous last words. The orc crowd couldn't believe it. How could a mere human beat an orc with her bare hands? And as they sat there, speechless, Judith walked away, dusting off her hands and belittling Gunth's arrogant butt. It serves him right though. Meanwhile, Brett's already up on his seat, cheering a little too loudly for Judith as Ilya and Lulu give him the bombastic side-eye, but Brett just ushers her to do the same to her next two opponents. There's no time for celebration, however, since Judith's next opponent stepped inside the ring. And while he's at it, even this orc said that Gunth talked big and became careless. Now, standing in front of our redhead is Garam, her opponent for the second trial. Compared to Gunth, this orc is more jacked up in size compared to Gunth and sports a few scars here and there. As soon as the two of them came face to face, Garam asked if Judith was cool with getting down to business ASAP, which she obliged, as the crowd found a new hype for Garam since he's the strongest of the three orc warriors fighting today. What kind of taijutsu could this orc have up his sleeve? As soon as they signaled the start of the match, Garam disappeared from Judith's sight, leaving her surprised, but thankfully, she was quick enough to see the incoming fists surrounded by mana coming her way. But despite seeing this, she couldn't get out of his trajectory, so our redhead had no choice but to receive the blow head-on with only her arms to block the force. She skidded all the way to the opposite side of the ring, thanks to the force, as Garam warns her that this match will be different from the first one. The orc added that since he doesn't like to take chances, he'll go all out from the start. Seeing how Judith skidded all the way to the opposite side of the ring, Garam decided to approach her and walk steadily as our redhead tried to regain her stance, still trembling from the force of his blow. Brett tells Aaron that this fight won't be easy with the others agreeing to him, especially since our hero sees that the orc has more aura than their friend. Although he's aware that not everything can be based on the amount of aura alone, it sure as heck won't be an easy fight. Judith gets into her position once again as they call for the match to resume when Garam moves forward and throws a swing at her. She manages to evade the first strike, but for the second swing, she didn't have time to react well, so it threw her off balance. Thankfully, our redhead is quick on her feet, but she sees her disadvantage seeing how Garam has a longer reach than her, thanks to his long arms. So she thought that she needs to get closer to attack. But as soon as she did, his knee covered in aura came flying toward her, once again blowing Judith a few good meters away from him. Now this is one tough MMA fighter of an orc she's fighting. Now that she has skidded to a stop, Garam concentrated a lot of his aura on his left foot and then used the force to propel himself toward her, while his left fist is all powered up by aura. This surprised Judith, thinking that he was aiming for her right side, but then she was a fraction of a second too late to notice his right foot, powered up in aura and is already mid-swing. It's a fake. Before he made contact, Garam told her with a quiet voice how pathetic she was, with Judith this time flying on the other side of the ring, her body bouncing off the ground. The Trukali warrior approaches her once again while telling her that he's not sure if she managed to win earlier because of sheer luck, but he reminded Judith that everyone in the world is born with their own limitations and innate destiny, reminding her that everyone has a predetermined place in life. While he's giving this speech, our resident redhead is already up on her feet, a little too roughed up and huffing for breath, but still good to go. Now, Garam stands in front of her, living as he said that today, he hopes she realizes the gravity of the words he just said. For the last time, he tells her to give up, warning Judith that this is the last ounce of generosity he'll offer her as a true warrior, but instead of accepting his offer, Judith decided to just get on his nerves and told him how he likes to keep running his mouth. Classic Judith. As she spits blood from her mouth, she tells him to come at her again, which definitely struck a nerve on Garam's part, and is also the reason why he was quick to throw a kick at her. Lesser reflexes. She had her guard up when his shin made contact with her body, but he quickly followed it with a right hook. This time, Judith ducked while Garam covered his right leg with aura again, telling her that he'll make her pay for what he just said. But he wasn't able to swing his right leg fully since Judith already grabbed it. As she did so, Judith generated a crazy amount of aura, focused it on her head, and bashed it right into his solar plexus, making Garam bow out in pain. Karakum, who was watching on the side, used his ability to see that Judith's aura is firing up, literally, and he's impressed how she hit him right in the solar plexus as well. And that crap not only hurts like hell, man, it robs you of your breath. Man. And that's exactly what's happening to Garam right now. who's trying to gasp for air apart from being blown backward. Judith, on the other hand, used this opportunity to hit back, and she did so by dashing toward him and covering her fist with aura as she punched him hard in the face. Streaks of fire surrounding her attack. Even a Drukali warrior noticed this, with her fist feeling hot on his face, but right now, he has to focus on the fight. Meanwhile, Karakum couldn't believe that Judith has the fire element infused in her aura. How could she use the 5-element divine technique without learning it first? She's just like Eren. For real, truly a part of the golden generation. Back to the fight. Garam and Judith now slug it out as both warriors match each other blow by blow. In one of their attacks, Judith even managed to slam her first right into Garam's, and every time, more fiery streaks emerged from the attack, making the orc pull his hand back as the fires licked his skin. On the sides, Kubaru's father is busy analyzing Judith's aura, especially now that he discovered hers contained the fire element. It's even more concerning since the element of fire is the trickiest of them all, since if one cannot control it properly, the user will just end up being consumed by their very flames in the end. Now, back to the fight. Both fighters are injured from each other's blow, but none of them is still letting up and continuing to duke it out. Garam managed to sneak a punch on Judith's face, but our redhead remains unfazed, bearing it all with the thought of proving herself to win. As the fight wore on, Karakum continues his observation of Judith, noticing how she doesn't know how to manage the element properly yet and is just blindly using her body to withstand it. Well, what did you expect, old man? Y'all didn't acknowledge our girl's qualifications, so she's duking it out with this beast. So, back to the fight. Garam once again sneaks in another straight punch to Judith's face, but instead of staggering back, she get him back with a high kick on his face. While all of this is happening, it made Judith realize a couple of important things. For one, she has always known that she's jealous of her friends. She'd be lying if she didn't admit it, even to herself, but the thing is, she never blamed her birth for where she is right now. But she has to admit, Brett's freedom, Eren's tough spirit, as well as Ilya's innate talent made her want to be like them. This is the very reason why she was jealous in the first place, but she doesn't hate the fact that she's always jealous of them. Judith is well aware that this inferiority complex of hers and her desire for more are the reasons that she's standing where she is today. While she's contemplating this, Judith has her guard up as Garam threw another punch her way that pushed her back. But instead of showing pain, she only grinned back at the orc. And before he knew it, there was a bright streak of orange light that dashed straight to him. Brett's not the only one cheering loudly from the sides anymore. Eren and Ilya are both up and shouting, cheering their friend on as she battled it out with Garam. This is the most emotion we've seen Ilya show that's not toxic, so this is new. Bonus points for carrying Lulu in her arms too. Concentrating all of her aura in her first, Judith decided that she'll continue to do her own way, hating and being jealous of her friends until she becomes the best of them. Now powered up from the aura, Garam gave one last look of horror as the last thing he saw before he got knocked out cold is the flaming fist of Judith as it landed on his gut. Garam lay motionless on the ground as it was announced that the match is over with Judith as the victor. Our girl really went out with Falcon Punch as her finishing move. As her name was called out, our redhead cried out in joy as the rest of her friends cheered from the side. Unlike them, the crowd couldn't believe it. She beat two of their high-ranking warriors straight in a row. But no matter, the next orc warrior is up as they started to chant Fahan's name. This time, their cheers are fiercer, urging the Drukali warrior to avenge his fallen brothers, but before he could even walk up to Judith, Halifa stepped up and intervened. It was Halifa who approached Judith now, while the crowd cheered thinking that the older orc would be fighting on their behalf. But Eren became concerned for Judith, knowing that his friend is in no good shape to take on another powerful opponent. But in true Judith fashion, she just raised her fists and told the older orc to bring it on, glaring at him as she did so. But what he said next caught her by surprise. "We give up," Halfia said. "Nani?" This made Judith less aggressive and dumbfounded, but Halifa explained that she not only has proven herself as a skilled warrior, but she also possesses an unbreakable spirit and inextinguishable flame, showing all of them that she deserves to be called a warrior in her own right. Once again, he admits that they lost and acknowledges her as a true warrior. Finally, Judith getting the recognition she deserves. After Judith won, things settled down for a little bit, and it was not until a week later, before our heroes were summoned to learn about the 5-element technique in the company of the Drukali warriors, led by a Drukali elementalist named Goruva. The elder orc informed our 4 swordsmen that before they begin teaching the technique, they must first conduct the five-element ceremony and inform them of the object in front of them, an urn from Drukali elementalists that was passed down from the time of their ancestors. To begin the ceremony, they must first put their hand inside the urn, take out the formless energy, and throw it to a certain distance. As they do this, they get to find out which element they are compatible with, which will aid them in learning the five-element technique. Garua first called on Judith, asking if she would like to give it a try, which our resident redhead obliged to. A lot of the orcs were eager to find out what she will draw, including Halifa, who was also present there. And as soon as her hand came up, there was an orange orb floating in her hand as Garuha instructed her to throw it on the side. As soon as she did, the orb exploded and became a blazing torch that rose at least 10 feet in the air, leaving everyone surprised, including Kubaru's father. As soon as the flames died down, Judith turned to Garuva, asking if she did right, but the elder orc looks as if he had just seen a ghost. He told her that the flame Judith had is the largest he has seen so far during the five-element ceremony, and added that he sensed it before, during her trial, that she's naturally blessed when it comes to the fire element. Since she was done, Judith stepped aside and Garua called Aaron next. As soon as he dunked his hand into the urn, he quickly threw the energy on the side, and with it, streaks of fire blazed as well, forming a circular pattern on the ground. What's even more shocking about Aaron's energy is that in the middle of the circular flames, a metallic alloy, shaped like a sword, emerged from the ground. What in the Full Metal Alchemist is this? If Karakum was surprised by Judith's energy, he was even more shocked by Aaron seeing this. His energy is metal-wielding fire. He noticed how the flames on the ground refined into a massive metal energy, which is pretty crazy. Even Gorula couldn't believe it as well, as if manifesting two elements wasn't impressive enough. Aaron was even able to create a metal with such a distinct shape, which made him wonder just who the hell this kid is. Since curiosity got the better of him, the Elder Orc decided to ask our MC if he has learned elementalism before. Aaron answered that he learned about the basic theory from Kubaru. Upon hearing this, it made the Elder even more shocked. Like, hot damn, could this day get any more bizarre? But at the same time, he now low-key understood why Guru Garu wanted to pass on the technique to them, since he was already able to control it after learning just the basics. Unlike the Orc Elders who were low-key losing their crap at seeing Judith and Aaron's energy, the two seemed pretty chill about it, but our redhead was quick to point out that her flame was bigger than Aaron's. This caught our hero off guard since he's not following her logic, but Judith just explained that she'll never lose when it comes to fire no matter what. Aaron just conceded, not knowing how to reply to a statement like that, which annoyed her even more. Little did they know, their blue-haired friend is relieved to see that Judith seems to be back to her usual self. He was quick to notice how she has been different ever since they were in Eisenmarkt, but it looks like there's no need for him to worry anymore. Seeing her laughing once again, Brett thought to himself how proud he is of Judith when he let slip out loud how he thinks Judith looks so cute when she smiles. Oh too bad for him. Ilya's within earshot, who only gave him an incredulous stare as Brett slapped his hand pretty hard to shut his mouth. He tried to explain to Ilya that it was all a misunderstanding, but the former champion just backed away from him while this time, it's Aaron and Judith who are wondering what their friends are doing. Moving forward to the next swordsman, Garua called on Ilya, and surprisingly, the former champion also has an affinity with the fire element as well. It was only Brett who differed from the rest of the crew. Unlike the rest who are more adept with fire, his energy is akin to the water element. And with that, the ceremony ended with Garuha applauding them for having exceptional energy levels, and he was pretty sure that it will get much better as they progress with the lesson. Karakuv stepped up and told Aaron that he will personally teach him as our hero expressed his thanks to Kubaru's father. Just then, one of the orcs came running and told Karakum that he has a message from Guru Garu. According to the messenger, the old sage has finished all the necessary preparations to look at Aaron's past life and asked to bring him and the rest of the gang back to Spirit Mountain. It didn't take long for our heroes to come running to Spirit Mountain, and as soon as they get there, what welcomed them is a large transmutation circle drawn on the ground with 5 blocks of stone placed in the middle, and a small one right above the middle slab. Is it just me? Or is this manhwa starting to get into Full Metal Alchemist? What's next? Do they sacrifice people for the Sorcerer's Stone? Anyway, back to the story. Kubaru explains to them that they all need to lie down on a stone slab, including Lulu too. So that explains the small slab of stone. Now, Guru Garu floats about, telling Aaron that it's time for him to finally meet the man in his dreams that has left him confused all this time, as our heroes each lie on their respective stone slabs. But before he started the process, Guru Garu asked him one last time if he was alright with sharing his past life with the others and if he has no objections whatsoever, which Aaron told that he has no problem with sharing it all with them. Since that settles it, Judith asked the old sage what they were supposed to do while the ceremony takes place, but at the snap of his fingers, the group instantly fell asleep. Now, our heroes are off to Dreamland. It was dark at first before someone started blinking, and in front of him stood two armored soldiers, addressing him as their lord and urging whoever they are talking to that they should depart soon. Just then, a man cloaked in red with brown hair, closely cropped to his sides, and eyes similar to a dead fish, stepped up and told his men that they should go. The three of them started walking in the middle of town, followed by numerous chatter and murmurs of how they can't believe this person is actually leaving his territory, right when it was infested by demonic creatures. But the man calmly continued walking, as another bystander narrated that this man is said to be possessed by a demon and even killed his own child. And who knows, maybe he, himself, is already a demonoid. With the murmurs getting clearer and louder, it didn't take long for the people to start shouting and blaming the man for bringing the demons into their town a couple of months ago. They started calling him a coward since now, of all times, did he choose to leave the town. Right when the people needed him most, one of the townsfolk even stepped up, trembling with a garden fork in his hand, demanding the lord of the town to speak. The man, who has a bandaged head, could be seen crying and enraged, demanding to know if their lord is truly the one who brought the demon into their town. To add, he even asks if he sold off his people to the said demon, demanding the nobleman to speak. But unlike the rest of them, the nobleman remained calm, telling them that it was no use trying to leave quietly after all. And since they're already here, he decided to tell them his story. It's up to them if they choose to believe him or not. Like many Gand heroes, this noble man suffered a terrible fate wherein everything turned for the worse when it showed up a week ago. Out of the blue, the man's child suddenly stopped breathing, much to his wife's panic and horror, when just as suddenly, they heard a sinister laugh, followed by a red smokescreen and a voice asking if he would like to save his child. From the smokescreen emerged the clown demon that filled the family with instant terror. The demon addressed the man as Karen Winker, telling him that the life of his child is now at the mercy of his hams, wherein he proposed the cruelest deal Karen has ever had to choose from. He could either save his child or his wife. At this, Karen shouted in confusion, asking why he had to make such a tough decision and listen to the demon's demands. But to this, the clown demon only gave yet another sinister laugh, this time asking if he ever stopped and wondered if it was just a mere coincidence that the demons started appearing in this territory. What's even worse is this demon claims that whatever's happening to the territory right now, as well as to his child, is all his fault. Naturally, the man was confused, but the clown demon only told Karen Winker to accept his fate and make his choice. But even before he could do it, his wife suddenly spoke up and told him not to worry while handing him the baby. He looked even more confused until she got off the bed and started running toward the window as a horrified and crying Karen told her not to. Everything happened so fast that despite pleading with her, his wife continued climbing the windowsill and took one last look at their territory. As Karen rushed over to stop her from what she was about to do, his wife gave him one last smile, telling him to take care of their child before jumping to her death. Karen could only howl in agony, seeing what she just did, and then suddenly, he heard their child start to cry. As he turned to look, he saw that the demon has its baby in its arms while saying that it was against the rules and that his wife's actions weren't part of the choices. And as if the horror was not enough, the clown demon called off the deal and proposed a new one as the man started to huff in panic and horror. This time, the demon claims that the choices will be much easier, making him choose between his child or the lives of the people in her territory. Man, this is just as evil gets. I can't believe we're getting a crossover between D. Grayman and Full Metal Alchemist in one sitting. With the demon making him choose between the people and his child, Karen Winker tells the townsfolk who blocked his way that he lost both his wife and child on the same day. He believes that it was the best decision he could make at the time as the man started to cry, this time out of sadness and pity for their lord. But Karen said that wasn't the end of his horror, as the clown demon told him that he is cursed, and if he continues to stay within their territory, some type of disaster may befall the land. Once again, Karen addresses the townsfolk in front of him, saying that he does not plan to seek help from them, but his only wish is for them to not block his path. With that, Karen Winker went on his way, traveling the lands until finally it was just him. While walking down a beaten path one day, the clown demon once again appeared, snickering and asking him why there was no one following him anymore. It didn't stop there, since the demon kept pestering him with a lot of questions, like if this is how the townsfolk send off their lord who sacrificed himself for them, and asks Karen if he wants to kill them all since they have been nothing but ungrateful. Instead of falling to his taunts, Karen continued walking without a word, not even looking at the demon, as the latter floated over him and continued running its mouth. The demon went on about how his people should suffer and lose their families like he did for them to understand Karen's sacrifice and sadness. Just then, an idea popped into the demon's head, and this time, he appeared upside down, right in front of Karen, offering him to enter a contract with the clown demon. The sinister being told him that if he did that, then he could become a demonoid and slaughter everyone. He could even toy with them as he pleased, but before the demon could finish what it was saying, Karen walked past him without so much as a glance. Seeing that he's not reacting to any of its taunts, the demon found him boring and wondered if he picked the wrong person after all, saying that if it knew this would happen, then the clown demon should have just sent the demonic creatures to the next territory over. At this, Karen stopped dead in his tracks and finally turned to the demon, asking the evil creature what it meant by taking the demonic creatures to the next territory. Now that he got a reaction from Karen, the clown demon found him interesting again, since the man finally turned in his direction. Karen, on the other hand, is close to losing it as he asked the demon if the demonic creatures that plagued his territory, as well as his child's curse, were all his doing. Before answering, the demon snickered mockingly, admitting to the man that it was all of his doing. Karen Winker was never under a curse in the first place. At this, the man started hyperventilating, realizing the pointlessness of it all since this was just a game for the clown demon right from the start. As he thought more about the situation, Karen demanded to know why the demon could do such a thing, shouting at the evil creature with all his might what he did wrong for him to experience all of these. As for the clown demon, he paused for a moment and thought about it before answering that he was simply just a little bored, smirking as he said so. What's even worse is that this creature just happened to take a liking to Karen without good reason, saying that it was like fate. Hearing this, the man fell to his knees, forlorn at the truth as the clown demon began to disintegrate thanks to the red smoke screen surrounding his body. With that, he bade his goodbye to Karen Winker, saying how much fun he had, and told him that if the man wants to see him again, the only thing he needs to do is to come to the end of the mountains to the south. And just like that, the clown demon vanished without a trace while Karen, who was still on his knees, was seething with rage, tears still in his eyes. From here, he vowed to kill the demon and got up, saying that he doesn't care how many years it will take. He'll make good on his promise. Since he had no place to go, Karen walked on from one town to the next until he found himself in a little village. The eldest of the town welcomed him with open arms, but the man was too tired to care, despite the town leader's welcoming remarks. As he walked away to his new lodging, one of the townsfolk looked at Karen warily from afar. And yeah, he's the same dude that narrated the start of this manhwa way back in the first chapter. But back to Karen. Although his face doesn't show it, he's glad that this little town has not heard the rumors about him yet, so he decided to stay in this area and train to get stronger before setting out again to find the cursed demon. Day and night, Karen swung his sword without rest, and even the townsfolk from before were surprised to see how diligently he practiced his sword. By this time, Karen has been living for a year in this small town, and word had already spread that the stranger does nothing but swing his sword day and night. But looking at Karen like this, the man knows from the look in his eyes alone that the stranger has quite a devastating story to tell. As the little girl approached her father, the older man warned her daughter not to wander into other people's backyards just as she pleases, while Laura apologized and reached her arms out to be carried. Just then, the man threw a glance in the direction of Karen and was surprised at what he saw, prompting Laura to ask what was wrong. The man answered in mild surprise that the stranger is actually smiling, while holding the flower that Laura gave him. Finally, a not-so-heavy scene for the tragic Karen Winker. While holding the small yellow flower in his hand, Karen stopped and wondered about this familiar feeling that was starting to well up inside him, but he can't quite put his finger on it. But he knows what this feeling is, the unconditional devotion from his parents, as he remembered his childhood, being loved by them when he was young. With this in mind, he started practicing his swordsmanship again, swinging but with a different feeling this time, and from there, more feelings started to pour in. He also remembered the loyal support of his people, remembering their admiration for him, and based on this feeling, he took his next strike. Then, there's also his lovely wife and precious child, feeling him with warm emotion. Thinking about all these emotions he felt back in the moment, he continued swinging while also realizing that it's been a while since he felt something like this, and devoted himself to the sword with a clear mind. Keeping these feelings close to him, Karen now swung his sword, no longer fueled by pure hatred from the clown demon, but with these warm and familiar emotions instead. And before he noticed it, the seasons had changed from autumn to winter back to spring again. By now, Karen has grown incredibly in physique and mentality. He's still plagued by nightmares that come out from his shadow, enveloping him in darkness and blaming him for what happened. As they started to swarm him, Karen spoke out loud that he first thought that it was the demon who sent these horrific illusions to him, but now he understood that all this time, it has been his anger, hatred, and all the negative emotions that consumed him which birthed all these nightmares. As soon as he finished talking, the nightmares disappeared like smoke, as he says that now he can finally move forward. Just then, Karen starts to emit a golden glow, taking a firmer stance as he feels it in his gut that the demon is somewhere here. With his sword shining brightly, he holds it close before delivering a mighty downward slash into the darkness. As soon as he did, what appeared right in front of him was the clown demon, victimizing yet another human who was already on his knees, a red smoke screen surrounding them. Both the man and the demon were surprised, more so the latter, not expecting Karen Winker to come to seek him. The demon asked what Karen was doing there, but instead of answering directly, the latter just told the creature that he's not surprised to see him up to no good once again. But this time, he won't let the demon do as he pleases. As he said this, Karen started to swing his sword, which made the demon conjure a violet orb, but before the clown demon could finish doing this, the old man already slashed him in half. Still, the evil creature lives, wondering how Karen managed to slash through the darkness. As he continued to puke blood from his mouth, the creature thought that he can't block Karen's attacks, so he decided that he needs to flee quickly, crawling and bloodied on the floor as he tries to conjure an exit with his magic. But the old man was quick to notice that the clown demon is attempting to escape and was about to run after him when he suddenly felt something that made him drop to his knees. Karen wondered if he had just reached his physical limit, lodging his glowing sword on the ground for balance, as he knelt panting for breath. He can't help but ask why it had to happen now of all times, just when he has finally created a sword that can cut through darkness, and yet he can't make the clown demon pay for his sins. Feeling devastated at what was happening and with the demon already escaping, Karen begged with all his heart for these feelings of his, as well as his will, to be passed on to someone as he lost consciousness. This is so heartbreaking to hear, but hey, at least the old man got one clean hit before he went off, right? Back in the real world, Judith, Brett, Ilya, and Kubaru are all awake and are looking at Aaron as it was finally revealed that Karen Winker continued swinging his sword to his last breath to fight the clown demon that appeared hundreds of years ago. And in this life, the one who inherited Karen's dying wish is none other than Aaron, who sits quietly and without a word. It took a lot of process what they've just discovered about the old man's identity, especially for Aaron, who has struggled to understand just who he is and why he kept appearing in his dreams. After the ceremony, our hero sits by himself in the arena, looking at the setting sun when Brett approached and decided to join him during his contemplation. The blue-eyed noble asked our hero what his plans are for the future, which the former admitted that he has no idea of, confused by everything that has happened even until now. Brett could only sigh in agreement, especially since it was a lot to take in. The two sat together for a little bit, with Brett telling Aaron that sometimes he can't help but reminisce about their days back at the academy and admitted to our hero that he disliked him for a time back then. At this, Aaron turned to look at him, as Brett continued to explain that he already knew there was a gap between him and Ilya, something he struggled to accept. But at the same time, there goes Aaron, who progressed at an alarming rate despite Brett ignoring him for a good portion of their time there. And when Aaron finally got to surpass him, it made the blue-haired noble hate him with every fiber of his being, since it made him feel like everything he has done was for naught. These feelings were pretty heavy for Brett, and he thought he would never be able to get over them, but back then, before he departed for home, the blue-haired noble recalled how Aaron approached him, telling how the former's sword swinging made our hero feel alive. After hearing that, Brett said that it took some time for him to realize what was important to him, which he managed to realize soon after. For Brett, being someone's family or friend, as well as his life as the Lord of the Lloyd family, is much more important than swordsmanship. And yet, there's something even more important for him to do that he found out a little later, with the image of Judith appearing in his mind. Then right out of the blue, Brett said out loud that he likes Judith, shocking Aaron. Yes, guys, Brett's not emotionally constipated like most guys. But back to his dialogue, Brett tells Aaron that he knows their redhead friend wants to become the best swordsman on the continent, and it's a rough road where one could be left with nothing if they don't manage to reach the top. He's also fully aware that every second's bound to be a competition that could be pretty tiring, which is exactly why he wants to be by her side to extend his support. Moreover, Rhett also told Eren that he wants to see Judith be happy as soon as she achieves her goal. After sharing all these, the blue-haired noble told our hero that he should also do what he wants and follow his heart, urging him to follow the path which he thinks is most important to him. If he does, Rhett says to Eren that he won't regret it, tapping him on the shoulder while giving him a reassuring smile which our hero returned. The next day, Eren resumes his 5-element training in the arena, and this time, he approaches Karakum, asking the older orc if he could spar with him again. The former orc chief obliged, weapon already on hand, as he tells Eren to come in him. With the older warrior's approval, Eren decided to rush in, sword in hand, as he uses aura manifestation to cover his body and attack Karakum. The resulting clash left a powerful impact, and the older warrior was quick to notice that something was different compared to the first time they clashed. This time he could clearly feel the fire energy in Eren now, since the flames in his heart have combined. Filled with glee, Karakum comments about how there's something that has definitely changed within Eren, and asked our hero if he obtained something from seeing his past life's memories and what made him change. To this, our hero told the former orc chief that he has something he wants to do now, apart from his family and friends. Another reason why he wants to wield his sword is that he wishes to do it so that more people can be happier. As he said this, he attacked Karakum with a large swing that the older orc managed to block, making Eren jump back as the former told him that our hero has quite a big dream. As Karakum draws back his axe, he tells Eren that his dream is even bigger than someone who just wants to become the best swordsman, saying it sounds like he has chosen to walk the path of a hero. Apart from this, Karakum also warned him that it's something that not anyone can just say lightly, asking Eren if he even knows the weight of the words he just said. But Eren, who's now more determined than ever, told him that even if it's embarrassing to say out loud, he'll gladly walk the path of a hero if that's where the road he chose led to. As he said this, the fire in Eren's heart flared up all the more, covering his whole body with a golden aura. The two warriors lunged at each other exactly at the same time, and the resulting clash produced a powerful impact, but neither of them budged. Karakum was the first to speak out, telling our hero that he acknowledges his guts for saying that he'll walk down the said path, but also reminding him that it takes more than guts to do so, questioning Eren if he's even aware of how much responsibility a hero has to take on. Our hero was quiet as he skidded on the opposite side of the ring, while Karakum shouts from the other side that he was not convinced that our hero is the type of hero who can handle such responsibilities. Instead of answering him, Eren leaped high in the air, his sword drawn back, as he delivered a vertical slash toward Karakum's position, which the elder evaded. As Eren lifted his head to look at Karakum, he told the older warrior with a smile that all of the swordsmen he met until now have said that swordsmen talk through their swords. At this, the Drukali warrior smirked, as our hero told him that this decision isn't something he thought of just because he saw his past life. It was a dream close to his heart, born out of all the experiences he had in life so far. So even if he didn't see his past life memories, Eren believes that he still would have chosen the path of a hero, telling the older orc that he'll show him just how determined he was. As he said this, our hero shouted toward his opponent to let him spar with the older just a little longer, which made Karakum happy, saying that it was what he wanted to hear, and promises to beat up our hero pretty badly. Eren and the rest of the crew spent quite a while in Drukali, and during the 4th month of their stay, Gorua thanked them for listening and working hard all this time and began praising the crew, starting with Brett. The older orc commended him for being able to master another element apart from water. But even if that is so, Gorua also told him that water is most definitely the element he has the most affinity with, achieving such mastery in a short time. On the other hand, there's Judith, who has put all of her focus on the fire element. Gorua warns her that if she just focuses on the said element and blocks the others, then there's a high chance that she'll engulf herself in flames one day. But instead of worrying, Judith told their teacher that it was alright since now she can handle any amount of fire in her heart. Plus, she admits that she can't even feel any other energy apart from this, which Gorua didn't question any further. And of course, we have our hero Eren, who Gorua applauds for creating a harmonious balance between metal and fire energy. The only concern the older orc has about him is that his energy flows in reverse. With this technique, it's normal to see the enhancing cycle at work, which is usually wood feeding fire. Then fire creates earth as earth finally becomes metal. But in Eren's case, they see the control cycle taking place, so Gorua tells him that if his fire continues to grow, then he needs water energy to control the heat and urging him to be careful. Our hero thanks the older orc for his advice as the later moves on to Ilya. Compared to the rest, the former champion didn't have the biggest development these last few months, but he assured her that she's still growing and to keep going instead of worrying. Ilya tells the older orc that she will do as he advised, but as soon as she did, the former champion looked glum, something Eren didn't fail to notice. The following day at the arena, Eren tells Brett that he intends to stay for a few more days, which made the latter question if the reason he's doing so is he's worried about Ilya. Our hero admits that being worried about her is part of it, but he also added that he has no plans to go back to the academy just yet. He added with a smile that before he goes back, there's someone he'd like to meet, then proceeded to ask Brett what his plans are with Judith. The blue-haired replied that they'll go back to the academy as planned, and at this, our hero said that it seems like they were about to bid their goodbyes for now, although it was a little sad. But instead of feeling sad about it, Brett just told him that this is only temporary, and they'll see each other again soon. Our hero agreed, and since the sun's hanging low and it's near nighttime already, he tells Brett that he needs to get back to his room, while the latter said that he'll go with Judith, urging him to go on ahead. In the ring, Judith is busy practicing with the sword Kubaru gifted her. Thinking how she felt the tenacity of the old man through Eren's memories, there was a strength that he gained through devoting hard work in his life, which made her think that if she could only work just half as hard as him, she could do it. As she thought of this, the aura surrounding her body flared up, swinging harder each time. Thinking that with just a little more, she could achieve it, she just needs to give it her all. Soon enough, her trail of thoughts get off track as Brett approached her, asking for a duel since it's been a while since they did something like this. As the noble man raised his sword, he told Judith that this is also a good chance for them to assess the results of their training, which the redhead readily obliged. Soon enough, their blades came clashing against each other, fiery sparks flying everywhere every time they did so. Red is obviously on the struggling end, but he praises Judith, saying that she's like a whole new person now, as his opponent just told him that he picked the wrong time to challenge her, because right now, Judith's all fired up, the flame in her heart igniting even brighter. At this, Brett realized that her fire energy is getting intense and overwhelming his water energy when Judith suddenly threw a big swing at him, making Brett fall back as water droplets started to pour everywhere. Brett is still sitting on the ring, the setting sun on his face, as Judith came running toward him, asking if he's okay. Meanwhile, he questions her if he did something wrong since he almost got fried just now. Judith got closer, now also wet from the water droplets of Brett's energy, apologizing because she didn't know this would happen as she bent over to check on him. As she did, she tells him that she really didn't do it on purpose, a look of concern evident on her face, but seeing her like this, Brett was too stunned to reply. "Boy, our man is whipped." Right then and there, Brett blurted out that she likes Judith, confusing her and asking what he likes, but he flat replied that it's her, she likes her, making our redhead blush instantly. It's really happening, guys, Brett is sailing. Judith could only keep on saying what as Brett repeated that he likes her for the third time, earning a hard smack on his face with an embarrassed Judith shouting at what he just said. Brett, who was once again on the ground, asked what was that for, but Judith only huffed in reply, beat red, and asked him why he would joke about something like that, telling him that he was lucky she didn't cover her fist in flames. As soon as he recovered, he told Judith that he wouldn't joke about something like this, which left her all the more flustered, asking if he really likes her. Man, gotta applaud Brett's patience with her. At this, she asked him why he chose her, but he only commented why she kept asking a lot of questions, this time getting embarrassed as well and asking her if he really needs to spell it out loud. But before she could even answer, the blue-haired noble started listing down the things he liked about her, saying how she has a cute smile, and that he finds her cute whenever she wolfs down food, makes fun of Eren, or when she plays with Lulu, and even when she's just training hard. Brett looks her in the eye and tells Judith that he finds all of it beautiful in his eyes, leaving Judith flushed and speechless. With a surprised look, she just asked him if she looks beautiful to him, but Brett just told her to stop asking questions and instead say something now. He moves closer to her and asks Judith what he thinks about him. With the setting sun as their backdrop and the love confession taking place in the arena, it couldn't get any more romantic than this. A voice hums as the necklace that Eren chose from the orc's treasure room drops to the floor, and then there's Lulu standing over it, as she claims she senses some type of special energy from it. The question is, how in the world can they use this thing? Wait a minute, our resident mascot thought that maybe if she was in her transformed state, she could work something out. And poof, just like that, Lulu transformed into her humanoid state. She already felt the shift in power, By the way, it's been a hot minute. Did you miss us? Staring down at the necklace, Lulu intends to use all the spells she knows so she can figure out just what in the world this necklace was, and with that, she starts to cook. The beginning looks promising. 3 hours later, Lulu lies face down on the floor in utter defeat as she fails to work out what the necklace is. She made a note to ask Garuva to teach her about the other elements as well, when suddenly, the door creaked open and Eren came waltzing in, asking what she was doing. She welcomes him back with trembling hands, assuming that our hero's already done with his training for the day. Later that night, as Eren lay in bed with Lulu baking biscuits on his chest, our hero called her and asked if she remembered the day they met Ednet. Back then, he recalled how she said she'd offer him the chance to join her army, not the steel inside him, the next time they met. Upon hearing that, Lulu says she remembers it, so Eren consults his magical friend to see if he's now ready to stand in front of Ednet proudly. Lulu smiled at him, saying that he already knew her answer, and more importantly, she knew Eren had already decided on their next destination, while our hero smiled back at her in return, confirming what she was thinking. Finally, it's time for a brand new adventure. Contrary to an already decided Eren who's lying in bed, here we have Ilia still practicing by herself late at night. In her mind, she has no idea what she's doing or if she is doing okay. She knows she doesn't really need to be obsessed with it and that she should forget it all, but in the end, she can't stop thinking about Ednet. Well, it looks like Miss Perfect still hasn't moved on from chasing after Ednet's shadow. We get you, girl. But what's more important for Ilia now is to know what she wants to do because she doesn't even know herself. As if on cue, Eren suddenly appeared, asking if they could talk for a minute. The two sat by the bleachers, with Ilia the first to speak as she asked how he has been and if training had been going well for him lately. Eren says it's the same as always, chuckling as he says so, and in this moment, Ilia feels how warm Eren's energy is. Looking at him like this, she thought about how peaceful her heart is whenever she's with him, making her forget all her worries and problems. Because of that, it makes her wish that she could stay by his side as long as he allows her to. But suddenly, Eren spoke and pulled Ilia out of her thoughts. Our hero begins by saying there's someone he wants to meet and how he's already thinking of going to where that person is for his next destination. This prompted Ilia to ask who it was, and Eren said he was referring to Ednet Crescentia. She was the one Eren wanted to meet. At the sound of her name alone, Ilia's eyes widened in shock. How was it that she was just thinking about Ednet a moment ago, and now Eren's suddenly talking about her? Insane telepathy. Back to our hero. Eren continued how he couldn't help but feel jealous when he first met Ednet back then. It was as if she had something that he didn't. Because of that, he wasn't able to control his temper in front of her, and recalling that now made him admit how embarrassing it was, not to mention a show of weakness. But that was then, and this is now. Now, Eren thinks that he'll be able to stand proudly in front of her, and if he's being honest, he's not sure what changes that would bring to him. He turns to Ilia then and asks her if she wants to come with him, only for Ilia to answer him in silence. In her mind, she finally understood what she'd been doing all along. She'd been avoiding it because she didn't have the confidence to face Ednet. All this time, she'd been running away from Ednet, thinking that she'd crumble in fear once she saw her, but then again, nothing would happen if she didn't face Ednet. And that's all it took for Ilia to say yes to Eren's proposition. The following day, a carriage stood by with Eren, and the rest of the gang bid their goodbyes to our hot and cold duo. Judith squishes her face right next to Lulu's, wondering aloud just what else she's going to do now that she won't get to see the adorable kitty anymore, but Lulu assures her that they'll get to see each other soon. Meanwhile, Ilia bids safe travels to Brett. His sentiment, the blue-haired noble, echoed with him as well. Kubaru also says goodbye to Judith, along with Terrakin, while our resident redhead Hafed thanks him for everything he did. But more important than that, Eren wonders why Judith and Brett are standing so far away from each other. Judith answered and said that everything was cool, nothing happened, all while avoiding eye contact with Brett, who mirrors her actions. With that, the hot and cold duo finally set off into the sunset, with Judith waving goodbye as she told everyone to keep safe. After Lulu said the final goodbye, Eren asked Ilia if she wanted to continue training, which she said yes to. A moment later, Eren clashes swords with Karakam while Ilia continues to practice her orc magic. And what do you know? Even Lulu's learning it in her humanoid form, though she's having a hard time controlling the fire element. Fast forward to a few months later. This time, it's Eren and the remaining gang's turn to say goodbye. Kubaru couldn't believe that they would now be parting ways, and it was Lulu who reminded him to stay safe. The orc elementalist then turns to our hero, feeling strange about how they now have to say goodbye to each other after spending so much time together, with Eren saying how much he'll miss Kubaru. The latter says he heard about our hero's dream from his father, pushing Eren to make sure that he'd achieve it. And that's when our hero admitted that he feels scared since he's not confident if he has chosen the right path. But then again, who knows if he'll do it well, right? But Kubaru knows. He's sure that if anyone can do it, it's Eren. Suddenly, the orc starts shaking as he tells our hero that Eren has a special power. He has this special strength that makes the things around him shine bright, and that's the power to change those around him. This is why Kubaru knows for sure that Eren can do it. He can change the world. Kubaru can't help but pour out all his feelings, thanking Eren for ending his 17-year wandering and enabling him to return home. For that, he considers Eren to be not only his friend but also his student and teacher. For him, Eren is already a hero in his eyes. Kubaru's heartfelt message touched our hero because he couldn't reply immediately to what his orc friend said. Wow, what is this? Who's cutting onions right now? With a single tear flowing from his eye. He thanked Kubaru and vowed to keep working hard so that he could also be a hero to everyone and not just to himself. With a determined look, Eren promises to do his best. With all that said, Hylia asked if Eren was ready to go, which our hero said he was. And with that, the two swordsmen turned back and left the Orc Kingdom. But if you think we've forgotten the elephant in the room about our Brave ship, you're dead wrong. Now, on to our hot and cold duo. Their carriage continued on their journey through the night while the two sat opposite each other inside the coach. There was utter silence as both swordsmen had a tint of blush on their cheeks. Brett kept staring at Judith while the latter had her eyes cast down. Just what is this tension? Brett recalls the day he confessed to Judith, asking her what she thought of him. To get asked like that so suddenly, of course, our Judith turned her back from him, flustered as heck as he told him that she didn't know. Furthermore, she couldn't believe he could ask such a straightforward question like that out of the blue. Brett paled upon hearing her reply, making him scratch his head in frustration as he blamed himself for rushing it. However, Judith told him in a quiet voice that she'd tell him later. So does that mean our boy has a chance? He'd better have. This ship needs to sail. All Brett could think about was this later, she mentioned. So much so that it became a mantra. Back to the present, our boy made a bold move. He stood up and sat next to Judith, although he couldn't bear to look at her. At least not yet. That sudden move left Judith in a panic again, asking him why he sat next to her. And that's when Brett finally looked at her to ask if he wasn't allowed to do so. Being face to face with him like this again, Judith caved in and just told him to do whatever he wanted. I can't believe we get to see Judith acting so meekly in this lifetime. Unfortunately, there's not much development after that because, before you know it, the two reach Kronos Swordsmanship Academy in no time at all. The two walk side by side, with Judith excited since it's been a while since they saw the academy grounds like this. Brett asked if they'd been gone for the past year and a half when suddenly, the ground shook, disorienting the two as Brett asked just what in the world that was. So what was that tremor? Well, it turns out Headmaster Ian has just wrapped up his fight with a certain powerful someone. The older man asked his opponent if they should just wrap it up for the day, adding that even if they continued, he doubted they'd ever get to settle it. The other older man laughed, saying he would have won had they continued fighting. So this time, Headmaster Ian asks if they should continue. Finally, the identity of his opponent is revealed. It's none other than the Swordmaster Kun, who promised Ian that the next time he visits, he'll make sure to crush his fellow old man. The headmaster only laughed as he said that Kun would have to be much stronger than he is now if he wanted to make good on his promise. And that's when Brett and Judith showed up, but Brett asking out loud if he was really Kun, the strongest swordsman on the continent. At the sound of his voice, Headmaster Ian turned to them, happy and surprised to see that they returned, while the hot and cold duo greeted him back. The older man also noticed immediately that there was something different about Judith. A red aura emitting from her body, as the hot-headed swordsman proudly told her teacher not to get too surprised once he saw what she could do now. Suddenly, Kun walks up to her, asking if she's Judith, which the redhead confirms she is. And that's when Kun grinned at her and told Judith that he wanted her to become his student. Nani? Sadly, we have to leave that note hanging and focus on other things for the time being, like our newest minor character, Johnson. You see here, our buddy Johnson works as a coachman, and like many others, he could also act as your guide as long as you pay him nicely. You can't ever get too comfortable with just one job in this economy, you know. As nice as this all sounds, being a coachman slash tour guide isn't Johnson's real job because he's actually the leader of a group of bandits. In short, Johnson's job as a coachman is just a front. so he could lure unsuspecting people away from town and rob them blind, which is a sure way to earn money. So this is how his scheme works. First, he waits for a rich-looking person to hire him for his services. After this, he makes up an unbelievable excuse to lure them near their hideout, where his men lie in wait so they can start looting them. It's perfect, right? So far, Johnson's plan has never failed. Or maybe his gang's about to experience its first failure from these next customers of his. They rang the bell, asking for a coachman. While Johnson thought they would be his next victims, the bandit leader turned to them with his customer service smile, introducing himself and welcoming them as he eyed the unsuspecting Ilya and Aaron standing before him. Johnson really thought he could rob them blind, but maybe he could. So folks, place your bets. Cut to the next scene. We see a coach riding through the woods with Johnson snickering to himself. He really believed he hit the jackpot with these two. At a glance, he observed that their pair was both well-dressed and had this air of elegance around them. So there was no doubt about it. They were from noble families. Meanwhile, Ilya and Aaron spend their time leisurely talking about Judith and their adventures, not knowing that Johnson's already celebrating in his mind once he and his gang get their hands on the pair's riches. Heck, he even thinks they could party for a good few days with all the loot they could get from these two. A little while later, their carriage stopped in the middle of a clearing as Johnson explained to the pair that they needed to camp out there for the night. Aaron was okay with that, so he proposed to make their fire while Ilya went ahead to fetch their firewood, her hand already at her sword's handle. Johnson couldn't believe her. Was she really going to cut down that chunky tree with her sword? Well, he couldn't let the lady do all that hard work, could he? Johnson told Ilya that it was going to be hard on her to cut the tree down with a sword like that, holding a small axe in his hand as he said so. He was just about to tell her to move aside when Miss Perfect went and did Fruit Ninja on the tree, leaving Johnson with wide eyes and a hanging mouth. She can cut them perfectly, the ideal size for firewood, before turning to ask if Johnson was okay with the thickness. But the bandit leader only paled and barely managed to mumble a yeah when suddenly it was Lulu's turn to show off. Our resident mascot got ready as she announced that it was her turn this time, leaving Johnson appalled that she could talk. Putting her paws forward, Lulu let out a shout, and voila! They have finally had a fire going as Johnson remains speechless. Meanwhile, Lulu's too excited to care, asking Aaron if he saw her use elemental energy, to which our hero replied that what she used was sorcery instead. Johnson stood there motionless, wondering just who the heck these people were. Just wait until he gets a taste of what tomorrow brings. The following day, Aaron warns him to move back since he and Ilya will be practicing their swordsmanship. Did he hear that right? They're going to spar? But more important than that, just where in the world did that gigantic sword come from? Johnson didn't get to ponder any longer because our hero suddenly came at Ilya, the latter ready to fight as well. That's when the bandit leader noticed that their swords were no ordinary ones. They were aura swords. So these two are actually sword masters? Yes, Johnson. They are. And in a split second, the ground shook as the sounds of swords clashing against each other coupled with the two's explosive power rang in the air, with Johnson standing just a few feet away from the danger zone. Suddenly, Lulu started complaining, annoyed at how noisy Aaron and Ilya weren't waking her up from her nap. The two almost broke the very ground they stood on, and Lulu's complaining about her nap. Unbelievable. Aaron and Ilya paused their spar. The very ground they were standing on was plagued with cracks and craters, while our hero apologized to Lulu. And that's when Johnson fell to his knees, admitting defeat to these two. One wrong move and he might end up on the chopping block. After their sword practice, the group continued with their travels until they finally found themselves standing before a two-story inn. Aaron tells them that they should spend the night, much to Johnson's surprise. He panicked a little as he realized that this was the inn that their gang used as their hideout. The look of distress was evident on his face so much that our hero couldn't help but ask if there was a problem. Johnson quickly regained his composure and offered to check if they had any available room as he urged Aaron to sit back and wait for him. He just turned, thinking that he needed to warn the rest of the gang before they pulled something dumb, when he suddenly heard familiar voices asking Aaron and Ilya what they were doing on their turf. He was too late. Johnson's men crowd over Aaron, trying to intimidate them with their crappy clubs and asking them nicely to share the pair's money with poor folks like them. Suddenly, Johnson's voice rang loud as he appeared in between his startled Ilya and Aaron, telling these thugs to leave his customers alone. He walked straight to one of the thugs, who was one of his own, the latter whispering to ask their leader what he was doing. Instead of answering his question, Johnson bellowed and told them to beat it, but his henchman was confused. What was his boss doing? Out of the blue, Johnson decked the guy full on, which even shocked Aaron, but the bandit leader was committed to giving the best acting performance of his life, glaring at the other man to get lost or else they wanted to end up dead. In a whisper, he finally told the poor dude to leave unless they wanted to see him angry. And that's all it took for the thugs to leave, as Johnson shouted at their retreating backs to never return or else he let them have it. In his mind, he apologized to them, but guys, please know that your boss is doing this for your benefit, okay? As Johnson walked back to our swashbuckling pair, Ilya and Lulu couldn't help but shower him with praise for how he managed to scare those thugs off, while the latter said it was no biggie. Because of his work, Lulu told him that he deserved a tip. Johnson was a bit puzzled, but that emotion went out the window and was replaced by shock when the talking cat gave him a pair of golden mice. Lulu even promised to give him more if he kept up the good work, and that was all the motivation he needed. Suddenly, Johnson went all out with his customer service as he sat Ilya and Aaron at the dining table, full of the most mouth-watering dishes, telling them that he only ordered the best ones, and he couldn't skip out on Lulu either. For our resident mascot, he got the most special salmon steak prepared for her that left our furry friend speechless. Seeing his burst of efforts, Aaron couldn't help but ask their guide if he was overworking himself, but Johnson answered like a cadet, shouting at the top of his lungs how he would continue to serve them to the best of his ability. Well, it's safe to say that he kept his word, because a few days later, Johnson lays exhausted in the bushes, tired as heck, as he said aloud that he can't keep doing this forever. Behind him, though, is the result of his efforts, a sack full of golden mice. Just looking at these shining items, he got a boost, thinking that he only needed to keep this up for a little more before he could give up the bandit life for good. With that, he hauled the sack behind him, energized to head home and make more money, when not a few feet away from him, he saw Aaron and Ilya sitting on a log. Our hero asks her how she's feeling lately, and the latter answers that she's still worried, but she does feel a bit better. Just then, Aaron put his hand on top of hers as he encouraged Ilya that she shouldn't worry too much about things. Boy, you know you're right, because Ilya's attention is all focused on your hand touching hers. Aaron continued that even it might have been that intimidating presence when they were younger, but he knows for sure that it won't be like that from now on. In fact, he believes that it won't even be a big deal once they meet, to which Ilya asked if he really thought so, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Meanwhile, Johnson hid behind the bushes and observed the two from his position, grinning to himself because it was just what he thought. Those two just had to be into each other. From the looks of it, things are going pretty well between them, and if he waited a few more minutes, then he may get to see something interesting, right? Johnson's a bit of a depraved soul too, huh? Unfortunately for him, this is Aaron we're talking about. This young man's as thick-headed as they could get, and just to prove it to you, he even stood up from his seat and told Ilya that they should head back to the inn since they're setting off pretty early tomorrow. See, our guy seriously can't read the room. If Ilya is surprised by this, can you imagine Johnson, who immediately sprang from where he was hiding? He couldn't believe that was all there was to it, holding hands, and just when they'd already set the mood too. He got so into his emotions that he got up and lost his balance. Falling flat in front of Aaron and Ilya, our hero asked if he was okay, which the latter said he was, while Ilya walked past them, saying she'd take a stroll. The bandit leader already felt that the mood soured, so he turned to Aaron to ask if he was not going to follow her. And Aaron being Aaron, he said he'll leave Ilya alone with her thoughts for now because he knows she's got a lot on her plate. Hearing him say that left Johnson reeling. This dude couldn't take a hint. The next day, their group stopped by a local inn to spend the night there while Johnson went ahead to make the necessary preparations. As Aaron and Ilya walked past the pub, he overheard a couple of men talking about how amazing that dungeon was going to be, and the other man said that it'd be the greatest one in the last century. But more important than that, the Holy Kingdom was said to join the upcoming expedition. Now that piece of information caught Ilya's attention, just as one of the others asked why the Holy Kingdom was joining. In answer, the first man said it's because this is no ordinary dungeon. Sure, it may be massive, but based on what he heard, the dungeon itself has been around since the time of the Demon Dragon King, which goes way back. With that said, it's believed that the treasure buried in the dungeon is worth a lot, which is why the Calvin Kingdom tried to challenge it upon discovering it, but they had to deal with the opposition of the neighboring kingdoms. For better understanding, the dungeon is located in the middle of 3 kingdoms, namely Calvin, Palanque, and Rabat. To prevent conflict among the kingdoms, the Holy Kingdom decided to mediate by sending their knights. Just then, Aaron approached the man to ask a question, wondering which might order the Holy Kingdom had sent. The older man asked him back if he was a swordsman, and when Aaron said he was, The former said he must have heard of the Holy Kingdom's knights, which are the Black Knights led by Enet Crescentia. Upon hearing her name, Eren glanced at Ilya, who only gave him a small nod. Our hero then asked the older man if mercenaries were allowed to join this dungeon expedition he spoke of. The man eyed Eren and commented how our hero looked young. Because of that, he couldn't help but ask out of concern if Eren would be okay, adding that this was a large-scale expedition that they were talking about. It will definitely be a difficult one, and for that, he can't guarantee our hero's safety. In answer to that, Eren respectfully told the older man that he'd be alright, thanking him for his concern all the same. Now this made the stranger stare at him. He noticed how Eren's eyes spoke the truth in them, and that he had a soft yet firm air about him. In his mind, the stranger judged our hero to be some naive kid, but upon closer look, he realized that he was wrong. That's our Eren for you. Y'all can't deny his glow up even from strangers' eyes. But back to the story, the older man told him that if he really wanted to join the expedition, then he should head to Calvin, since the word is out that they're hiring mercenaries to strengthen their forces, which is just the piece of information our hero needed. With that, he thanked the older man with a smile, and that's exactly where they headed next. A few days later, their party reached the city of Calvin, to which Johnson bid his goodbye. Lulu and Eren did the same, thanking him for his services for the past few days as the older man bid them safe travels. Eren, Ilya, and Lulu set off in the opposite direction, with their furry friend telling our hero that she was starving, so they decided to get something to eat first. As they continued to retreat, Johnson stared at their backs, realizing how there are actually a lot of powerful people hidden in this world, and if you ever mess around with the wrong ones, there's a strong chance you may end up meeting your maker. And with that, Johnson turned in the opposite direction, thankful for the chance to earn that much gold, as he told himself that he should live a more honest life from now on. And that's the Eren effect. You guys, people are suddenly turning for the better once he meets them. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, a hand angrily slams on the table, cursing at the bastards from Palanque and Rabat. This person throwing a fit is none other than Amira Shelton, the vice captain of the Calvin Knights. At the moment, she's scratching her head in frustration, annoyed at how the jerks from Palanque and Rabat are giving them such a hard time, considering it's a dungeon they discovered in their own land. It's even worse because these neighboring countries sent their top forces: Rabat's court mage, Perry Martins, and Palanque's swordmaster, Sivian Verux. But that's not all. The Holy Kingdom also sent its forces. At this rate, Amira could almost taste the frustration because she knew they wouldn't be able to get any loot. As such, she decided that she needed to recruit mercenaries that could somehow stand up to these forces. As if on cue, a platoon of her men came waltzing in to inform Amira that more volunteer mercenaries interested in joining the expedition had arrived. She momentarily forgot about her annoyance, asking her men how strong these mercenaries were. One of them was about to shakily fill her in, but Amira decided that she'd just see it for herself. This woman's about to get the shock of her life. At the Calvin Kingdom's training ground, Ilya and Eren were busy sparring when Amira walked in and called their attention. She asked if they were the ones volunteering for the expedition and introduced herself as the vice captain. With her sword drawn, she told both swordsmen in front of her that their test had begun now. Ilya greeted her and was about to introduce herself when the impatient Almira told her to save it for later. They better stop wasting her time and show their skills pronto. Ilya easily agreed, and after taking a deep breath, the former champion got into position, emitting a powerful aura as she did so, leaving Almira surprised as Ilya lunged straight toward her in a split second. Almira barely managed to fend off the attack by breaking Ilya's momentum with a slash, but the latter was quicker. She was already on Almira's side just as the vice captain realized how fast she was. As Almira turned to take a swing at Ilya, the former champion was quick to evade her, leaving the former frustrated because she couldn't keep up with her at all. Once again, she felt Ilya's presence behind her, late to realize the silver-haired swordsman's quick movement, but when Almira turned, Ilya was already gone. Suddenly, Almira felt pressure from her side as there was a loud clash and bright light, with her blade flying straight to the opposite side of the ring. The Calvin Knight's vice captain could only stare at the remaining sword handle on her hand before turning to her opponent and asking who she was and which kingdom she came from. Finally, Ilya introduced herself as a knight from the Aden Kingdom and said that she was from House Ilya. Almira got humbled real quick, but this is exactly what the vice captain wanted in the first place, so she can't really be upset about it. Later that night, back in her office, Almira snickered to herself because her prayers had already been answered. She couldn't believe the Ilya Lindsay had just joined their side, and what's more, someone even better came along. She recalled her conversation back then, asking our hero who he was, and Aaron told her his name and that he came from the Hale Kingdom. This dude was the very same person who beat Ilya to become a swordmaster. With those two on their side, Almira is pretty confident that they now have a fighting chance against the neighboring kingdoms as well as the Black Knights. But, as promising as it sounds, there is but one room for concern. The vice captain couldn't believe a person like Ilya would join a dungeon expedition and assume that the latter must be doing so because of Ignet. Almira worries that if Ilya only joined the expedition because of a personal vendetta against the captain of the Black Knights, then she might affect the expedition negatively. With that in mind, Almira made a mental note to keep an eye on her for the time being. Well, that's a problem for another day. And hey, at least she got new recruits, so now Almira took it easy as she reached for the cat embroidery she'd been doing. She was so engrossed in talking to herself about how the more pressing issue was now resolved that she failed to notice Lulu leaning from the table to get a better view of her work. Finally, our furry friend spoke up and asked Almira what she was doing and told the vice captain to teach her that. This almost made the vice captain jump out of her skin, letting out a shout as she turned panting toward Lulu. She asked the cat, remembering that she was Aaron's cat. But more important than that, the cat could talk. Lulu excitedly introduced herself, and the cat lover in Almira couldn't help it. She asked Lulu if she could pet her, to which our furry friend agreed as long as Almira taught her how to do embroidery. Or is it sewing? Maybe cross-stitch? Who knows? Lulu tells Almira that she likes her because she reminds the cat of a friend of hers, prompting Almira to ask if she looks similar to Lulu's friend. In reply, Lulu said she partly looks like her friend and only when Almira gets. More important than that, Lulu wants to learn what the vice captain was doing. Seeing that she's a cat, Almira couldn't help but point out that Lulu may find it hard to learn since she's a cat, and she has paws instead of hands. But Aaron's furry companion suddenly lit up as she told Almira not to worry about it. Just like that, she transformed into her humanoid form, showing off her hands to Almira as she asked her if she'd be able to work with them. Once again, the vice captain was left reeling in shock after witnessing Lulu's transformation. Even though she's not a magician, Almira knows that what the cat did was some type of powerful magic. In the end, she caved in and taught Lulu how to do embroidery, but not before making the little one promise not to tell other people about this secret hobby of hers because she wants people to think that she's cool and strong. Lucky for her, Lulu is more than willing to keep it a secret, and with that, the group's first night at Calvin wrapped up. Fast forward to a few days later, when Aaron and the rest of the mercenaries went to Rabat territory. As soon as they reached the region, Almira told Aaron that a banquet would be held tomorrow for the full expedition team, so she expected him to attend the event. Our hero easily agreed, and this time Almira turned to Lulu and told her that she should come too, petting the nibbling cat, who also agreed. However, the vice captain requested their furry friend to attend in her humanoid form since she already had a dress prepared for Lulu. After a moment of thinking, Lulu agreed, and with that, Almira left them on their own. Despite being on the road often lately, our hero made a point to keep practicing his meditation. This time, he found a local park where he sat meditating, emitting his golden aura as he did so. In his mind, he recalled how, up until now, the main emotion controlling the flame in his heart was his combative spirit. This combative spirit is quite similar to the anger he felt because he was jealous of Ignet. At the same time, it's also the very same spirit he used to overcome the will of the old man in his dreams, Karen Winker. As much as it has been helpful for Aaron, our hero doesn't want this to be the only thing controlling the flame in his heart anymore. With that in mind, he decided to dive deep and think about the last revelations he had from his past life, from a will that was steeped in regret and sorrow to a positive will directed toward the world. As soon as he thought about this, the flame in Aaron's heart brightened, just as he thought that he would start to move forward in his own way. However, his meditation was cut short as he opened his eyes and cast a side glance to his right. He suddenly spoke aloud and asked how long the figure behind him would keep watching Aaron. The figure was taken aback as he moved forward and revealed himself, asking Aaron when he knew he was being observed. Aaron answered that it's been 20 minutes since then, to which the older man applauded him for having good senses, and here he was doing his best to conceal his presence too. The older man asked Aaron if he was a swordsman or a magician, and our hero simply told him that he was the former. The man moved even closer, commenting that he hadn't seen Aaron before, so he asked which country he was affiliated with. Aaron answers honestly and tells him that he's a mercenary working with the Calvin Knights. At the mention of Calvin, the man didn't seem to bother anymore as he turned his back and bid our hero goodbye, but not before apologizing for disrupting his meditation. As the older man walked away, He thought about how Aaron's senses were so sharp that he was able to detect somebody else's presence despite being in a deep meditative state. It only goes to show that he's no ordinary kid. Because of that, this man thought to himself that he had to recruit our hero to their side during the expedition. Aaron didn't even have to show off his skills this time, and this man already knows that our hero's not to be messed with. Our boy has come so far. At a different accommodation, the man finally reached his quarters, where he was greeted by two men with a bow and called Sir Varius. So this dude's the sword master of Palanque? Hot dang. He immediately told his men that there was something he wanted them to do for him. Look into the recruits of Calvin's current expedition party and report it back to him ASAP. Despite the night getting deeper, other people, the Knights of Palanque to be precise, are busy running around to fulfill Sir Varius' request. A little while later, one of his men finally reported what they found about Calvin's expedition party. He thanked the younger man for their hard work and started flipping through the document until something caught his eye. Ilia Lindsay is included in the list. What's a high-profile figure like her doing, joining an expedition like this? Veru thought that there was only one reason why the only daughter of the Lindsay family would participate in a dungeon expedition, and it was all because of Emet Crescentia. Veru assumed that Ilia was acting out her emotions by joining this expedition, commenting about how she's still a child despite being a sword master. It seems our girl, Ilia, really can't run away from her past, seeing how people are still making assumptions about her. It also made him wonder if the loss she suffered at the Land of Attestment left such an impact on her. But wait, Land of Attestment. Sir Variux immediately continued reading the report upon remembering that the champion who defeated her, there was one of her peers from her swordsmanship academy. From what he heard, the two of them set out to travel together after the competition. So he checked the list again, and what do you know? He was right. Variux knew our hero was no ordinary kid, grinning to himself as he finally knew who he was. He was the new golden-haired swordmaster, Aaron Ferreira. It looks like our hero's finally getting the recognition he deserves now that we're seeing how his reputation is starting to precede him. As for Veru, it turns out this dungeon expedition is a lot more interesting than he initially thought. The following day, it's the day of the banquet, when people have started arriving at the banquet hall. Apart from the few early birds, Almira walks beside an elderly gentleman with a soft smile who asks her if it is true that they recruited two swordmasters for their party. The vice captain said they have, but at the moment, she's more concerned about the Holy Kingdom since they still haven't arrived yet. The older man, who is actually Gregory Griffin, the captain of the Calvin Knights, only hummed, not too bothered by the group's absence. Almira is relentless. She thinks that the Black Knights are showing off their power by not making an effort to be present at the banquet, considering that all the kingdoms are gathering together for the first time. Sir Gregory only chuckled, telling her to take it easy and not to worry too much. After all, their party may have gotten caught up with something that explains their absence. Suddenly, another figure appeared and greeted Sir Gregory, asking if he'd been well. This man is Perry Martins, the court mage of Rabat, whose look has a different meaning compared to what he's saying. Perry suddenly glared at the older man, asking for confirmation if there was any truth behind them rushing to strengthen their forces, and they ended up hiring mercenaries. Emitting a cool aura, the older man didn't back down from his intimidation as Sir Gregory told him that these mercenaries shouldn't worry them at all, as he promised these recruits wouldn't get in the way of the expedition. Suddenly, Verux walked in on them, telling Perry to cut it out as he reminded the former that this event was to celebrate all of them working together in harmony. The mage only scoffed at him, criticizing Verux for pretending to be nice. The former asked if the swordmaster was up to something. However, he never got to hear what Verux said because Sir Gregory suddenly got excited, asking Almira if those people walking over them were the new recruits she was talking about. Upon hearing that, Perry and Veru turned at the same time to see Aaron, Ilia, and a doll like Lulu wearing a poofy dress walking toward them. She may be too cute for her own but looking like that. But there's no denying how intense Lulu is as she was wreaking overwhelming mana all around. Perry couldn't believe what he was seeing. Lulu was emitting so much powerful magic that it was almost akin to an archmage. She also has a pair of wings and horns, so just who is she? And best of all, our humanoid friend is slaying that dress too. Purr, seeing Perry's reaction to Aaron's party, especially Lulu, was pure bliss for Almira. Well, that did the job and shut him up quickly as she snickered behind him. The vice captain knew she made the right decision by stirring things up with Lulu making an appearance like that. The Calvin Knights don't look too weak anymore in their eyes, right? Lulu's cute debut aside, the appearance of the trio was quickly followed by murmurs from the crowd. Their eyes trained on the silver-haired swordsman beside him. Aaron was quick to notice this as the swordsman talked about Ilia, many of them assuming she was there just because of Ignet. The murmurs grew louder, some of them wondering if the only reason she was there was because of how she wanted to avenge her brother, while others laughed at her, thinking how she was so obsessed with it. Our hero glanced at Ilya, hoping that she was okay even after hearing all this, but the former champion had an unreadable expression on her face. Finally, Ilya released a heavy sigh, and they weren't expecting to hear what came out of her mouth next. The silver-haired beauty actually dropped the F-bomb. To say Aaron and Lulu were shocked is an understatement because they couldn't believe Ilya just cursed. She spoke aloud, saying how people couldn't just leave her alone, and she's gotten so sick and tired of it. As if to stress her annoyance, the former champion dropped the F-bomb again, paired with a glare toward those naysayers, while Aaron stood frozen like a statue at what he just witnessed. Finally, Ilya learns how to hit back at her haters. So how exactly did she learn how to curse? Or, more importantly, who taught her that? Let's take it back to a few months ago, when one fine day, Judith commented on how she gets frustrated whenever she sees Ilya. As for the latter, who was minding her own business while sitting prettily like that, Ilya tried to move away from Judith's judging stare. But you know what our red-headed fighter is like. She leaned even closer to Ilya, asking her why she let all the nonsense worry her. Like, who even cares what people say? Judith points out that people like them will always have something to say, regardless of what Ilya does. The silver-haired beauty tried to explain her side, but Judith beat her to the punch, smiling as she told Ilya that she didn't need to impress them. In fact, Ilya might as well curse them straight in the face. Ilya was obviously appalled by this idea. I mean, she was brought up as a noble lady, so just the thought of cursing people was too much for her. Fortunately for her, she's got Judith, who went ahead with the tutorial, telling Ilya to repeat after her. And with that, our favorite redhead got into position as she manspreaded and said the F-bomb in the most annoyed voice. Ilya was left speechless, but Judith was relentless. Now she wanted Ilya to try it too, promising her that it would make her feel better. Ilya could only stare back at her, feeling incredulous at Judith's suggestion, but then the redhead swordsman said something that left an impact on the former. Cussing them out is way better than letting all those negative emotions fester in her heart. Ilya pouted for a bit before she tried to cuss in a small, stuttering voice. Judith suddenly yelled louder at her ear, causing Ilya to finally drop the F-bomb loud and clear. The redhead was proud of her progress and then urged her to do it again. But this time she wants Ilya to say it like she meant it, so that's exactly what Ilya did. Thank the heavens that Judith grew up on the streets. Ilya found someone to let her loose. Now, back to the story. As Ilya walked away, she smiled and muttered how cursing in front of people wasn't so bad after all. Aaron and Lulu still stood frozen in shock until she told them that they should all go sit now, while Sir Gregory chuckled, amused by how lively her party was. Now that's settled, the banquet finally began with the captain of the Calvin Knights kickstarting with a speech. First and foremost, Sir Gregory thanked everyone for joining them today, and as he was about to say something hopeful about the gathering, there was a loud rumble that shook the ground. It continued, causing panic among the guests when suddenly, a portal started to materialize in the middle of the room. Before anyone could react to it, it suddenly grew larger, as everyone could only wait and stare what was to come out of the other end of this portal. Just then, a pair of dainty feet emerged, quickly followed by knights clad in full armor. And seeing them, Almira already knew who they were, the Black Knights of the Holy Kingdom, Arvilius led by Jurog and Anya at the front. Man, it's been so long since these two popped up that I actually forgot about their names. And the very last person to emerge from the portal is none other than the Black Knight's Captain Ignet Crescentia. And that is how you make one heck of an entrance, folks. While everyone was seated in shock by their sudden appearance, Jurog turned to Anya, asking her why she made the portal in the middle of the banquet hall instead of outside. Was she trying to save the sorcery gold she saved up? Hearing that made Anya all defensive as she fumed and explained how she thought the portal was supposed to be outside. On the other hand, Ignet walked straight to Sir Gregory, greeting him with a bow and apologizing for Anya's mistake. She formally apologized to the older man, saying she didn't mean to offend him at all, but Sir Gregory brushed it off in good spirits. The older man laughed, saying he didn't expect to see such a rare spectacle like that. Ignet continued and explained that their party just got out of a mission, which is why everyone was pretty tired, and in line with that, she asked if it was all right with Sir Gregory if they could head to their quarters and rest for a bit first. In reply, the old man was surprised since he didn't know the Black Knights had just come from a mission, so with that, he ushered them straight to their quarters. Suddenly, something, or someone, caught Ignet's eye as she suddenly left Sir Gregory mid-conversation. asking to be excused for a moment, leaving Almira shocked. The vice captain started to worry, thinking that if Ednet continued walking in that direction, then she'd bump into Ilya in no time at all. But we all know that's not who Ednet saw, right? So you could just imagine Almira's shock, as well as that of everybody else, including Ilya, when Ednet walked right in front of Eren. The Black Knight's captain greeted him, commenting how he's changed a lot since she last saw him, even calling him by his full name, just to show that she remembered him. Meanwhile, our hero remained tight-lipped as he stared back at the formidable force that is Ednet Crescentia. Eren remained seated as he locked eyes with Ednet, while Almira wondered why the Black Knight's captain walked past Ilya and went to Eren instead. Meanwhile, Veros was also watching their exchange and noted how Ednet told our hero that he had changed a lot, wondering if the two actually knew each other. Eren finally stood up and greeted Ednet back, the latter reiterating how our hero changed that quickly. Suddenly, she emitted an intimidating aura, staring hard at Eren as she asked what happened since she last saw him. The sudden burst of power startled Eren, and everyone else remained rigid in their seats, feeling the pressure all the way there. Even Sir Gregory commended Ednet for how ferocious her spirit was when he noticed Eren didn't budge a wink. Ed was impressed to see that he wasn't intimidated at all despite standing face to face with such a force. Looking at him like this, the captain of the Calvin Knights deemed that Eren was much more impressive than he initially thought. Back to Eren and Ednet's stare-off. Eren refused to answer Ednet's question until she finally asked if he was not going to tell her. Since it looks like he's not going to, Ednet powered down and turned away from Eren's table, but not before telling him that she'll be keeping a closer eye on him from now on. Eren and Ilya remained standing, with the latter flabbergasted because she couldn't believe Ednet didn't even look at her, while our hero only glanced at her. At the same time, Anya also walked toward their table, but her focus was on Lulu instead. She greets Lulu and asks if it's really her, smiling as she reminds Lulu that she's Anya. She went on to ask how Lulu had been and how she managed to transform like that, but the latter only glared at her in silence. Lulu turned away from Anya, visibly upset, as she told the other girl that she wouldn't be talking to her. Anya was shocked, prompting her to ask Lulu why, and the latter said it was because she and Ednet picked on Eren back then. Poor Anya tried to defend herself, saying she never did something like that, but Lulu reminded her that it was Anya who opened the portal and teleported Ednet to where they were then. Now that she said it like that, Anya couldn't really deny it because that's what she did back then. Now, a million things are running through her little mind as she wonders what to do. After all, Lulu is her first friend, and she doesn't want to fight her. So she did what any sane person would do. She apologized to Lulu, promising to never do that again. Unfortunately for her, Lulu is still pretty sore about it, refusing to talk to Anya, so the latter asked what she could do for Lulu to forgive her. But Lulu was determined not to forgive her, as she told Anya that she should think long and hard about what to do about it next time. Anya's face drooped after she heard that, but she told Lulu that she'd find a way to make the latter feel better next time. Their conversation wrapped up when Jiro called her over, saying it was time for them to go. As she approached her guild member, Anya plopped to the floor and told the older man that her life was ruined by Jiro just letting her be and, at the same time, saying that she should get up. Lol, Anya, being a drama queen, is such a mood. Jiro glanced at Eren's table, wondering if it really had been a year and a half since they last saw Eren. Looking at him now, it seems that the rumors about Eren becoming a swordmaster are true after all, which is quite a feat to accomplish in such a short time. Just how unreal is this kid? We know that's right because that's our homie, Eren. Later that afternoon, Eren went back to the park to meditate, and this time he had a few thoughts to sort out. But hey, at least he no longer cowers in fear while standing face to face with Ednet, which felt good. However, it also made him realize something else, and it's the fact that if he wants to accomplish his goals, he still has a lot of growing to do. As he thought about this, Eren manifested his sword and started swinging it around and practicing by himself. He thought about how he needed to do his best to make sure that his dreams didn't just stay as they were, swinging his sword in the air at every thought. Once he had enough, Eren lowered his blade and stood still, panting heavily at the sudden sword exercises he had just done. Then there's also Ilya, who stood staring at the moon later that night. She's most probably thinking about the events that happened that day. It looks like the pair's got a lot of thinking to do. We just hope they sort it out before the expedition starts. Before you knew it, the day of the expedition came a few days later, when the troops from the different kingdoms gathered together. Almira began to explain that there were two separate entrances to the dungeon that they would be exploring, which is why they would split their party into two groups and raid both sides at the same time. Expedition Team 1 will consist of Palenque, Rabat, and the Calvin Knights, led by Perry Martins, who is their designated commander in charge. So that leaves them with the Black Knights from Arvilius as Team 2, with Evenet Crescentia as their commander. After Almira's announcement, some of the soldiers started whispering among themselves, wondering why Verut had such a distraught look on his face when the other guy asked if he didn't know what happened back then. Well, it looks like he didn't, because he wouldn't be asking in the first place if he did, right? Anyway, it happened 4 days ago when a meeting was held to decide who would be the commander of each team. Naturally, Evenet tried to claim the position, but Verux immediately opposed her, leading to an argument that ended up becoming a duel. In the end, Verux suffered a miserable defeat at the hands of the Black Knight's captain. Since it was Evenet's overwhelming victory, the difference between their strengths was far too much. Thank God for Evenet for putting these ambitious men in their places. Back to the present, Perry could only blame Verux for getting humbled like that, and his acting out right now just proved Evenet's point. But more important than that, Perry thinks it's close to impossible to compete with the Black Knights, at least while Evenet's in the picture, so he makes a mental note to make his group stand out among Calvin and Palenque. Judging from Vero's condition right now, Perry thought that he didn't need to worry about Palenque much, and if anything, it's those two mercenaries from Calvin he's worried about, aka our very own Aaron and Ilya. The unsuspecting pair were minding their own business, listening to their furry friend promise them that she's got their backs. And I think Perry should also be threatened by Lulu, if we're being honest here. Soon enough, the two groups proceeded to their designated positions, where most of the troops stood waiting at the front of dungeon entrance A. Almira started to tremble, asking no one in particular if it was really time for them to go. But Sir Gregory patted her, trying to calm her nerves as he reminded the vice captain that she couldn't afford to look nervous in front of the crew. Finally, Perry signaled for everyone in Team 1 to move in, and no sooner had he stepped into the tunnel than he suddenly found himself alone, completely surrounded by darkness. He turned around, trying to see through, but he was met with nothing but silence. He let out a chuckle, wondering aloud if this was a trial. He already knew that this expedition wouldn't be a common one, but he never thought that it would turn out to be an ancient temple. So here's the thing about trials. These unexplainable phenomena are said to have occurred in ancient temples, wherein those who dared to enter must face a trial given by the gods. But there's a little trick to this. What you need to do when you find yourself surrounded by darkness is not be swayed by the endless amount of doubt and anxiety that overwhelms you. You simply walk on your own path confidently, which is exactly what Perry did. It seems pretty easy enough to do, but those with anxious minds will be devoured by darkness, quickly lose their way, and destroy themselves in the end. With this in mind, Rabat's court mage thought that they'd have a lot of stragglers on the get-go. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the dungeon, Vero stood on guard, wondering if this was a divine trial. He got his answer, and not a second later when he looked down and saw his bloodied armor standing among the corpses of his men. Suddenly, a soldier started running toward him with his sword raised, so Veroix immediately went on defense, slicing his opponent, who dissipated in the air. He tells himself to snap out of it, that this is just an illusion, then proceeds to walk forward, knowing full well that he needs to not get swayed by the darkness. Veru continues to remind himself to stand firm and move forward, and soon enough, he sees the light at the end of the tunnel. He approached it, thinking it must be the exit, and as he walked over to the other side, he saw Perry standing just a few feet away from him. He was relieved to see Rabat's mage and asked the former if he was the second one to emerge from the tunnel when he suddenly heard another voice proclaiming that another person had made it out. The swordmaster instantly turned in the direction of the voice, wondering if somebody else had gotten out before him. Of course, it's Lulu and Ilya, with our furry friend not bothering to conceal her disappointment since it's not Aaron who got out. Wait, Aaron's not out yet. Verux was surprised to see Ilya Lindsay get out ahead of him, wondering how she managed to do that. Perry already knew what the swordmaster was thinking, seeing Vera's reaction while looking at Ilya. Admittedly, the mage is also surprised because no one expected that the first person to make it through the trial would be Ilya Lindsay, the person with the most muddled mind right now. Ha, that's what you thought. Thankfully, Ilya's too pretty to care what they were thinking as she stroked and told Lulu that Aaron would emerge soon. It was still vivid in Perry's memory how, during the banquet, Ilya was completely snubbed by Evenet. From the looks of it, the silver-haired beauty seemed shaken back then, too, so it made him wonder if she suddenly had a change of heart. Soon enough, more and more people emerged from the tunnel, although there were still more who hadn't come out. Almira and Sir Gregory also made it out, with the former commenting that not even half of their troops had emerged yet, and the older man only hummed in reply. In his mind, he already knew that they would suffer losses, but he didn't expect a stark difference in numbers between the Calvin Knights and the other kingdoms. But the most surprising thing for him out of all of this is that Unwavering still hasn't come out yet. Sir Gregory thought for sure that he'd be the first one to overcome the trial. From the side, Perry called out to him as the mage told him that they waited long enough and couldn't do so any longer because they needed to keep moving. Furthermore, the former also said that it's a trial by a merciful god, so those stuck in the darkness won't suffer any serious injuries. Sir Gregory was convinced and agreed that they couldn't delay the expedition any further when a third voice chimed in the conversation and told them that they should wait a little more. Perry turned to look and saw that Ilya had approached them. This time, it was Veru who spoke and asked what she meant by that. The silver-haired swordsman simply stated that they should trust their comrades and wait for them a little longer. After all, isn't the very essence of the trial to have unwavering faith and conviction that can overcome doubts, anxiety, and mistrust? Take it to church, girl. Now that she voiced it out, even Almira and Sir Gregory seemed to agree with what Ilya said. What's more, Ilya also believed that you shouldn't only trust yourself, but you also have to extend that belief toward others as well. Although she made a good point, Perry was about to stress how they couldn't wait any longer when the men started chattering at the entrance, exclaiming that someone was about to come out. Finally, it was our boy, Aaron, who emerged from the darkness, holding his glowing sword right in front of him. He apologized for coming out late, explaining that he took a little longer than expected because there were other things he had to deal with. Right behind our hero's back are none other than the remaining soldiers from the three groups, much to Perry's shock as all of them came out unscathed. How many of you are willing to bet that Aaron actually saved these men? But let's take it back to 2 hours ago, a random night from we don't know which faction started panicking upon being engulfed by darkness. He tried to call out to the void, asking if there was anyone out there, completely unaware that a dark liquid was starting to pool on his feet. He kept walking until, eventually, he slipped into this dark liquid that started to overtake him. This poor soldier started to run, shouting for help and announcing his location as he went, but to no success. Suddenly, he saw a golden light shimmering from a distance, which he quickly crawled into, thinking that he'd finally been safe. The closer he moved to the light, the more he felt a strange sensation overcome him as he gradually regained his composure and felt more at peace. This light emanates warmth and comfort, making him wonder just what it was. Soon enough, he sees Aaron crouching in front of him, his golden sword shining as our hero extends his hand to the fallen soldier. And that's exactly how the same soldier relayed the story to Sir Gregory and Almira, with the vice captain feeling so amazed that Aaron managed to intervene during a divine trial. Her captain shushed her, saying she was too loud, which made Almira regain her composure. Almira quickly apologized, but Sir Gregory was no longer paying any attention to her. He already had his eyes trained on Aaron, thinking about how he had never heard of a human intervening during a divine trial, which just goes to show that our hero is special. On the other hand, we have Aaron, who finally reunites with Lulu and Ilya, apologizing for making them wait. Both of them didn't mind, with Lulu adding that she's okay with it as long as he's safe. But back to Sir Gregory's internal monologue. The captain of the Calvin Knights mulls over Aaron's aura that lights up its surroundings. There was an energy Sir Gregory had never felt from another swordmaster before. Then, on the other side, Sir Gregory sees Perry gritting his teeth while staring at Aaron. Rebat's mage is obviously annoyed because right now, a much younger person accomplishing such a feat was a jab to his ego as the team's commander. Perry can be annoyed all he wants, but there's no denying that what Aaron accomplished was a great feat, and that the center of the expedition right now is our very own hero, Aaron Ferreira, period. Before they made an even bigger deal out of this, Perry turned and told everyone to get it together since they would be resuming the expedition. They all did as he instructed, with Vera reminding his men to keep their eyes peeled since they never knew what might pop out next. Team 1's expedition progressed, and it didn't take long before the group encountered their first wave of monsters. Fortunately, they were able to fight it off squarely with Perry on the front lines, and just when they'd subdued the first wave of monsters, a large number of golems appeared at the front, so each faction decided to get into formation to fight them better. Perry was the first to lead the attack, ordering the troops to focus their attacks on the front line while he and the other mages used fire magic to hold the monsters off. With a snap of his finger, green orbs started flying and darting straight to the golem's eyes, leaving them crumbling to pieces. Meanwhile, Verev manifests his mana around his body before dashing straight to the golems and obliterating them with his lance. He tells the others to destroy the red cores and the golems' heads to crush them, when, finally, it's our boy Aaron's time to shine. With one fell swoop, he sliced a golem in half, while Ilya let the monster have it with her attack combo of slashes. Before the golems realized what happened to them, they were all left crumbling to pieces as Team 1 emerged as the victor. Perry quickly assesses the aftermath of the battle, asking if everyone is all right. Fortunately, they suffered no casualties since everyone was safe. Since they were all good, Perry led the team to continue forward until they reached a narrow hallway, empty as a ghost town. There was a gust of wind blowing from somewhere, just as Perry thought that they had managed to survive 5 battles so far. Things are going pretty smoothly, and yet what is this unsettling feeling Ribat's mage is experiencing right now? He took a step forward and then stopped because he suddenly felt chills run up his whole body. The very reason for that lies in front of him as piles and piles of skeletons, many of which are stacked up together to make pillars, welcome their sights just as violet and hazy light illuminate this godforsaken area. Now that they've seen what those are, Almira could only gasp in horror, and even Sir Gregory was rattled seeing what lies before them. Soon, the rest of the knights started murmuring, wondering what happened in this place and if those were really human skeletons. Aaron, Ilya, and Lulu were already on guard despite also being shocked at seeing something so horrendous when finally, some of the guards caved into fear. They started shaking, overcome with terror, as they told each other that they needed to leave the place right this instant. Vera shouted at them, telling them not to give in to their fears, and was about to scold them to not let their anxiety get the best of them when a cold, menacing laugh echoed through the halls that shut them all up as a red light suddenly appeared, instantly turning into a portal where fear and malice oozed out. There was a howling voice followed by a pair of hands gripping the portal's edge while a pair of sinister red eyes peeked through. The voice spoke again, amused that their group would voluntarily crawl into his territory, making it a lot easier for him. But Perry and the others stood frozen at what they were witnessing then. The figure finally emerged wearing a jester's outfit. Vera could only stare in horror, refusing to believe what was happening in front of him, while Aaron could only glare at it, whatever it was. The unholy figure spoke again and told them that, as a reward, he'd give them the gift of death, cackling as he loomed over the whole troop. Wait a minute, are my eyes deceiving me, or is that the whole demon past Aaron was fighting from before? The demon clown looked at the expedition team, with its disgustingly toothy grin, snickering playfully. None of them had ever seen a demon before. Its kind was supposed to have disappeared already. Just by encountering such a high-ranking devil, everyone could feel the malicious intent crawling on their skins. The dark energy diffused throughout the expedition team, caressing them individually with an electrifying chill. Debilitating fear and dreadful anxiety set in. Once you became completely consumed by those horrible negative emotions, all hell broke loose. With a single flick of a finger, the demon clown started its torment. Multiple knights floated into the air, as if puppets on strings. They had become nothing but victims of the demon that loved torture, subject to unbearable pain and suffering. The brave knights were nothing but mere toys in the claws of such a powerful being. Before some fully succumbed, they begged and pleaded to be saved by Sir Sevian. The captain just stood there, frozen in fear and unable to save his troops. The demon clown claimed that he was their master now, so there was no point in shouting for help. As a consequence of their transgression, the demon clown flicked the air with his malicious energy. It took the knight's head off on his body like a huge bullet made of darkness. The demon clown jumped and clapped for joy after doing such a heinous thing. Magic that rips your head off, only a demon could have something that brutal. But the evil incarnate took pride in his deeds. He thought that the slaughter was amazing. Now all it needed was a round of applause from the unwilling and terrified audience. Sir Sevian was breaking mentally as his precious soldiers were being captured and brutally killed before his eyes. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. He wanted to save his men, but the demonic mental grip was stronger. The malice emanating from the demon clown and its ferocity were unbearable. The entire expedition team was sitting ducks. Even Captain Gregory Griffin, Vice Captain Amira, and Ilya Lindsay weren't exempt from the demon's grip. In this hopeless situation, where everyone's movement was restricted, a faint glide of a cape served as hope. One person had broken free from the demon clown's absurd power. That person started charging at the demon clown with a glow of chance for everyone else. It was our boy. His name was Sword Master Aaron Ferreira. Making a mad dash straight to the clown's position, he conjured his sword out of thin air. Sir Sevian watched everything happen. He asked himself just how that young man could move freely, charging like a bull at that demon without an ounce of hesitation. The look on his face was the look of unbridled will and concentration. He's just like me. For real. The demon clown finally caught on to what was happening and threatened to kill the other knights if Eren did not stop his bum rush. That threat did not sway Eren a single bit. He charged in even faster, with his sorcery sword near completion. The clown was starting to get the feeling that it would take more than just words to stop that young man. So he went ahead and started fulfilling his promise to kill the captive knights agonizingly. Eren's target was one thing and one thing only. Some knights were choking and groaning in pain on the ground, but he did not spare them a glance. He apologized to them inside his mind. He was well aware that they were suffering pains beyond human comprehension. Eren knew that his actions right now were putting a lot of the lives of the expedition team in danger. He might even end up leaving their friends and families with irreparable scars. All their anger and hatred may end up directed at him after all was said and done. But he wouldn't shy away from that possibility. He could stomach their comments after he goes toe-to-toe with the demon inextricably melded to his life. And for that, he could move forward with the determination to take on whatever responsibility that he must. It's a seemingly all-powerful demon versus a young genius sword master. With such a wicked being in front of Eren, all he could think about was swinging his sword and vanquishing evil. The special vertical slash practiced throughout 2 lifetimes tore the ground, but only grazed the demon's hand a little bit. A demon does not like when situations are getting out of control. That's precisely what's happening now, as it bled through the wound. With every fiber of his being resisting the malicious grip, Eren kept on telling himself that hesitating at this moment was a luxury he couldn't afford. Bozo had bigger problems, though. A blade that could cut through darkness was highly unusual. It felt insulting and unnerving to the demon clown. To retaliate, he ended the suffering of the remaining knights, just like he promised earlier. As the demonic power started piling the troops close together, Eren looked back urgently. A hail of dark blades started raining down from the skies, ready to pierce the skulls and bodies of the horrified knights below. That was when Lulu jumped into action in her human form, performing a spell that effectively defended against the blades. She assured Eren that she would be taking care of things on the side of the knights, while he could go all out against the boss without worries. The demon clown angrily cursed at the barrier that the little girl just pulled out in clutch time. While the enemy was throwing tantrums, Eren was priming another full-powered slash. He brought the blade down with a lightning-fast execution of slashes, each one exploding in power. Under the barrage of surprisingly hard-hitting strikes, the clown finally started to realize that this feeling of powerlessness was familiar. Bozo had a gut feeling that Eren's sword was not a stranger. This was not the first time they faced off. The demon asked itself just when and where he felt this sensation. And more importantly, who was this nobody? That's pushing a higher being into the corner. Eren's barrage of attacks resulted in the hold of the malice over everyone, starting to slowly weaken. Perry the court mage can finally move a little. Ilya, on the other hand, had already shaken off the demonic touch, running and shouting past everyone that the fight was not over yet. They needed to hurry and help Eren. To think that another one of the youngsters overcame such heavy malice so quickly, the leaders of their respective factions felt left behind. So Sir Sevian and Perry the court mage started trying even harder to break free. Meanwhile, light and dark continued to clash against one another in the middle of the cavernous hall. Amidst the pitch-black field, Eren's beautiful blade was the sole source of illumination. It was equally picturesque and destructive as he swung it around to tear the clown apart. But suffering such an injury wasn't a problem for the spawn of hell. Tasting those slashes just made one thing clear in the clown's mind. This young man that was giving him such a headache must be Karen Winker. Hearing those words come out of the demon's mouth fired up Eren even more. His reaction was an obvious confirmation of that possibility. The clown's energy started intensifying as it laughed maliciously. Ilya was way too far to assist Eren, so she could only shout. Suddenly, the dark energy in the room was replaced by a growing heat coming from an immaculate explosion. It lit up the area even more than Eren's blade did. The booming energy started scattering everywhere as everyone, even the demon clown itself, watched warily. If the devil was surprised, then the only other party in the area capable of such feats had finally arrived. Coming from all the way out on the other side of the supposed treasure dungeon was the joint partner of this very expedition. Anya cried as she used everything she had saved up for 3 whole years just to make an explosion like this one happen. But it wouldn't enable Emit Crescencia and her Black Knights to go sicko mode on this freaky clown. She made quite a flashy entry, but her next move was on a different level when it came to speed. Bozo was blinded by the lights and couldn't see what was about to happen properly. The next thing you knew, a deep rumble had already come from the sky to crack the demon's face off, making the thing scream in pain. When the explosion, smoke, and dust finally cleared, the dark hall returned to its grim atmosphere, but the ground had been wrecked. Aaron looked forward, not daring to lower his guard, while huffing in exhaustion. As for the demon clown, it looked like it had been vaporized into a smudge of dark ink on the floor. Everyone could finally move freely as the malice cleared out. To take out a demon in one go like that was just unreal. That's exactly what Ebenet's remarkable power represents: brutality and finality. A true genius of the blade. Everyone hurriedly ran into Ebenet's position to check on the captain. As soon as everyone lowered their guard to celebrate the victory, she started sensing something off. Ebenet immediately shouted at her troops to halt their advance. Her gut was right. The black ink that was supposed to be the demon's remains started boiling and bubbling. Aaron flinched at the sight of this substance moving about. Then the disgusting guttural sounds of flesh forming and melding together assaulted everyone's ears. The goofy, lanky, and pointed shoes of the clown were back, as was its entire body. Upon reconstructing its body, the clown did not look too jolly at all. Its physique looked a lot leaner and emaciated, making the demon look more menacing. When the reconstruction was completed, it tilted its head right back up. The mask that concealed the twisted fleshy form below had been cut in half, revealing the demon's nasty form beneath. I want this clown on my next birthday party. Ebenet swiftly gripped her sword and rushed in, while yelling at everyone to get back on account of the mortal danger up front. Those shouts were not meant for Aaron though. Our boy came here to get some hits in. Ebenet from the front and Aaron coming from the back, it was starting to look like the demon clown had nowhere to run. But the creature's words of farewell, while clutching the other half of the mask, sounded nothing like it came from defeat. Exerting extra pressure on its grip, the clown shattered the half mask. What followed was the appearance of a dark sphere, encircling the demon with a dense dark energy. The pressure coming from the sphere made the earth rumble and deterred Aaron and Ebenet from coming closer easily. Ilya and the captains could also feel the heaviness in the air around them. A scarred foot took a step forward on rocky ground. It was unkempt and nasty. The foot belonged to old man Karin. He asked himself where in the world he was. He could not see anything. It was just pitch black in every direction. He did not know how much time had passed. The last thing he remembered was that he was chasing after a demon. All of his questions and confusions were set aside as a bright light illuminated the nothingness. Footsteps could be heard getting louder and louder. That's because Aaron started walking closer and closer to old man Karin. He addressed the confused old man by referring to the sword lover here by his long-forgotten name. Karin naturally wanted to know who the young man was and how he could note his name. Aaron honestly explained that with the help of a friend, he was able to look at his past life. It might be hard to believe, but they are one and the same in two different time periods. Hearing the term past life made one thing clear. Karin realized that he must already be dead in Aaron's current timeline. The old man has wandered the world for a long time. He reached the point when he could not see anything anymore. A village that he lived in, the castle they used to visit, the city, all of it, especially his homeland, Gasco. Aaron frankly told Karin that Gasco had already disappeared hundreds of years ago. The old man's family, his people, his descendants, all of them are gone now. For someone who was just hearing that everything and everyone he cared about had been erased, Karin seemed awfully chill about it. Aaron continued that it might be the case for the old man that there are still people who need protection. Karin's blade started dematerializing into sparks of light. The sparks then started transferring in front of Aaron, forming into his improved sword forged from his sheer will. Old man Karin watched in surprise and appreciation. The young man in front of him was emitting the same aura that he used to cultivate non-stop for a lifetime. He did not think that this fine young man would end up inheriting his purpose in life. Now he can finally lay to rest in every sense of the word. Karin touched the glowing great sword by the blade without a fear of its sharpness. He touched both sides of the sword with a prayer stance, entrusting the rest of the mission to this worthy successor. The old man's soul started to shift and turn, ultimately accumulating inside Aaron's sword. This blade in his hands felt completely different from before. In the middle of the void with no other sensation, the sword felt like an extension of his own body. That feeling of newfound control and clarity suddenly jolted Aaron awake to what was happening. He quickly slashed forward, tearing through the darkness that had seemingly covered his entire being. The flash of holy light coming from the slash ripped the sinister spell open with unprecedented force. Demon Clown was starting to panic. Pennywise over here was not expecting that this young man could brute force his way into his safe space so quickly. Locking in on the target of this hunt, Aaron beckoned Karen Winker to lend him the strength to finish this thing. His aura blade looked sharper and brighter than ever. It was a weapon of steel and gold, encased with the pure willpower. Bozo knew that Aaron was bad news. He tried to stop his advance by pleading for a timeout, so the young man could calm down and listen for a little bit. But there was nothing that this clown could say that Aaron would want to hear. Bozo just blurted out that all of Aaron's comrades are still sealed within his darkness. Staving them would still be possible. The clown asserted that Aaron's winning chances weren't that high, and losing could mean the eternal imprisonment of everyone else, inside the nothingness. So Aaron should think extra carefully about his next move. Demon Clown observed his reaction, believing that the young man was hesitating, just like every other human would be. The clown just needs a little longer. But the villain's internal monologue was stopped by Aaron asking if buying time like this even brings benefits. The clown was obviously startled that he had been read like an open book.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Aaron could see through everything now. No matter how many vile tactics this demon has, it won't work against the hero. That certainly infuriated our Bozo the clown. While Aaron was backing the evil incarnate into a corner, another sharp energy started piercing the veil of darkness. Ednet Crescentia brute forced her way out of that purgatory, with her rough slashes tearing through the spell. Now Demon Clown really was in the ropes. The young man was bad news enough. Now there's that freaky woman too. Ednet took her position beside Aaron, asking him how long he had been out of that oblivion. Instead of focusing on the enemy in front, she was more eager to know just how this fledgling reached the demon before she could. Ednet could sense that he was still weaker in terms of everything else. That fact hasn't changed. So, it was illogical that he somehow managed to reach the source of all this malice first. Her train of thought was interrupted by another piercing light sneaking out of the dark veil. With precise motion and fluid technique, Ilya was the third person to break out of the darkness by herself. As soon as she stepped out of the cursed place, she looked around. She noticed Ednet looking at her for the first time. Even Jirag, the vice captain of the Black Knights, hadn't been able to solve the darkness, but this young woman did. Ilya just responded with a scowl on her face. She found the captain's question way too offensive, as if Ednet did not believe in her capabilities one bit. At least the rookie's words made Ednet realize that they should just talk about this stuff later. For now, they must team up and finally end this revoltingly vile creature, masquerading as a trickster clown. As the trio charged in to close the gap, Ednet instructed the two never to give the demon any openings, as they kept the attacks going. The clown ground its teeth in extreme frustration, promising to itself that letting these pesky humans make it out of this place safely after pushing this far was out of the question. As the swordsman came closer and closer, the demon's expression started becoming more deformed and sinister. Its patience had long since run out for all of these pests. The clown yanked the other half of his mask out of the bare flesh that it was attached to. The face behind the mask was way too vile. Ednet and Ilya watched cautiously. This was the demon's final gambit. Everyone, including itself, shall die here and now, under the unrelenting force of self-destruction. All three of them flinched before the swiftly climbing level of power, culminating in a growing brightness of energy. A massive boom of sinister energy spread throughout the entirety of the area. Aaron could not take his eyes off the brilliantly vile explosion, certain that they could not possibly dodge something like this. But a resolute voice cut through that defeatist mindset, telling them to stand back. Aaron just saw a blurred dash, past him through his peripheral vision. Ednet blew past both young sword masters, clutching her blade forward, valiantly pushing herself toward the impending doom. That was when she decided to show some of her otherworldly swordsmanship techniques. Countless slashes were performed. They were so fast that only the sound of the explosion itself getting sliced away was heard. The demon clown had lost, and the evidence could be seen in the cracks forming on the surface of the dark veil. From the cracks came out some hissing noise as the wall of illusion started breaking down. It finally shattered, leaving shards of dark glass scattered all over the ground. The demonic presence had been crushed. This did not come at cheap cost. The genius Ednet Crescentia had to give almost everything she had to perform such a miraculous deed. Her exhaustion was apparent as she tried to fill her lungs with air out of sheer exhaustion. Ednet's eyes were closing down for the day, but she still looked to the side when someone mentioned her name. Aaron looked at her with concern. asking why she protected them. She could not even answer before the last remaining iota of energy inside her body was completely zapped out, closing her eyes in fatigue. Before collapsing, she answered that she herself did not know why she did. Plopping onto the floor, her soldiers started running toward their commander with utmost concern. She looked like a beautiful princess in her sleep. Drifting into dreamland, she noticed that she was back in the darkness. Giving it a few moments, she was transported to a place of wooden houses and impoverished people. This place was important to her. She would still remember the faces that the kids made when she promised that they would be able to eat 2 times a day now. Ednet could recall how she proudly pointed at herself, assuring everyone that they were moving up in life. Grandpa Jack found work for her, and she pushed onward until she could make it, so the kids could eat 3 meals a day. But when she got back to Grandpa Jack's place, she was informed that the job was gone. Some looters came by the day before and robbed his humble store again. Crime has gotten so bad that the old man could not even afford to keep his business open anymore. It seems like these have been happening more and more as of late. Because of the Civil War, there are fewer and fewer jobs to go around. At this rate, Ednet won't be able to take care of the kids. As she pondered that dilemma, she thought about what to do with the letter she received earlier. It bore the glorious crest of sword and shield, the stamp of Chrono Academy. Some wandering knight just happened to notice that she had the talent to become a fine swordsman. That guy gave her the recommendation to the esteemed Swordsmanship Academy. She promised that if she became a skilled swordsman, she could make more than enough money to take care of her friends. That's what she was considering that night. The next day came with the children clamoring and chattering around her. Almost all of them, especially the younger ones, could not bear to see Ednet leave for a place so far away. She just needed 1 year. She promised to get super strong within 12 months and come back to this village in no time. That was the vow that she gave to her friends, the kids who were relying on her to survive. Ednet Crescence's time in Chronos was nothing short of legendary. With every collision of blades, she kept piling valuable experiences in matches. From the first time that she picked up the blade, she had never lost even once. News of her absurd achievements started circulating everywhere. She became a bona fide expert in a single year of enrollment. She was dubbed as a monster. Even Ednet herself was fired up with the feeling of her newfound strength she honed. It was about time to fulfill her promise to the kids. It's time to go back home. The journey back was long, and the arrival shattered her heart. The impoverished village that she considered home has been razed to the ground. She was not expecting to come back to a pile of ruined wood. If this was the state of the place, then where did all the kids go? Her question was immediately answered when one of her friends, Oliver, showed himself. He gave Ednet the rundown of everything that happened. The kids that are not here were either captured or died already. All that was left were the innocent toys and trinkets that all of them shared before. It was the first time that Ednet felt completely powerless. She was so caught up in the success that she attained in the university, and now she asked herself what she was chasing. Oliver noticed that Ednet hadn't spoken nor moved for quite a while now. He asked if she was fine. She stayed silent, quietly noticing the shine of the dagger coming from the weapon on Oliver's waist. Ednet also noted that his clothes seemed new, asking where he got them. Oliver struggled to give a straight answer. She went straight to the point and asked if he stole them. The other kids who survived looked at Ednet with silent vigilance. Oliver explained that they had no other choice than to turn to crime if they wanted to continue surviving. She understood where they were coming from. The blame doesn't fall on the kids, as they've been driven to this point after living such painful lives. One thing was clear: they won't be able to go back to how things once were back then. Their innocence was a thing of the past. Naivety has no room for survival. Ednet looked at her remaining friends one last time, wishing them a good life and bidding her final farewell. She left with heavy and hurried steps, not turning back while clenching her fist in frustration. Ednet believed that even if they had lived in a better environment, they definitely would not have changed. The idea of moral bankruptcy would cease to exist only if she could change the world. Through that, she could make sure that things like this won't happen again. As soon as she got back to Chronos, a different Ednet surfaced. She ordered a gathering of people in a town square. All of them shared one thing in common. These are the swordsmen who failed their final evaluation at Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy. For those who were brave enough to join her today, she has a proposal. Ednet announced that she would be establishing her own band of mercenaries. Everyone was fired up at the thought of fighting under the name of a genius. The possibility of getting famous was quite an enticing thing for many. But she was not making this group simply to earn money or glory. Their main mission was going to be to make the world a better place. To do that, they must make their name known by going around the nation and defeating proud noble families. Once they gain a decent reputation, while continuously gathering more people, they will expand out into the continent with domination. Regardless of one's talent or status, no one will be able to ignore them. Ultimately, using the massive influence that they will gain would be the key to changing the world. A few years later, her band of mercenaries started expressing their dissatisfaction with working under the Holy Kingdom, as they lose their rights and independence, becoming nothing but pawns to be sent off on missions. If it's honor, she wants. The mercenaries behind her could not care less. They like how things have been for them. She has a big dream, but not everyone has the same ambition. She accepted the sentiments of her mercenaries, even though most of them shared the same attitude. Considering that the band she built had already strayed away from the path that she laid down, Enid just decided that she would be the one to leave. She just wished for everyone to live a good life. The first sign of impurity in her plans or principles, her primary response has always been to walk away. She does not really hate her comrades for being satisfied with what they have in the present. She knew that she still had the power to change the world, even if she had to do it on her own. This type of thing has happened to her so many times that the thought of relying on anyone else has become nonsensical. Enid firmly believed that she just had to be perfect and do well on her own. On her way to the next place in her plans, Gregory and Anya chased her, asking for permission to tag along. She coldly responded that they could do whatever they wanted, but her aloofness just added to her charm in the duo's eyes. Enid has been so caught up in her own head that she thinks there's no need to be happy. She was already preparing for the time that they grow tired and leave her side like everyone else. She has become so used to abandonment that the poor young lady has made peace with solitude. She's one of them emo goth girls I keep hearing about. Inside her mind, Enid Crescencio walked a very lonely path of solitude. The demon that had infiltrated her psyche posed a very crucial question. What did she gain from doing all of this? All she stood to gain was a country to rule as she pleased, and that's it. It was foolish to think that there could be something more that exists at the end of that. The clown's true form was as vile as its words, as it asserted that Enid was just going to end up alone for the rest of her miserable life. That was where the devil made its mistake. The clown could not comprehend the true depths of her plans. Realizing that it made the wrong move, the demon's remaining consciousness was slashed cleanly, eyes wide with surprise. Enid dealt the final blow with unwavering conviction. If she feared ending up alone, then she never would have started in the first place.
You're goddamn right.
She opened her eyes to Jirog and Anya's worried, relieved, and excited faces. Just like that, she woke up from the after effects of slaying a high-ranking demon. She had gotten so weak that sitting back up brought about a sharp pain traveling in her body. Anya had to remind her not to overdo it right away. When she asked how long she was out of consciousness, Jirog answered that it had been 2 whole days. As for the mission status, everything sounded good. There were no additional casualties to the expedition team. But the dying demon left them with the dying curse to solve. A barrier had formed around everyone. The entire team had been trapped inside this damned dungeon. There were also some soldiers who had almost succumbed to the darkness and hopelessness of their situation. Thanks to Aaron Ferreira, they were rid of their dark thoughts. The manifestation of that young man's aura and the rare ability to spread his will, exerting influence on others, was nothing short of miraculous. Now that Enid had a rough idea of how things stood right now, she looked like she just had a crucial realization. Enid finally knew the reason why she threw herself at that demon without hesitation. It was because deep down, she believed in that blonde brat. As long as Aaron was around, he made people believe that everything would be all right and that he would protect everyone. She quietly watched how the young man interacted with Ilya and the expedition team. They were supposed to be trapped in this cursed dungeon for 2 days now, but the atmosphere felt as though they were just on a camping trip. Enid felt her heart skip a beat. She knew what she was seeing. She knew all too well because she used to be that same figure who brought light to a hopeless situation for the kids back home. Suddenly, her resolute gaze softened just a little bit. It was not even perceptible. Her first order to her vice captain was to call and gather all their forces. In Enid's current condition, it's going to be a bit tough to escape this place with everyone. Even an unbridled genius knew when to ask for help from other people. But this was a seemingly once-in-a-lifetime event. The vice captain of the Black Knights had never heard her request external help before. The expedition team captain's orders were absolute. Everyone gathered around near the border of the barrier, and none of them knew what Enid was about to say. Everyone was already aware that the barrier must be removed. if they wanted to get the hell out of this place. But even someone as powerful as her can't handle this one solo. That's why she's looking for some assistance. It's widely known that the most effective force against a demon's curse is the utilization of holy power. However, it's an ability that should not be carelessly taught to just anyone. But if you're the progenitor of a similar power, there should be no problem. From now on, Ignet Crescentia will be teaching everyone her unique swordsmanship technique for vanquishing evil. Everyone was shocked. She must be talking about the infamous blade of the hero. It's a skill that many heroes of the bygone eras have used, even without holy power. It's a secret technique that could stand against the power of demons. Countless brave trailblazers have adapted its style to make it their own and deliver justice to the propagators of evil. To hear that she was going to teach everyone such a valuable technique was mind-blowing. Palank's sword master, Sivan Verog, had to calm himself down. He was aware that even if she tried to make it digestible, picking up the technique wouldn't be easy for the vast majority of the knights. Amira quickly perked up. It's not every day that you get the chance to get some pointers for a legendary technique. It's an honor, and she promised to do her best. Her enthusiasm regarding a matter affected the knights around her. It didn't matter if it was supremely difficult. They vowed to do everything to their utmost ability. Ignet smiled. It seemed like a lot of them were willing to learn. It would be best to keep their options open, so everyone will be permitted to participate. But the two people she would like to join were Ilya and Aaron, the promising young sword masters. The air turned tense in a snap. Everyone wondered how Ilya would answer, thinking that having to learn from Ignet would be a big shot to her pride. But contrary to everyone's expectations, the young woman opts into the program with genuine gratefulness and excitement. She even used formalities when addressing the captain of the Black Knights. Ignet and her seem to have established a deeper understanding of each other after fighting against the demon together. Next, the captain directed the same question to Aaron. Naturally, he answered with the most Aaron thing ever. He vowed to do his best to break the curse, to get everyone out. It has been settled. The training camp will start now. Before they could even dive deep into the sword, everyone must understand the magic that demons use. Demon magic correlates to the element of darkness. It is everything that they use to deceive and ultimately destroy humans. As everyone already knows, the opposite force that could consume dark energy is holy power. It's essentially the belief in God shining brightly on its own. It's the perfect opposite and counter to evil. But what everyone was not aware of was that human will can act in place of God's graces. Harnessing the power of the heart, especially the will to protect this world, can go a long way. You can catch that will and materialize it into energy, channeled into the realm of swordsmanship. This is the sword that Ignet wields, a sword that protects the world and erases demons from existence. Those who lack talent could not grasp what the captain's words meant. They don't even know where to start. Of course, this would not be easy. Understanding the basic principles is not enough. Transforming your will into the art of the sword is a completely different beast. Common sense dictates that it would be impossible to materialize clear will and energy just by hearing the theory. But Aaron simply does not operate on the same plane as common sense. The vice captain of Black Knights could only sigh in defeat. Staring at the intense energy surrounding his blade, Aaron wondered if this was the blade of the hero. Ignet confirmed that he got it already. However, she likes to call it by a different and more fitting name, the Blade of the Heart. Trapped inside the demon's curse barrier, 3 weeks have passed. The only ones that managed to grasp Ignet's teachings were the young sword masters, Ilya and Aaron. No one else has even gotten close to materializing their Blade of the Heart in the past 3 weeks. Throughout the process, it seemed like Aaron had the most promising results at first. But now, it looks as though Ilya is growing at a much more monstrous rate. It might be because of her innate talent, or it might be because of some other special reason. Ilya's heart does not necessarily desire to protect the world from the harm that demons bring. But she held something much more important in her heart. The will to protect what she'd like to protect right now. More like the person she'd like to protect right now. The one precious to her. Damn, I need me a Swordmaster GF. For real. While the final leg of Ignet's training camp was on its way, some of the knights posted up near the barrier noticed something odd. One of the guards swears that he just heard a noise coming from the other side of the barrier just now. What followed that noise was a massive crack piercing through the thick veil of demonic curse. From the small slit, a massive expansion of energy swiftly shattered and eviscerated the clown's annoying final gambit. Everyone trapped inside could finally see what was happening. The barrier was being torn apart. From the path made with holy light, a man equipped with heavy armor and heavier steps stepped inside. Based on the pressure they emit and the power that they hold, these people are not to be messed with. A whole squad of people bearing extraordinary power has come to liberate the trapped knights. At the forefront of the intimidating team were some dreadfully powerful knights clad in ivory armor reflecting the light behind them. Eren looked at them and could not take his eyes off their grand presence. The captain of the expedition, the indomitable genius, Ednet Presencia, actually bent her knee to pay respects to the man leading the charge. She humbly apologized for showing the man such a pitiful sight, addressing the man as captain. This Nordic god Santa Claus is named Julius Hmul, the captain of the White Knights, hailing from the Holy Kingdom of Arvilius. Having been rescued by reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom, everyone prepared for the debriefing at the Rabat Territory Expedition party camp outside. Everyone was hard at work organizing their supplies. Once the commanders were done with their meeting, it would be time to return to their respective territories. Amira was just relieved that thanks to the cavalry from the Holy Kingdom of Arvilius, they got out of the dungeon when they did. However, no one was expecting to see a team made up solely of sword masters from top to bottom. The ones that came with Julius weren't the usual White Knights. It was entirely possible that they were a secret group created by the Holy Kingdom. The fact that they ended up in the same location of demonic activity seemed fishy too. Of all the dungeons that they could have gone to, their involvement in this one couldn't be a simple coincidence. Let's hear from the leaders themselves. As established, the treasure dungeon they were expecting was actually a demon's den. As the one in charge of reinforcements, Julius promised that everyone would get a compensation fee. But that fee came with a single condition. Everyone involved must not speak about anything that happened inside that place. Court Mage Perry reckoned that Julius was worried about the mass panic that might ensue if the news spread. Taking the hush money would be the right move. More importantly, something much more confusing was afoot. Perry could actually recognize a few of the faces, standing with the captain of the White Knights. In this room, there were legendary paladins, who were said to have died several years ago. All of them looked sharp and alive, albeit a little older. Just what in the world was the Holy Kingdom cooking up behind the scenes? A week after their rescue, Eren stayed at the territory to mull over some things. He kept thinking about what happened inside that damn place. Eren could vividly recall the point when the demon was about to blow itself up. He couldn't forget the powerful image of Ednet standing in front of everyone, without a hint of hesitation in her body. Even though he was determined to beat the demon, he had frozen at the most critical junction. That just goes to show that no matter how far he had come, he was still lacking in a lot of ways. Eren needed to work even harder. While Eren was lost in his own thoughts, a familiar voice caused him to look up. Sir Jirok had swept through all over the place just to find him and asked how he was. It had been a while after all. Jiren also had a sudden request. There is some place that Eren needs to go to right now. It turns out that Ednet had recommended both Eren and Ilya for the expedition force. The mention of another expedition force implied a terrifying possibility. Sir Jirok confirmed what was on Eren's mind. There is a high possibility that other demons are hiding around the continent. Soon, an expedition force would be established to eradicate them. Also, according to the Holy Kingdom's thorough investigation, there is a high chance that the clown demon has survived. Eren heard that bit of information and anxiety washed over him. He and Ilya quickly accepted the invitation to appear before Julius Huddle and his supposedly dead paladins. The old man confirmed if these two were really the ones that gained Ednet's recommendation. She politely introduced their names and where they hail from. Ilya was the most confused one out of anyone here. She was not expecting Ednet to recommend her for something this significant. That girl has not even looked in her direction once this whole time, so why in the hell would she put Ilya's name up for the expedition team? One of the old men sprung up from his seat, asserting that the youngsters would need additional verification before they proceeded. He quickly stepped out of the booth and appeared behind the fledglings with a scowl. It's time for them to be tested properly. The venue was the indoor training grounds of Rabat Territory. Everyone gathered to watch as Eren was up to be evaluated first. Old Head asked the young man if he had any questions before they formally began. As Eren conjured his blade into existence, he asked for the Old Head's name respectfully. Quincy Myers cordially introduced himself. He's only telling Eren that because he thinks the young buck could keep a secret. Ilya remembered that Quincy Myers was the former captain of the Red Knights. As far as everyone on the continent knew, he had supposedly passed away 10 years ago. Looking around, this supposed reinforcement group really does consist of some old bats. It's fair to assume that all of them are paladins, who have been pronounced dead. Quincy confidently asserted that Aaron could have the first attack. The young man thanked him for the opportunity. His blade started emitting its bright light, a faint hum of resonance covering the entirety of the sword. The old men watching the test had to admit that Aaron wielded a pretty decent blade, and he's only 23 years old. He has an impressive aura for someone so young. However, at the level of the people in this room, Aaron knew that just an ore sword was not good enough to do the job. In order to prove himself to these battle-hardened veterans, he needs to show something above and beyond. As soon as Aaron locked in, Quincy felt uneasy. He looked at the young man closing his eyes, standing deathly still, and channeling a humongous amount of will into his blade. Aaron could already tell that all these paladins surrounding them were extraordinary. And amongst these powerful people, Evenet was able to stand confidently, as she belonged naturally. He does not want to get left behind like this. He too wants to stand on the same pedestal as these monsters that have already proven themselves. As the fire in his heart kicked up a storm of flames, Aaron's eyes jolted open. He was literally burning with a desire to beat the captain of the Black Knights someday. That scorching willpower started manifesting itself in his sword perfectly. Evenet was quite surprised to see the young man's flame from his blade of heart had gotten stronger, and it was being supplemented by the 5-element divine technique. Julius remained as stoic as ever, watching the assessment close as a hawk. Quincy Myers, who's on the other end of that burning blade, admitted that it's an impressive force. Since he conceded the first strike, he'll have to take that shot head-on, and for that, going all out would be required. Before the first blow could even erupt, Julius Howell's imposing voice thunderously stopped the match. He announced that the spar would end here, and both parties would put their swords away.
Are you serious right now, bro?
Quincy wanted to protest, but Julius pointed out what everyone saw. The old man wouldn't have come out unscathed against Aaron's attack. It would have only led to unnecessary injuries. The big boss also praised Aaron, calling his swordsmanship impressive. Other paladins added that it's been a while since they've seen such an exemplary sword, but that doesn't mean that he passed. The verification process is not over yet. Ilia Lindsay also needs to prove that she belongs in this group. Since she's the descendant of the Lindsay family, some of the old men had high expectations. They also respect Evenet's recommendation. Instead of letting her spar against one of the veterans, Evenet just went up and recounted how she cut through the demon's darkness inside the dungeon. She added that the young lady was able to learn Blade of the Hero at an astonishing pace. Finally, Evenet looked Ilia straight in the eyes and announced that she'd be officially vouching for her. She's doing so because Ilia Lindsay already qualifies as an exemplary swordsman. Instead of joy for being recognized, Ilia felt the dam of emotion in her head breaking. She unconsciously backed away from everyone, like a scared little girl. Ilia excused herself for a quick second and immediately made a clumsy mad dash away from the training grounds. Aaron didn't like seeing Ilia getting so bothered and flustered like that. But the young lady just kept on running. She wasn't running fast. She was running like she didn't know what else to do. She kept on asking herself why she was dashing away. Why is Evenet's acknowledgement so extremely agitating in her mind? She thought it had passed. She thought she would be fine now. Ilia thought that those feelings from the past would not have control over her anymore. Yet, here she was still letting the feelings that she harbored for such a long time sway her. As Ilia makes a mad dash towards the exit, the old paladins are left confused. One of them even thought that she had run away because they were staring too much. But the root cause of it all was most likely Evenet. Everyone knows the history between her and Ilia's brother. It's a complicated thing. Aaron has to stay, but he is extremely worried about his card. Julius has to intervene to get back to the topic at hand. Speaking bluntly, he announces that the two promising talents will not be allowed to join their forces, and that the decision is final. Before Aaron could protest, Julius continued that he was definitely surprised at how much promise the young man showed. However, this expedition force is not one you can join solely on promise alone. But since Aaron has come this far, he'll explain. They dubbed themselves the Purification Force. All the fighters here have either formally retired or have been officially declared dead. It's an organization where their identities must be hidden, while moving in secrecy. Their ultimate mission is to protect the world from the malice of demons. The world could descend into chaos if they learn that the demons prevailed. At that point, the dimensional split between the human and demon realms will burst open. That's why Purification Force members must be kept to a minimum, only selecting the best of the best. If they want to expand their roster, There's Karakam of the West, the 5 great sword houses, and Runetel Kingdom's 3 patriarchs. It's logical to prioritize them first. Eren understands what the veterans are saying, but it is still disheartening. So, he asks if he becomes stronger. So strong that a demon's malice could not even touch him. Would they take him in as a member of the Force then? Julius looks the young man directly in his eyes and feels unwavering conviction. But the big boss has to flex a little to clear some things up, because they intend to end the whole thing before the young man can even become strong enough to join. The pressure that Julius is emitting is like a solid block that Eren can barely withstand. Reeling back from the pressure, the big boss wants to present our boy with a way to join, if he still insists on doing so. When he asks what he needs, the captain just gives him a name: Khun. If he can find Khun and get that man's acknowledgement, Julius will reconsider signing him up into the Purification Force. Ilia has run away so far that she has reached the woodland areas. She ended up running away when the heat was on. She took the frustrations directed at herself out using her blade. Ilia already feels something since she arrived at the banquet hall. Enid doesn't care about her at all. So she tells herself that she wouldn't give a damn too. She was doing so well in keeping that up, but the sight of Enid looking at her nonchalantly, vouching for her entry to the Force, was too much. Being labeled as an exemplary swordsman by the person she loathes messed with her head big time. She recalls the reason why he was able to pass the trial and cut through the darkness. She remembers all of it. Everything Ilia did in the expedition was so she could get acknowledgement from Enid. She got that, but the Black Knight's captain couldn't care less about her. She was starting to doubt if she could ever break away from this complex, if she'll ever be free from the hold that Enid has had on her for such a long time. While she is having trouble processing what she is feeling, a comforting voice interrupts. She turns around and the tears she was trying so hard to resist start pouring down. It is her dad. It has been a while since they've seen each other. Ilia immediately drops the sword she was holding onto for dear life and runs to the embrace of her father like a little child who has been away for far too long. He can see and sense that his precious daughter had a hard time on her travels, but everything will be all right now. The comforting words of someone who knew her story completely broke the wall that the poor young lady had been trying to protect. Back in the training ground, Julius is giving Eren his ticket for reconsideration. Khun is the man that Kabara has told him about. He was the one who became a sword master at the ripe old age of 70. Julius explains that Khun has stricter standards than anyone, but that man evaluates everyone accordingly. His acknowledgement will be enough to convince everyone in the Force. That's all Julius could divulge. From now on, what he does is entirely up to him. Their conversation is disrupted by a dominant voice. Joshua Lindsay, patriarch of the Lindsay house, has entered the building. This is the first time that Eren has seen Ilia's dad. It looks as though he is quite familiar with Lord Julius. Joshua has heard that his daughter has been involved with some unpleasant business. There's a lot that he'd like to ask, but those can wait for now. More importantly, he wants to take that blonde young man away for a moment. Lord Julius is fine with it, and Eren is super confused. After confirming that he's Eren Ferreira, the patriarch does not even spare him a glance and orders the young man to follow. It seems like that man has found out that his girl went up against a powerful demon. Things just got a little complicated. At least Eren will be enough to distract Joshua for a little while. It's an open secret that Joshua Lindsay is known for having a soft spot for his daughter. The patriarch is currently on a power trip, asking a question and interrupting whenever he wants. When he brings up the young man's closeness with his daughter, Eren innocently answers that they were close indeed. That sets off Joshua to a jolting rage. He heard that Ilia was supposed to be traveling in a group of 4, yet it's only her and Eren right now. Joshua wants to know if this was Eren's plan all along, a plan to intentionally make some moves on his treasured daughter, a ploy to end up alone with the fair young maiden. Eren finally realizes what's happening and clumsily tries to clear up the misunderstanding. He insists that he didn't try hitting on Ilia or anything like that throughout their travels together. But Joshua interprets that as Eren saying that his daughter is not even worth hitting on.
Stop it. Get some help.
Our boy is already flustered and panicking. Joshua's crazy ass is too much for the innocent young man. This absurd interrogation culminates in Joshua Lindsay drawing his aura blade and demanding that Eren do the same. He has to comply or he would have been slaughtered right there and then. This dude is seriously trying to duel Eren, regardless of how he answers. In their initial clash, the young man had to bust out everything he had to barely defend. Joshua thinks that pretending to be a good boy makes Eren even more guilty. Our hero tries to regain his footing while getting blown away by Joshua's brute force. The patriarch doesn't intend to give him a chance to take a breather though, lunging forward with top speed. Eren has to think quickly and act quickly. Every strike that follows carries some serious power behind it. None of them are easy to block. The fight inevitably devolves to Eren blocking with his life on the line, and Joshua chasing for another shot. He'd never experienced being pushed so far back from the sheer force of sword swings like this. But when our boy is finally left open, Joshua is ready to land a kill shot. Thankfully, Eren has picked up a lot of tricks here and there, spinning while using his sword as leverage to dodge. One thing's for sure, this isn't a guided battle at all. That grumpy old man is relentlessly attacking him with raw emotions behind each swing. Eren couldn't even comprehend why he was in this position. Let's rewind the clock back to 2 weeks ago. Inside a lavish carriage, Patriarch Joshua had just received news that his daughter was in grave danger. They had an artifact, a map to locate anyone using imprinted blood. Normally, the flame on the map representing the blood should burn in a green hue. However, Lady Ilia's flame was burning in a sickening pitch-black shade. In this case, something denser than magic is at play. For example, she was probably trapped in a space filled with demonic malice. Joshua feared for his little girl's life and immediately headed for her location. He arrived just in time when everyone had returned, and Court Mage Perry received him graciously. The mage recounted everything that happened in the dungeon, and Joshua was finally able to breathe in relief. It was absurd that a noble patriarch would come all this way to check on his daughter. Joshua also opposed the idea of Ilia heading out on a journey back then. He has become even more of a worrywart after his son went missing. Perry commented that Ilia is a fine sword master herself, that she was traveling with a sorcerer cat and a dependable comrade, so there was nothing to worry about. When asked if Perry was talking about her academy friends, that's when Joshua was informed that she was venturing with only one young man, named Eren Ferreira. There were supposed to be 4 people at that party, the last time Emma checked, and Joshua didn't like the sound of a man and a woman traveling by their lonesome. Her Ilia was traveling one-on-one, so it's natural for a dad to need to get a good look at that punk, Eren's face. So back to the present, the simple interrogation has turned into a full-on sword fight. Eren realizes that this won't end. If he keeps on just defending, he needs to make a move. He finally stops using his sword as a shield and makes a few swings of his own. Joshua actually compliments his swordsmanship, thinking that this young man has been hiding his strength this whole time. If that's the case, he adds a challenge to block his next attack. Eren is quite familiar with the technique Joshua is priming. He pegs it as the sword of the sky attack. He already blocked something like this before. He just needed to bust out a sword of the sky of his own. When the wild winds dissipate, the only thing left is 2 swordsmen in the field, under the beautiful blue skies. The patriarch is dumbfounded that his ace was neutralized so effectively. This stranger just perfectly executed their family's signature attack to counter. Joshua immediately reaches for the worst-case scenario. He reckons that Eren must have stolen the technique after enticing his daughter. His killing intent soars to the high heavens, a bigger storm of wild winds converging into his blade. He unleashes a borderline apocalyptic attack that grinds the young man down into the ground. That crazy technique leaves a massive crater in the middle of the field. Eren lies in the middle, passed out. Joshua looks at what he just did and has to admit that he got a little too riled up this time. The sweet voice of his daughter calling Eren's name sends the old man into a panic. Ilia runs right into the crater, trying to tend to her comrade's injuries and hurriedly checking on his overall condition. She is furious with her dad, as Joshua tries to pass things off as some messed up guidance training. Of course, she doesn't buy that lackluster excuse. Ilia and Emma have to help Eren back up. Thankfully, he managed to properly defend himself and could walk on without assistance. He goes up to the patriarch and thanks the old man for sparring with him, and he learns a lot from it. Also, he wants to make a request for another session of this so-called guidance training next time. Eren has clear reasons why he must become stronger, as strong as he could possibly become. So, he'll take anything he can get. Ilia looks at her father with a deadly stare, and Joshua is forced to comply with the young man's request. Joshua clears his throat and agrees to guide Eren for the remaining time that he's here. Training will be in the same place every night by 7. Going full crazy mode tired the old man out. He needed to get some rest, leaving Ilia to Emma's care for now. Looking at how much Ilia is smiling with the boy, is starting to realize that his little girl's condition has been improving thanks to Eren. The kid also seems nice and well-mannered, not to mention extremely skilled for his young age. Even with that impressive profile, Joshua still refuses to accept. Starting tomorrow, he will make sure to show that young man hell. Not far from the dungeon, something has taken over a little hidden cavern in the middle of the woods. That familiar sinister, unnerving clown mask. It looks like the Purification Force's investigation was right after all. The demon clown that the expedition team seemingly took down was still up and running, albeit a little bandaged up and weakened. But it's just a matter of time before this malicious being can regain its full strength. The power of evil is already returning slowly. Bozo feels particularly upset regarding that black-haired woman that finished him off, thinking that she must be from the Holy Kingdom. That aura attack filled with holy power was perilous. If she's that strong, then surviving the self-destruction magic is already a given. The clown is also aware that the paladins will start making their moves soon. The demon's idea of payback was to release some dummies to throw the entire continent into chaos. Once the dimensional gap opens, Bozo could return to the demon realm for recovery. That's the plan, but a man wearing a priest garb heavily disagrees. He asserts that the clown cannot return to the demon realm. It seems like Bozo doesn't know who this human was and starts panicking. But upon giving it another thought, the demon realizes that he must have been mistaken. This priest that we've seen advising Ilya back then was actually a demon as well. He doesn't even bother denying it when the clown points it out. The clown already thought that there would be other demons besides him left in this rotting human realm, but encountering another one here was unexpected. It's all business. The priest needs the clown's help to distract the Holy Kingdom just for a little while. Demons don't really move just to help their kin. The clown asks why he would follow the priest's request. It's simple. Really, Bazov has been discovered, and the Holy Kingdom will start poking around the whole continent pretty soon. That's going to hinder the work that the priests have been doing in the background. When asked what that work entails, the priest reveals that he's currently raising a human. However, this step is just one of the many stepping stones for his grand plan. His ultimate goal is to demonize the entire human realm. The clown snickers. It's as if this priest hasn't heard how the Dragon King's story ended. It doesn't matter if you're a powerful demon, fate tends to hand those with wide-reaching ambition miserable endings. But the priest has something that might change Bozo's tone. Beckoning a dark power, he starts transmitting something out of his finger. The demon clown receives the instant transmission directly into its mischievous mind and frowns. This frown is quickly followed by an amused snicker. It's plain to see Bozo failed to recognize that he was in the presence of such a prestigious guest. Every demon thought that it was only a myth, a legend. No one thought that an anomaly could really exist. A demon who wasn't born in the demon realm, a demon that defied the very laws of this world. A whole week has passed since Eren started receiving guidance training from Ilya's father. He's currently walking through the path he has been taking for the past 7 days. Each day he came in, more bruised and wounded than before. But he's making progress. Yesterday was the first time he was able to last half an hour during training. It's better than the first day, but he's got a long way to go. His only goal for today was to last for at least an hour, doubling his record time. He arrived at their training place, and it sounded like Joshua was already entertaining a different student. Ignet Crescentia stood before the patriarch of House Lindsay. The history between them was palpable in the air. Seeing that the captain of the Black Knights was here, Eren watched as the impending spar was about to begin. She grabbed her blade by the hilt and slowly took it out while asking permission to get started. Joshua remained stalwart, his voice a little grimmer, as he dared her to bring it on. Ignet's first leap was a blink and you'll miss it moment. Her speed was no joke. Her strike was fast, but Joshua's reaction time was a little faster, blocking the slash with little effort. Eren wanted to watch the spar, but the succeeding sequences that those two masters of the sword did were quite hard to keep up with. The Patriarch has been adopting a passive defensive style, utilizing well-placed blocks and perfectly timed parries. Ignet, on the other hand, was going at it as if she had the intent to kill, relentless, wild, and unforgiving. Both fighters stood at the upper echelon of experts, and that fact was apparent just by looking at how calm they were with every collision. Eren was having trouble watching up close on account of the two being too fast. Not only that, but each of their attacks has such brutal force behind it. The grumpy patriarch has been quite passive for a while now, but when the opportunity presented itself, his eyes did not miss an opening. He took a break from dodging and blocking, opening his stance up for a vicious kick. right in the middle of Edenet's body, sending her flying like a ragdoll. While the target was in midair, Joshua emitted his aura into his slender blade, transforming it into a devastatingly lethal weapon. He unleashed the Sword of the Sky, conjuring a wild tornado, zigzagging and destroying the ground beneath, homing in on its target. Edenet was no slouch. She might have been knocked around, but she quickly regained control of her entire body in the air. She fluidly dodged the tornado, landing back on the surface and hitting the ground running. An untrained eye would only see a black blur swirling from a distance, closing the gap in a heartbeat. The next series of exchanges was nothing but a hazy explosion of skill and raw power. Booming sounds followed every metallic clang of the blade. Eren could not take his eyes off this brilliant display of skills. The two had been going at it non-stop, with such strong attacks, one after the other. You could see that Edenet was taking this duel quite seriously. Neither one of them was giving the other a single moment to rest and collect their bearings. A deep-seethed rage was roaring inside the patriarch's mind. He was fighting the swordsman that practically destroyed his son's future. That rage ultimately culminated in a beautifully haunting eruption of vigor and talent. It took a few moments for the dust to finally clear up. It was as if a brilliant collision of the highest level didn't just happen. A black sword lodged into the ground for support. Edenet Crescentia remained standing after such a grueling match. This was not like the duels she usually has. The patriarch actually pushed her to the limits. On the other side was Joshua Lindsay, except for the loose dust circling him. He looked pristine, just a light workout. While he towered over the captain, he asked her if she gained anything. Edenet sounded dejected, as she answered that she did not gain anything from this defeat. The patriarch was barely holding in his fury, proposing that he could just continue beating her up until she came to a realization. She lifted her head up, looked him straight in the eye, and permitted Joshua to do just that. If that's what he wished to do, she won't reject it. He clenched his fist, controlling his temper, while closing his eyes. Joshua Lindsay had no choice but to watch something that a parent shouldn't have to witness. Even after seeing his son fall into deep despair after sparring with Edenet, the father could not find the right words of comfort to give his boy. He held on to the hope that maybe he'd be able to get back up on his own, but we all know that it didn't happen. If only he had been able to say something, anything, then maybe Carl wouldn't have disappeared. Joshua just wasn't courageous enough. He laughed at the irony of their situation. It might sound ridiculous, but Edenet might be the only person he could think of to share this burden with. Looking at her expression, it seemed like she had something that she wanted to say. When she was young, she used to live in an abandoned house with her friends and younger siblings. Edenet honestly shared that she had never really thought twice about Carl Lindsay. That fact will likely remain true in the future as well. However, as the one who faced the patriarch's son, she felt that Joshua should know what type of person she is at her core and what she intends to live for. That's precisely why she shared a tidbit of her story. Joshua could finally see it clearly. Everything about this woman tells its own story. Her voice, her eyes, her energy, it all contained her history. There is a clear reason why she was able to come this far. Edenet Crescentia has grown and developed remarkably. With that realization, he turned to their curious onlooker and asked Eren if he also had something to say. Since he overheard someone else's private story for free, it's only fair that he too shares something with them. The young man was caught off guard. He's not the storytelling type, and he wouldn't even know where to start. That act was not going to fly with Joshua, though. That anger was now directed to Eren, demanding to know everything about the boy. Why did he become a swordsman? How did he get to this point, and how did he end up traveling with Ilya? He looked at Edenet, but she was just giving him the side-eye. Eren wasn't sure where to start, but he gave Joshua everything he wanted to know. His story thus far, and how he ended up in this place. Edenet listened throughout the retelling of Eren's life and realized something. She finally understood the reason why Eren was able to grow at such a monstrous pace. How he overcame obstacles normally impossible on his own. The good times and the bad. The sparks of hope and compassion interlaced in his experiences. All of it was because of the bonds he had with the comrades he traveled with. Edenet couldn't help but ask if she also has any precious bonds like Eren does. Has she just been constantly turning herself away from genuine connections? That question set a literal blaze in her heart. Eren and Joshua knew what this meant. It's an aura awakening. If that's the case, then Eren's life story influenced Edenet heavily somehow. It would be great if that was the reason. But now, the gap between the two of them has only gotten wider, and Eren doesn't want to fall behind anymore. With his own blazing heart, he promised that he would definitely catch up. The patriarch finally smiled, congratulating Edenet on another significant leap. She turned to Aaron and gave him the challenge to join the expedition forces within the next 3 years. Aaron responded with a counteroffer, a single year. Within 1 year, he will get Khun to acknowledge his strength and return to join the purification force. Night came, and Joshua was busy pondering what happened in the field earlier. He's never seen someone awaken through hearing someone's story. He is certain that Edenet Crescencia will continue to achieve greatness. And as much as he disliked the boy, he knew that Aaron Ferreira would be remarkable one day. Seeing the new generation come closer to their peaks, he couldn't help but break down in tears. If only his son hadn't disappeared, Carl could have shown such promise and potential. Alas, only a few drops of alcohol could numb the patriarch's pain. Where in the world is his son? A knock echoed through Joshua's study. The white-haired swordmaster composed himself as his daughter Ilya entered, seeking guidance. She'd been swayed by others' opinions, torn between standing alone and accepting help. Joshua studied her conflicted expression and delivered his wisdom. She misunderstood something fundamental. He demanded to know why she thought she had to walk her path alone. His lesson cut deep. People naturally influenced each other. The key was knowing which voices mattered. He gave her a new framework for judgment, analyze if words were spoken for her benefit or if she could learn from them. If both answers were no, ignore them completely. But there were words she must never ignore, like those from Irene. Words spoken for her benefit deserved consideration. The choice to accept or reject them had to come from focusing on herself. The advice struck home. Ilya shot up, determination blazing in her eyes. She had to go, now. She burst from the room, leaving Joshua calling after her. Her feet pounded against stone as revelations crashed through her mind. She'd wasted energy on others' scrutiny about her relationship with Edenet. No more. Edenet's acknowledgement was enough. Dad wisdom hits different. Her breath came ragged as she spotted him. Irene, training with his luminous blade raised. Power radiated from every movement. The sight stole what little breath remained. He noticed her approach, lowering his sword with concern. Asked what brought her here. Words died in her throat. A storm of doubt paralyzed her. Fear of rejection, fear of looking weak, fear of shattering their friendship. She managed to say she wanted to see him. They hadn't talked much lately. A retreat, but strategic. She learned to love herself properly first. Girls fighting demons. The moment shifted as others approached. Jera bid Irene farewell. Then Eamon arrived, commanding instant attention. She reminded Irene of their agreement, 3 years to improve. He corrected her with steel confidence. 1 year. He'd catch up in 1. Edenet laughed, genuinely amused. She leaned close, whispering intel about Khun's location at Chronos Swordsmanship Academy. The proximity made Ilya's chest tighten with unspoken jealousy. Someone's getting territorial. Before departing, Edenet caught Ilya's stare, demanded to know if she had something to say. Ilya grinned, masking emotions with bravado, suggested they should have a match next time. Edenet matched her enthusiasm, agreeing to the future bout. Days passed. The training grounds erupted as Joshua and Irene clashed. But something had changed. The Lindsay Patriarch's attacks carried genuine killing intent. Joshua's mind burned with fury. His daughter had rushed from their conversation to see this boy. The realization fueled every strike. He would never approve. Overprotective dad, final boss. Dark energy coiled around Joshua's blade as he prepared a devastating strike. Irene recognized the danger. This exceeded anything they'd practiced. He couldn't block this. Ilya's voice cut through, demanding her father explain his excessive force. Joshua froze mid-swing, suddenly sheepish. Stammered denials, claiming Irene wanted this intensity. Desperately sought confirmation. Irene awkwardly agreed, preserving everyone's dignity. During their break, Ilya watched Irene drink, gathering courage. She invited him to their family estate, continued training there for the year. Before he could answer, a new voice declared it impossible. Massive wings beat overhead. A red-feathered griffin descended, carrying a blonde woman in purple and gold. Irene shouted in recognition. His sister Kirill had arrived. Family reunion time. The red griffin touched down with authority, its rider dismounting with practiced ease. Joshua recognized the beast and its implications. Only a sorcerer could command such a creature. With a snap of her fingers, Kirill dismissed the griffin and launched herself at Irene, wrapping him in an enthusiastic embrace. Ilya paled, biting her lip as jealousy clawed at her chest. Irene's introduction dissolved the tension. This was his younger sister. Relief flooded Ilya's features as memories surfaced of him mentioning family. Kirill scolded her brother for his 2-year absence. He admitted his fault but explained his destination. Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy where Kun awaited. Even if immediate acknowledgement was impossible, he'd secure a future evaluation. Ilya's expression fell. They'd be apart for some time. Kirill observed the silver-haired woman's closeness to her brother, jealousy flickering across her features, but she shrugged it off, respecting his decision while insisting on a private conversation. Later in their room, Kirill processed the news of Iren's demon encounter. Lulu drooped with guilt over trapping him in the barrier, but Kirill squeezed the cat's cheeks affectionately. The past was past. She was grateful Lulu had protected her brother. Then came the announcement Kirill would join their journey. 2 years of waiting had been enough. Clinny's sister joins the party. The next morning brought farewells. Ilya tapped Iren's chest, extracting a promise: visit the Lindsay estate within the year or face her wrath. He agreed, surprised by the sadness creeping through him at their impending separation. Her bright smile struck something deep within him. Something shifted, unnamed and unsettling. The carriage departed. As they watched it disappear, Iren eagerly asked about riding the griffin to their destination. Kirill's response crushed his hopes. They'd walk. This was their first adventure together after all. Her glare brooked no argument. Iren and Lulu frantically agreed, praising the idea of traveling on foot. Days into their journey, Kirill voiced her curiosity about the missing necklace she gifted him. Iren produced the broken pieces, explaining the demon clown's malice had shattered it. She accepted the explanation, knowing his new necklace would serve him well. Tension drained from Iren's shoulders. Good sister energy restored. That night at the inn, Iren sat alone, Joshua's parting words echoing in his mind. The warning was clear. His flame burned stronger than most, fueled by his desire to catch up to Ignet. But such power could become self-destructive. Iren assumed a meditative pose. His blazing sword manifested, radiating intensified heat. The growing flames concerned him. Obsession and impatience threatened to consume him like they had Charlotte, Victor, and Grayson. He summoned water energy to contain the blaze. The orb materialized and he forced it into the sword. Steam hissed as water met fire, but the flames only surged stronger. Power scaling problems. His control wavered. The fire threatened to overwhelm him entirely. Sweat beaded as he strained, determined to achieve balance through water cultivation. Behind him, unnoticed, shadows began to gather. A knock interrupted his struggle. Kirill entered with sleeping Lulu, scolding him for training instead of resting. The shadows retreated as she approached. Her words struck home. He was rushing, pushing too hard. He needed to slow down, take things step by step. As he contemplated this new approach, a shadow behind him thinned to wisps. Without his notice, the darkness continued to waft, a silent herald of complications to come. Shadow Realm says hello. Iren and his companions arrived at Chrono's Swordsmanship Academy. Former classmates swarmed him immediately, buzzing with excitement. They peppered him with questions about his sword master achievement and victory over Ilya. When Iren explained he sought Kun, a trainee delivered crushing news. Kun had already departed with his new apprentice, Judith. The revelation that Judith and Brett were now dating struck Iren like a second blow. Headmaster Ian interrupted the commotion, ushering them to his office. He confirmed Iren's struggle with his growing flames and need for water energy balance. But the headmaster dismissed Iren's fears with surprising casualness. Iren wasn't like those consumed by shame and pressure. He was already on the right path, he just couldn't see it yet. Wise mentor sees the matrix. Ian's attention shifted to Kirill, confirming her ability to summon the legendary griffin. They needed transportation to a special training ground. The red griffin carried them to a seemingly ordinary lake. Ian drew his sword, demonstrating with deliberate, measured movements. Each position left an afterimage, building to a decisive strike. The water split apart dramatically, forced outward and upward in a magnificent display. Droplets rained down as Kirill exclaimed in amazement. Iren stood speechless, visibly shaken by the demonstration. Ian asked if Iren understood what he cut. The young swordsman focused on the literal act, missing the deeper lesson entirely. The water blade technique required connecting with water's essence, understanding what one must cut beyond the physical. Philosophy class at the lake. Iren accepted the challenge with fierce determination. His first attempt sent water splashing wildly, nothing like his master's elegant technique. He'd practiced without rest until he grasped it. Days passed. Iren stood exhausted by the lake, soaked from continuous failed attempts. When Ian returned to check his progress, the young man could only shake his head in frustration. Ian demonstrated again, but this time only created ripples where he struck. Iren's shock deepened. The result looked completely different. The headmaster revealed the truth. Both strikes cut the same thing. The difference existed only in Iren's perception. With that cryptic wisdom, Ian departed for several days, leaving Iren to discover the answer through practice. Riddle me this, water boy. Ian harbored doubts. The technique had taken him 30 years to master, but perhaps Iren would prove his prejudice wrong. 4 days later, Ian trained beneath a waterfall, his thoughts heavy with darker concerns. A letter from Arvilius had brought dire news. Demons were rising. The continent's strongest defenders, Julius Yule, Quincy Myers, and Karakum, would soon face threats that could have their collective power. The promising students needed more time to grow stronger, time they didn't have. A blur of motion interrupted his thoughts. Another swordsman's attack sent Ian flying into rubble, though he landed with practice ease. Swordmaster Kun grinned, his aura blade humming with electrical current. Training in this area meant accepting his challenge. Ian's response carried lethal promise. Kun would regret not finishing him with that ambush. Kun's grin widened. The real fight was about to begin. Boss fight interrupts training arc. Ian and Kun charge each other across the water. Their swords met in a dazzling mid-air clash, sending spray in all directions. Ian demanded to know how long Kun would obsess over defeating him. His slash cut through empty air as Kun's aura-charged foot connected with devastating force, sending the headmaster sprawling backward through the spray. Kun's entire body blazed with electrical aura. He declared his intention, defeat Ian and become the continent's greatest swordsman. He'd never stop pursuing this goal. Ian complimented Kun's growth, then announced he should get serious. Blue aura erupted from his sword, igniting and wrapping around him like a living force as he shifted into a different stance. Kun smirked at the familiar phrase he hated hearing. Teachers getting serious cliché. Energy zigzagged through the space with blinding speed. Ian struck where Kun had been standing, his terrifying velocity carving a massive crater in the ground. Debris exploded outward from the impact. Kun frowned at the incredibly dense aura sword. He couldn't handle this head-on. His back in a tree trunk. Ian's next slash transformed the forest into chaos, cleaving through massive trees and hurling them skyward. But Kun had already moved, using the airborne timber as stepping stones to attack from above. Their blades met again. The impact sent Kun sliding across the ground, but he remained upright, calculating his next move. Kun knew conventional tactics wouldn't work. He exhaled, then channeled electrical currents through his entire being. His aura manifestation pushed his speed beyond Ian's limits. He vanished. Ian spun to meet the shadow appearing behind him, but Kun's electricity-wrapped form had already repositioned. The current-like aura flowed around Ian's strikes, allowing impossible evasions. Lightning beats experience. The headmaster found himself on pure defense. Kun became a blur of electrical trails, each attack coming from blind spots at unbelievable speed. Ian could only track the lingering aura paths as his opponent struck from every angle. But Ian remained vigilant. There was always a way through. He heightened his senses, planning to destroy Kun's sword at the decisive moment. Their eyes met, and Ian saw his plan reflected in Kun's gaze. The realization hit like cold water. This entire sequence was Kun's trap. Everything had led to this moment. Ian knew Kun could still alter his blade's trajectory mid-strike, likely targeting his neck. But overconfidence and complacency had brought him here. No turning back now. Their final clash sent energy waves rippling outward. A broken blade stabbed into the ground between them, electricity still coursing through the shattered metal. Pride comes before the fall. Ian questioned why Kun hadn't changed trajectory for the killing blow. Kun's answer surprised him. He didn't want shallow victories. He'd noticed Ian's distraction during their fight and demanded to know what troubled him. As sunset painted the sky red and yellow, Kun listened to Ian's concerns about the demon threat and his students' readiness. His advice cut through the worry. Have faith in Iren. A master's worry and impatience only hindered growth. Watch over them, believe in them. Ian thanked him for the perspective, teasingly asking if Judith had softened him. Kun told him to shut up. That night, Ian walked the lakeside, mulling over his failure to reciprocate Iren's faith. He'd forgotten the most important thing, believing in his student. Whatever time it took for Iren to master the water blade, Ian would have faith and watch over him. Then he saw it. A massive concentration of malice pulsed in the water, demonic energy so dense he hadn't even detected its approach. Ian drew his sword to eliminate the threat, but Kiriel's red griffin swooped down. She shouted for him to stop. The barrier couldn't be cut. Lulu's panicked voice added the crucial detail. Iren was trapped inside. The malicious energy rumbled ominously in the water. Within the dark barrier, Iren huffed in exhaustion. A familiar voice chuckled, asking if he'd been forgotten. The demon clown materialized from the shadows, his menacing figure filling the space as he laughed at Iren's stunned recognition. Worst reunion ever. After Headmaster Ian's departure, Iren stood alone at the lake. 2 days of relentless practice had yielded nothing. The headmaster's cryptic words echoed. He cut the same thing both times. But what did that mean? Frustration mounting, Iren decided to change tactics. He waded into the water, dismissing his sword. Too soon to give up. He'd try everything. 2 more days passed. Under the bright moon, Iren swung his aura sword at the water's surface. The impact sent up massive sprays, but the water remained uncut. Rain-like droplets drenched him as he gasped in exhaustion. Suddenly, dark energy erupted around him. The water swirled violently, forming a spherical barrier of malice that trapped him inside. A familiar laugh echoed through the darkness. The demon clown materialized, grinning wide at Iren's stunned recognition. Iren struck at the shadow, but the demon reappeared elsewhere. He explained their prison, created by Iren's desire and the demon's malice combined. If Iren eliminated him here, escape would be impossible. Worst trap card ever. Rain began falling inside the barrier. The demon clown, wreathed in purple flames, floated above as he announced the wager: awaken the water blade or drown. The water already rose past Iren's knees. The demon declared he watched from afar and dropped into the rising water, leaving Iren alone with his challenge. Iren pushed aside overthinking. If his desire helped create this space, then it was perfect for learning the water blade. His sword glowed brighter as he resumed training. Outside the barrier, Ian stood in the lake while Curiel circled overhead on her griffin. She'd evacuated nearby residents. Ian studied the massive concentration of energy, realizing why he hadn't detected it. The barrier wasn't pure malice. Iren himself had helped create it. Lulu reassured the worried Curiel. Iren was stronger now. She felt certain he'd break free soon. Kat believes in her human. Inside, Iren's strikes sent water exploding upward repeatedly. The level rose to his thighs, then his waist. Time blurred as exhaustion set in. Hours passed, or was it days? The water reached his chest, and still nothing changed despite his desperate efforts. Exhaustion weighed on him like chains. His arms trembled with each swing. Nothing had changed. Not one thing. Was he missing something fundamental? Had he made some critical mistake? The shadows began creeping in, not physical darkness, but something worse. His heartbeat thundered in his ears as doubt wrapped around his mind like cold fingers. The certainty he carried began to crack. Maybe he wasn't strong enough. Maybe he'd never been strong enough. No, he shook his head violently, water spraying from his hair. He refused to succumb. Stay calm. Don't doubt. His sword blazed brighter as he forced himself to continue, each strike a denial of the darkness trying to claim him. Fighting demons inside and out. The demon clown watched from a distance, his head barely above the surface. Silent urges poured from him. Give in to the anxiety, let the restlessness consume you. Each doubt meant heavier rain. Each fear meant faster drowning. The water reached Iren's shoulders. Time was running out. Then came the sound, a terrible, crushing roar. Iren looked up to see his death approaching. A massive wave, impossibly tall within the confined space, towered above him like judgment itself. The wave crashed down with apocalyptic force. Water filled his mouth, his lungs. The impact drove him deep beneath the surface, spinning him in liquid chaos. He held his breath, fighting to orient himself to find which way was up. Bubbles streamed from his mouth as his lungs screamed for air. He had to resurface, had to swing his sword again, had to. But the water pressed down from all sides in liquid tomb. His free hand clawed upward, desperate for air that no longer existed. Iren sank deeper into the darkness. The demon clown lurked below, red aura pulsing as he watched his victim lose consciousness. Victory was moments away. Soon the darkness would consume Iren completely. But in that void, Iren's thoughts stirred. He couldn't see anything. He faced the terrifying possibility that this was his end. It seemed futile. Then a small light pierced the blackness, drawing his attention. His hand twitched. His body moved upright. The demon clown recoiled in disbelief. Impossible. The darkness should be devouring him. Iren spoke with unexpected calm. The demon had lied about drowning being the end. The clown flinched to being exposed. Drawing his sword underwater, Iren explained his revelation. This space was partly his creation, built from his desires. Yet all he could do was summon and swing his sword. That meant the space existed to help him fulfill his desires. The demon's malice couldn't directly harm him. Big brain breakthrough moment. The demon clown made a strangled sound of dismay as Iren began swinging his sword through the water. His sorcery couldn't alter the environment, only controlled his own body. But that was enough. The demon criticized his futile efforts, then darkened as he realized his power was weakening. Iren continued his relentless strikes, sharing memories that surfaced. After his mother's death, he refused to leave his bed, wanting only to sleep forever. Later, during his self-imposed barrier training, he'd suffered through days of disappointment at his lack of progress. The demon's eyes widened. Iren's negative emotions were fading. Gripping his sword tighter, Iren explained what he'd learned. Consistent work created chances for growth. That faint light in his unconsciousness had shown him himself, overwhelmed by fear. The road ahead might be invisible, the situation might seem hopeless, but he kept swinging for one reason. His aura sword blazed brilliant in the darkness. He believed in himself. Self-belief hits different underwater. The demon, reduced to just a darkened head, lunged forward in desperation. He screamed that cutting water was ridiculous, impossible. Iren calmly contradicted him. Understanding finally dawned. The headmaster never said to cut water. Golden energy gathered around his raised sword and began swirling into his pendant, making it shine. The demon shrieked in denial as the pendant's colors swirled together. Golden aura enveloped Iren's entire being as he delivered his strike. His pendant turned completely dark. What he needed to cut wasn't water. It was his obsession. Blinding light exploded outward. From outside, a bright line bisected the barrier. Water erupted as the lake split apart, creating a visible pathway of dry land. Moses wishes he looked this cool. Above, Kiriel, Ian, and Lulu witnessed the barrier's destruction from the griffin. Golden energy still surrounded Iren as he stood in his finishing stance. The pathway stretched before him. Kiriel jumped into the water with Lulu shouting for him. The waters returned to normal as Iren smiled at their approach, his sword dissolving. Face to face with her brother, Kiriel teared up and scolded him for worrying her. Lulu, perched on his shoulder, claimed she never doubted him. Ian approached, noting something had fundamentally changed. He asked if Iren now understood the water blade. Iren admitted uncertainty but smiled. A weight had lifted from his chest. The headmaster nodded knowingly. Later in Ian's office, they discussed the space created by Iren and the demon's connection from a past life. Ian dismissed dwelling on it and slid a gold token across the table, Iren's graduation token. Iren protested he still had much to learn. Ian chuckled, explaining graduation meant readiness for new beginnings. They were now equals in swordsmanship discussions. More importantly, Iren had earned the qualifications to meet Kun. The Red Griffin soared through the sky carrying the trio. Kiriel asked about Judith, and Iren confirmed she was training with Kun. He described her warmly, certain his sister would like her. They spotted a cabin below with two figures surrounded by dust clouds. Lulu pointed out Judith as they descended. Reunion time, maybe. The Griffin landed. Iren heard someone cursing and approached the training figures. Judith, blazing with red energy, struck rocks while calling Iren a jerk. Kun shouted for more power. Iren and Kiriel paled at the scene. Kiriel stuttered her fear. Judith suddenly turned, emotions heightened, and charged directly at Iren. She shouted her intentions while he stood confused by the sudden assault. Days earlier, Judith knelt exhausted in the dirt. Kun loomed over her, demanding more. He ordered her to channel passion and rivalry as motivation, show the will to become the greatest. Kun demonstrated his philosophy through action, cursing Ian's name with every sword swing. When Judith questioned if yelling helped, he confirmed it absolutely did. This was how they catch up to those talented jerks, by weaponizing anger, envy, and inferiority against their rivals. The word rival sparked an image in Judith's mind. Iren in battle. She gripped her sword and began swinging, cursing his name with each strike. Kun enthusiastically joined in, instructing her to add insults after every mention of Iren's name. Their training reached new heights of vindictive energy as master and student bonded over shared hatred. Therapy through violence. Back in the present, Judith charged at Iren with fiery determination, screaming his name and her intent to end him. Iren barely had time to draw his sword and warn Kiriel and Lulu back before their blades clashed. He shouted for her to calm down to explain herself. She told him to shut up. She'd never stop until she defeated him. Their swords separated and clashed again. Judith's determination blazed in her eyes. Even if it took forever, she'd beat him someday. Her grip ignited with intensified flame. Kun noticed her fire energy growing stronger. The heat pushed Iren back. He couldn't block it without his aura sword. Energy erupted from his blade as he met her assault. Their clash exploded with golden light. The impact sent Judith flying backward, crashing into the distance in a cloud of dust. She hit the ground unconscious. Friendly fire isn't friendly. Iren shouted in worry. He hadn't controlled his strength. But Kun applauded, praising Judith for not giving up against an aura sword. Practical experience beat theory every time. He thanked Iren for providing the perfect training demonstration. Kiriel and Lulu rushed to check on Judith. When Kun insisted she was fine, Kiriel snapped at him the girl had fainted. She began healing treatment while Lulu transformed to help move Judith inside. Kun watched the dragon-formed Lulu carry his student away, then asked who the fierce woman was. Iren introduced his sister. Changing topics, Kun suggested they get started. At Iren's confusion, he drew his sword. Ian had mentioned Iren needed acknowledgement, no point dragging it out. Current ran through Kun's aura blade as he grinned, asking if Iren was scared. Iren's determination flared. He was looking forward to this. Boss evaluation time. Kun vanished. Light zigzagged through the space before he reappeared directly in front of Iren, attacking with electrical current. Iren barely managed to defend. Multiple strikes landed before Iren could react. The speed was overwhelming. No openings for counterattack. He recalled Ian's words about Waterblade refining what's inside, how balance would bring calm in any situation. Iren closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. He couldn't obsess over matching Kun's speed. Don't be impatient. Remember Water's feeling. Kun appeared behind him, surrounded by current, expressing disappointment that Ian's disciples sought approval at this level. Then he stopped mid-sentence. Water-like aura flowed around Iren. Still facing away, Iren struck the ground with explosive force, sending debris and Kun airborne. The older swordsman's surprise was evident as Iren turned and closed the distance between them. Their swords met with a shriek of metal. Kun slid backward, impressed by the tactical ground strike that created the opening. He sensed metal and fire energy in the attack, but what stood out most was the water energy. So similar to Ian's that Kun felt like he was facing his old rival. Student channels master energy. Electricity surged around Kun as he grinned. That kind of energy couldn't be easily learned. He thought of Judith choosing this rival. She picked a tougher road than even his own. As Judith lay unconscious with Kiriel and Lulu watching over her, Kun charged at Iren with renewed intensity, acknowledging the young swordsman's worthiness. As sunset painted the sky, Kun and Iren's blades still clashed. Hours of combat without break impressed even Lulu, watching from her perch. Finally, Iren collapsed in exhaustion. Kun sheathed his sword, declaring it enough. When Iren protested he could continue, Kun told him to stop yapping. He called the shots here. Kun complimented Iren's ability to synergize multiple energies, but revealed something geniuses like him and Ian couldn't achieve. Overpowering aura through single-element focus. Judith's flames grew stronger because she poured everything into fire alone, enduring the pain. She'd reach a level entirely different from Iren's balanced approach. Kun smirked, predicting a day when Iren would lose to Judith. Iren agreed he couldn't copy her dedication. He'd grown with help while Judith forged herself through isolation. Even now, he didn't believe he was ahead of her. He'd keep working to remain worthy of her friendship. Kun commented that people must always call Iren annoying and tossed him something, a silver-engraved coin. Showed this to the Holy Kingdom brats and they wouldn't kick him out. The acknowledgement was complete. Soon to Master certification. Judith emerged from the cabin, greeting everyone. She thanked Kiriel for the healing and told Kun she'd return after chatting with Iren. Her master waved her off, canceling night training. Under the stars, Judith and Iren sat together. She asked about his demon encounter and pendant. He confirmed the connection to his past life. The pendant had changed color and saved him. Judith grinned at his growth. Knowing both he and Ilya had gotten stronger fired her up for training. Iren leaned in with a real question. Was she dating Brett? Judith's face turned crimson. She'd grown about their gossiping classmates but shared the story. Months ago, Brett had approached her flushed and nervous. He wanted to watch a play and eat together before their training separated them. Time was running out. Their classmates whispered nearby as Brett reminded her she never answered his previous confession. Judith, blushing furiously, had agreed to meet him the next afternoon. Their date unfolded awkwardly. They stood at the edge of a dance floor, watching others move to the music. Brett kept stealing glances at Judith's wonderstruck face. Later, she watched street performers with childlike fascination while he watched her. Throughout dinner, Brett's attention never wavered from his companion, a fact not lost on their spying classmate. Wholesome stalking energy. Night fell. They sat on a park bench under the full moon, both looking anywhere but at each other, faces burning. Behind a bush, their classmates whispered urgently for them to kiss already. Brett asked if his behavior made her uncomfortable. Judith denied it immediately. He pressed further. Was she not responding because she didn't feel the same? That snapped something in Judith. She groaned that it wasn't like that. She was just too embarrassed to say the words. Then she declared she didn't care anymore, yanked Brett close by his tie, and kissed him. Their hidden classmates erupted in various stages of celebration. Face still crimson, Judith laid down the law. Brett would agree to everything, she said. First, once she advanced in training, she'd have more freedom and he'd visit. But these visits would be mostly sparring, no fun, no drinking, nothing romantic. He'd come anyway. And he'd better train hard, because if he couldn't help her improve, she couldn't justify their relationship to her master. Brett, still dazed from the kiss, agreed to everything. Girl said actions over words. Back in the present, Judith's face still burned red. She asked Irene to deliver a letter to Brett since the griffin traveled fast. He agreed with a smile. Morning brought farewells. Kun dismissed their thanks, eager to start training. Lulu asked Judith when they'd meet again, disappointed by the uncertain answer. Judith promised Irene she'd catch up to him soon. As the griffin soared away, Kiriel sighed about wanting a boyfriend too, someone pure and reliable. She turned the tables on Irene, asking if he had someone in mind. The word relationship triggered something. Ilya's smiling face flashed through his thoughts. He paused, confused by the sudden image. Den's protagonist syndrome strikes. Their arrival in Lloyd territory interrupted his contemplation. The city felt different, happier, more prosperous under Brett's father's rule. Inside a tavern, they spotted a blue-haired man with a mustache, head on the table, groaning about missing Judith. Irene approached the familiar figure. Brett startled at his name being called, looking up to find an unexpected visitor, lovesick with facial hair. Irene stared at the mustached Brett, demanding confirmation. Brett panicked, trying to deny his identity even as he'd just been groaning about missing Judith. Lulu leaped onto Irene's shoulder, calling out Brett's lie. She pointed out the obvious. He wasn't even surprised by a talking cat. Brett stood to leave, maintaining his denial. Irene played his trump card. He had a letter from Judith. Brett's disguise crumbled instantly as excitement overtook him. Kiriel watched, thinking this trembling mess was nothing like she'd imagined Judith's boyfriend. Lance appeared behind them, towering over Kiriel as he greeted Irene. Kiriel looked up at the dependable-looking man while Irene made introductions. The eldest Ferreira daughter formally introduced herself to both young lords. Brett, suddenly composed, invited them to his estate. No more tavern conversations. They'd be his guests. From lovesick to lordling. At the impressive Lloyd estate, they gathered in the dining hall. Lance explained he was completing his graduation exam and wanted to visit Brett before departing. When Irene asked about Brett's parents, Brett mentioned they'd return by nightfall. Irene complimented the territory's prosperity. He'd never seen so many happy citizens. Brett's fingers fidgeted on his drink as he credited everything to his father, Lord Philip Lloyd. His voice carried weight when he said his father was amazing. Lance watched Brett silently. Brett changed topics, challenging Irene to a duel. Lance jumped in first, wanting to test himself against a sword master. Kiriel excused herself with the overworked Lulu, leaving the men to their combat. In the training room, Lance took his stance and charged forward. He knew victory was impossible, but he was determined to last as long as possible and land at least one hit. The moment Irene moved, Lance felt something change. An overwhelming pressure descended, a massive, powerful presence that dwarfed everything he'd experienced. This wasn't just skill difference. This was a mountain standing before an ant. Irene's first strike nearly blew Lance away entirely. He barely maintained his balance, mind reeling at the impossibility of what he faced. The speed came next. Irene's blade moved in blurs, each swing carrying devastating force. Their swords clashed, and the small explosion of energy sent Lance gritting his teeth. Even without his aura sword, Irene operated on a completely different level than their last duel. The same time had passed for both of them, yet the gap had become an abyss. Power gap reality check. Another strike sent Lance sliding across the floor, his body throbbing from the impact. This wasn't a duel he could endure. With trembling hand raised, he surrendered. He wasn't ready to face his sword master. Not yet. Brett frowned at his friend's defeat, then stepped forward to avenge his senior. At Irene's confirmation he could continue, Brett engaged with surprising confidence. Brett's blade erupted with water energy as he ducked under Irene's swing. The technique was entirely new. Irene struck. Brett's sword left trails of water that redirected the attack's force. The blast that should have hit Brett embedded itself in the ground instead. Their duel exploded into motion. Golden and blue energy trails painted destruction across the room as their speeds matched. Irene found himself amazed. Every attack was being deflected. It felt like slashing through water itself. Brett's fluid movements created a liquid barrier around him. Direct hits became glancing blows. Devastating strikes lost their power in the flowing defense. When Irene pressed harder, Brett smiled and revealed this was his new aura technique, one he'd been perfecting. Water-style flex achieved. Brett went on the offensive, his water-enhanced strikes forcing Irene into defense. He hadn't been fooling around. This was genuine growth. From the sidelines, Lance watched Brett take hits that had floored him moments ago. His fist clenched at his side. It wasn't just about hard work anymore. He was watching raw talent leave him behind in the dust. But stamina has limits. Brett's breathing grew heavy, his aura depleting. Iren spotted the opening and struck from an unexpected low angle. The perfect timing sent Brett's sword flying from his grip. As their weapons disappeared, Brett good-naturedly called Iren a monster with infinite aura. When Iren extended his hand with compliments about the technique, Brett clasped it with a grin. No way would he reveal his secrets. He'd learn about Iren's stealing skills. Bros being competitive bros. A servant burst in, urgently summoning Brett about his lord father. Brett hurried off, promising to return. Lance confided to Iren that Brett had been struggling lately. This was the first genuine smile he'd seen in days. The pressure of living up to his father weighed heavily. Lord Philip Lloyd was the most powerful figure in their family's history. As Brett approached his parents and their knights, his father's imposing presence filled the room. Philip Lloyd, Lord of the Lloyd territory, stood as the obstacle his son would have to overcome. Daddy issues confirmed. The Lloyd territory stood as the most prosperous in the continent within the Gavera kingdom. Philip Lloyd had earned praise as the greatest lord in their family's history through innovative, flexible policies. As his son and heir, Brett grew up under constant scrutiny. Lance explained Brett's disguise at the restaurant, avoiding public attention. Iren promised to keep the secret. That evening, Brett greeted his returning parents. Philip had heard about the guests and looked forward to meeting his son's famous friend. At dinner, Philip smiled at Iren, mentioning how Brett spoke of him constantly. The awkward silence that followed made Lulu comment on the tension. Philip laughed and snapped his fingers, filling the empty table with food and drinks. Time to get better acquainted. 2 hours later, everyone glowed red from drinking. Kirill asked to call Lance by name while Lulu barked after sampling the alcohol. Iren excused himself for air and Philip suggested they visit the balcony together. Smooth dad moves. Left alone, Brett pulled out Judith's letter. Her awkward first attempt at writing made him smile until she asked if he was doing well. His hand drooped as he admitted uncertainty to the empty room. On the balcony, Philip gazed at the city's nighttime beauty with Iren. The sprawling lights below represented his life's work. He mentioned hearing about Iren's noble dream, hoping to create a better world through strength. Philip saw his younger self in those words. He had once chased similar dreams of creating a territory free from suffering, but experience had taught him something crucial. He turned to Iren with a penetrating question. When pursuing grand dreams, had Iren missed anything? The young swordsman's confusion prompted elaboration. Those consumed by noble goals often lost sight of their surroundings. They could end up losing something more precious than the dream itself. The question hung between them. Had Iren, in his hurry to change the world, overlooked something important? Iren's mind raced for an answer but found nothing. The silence that followed said everything. His eyes widened with realization, not of what he missed, but that he couldn't even identify it. Wisdom hits like a truck. Philip apologized for the tough question, but Iren denied it was too difficult. When asked about proper rest, Iren claimed he'd been taking things slow. Philip leaned in, assessing the truth, then asked about sleep. Iren's flinch revealed everything. Philip patted his shoulder gently. Rest properly while here. Take time to think about their discussion. It would help both Iren and his dream. In bed, Iren pondered his inability to answer. Like understanding water blade by releasing meaningless obsessions, clarity would come by letting go. Sleep took him to unexpected places. Darkness surrounded him in the familiar magic realm. The sound of swinging steel filled the air. He turned to witness something impossible, himself, another version wielding a greatsword identical to what his past life had carried. This other Iren gritted his teeth with each swing, muscles straining, buried in uncertainty yet unable to stop. The vision struck deep. This wasn't training with purpose. This was repetition born of doubt, achievement without direction. Iren gasped awake. Even after graduating from Karen Winker's dream, he still trained pointlessly every night. Not for improvement, but from inability to let go. The demon's barrier hadn't changed this pattern. He was beginning to understand Philip's meaning. He needed to release unnecessary obsession and truly rest. Mirror match with himself. Meanwhile, Brett trained alone in the estate's grounds, blue energy flashing with each strike. His mind drifted to his match with Headmaster Ian. After the bout, Ian had asked directly why Brett wasn't focused on improving. The observation stumped. Brett hadn't changed since demonstrating his aura application technique. With his talent, he could become an expert or reach even higher. When Ian asked why he was holding back, Brett had paused before answering with complete honesty. His last journey had brought clarity. Becoming a great lord mattered more than becoming a top swordsman. The memory shifted darker. His return to Lloyd territory had brought mixed reactions. People called him dignified, but whispered concerns followed. Could he truly fill his father's legendary shoes? The breaking point came when a guest arrived seeking the city lord. Brett had stepped forward confidently, introducing himself as the lord's proxy, ready to relay any message. The guest's response shattered that confidence. He turned his back, declaring he'd return when the real lord was available. The dismissal left Brett stunned. Behind him, whispers spread like poison. Brett still hadn't gained the people's trust, the inevitable result of living outside the territory too long. Such disappointment. The city lord would have handled it so differently. They'd expected this failure. Reputation is everything. Each word carved deeper. Brett's frustration exploded in the present. He struck the ground with a shout, releasing massive waves of energy that tore through the training area. Panting, teeth grinding, he faced the truth. No matter how strong his sword became, it couldn't cut through the shadow of his father's legacy. Sunlight streamed through arched windows as Iren sat exhausted on his bed. He'd stayed up all night, unable to find deep sleep after Philip's questions. Brett burst in, having heard about Iren's condition from his father. He called out Iren for obviously overthinking all night. He was the type who shouldn't be left alone with heavy thoughts. With a smile, Brett declared he'd take care of Iren today. At the stables, Iren nervously mounted a horse for his first riding experience. Brett reassured him as they set off, telling him to clear his mind and simply ride. By sunset, they gazed at the picturesque landscape together. The following days brought unexpected peace. Kirill dragged Iren on sibling dates. Lulu introduced him to her new cat friends in the territory. Brett's mother invited him to musical performances. Forced vacation therapy? As melodious sounds filled the performance hall, Iren reflected on how his old self couldn't have appreciated such beauty. Feeling truly relaxed after a week of rest, his eyes drifted closed. Darkness surrounded him. He stood in his mind's realm before a massive hole leaking dark energy. The abyss ran deep, rooted in his psyche, filled with years of accumulated negative emotions, doubt, fear, shame, all festering together. From the side, he noticed water flowing toward the hole. The clear stream poured in steadily, filling the void. As water met darkness, the malevolent energy began dissolving. The hole filled completely, washing away the corruption. His mind felt purified, finally at ease after carrying that weight for so long. Back in the performance hall, dark energy visibly dissipated from Iren's body as his eyes remained closed. When he opened them, confusion gave way to clarity. Brett asked if he had another realization. Iren apologized for sleeping through the performance, but admitted his head felt clearer, completely refreshed. The darkness he carried without knowing had finally been cleansed. He turned serious, thanking everyone. Their kindness had broken through his isolation. He realized how much they cared for him, how he'd been blind to those around him while chasing distant dreams. From now on, he wouldn't neglect the people close to him. He'd express his feelings more openly. Brett tapped his shoulder with a bright smile. Message received. Character development complete. Suddenly, Iren's expression shifted to alarm. Though faint, he definitely sensed demonic energy from beyond the mountains. They flew on Kirill's griffin to investigate. On the ground, Iren pinpointed the source deeper inland. Philip stopped them, pulling something from his pocket. His face paled at what he saw. He demanded their silence before revealing classified information. Demons had reappeared on the continent. The Holy Kingdom had gathered royal families and high nobles to coordinate response. Representatives from every major kingdom had been present. This threat concerned them all. Philip showed them a bottle of dark red liquid. Holy water normally glowed blue but changed color near different demonic energies. Dark red meant only one thing, a true demon, not a lesser spawn. The revelation stunned everyone. Philip trembled, insisting they contact the Holy Kingdom immediately. This exceeded what they could handle alone. But Iren announced he'd take care of it. When Philip questioned this reckless decision, Iren asked if the demon wore a clown mask. At Philip's shocked confirmation, Iren revealed the truth. He'd faced this specific demon before. He'd witnessed firsthand how it distorted human minds and warped their bodies into abominations. Every moment they delayed contacting authorities meant more potential victims. Brett stepped forward, insisting on accompanying him. This was happening in their territory, his responsibility as young lord. He wanted to use his strength to protect their land and to prove himself worthy of the title he'd inherit. Young lords, step up. Iren instructed Kirill to help Philip contact the Holy Kingdom while Brett told Lance to escort his father. Lance trembled as he watched, his fist clenched, white-knuckled at his side. His friends charged toward a demon without hesitation. No fear in their eyes, no doubt in their steps. Meanwhile, he stood frozen, trembling at just the thought. They moved forward while he remained rooted by terror. The gap between them had never felt wider. He knew the shameful truth. He was a coward who couldn't follow, couldn't protect anyone, couldn't even protect himself. Iren, Brett, and Lulu tracked the energy to a cave. Iren warned Brett to retreat if things got too dangerous. Deep within, a monstrous being sat amidst floating debris bathed in red glow. Rocks crumbled around its distorted form as it screamed for more power and more humans to consume. Its very presence warped reality. The monster sensed their approach and rejoiced at fresh prey arriving willingly. At 3 diverging paths, Iren detected the demon down the left route and dashed forward. Brett called for him to wait, but too late. The path slammed shut behind him with supernatural force. Iren summoned his sword to break through, smashing the rock barrier. But when the debris cleared, a massive wall had materialized where none existed before. The space itself had changed. He called for Brett and Lulu, but heard only echoes. Running through the altered passages, he realized he was trapped in a maze that shifted with each turn. In another area entirely, Brett and Lulu shouted for Iren, their voices swallowed by twisted stone. Both groups reached the same horrifying conclusion. The demon had transformed the cave into a living labyrinth, separating them for easier hunting. Divide and devour tactics. Separated within the cave, Iren's party called out to each other, but found only echoes. The surroundings formed a maze-like structure. They quickly realized the truth. The demon had transformed the entire cave into a labyrinth. Lulu wanted to search for Iren alone, but Brett stopped her. They'd be isolated the moment they separated even slightly. They couldn't fall for the demon's plan. The rocky demon watched through the walls, commending them for understanding the labyrinth's nature. Too late, though. Once inside, they were already in his palm. Time to make his move, starting with the blonde swordmaster who foolishly charged alone toward him. The demon observed Iren breaking through walls, tracking his location with surprising accuracy. Calling him a fool, the creature dug its hands into the ground and lifted a boulder many times his own size. As Iren approached the final barrier, the demon hurled a massive rock to crush him. The boulder shattered the wall with devastating force. Victory seemed certain until a golden wave sliced through the dust, severing the demon's arm. Through the settling debris, Iren stood between split ground and monster, his sword gleaming. The demon tried regenerating while calling him strong, but Iren had no patience for demons. Another ranged attack split the creature in half. Zero demon tolerance policy. The monster fell to its knees, begging him to stop, asking why the hurry. Iren closed the distance instantly, striking with his blade. His body felt lighter than ever, perhaps from the changes in his mind realm. He raised his sword high, certain he could end this in one strike. The demon interrupted, claiming its regeneration was endless. Iren's response came as a crushing blow that sent it crashing into the wall with bone-breaking force. Iren launched into a relentless assault, declaring he'd cut the demon as many times as it took. Thousands of times, 10,000 times if necessary, he would slice it to pieces until only dust remained, with no trace left. His blade became a golden blur. First, a precise strike to the jaw that shattered the demon's posture, leaving it unable to defend. Then came the cross slashes, brutal diagonal cuts that carved deep gouges through rocky flesh, sending chunks flying as the creature stumbled backward. But Iren wasn't finished. He pressed forward with ferocious combinations, each strike building on the last. The demon's body cracked and split under the barrage, unable to regenerate fast enough. With a powerful leap, Iren rose high above his target, sword raised for the killing blow. The aerial strike landed with explosive force. The ground cratered beneath the impact, sending shockwaves through the cave. The demon's body shattered like stone under a sledgehammer, pieces scattering across the chamber. Purified protagonist powers. Throughout the assault, the creature couldn't even curse properly. Not a single opening for counterattack presented itself. As its body broke apart, the demon realized the problem went beyond Iren's blade. There wasn't a speck of darkness to manipulate in him. How could such a being exist? Recognizing deception was impossible, the demon fled from the explosion's epicenter, leaving the clone as distraction. It needed power from the other humans to grow stronger. Racing through passages, it spotted Brett and Lulu. The demon formed its arm into a stone hammer, grinning at finding prey. Lulu barely erected a barrier in time as the massive weapon crashed down. Brett panted at the terrifying aura. This was the creature that brought terror to the continent, the root of all evil. As Lulu's barrier cracked, she warned Brett of the demon's approach. The creature's claws extended toward them. Brett stepped forward, drawing his sword to parry. He managed to redirect the attack's trajectory, though his cheek was cut in the process. The demon complimented his reaction speed, then asked if he could dodge the next attack. Flame breath erupted from its maw. Lulu pulled Brett away just in time, but the demon had already targeted her. A ground wave attack erupted beneath Lulu. The floor itself became her enemy as a rising pillar shot upward, catching her off guard. She struggled to defend, but the stone column pinned her against the ceiling with crushing force. Though she lost consciousness, she survived. The demon blamed Irene for draining too much of its energy. Collateral damage accumulating, Brett emerged from the dust to strike but was immediately knocked back. The demon told him to calm down. Now it was just the two of them. Brett crouched, holding his injured arm. The impact had rattled him to his core. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself for Lulu's fate. Could he face this demon without Irene? He knew he couldn't win, but he had to fight regardless. Steeling his resolve, Brett charged forward. Every instinct screamed this was suicide, but he couldn't abandon Lulu. As he prepared his swordplay technique, the demon peered into him and saw something useful: darkness, doubt, inadequacy. The demon's face melted and reformed into the one Brett feared most. With Philip's voice, it spoke the words that had haunted Brett for years, that he could never be like his father. Psychological warfare engaged. Seeing his father's face on the demon's body shattered Brett's composure. A strike to the face sent him flying backward. He landed hard, coughing, telling himself to snap out of it. This was just a demon's deception. Crawling for his sword, Brett yelled at the creature for mocking him with his father's face. His slash barely scratched the demon's surface. Still wearing Philip's features, the monster spoke with his father's commanding voice, declaring Brett couldn't cut it down. Not like Irene, Brett would never measure up to real talent. The demon's face melted and reshaped into Headmaster Iam's stern features. The bald figure's voice carried familiar disappointment as it accused Brett of running away. He fled to the estate after realizing he never reached swordsmanship's pinnacle, always quitting when things got difficult. The words struck Brett's core. He retorted loudly, desperately defending himself, but each denial only made the demon dig deeper. It claimed these were Brett's own thoughts, the doubts he carried every day, now given voice. Brett staggered under the weight of truth. The demon reverted to its rocky visage, pressing the assault. Brett was a coward who abandoned his training when he saw how far behind he'd fallen. While Irene and Judith pushed forward, Brett ran home to hide. Inner demons made literal. The taunts cut deeper. Even at his estate, surrounded by inherited power, Brett remained helpless. The demon forced him to remember. As a child, everyone had placed such hopes on the young lord. He'd left full of promise, but when he returned, everything had changed. The responsibilities of lordship crashed down on someone absent too long. Expectations towered beyond anything he prepared for. The servants' polite distance. The merchants who wouldn't negotiate with the proxy. The disappointment barely hidden behind respectful words. He faced an insurmountable wall, becoming Philip Lloyd, the greatest lord in generations. Even home at the estate, Brett could do nothing right. Helplessness had consumed him gradually, day by day. Brett's knees hit stone. Tears streamed as he begged the demon to stop. He sobbed out the truth. He couldn't be the best at anything. That's why every expectation terrified him. The darkness in his chest expanded with each confession, feeding the demon's hunger. He admitted the shameful truth. He considered abandoning everything, running away completely. The demon absorbed his dark energy greedily, its form swelling with stolen power. Internally, it urged him on: despair more, hate yourself more, feed me everything. Then something shifted. Brett's voice steadied as he declared he wouldn't run. The turning point. A memory surfaced clearly. Standing on the estate's balcony as a child, gazing out at his father's territory. The city lights sparkled below. More importantly, he remembered the people's faces in the streets, their genuine smiles that never faded through all the years. Happy, safe, protected. That's why he returned, not for glory or to match his father. He came back to protect that precious world. Yes, people expressed disappointment when he couldn't handle complex negotiations. Yes, they whispered when he deferred meetings. But he faced each failure and resolved to improve. For the estate's sake, for those smiling citizens, being looked down upon meant nothing. Brett shouted these ideals at the monster. With each word, the dark energy within him shrank. The demon watched its food source dwindling. Simultaneously, it sensed Irene defeating the clone. The blonde would arrive any moment. Playtime was over. The demon's claws struck to kill, but the sword that had barely scratched it before now moved with impossible speed, severing the arm completely. The demon stared in shock. This boy who barely left a mark had just dismembered it with one clean strike. Brett stood with his back turned, speaking from his heart. He couldn't give up. In their world, precious people believed in him regardless of his failures. They supported him whether he succeeded or stumbled. For their sake, he couldn't stop here. Blue aura erupted from Brett's body as he turned to face the demon with burning determination. Aura awakening achieved. The creature snarled at him to shut up, spitting massive flames. But Brett didn't dodge. His sword moved in flowing patterns, creating a water aura that met fire with equal force. The opposing elements clashed and neutralized, leaving Brett unharmed behind his liquid shield. The demon tried one last psychological assault, telling him to stop struggling and accept his worthless end. Red energy erupted from its monstrous form as it prepared a final strike. Iron burst through the cave wall at that precise moment. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the demon leaped directly at Brett with desperate fury. No time to evade. Brett took his stance as massive fangs rushed toward him. Iron's shout echoed through the chamber, seeing his friend face certain death. As gravity brought the monster down, Brett maintained perfect stillness. He would never crumble, no matter the adversity. His sword began to shine with brilliant blue light. He'd overcome this situation. He'd protect what mattered. Like a lance-piercing armor, Brett thrust his newly awakened aura sword straight through the descending monster. The blade punched through rocky flesh, tearing a massive hole through its center. Most of the demon's body simply ceased to exist, obliterated by water energy. Even Iren stood frozen in shock. With his aura sword blazing blue and his resolve absolute, Brett declared he'd never give up on himself again. Character arc complete. Brett's lance attack shattered the rocky demon into pieces. What remained screamed in agony, cursing him until Iren appeared and smashed it further with his sword. Only a fragment of its face remained, screaming at both swordsmen. Meanwhile, Lulu stirred from unconsciousness. The impact against the cave roof had knocked her out, but now she broke free with renewed fury. Spotting the demon attempting to regenerate and flee, she acted instantly. The creature realized too late it lacked strength to face all three. Purple light erupted from above. The demon looked up in shock. The little girl it had dismissed was very much alive. Lulu's magic wrapped around the creature like chains, forming a perfect sphere of purple energy. She called it the demon's grave, commanding it to die peacefully within her trap. Iren and Brett exchanged a glance, then charged from opposite directions. Their aura swords blazed as they converged on the trapped demon. Their battle cries harmonized with the creature's final protests as both blades struck simultaneously, shattering it into countless fragments of rubble. Double-team execution. Brett stared at his sword in disbelief. He defeated a demon with his own hands. Iren congratulated him, calling him a true sword master at last. Then the labyrinth began oozing dark miasma. As they considered breaking through walls to escape, familiar laughter echoed through the cave. The demon they thought exterminated mocked them, calling them worms. Its floating head materialized in the miasma, asking if they thought they could kill it and walk away unscathed. It promised to make them experience hell. Lulu shouted a warning. The monster had triggered a posthumous curse. Darkness rushed to engulf them. Iren ordered his friends close, plunging his sword into the ground. Golden energy erupted outward, forming a protective dome just as the darkness struck. The demon praised his effort but claimed he couldn't hold out forever. Lulu's panic was evident. They needed to remove the demon's posthumous will or remain trapped forever. Iren, still maintaining the barrier, turned to Brett with desperate hope. He was their only chance. During the clown-demon fight, Imet had taught Iren a secret technique, the hero's sword, specifically designed to oppose demonic forces. Brett could master it and eliminate the curse. Still pouring energy into the shield, Iren reassured his friend. He knew Brett could do it. The demon called them crazy for treating mortal danger as a training opportunity. Shaman training arc energy. Time crawled by. Brett struggled with the technique while Iren maintained their protection, his face showing increasing strain. After 10 agonizing days, Lulu confirmed their imprisonment's duration. Brett watched his friend's exhaustion mount. Every moment of failure meant Iren suffered more. Brett forced himself to calm down, starting the process methodically. He focused on his deepest motivations, his will to protect his family, his territory, his friends. Most of all, his precious Judith. That protective desire manifested as high-density aura on his sword, gradually taking the shape of brilliant flames. The energy needed to be embodied into swordsmanship itself, not just wrapped around the blade. The transformation was subtle at first. The flames flickered, then steadied, then blazed with purpose. Iren smiled through his exhaustion, recognizing success. Lulu screamed with joy. The demon's confidence shattered. The energy from Brett's sword was actively suppressing its existence. It couldn't allow that weapon to touch it. The creature attempted to flee, threatening to possess their family's bodies once it escaped. Suddenly, intricate seals materialized in the air, wrapping around the floating monster like a net. An authoritative voice declared it was time for the creature's permanent end. A palm struck the ground, and holy power erupted upward. The darkness vanished completely, purified from existence. Cavalry arrived fashionably late. Brett and Iren recognized their saviors immediately, the Holy Kingdom's Paladin Order, the continent's second demon extermination squad. Their white armor gleamed with righteous authority. Captain Quincy Mayers commanded Iren Ferreira to step forward. The bald man's presence radiated disapproval as he asked if Iren understood his actions violated Holy Kingdom directives. When Iren affirmed it, Quincy's disdainful gaze intensified. This child stood boldly despite defying the very organization that protected the continent. Quincy's voice carried the weight of absolute authority. Did Iren realize his reckless actions could have catastrophic impacts? Kingdoms had fallen because individuals thought they knew better than established protocols. Iren apologized but held his ground. He couldn't stand idle when he possessed power to oppose demons. Given the same choice, he'd act again without hesitation. Squad member Darren erupted at the insolence. This brat would have missed the demon's remnants without their intervention. How dared he claim his actions were justified? Quincy silenced Darren with a gesture. The captain had heard enough. In one fluid motion, he drew his weapon, spun it with practiced expertise, and assumed a combat stance. His challenge was simple: prove those words weren't just youthful arrogance. Iren didn't hesitate. He launched forward instantly, bringing his blade to meet Quincy's. The collision sent shockwaves through the cave, displacing massive boulders and cracking the ground beneath them. With swords locked and power radiating from both fighters, Quincy roared his demand, "Prove you have the skills to back up such bold defiance." Trial by combat begins. Iren clashed head-on with the captain of the 2nd Subjugation Squad. The collision sent shockwaves throughout the entire cave as Quincy demanded proof of the skills backing up such bold words. Quincy pushed the lad backward with overwhelming force. While flying through the air, Iren fired the aura coating his blade at the captain. The old man dodged instinctively, the flying slash nearly grazing him. Surprise flickered across his face. Such techniques consumed massive energy that even most sword masters avoided them. Perhaps this brat's level exceeded expectations. Spinning his blade expertly, Quincy enveloped it in aura and launched a cross slash. He roared at Iren to show if that flying attack was all he could muster, show the form that matched his ambition. Iren closed the distance instantly, aiming for the man's head. As Quincy dodged the initial swing, Iren used the momentum for a full twist into a vertical slash. The elder parried, but the impact created a crater beneath him. Holding the attack at bay, Quincy noted Iren's strength far surpassed expectations. He leaped away, acknowledging the danger. He couldn't counter such strikes consecutively. Old guard meets new blood. Iren appeared before him immediately, striking with enough force to send the captain flying into the cave walls. The watching elders stood shocked at the bout's outcome. Quincy rose, admitting that for the first time in years, his blood was boiling. The old man's blade ignited with aura as he grinned like a devil, changing his spinning pattern. The weapon cut air at incredible speed, sending bursts in multiple directions. He leaped at Iren, striking repeatedly. Each blow sent the boy flying, but Quincy allowed no breathing room, following with relentless attacks. Iren struggled to maintain balance under the heavy strikes, yet he sensed the captain was holding back. Full strength from the beginning would have ended this long ago. The path to becoming the continent's best swordsman revealed itself as treacherous. Legends like Ignet, Iron, and Kun walked far ahead. He still had so far to go, levels he couldn't yet reach. Ripping his sword mid-air, Iren admitted the truth but refused to surrender. Though the path stretched endlessly ahead, he wouldn't give up. He unleashed a vertical swing that Quincy sidestepped. The floor split open, cracks spreading forward like striking serpents. One step at a time. Iren swung again with another vertical slash. Quincy, unable to evade, was forced to parry the extremely heavy attack. Iren grinned. He'd reduced the skill gap between them. Preparing to release another attack while keeping the captain pinned, his expression telegraphed his intent. Quincy immediately backed away as Iren's aura-enveloped sword slammed into the ground, creating massive shockwaves. Seeing the boy still held his fighting stance, Quincy called out, officially welcoming him to the subjugation squad. When members questioned if this decision was too hasty, the captain reminded them they'd all witnessed Iren's demon-subduing skills. He'd speak to the commander personally. Quincy acknowledged Iren as a fully fledged swordsman, but to everyone's surprise, the kid who fought so eagerly apologized. He pleaded to delay joining the squad. Confused, Quincy demanded to know why. Iren explained he realized his shortcomings, not in skill, but in priorities. His time here revealed how he'd been neglecting those close to him. Family and friends who waited patiently, who cheered him on, whom he'd taken for granted. Character growth unlocked. Before setting out to save the continent, he needed to become a good son to his parents. Before becoming a demon-slaying hero, he must be a good friend, brother, and disciple. The current him would rather devote his heart to those precious to him than chase distant dreams. Iren plunged his sword into the ground and begged for more time. He swore upon his blade to return far more admirable and grown. His vow echoed through the cave. He would come back. Later at the Lloyd mansion, Philip rushed to embrace his son. Checking for injuries, realizing Brett returned safe and sound, the Lord shed tears. He'd known his son could do it. He was so proud. Brett hugged his father back, thanking him for believing. Meanwhile, Darren asked Quincy about his decision. The captain assured him they weren't lacking in strength without Unforeseen. Though they'd need his help eventually with demons spreading across the continent, Quincy trusted the boy's words. He would return far more grown than before. Brett knocked at the guest room door where the subjugation squad was staying. Upon entering, he asked Quincy for guidance and sparring. The young heir belittled himself, desperate to gain strength to protect his territory from future disasters. He needed to be strong enough to hold off demons until Holy Kingdom support arrived. Not to be a hero, but to buy time for his people's survival. Quincy observed the boy carefully, seeing both potential and recent growth. Brett had reached master level during the demon battle, no small feat. The captain agreed to meet him and Iren at the training ground. Later, Quincy stood before them with great purpose. He would demonstrate Holy Kingdom's swordsmanship, techniques that made their paladins the continent's most feared demon hunters. The name alone made both young men straighten with attention. The captain explained the fundamental difference. Holy Kingdom paladins channel divine power like aura, but their techniques allow them to handle vastly more energy than other kingdoms' swordsmen. The secret lay in condensation and manifestation. Quincy demonstrated, his blade glowing with concentrated power. The aura around his sword shifted like living clay, reshaping at his will. He formed it into a lance-like extension and pulled it back into a defensive barrier that could deflect any attack. The condensed energy flowed like water yet held the hardness of steel. Advanced tutorial mode. Iren recognized elements from Inet's techniques, but this was more refined, more versatile. Quincy flattened the aura into a razor-thin edge that could slice through anything, then expanded it into a crushing hammer. The applications seemed endless. Both young men attempted the technique, starting with focusing aura at their sword tips. Iren managed the initial concentration, but hit a wall. Pushing further would drain him instantly. The energy consumption was staggering. Brett knelt, gasping for breath after mere attempts. The aura drain exceeded anything he'd experienced. Yet he refused surrender, taking his lance-like stance with renewed determination. He'd mastered this technique no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Lance sat alone in the estate restaurant, drowning in self-loathing. The demon incident replayed endlessly, his friends charging forward while he froze in terror. Pathetic. Useless. The lieutenant's words about using inferiority to grow felt hollow against his overwhelming shame. Kiriel's voice cut through his spiral. She asked to join him, concern evident in her eyes. Romance subplot activating. She'd been worried since the demon attack, noting his absence. Lance tried dismissing his troubles, but Kiriel persisted. Sometimes talking helped lighten burdens. She reached across the table, gently touching his hand. The contact made him stutter, but her next words struck deeper. She looked down, frustrated that her feelings weren't obvious despite her behavior. She wasn't used to feeling this way. Lance blushed at her proximity as she leaned closer, her earnest expression making his heart race. She wanted to know him better, truly know him. Would he share what troubled him? The conversation that followed changed everything. Kiriel listened without judgment as he poured out his fears and failures. Then she shared her own wisdom. Everyone carried deep insecurities and pain in their hearts. The difference between people wasn't the absence of fear, but continuing forward despite it. She acknowledged his struggles, validated his efforts. He'd fought through tough days to reach this point. That took his own kind of courage. Her suggestion came with a gentle smile. When moving forward alone became too hard, perhaps they could walk together. Character development unlocked. The next morning, the subjugation squad witnessed transformation. Lance practiced with newfound intensity, each sword swing precise and powerful. Kiriel's words had taken root. He wouldn't waste her faith in him. His vertical slash came down with devastating force, cracking the ground and clearing dust in a wide radius. This was his answer to her warmth, action, not words. Quincy observed with approval, noting how many talented individuals filled this generation. The future looked promising. Inside, Kiriel and Lulu excitedly discussed returning home. Iren surprised them with a detour. They'd visit Ilya in the western continent's Aden Kingdom first. Outside, Brett promised Iren he'd grow unpredictably strong by their next meeting. The competitive fire burned bright between them. Lance and Kiriel exchanged meaningful glances, their new understanding requiring no words. As the griffin soared skyward, Kiriel smiled at her brother's unexpected suggestion. Iren explained he made a promise to Ilya, and they wouldn't leave family again for a while after this visit. Privately, he questioned these precious connections that occupied his thoughts. Touching his chest, he acknowledged his need to understand these feelings better. Some things couldn't be ignored forever. Dense protagonist evolving. The griffin soared over the western continent as Kirill announced their arrival in the Advent Kingdom. They descended and approached the Lindsay family estate on foot. The massive structure exceeded even Kirill's expectations. Noble architecture on a scale that dwarfed most territories. Crowds lined up for entry, making Irene wonder if they needed to queue. A man descended from his carriage, took one look at their travel-worn clothing, and sneered. He ordered these riffraff to scuttle off and know their place. The man explained this was Lord Joshua Lindsay's birthday, the first time in 8 years external guests were permitted. Their sloppy appearance was an insult to even attempt entry. Kirill's temper flared. She marched toward him, demanding to know who he thought he was addressing. The man, later identified as the infamous Stenton, dismissed them as hobos based solely on their attire. The brewing confrontation drew attention. Among the crowd, Swordmaster Joseph, founder of the Joseph Swordsmanship Academy, recognized the troublemaker. As he watched Stenton argue with the girl, a familiar figure behind her caught his eye. Where had he seen that blonde youth before? Noble meets hobo aesthetic. Joshua Lindsay himself stormed out to investigate the commotion. His eyes locked onto Irene Ferreira, and his expression darkened. He demanded to know what the boy was doing in his lands. Recognition dawned on both Stenton and Joseph. This was the famous Irene Ferreira who defeated Ilya Lindsay in the Land of Proof. The crowds murmured with newfound respect. Irene smiled nervously and stuttered out birthday wishes. Joshua, perpetually displeased by the boy's existence, scoffed. He knew exactly why Irene had come to see his daughter. Fine. He'd test how much the boy's skills had improved. Follow him to the training grounds. The two sword masters faced each other in the estate's vast training arena. Spectators gathered eagerly, including Kirill, Lulu, and even a previously dismissive Stenton. Joseph counted himself fortunate to witness Lindsay's head in combat, especially against Irene Ferreira. Joshua took his stance. The moment their swords emerged, both men moved with blinding speed. Their blades met with earth-shattering force, cracking the stadium ground and generating clouds of dust that billowed outward from the impact. The spectators watched transfixed. Joshua unleashed a tornado attack, wind energy spiraling toward his opponent. Irene responded by enveloping himself in water energy, cleanly evading the assault. The fluid defense surprised everyone, including Joshua. Daddy's testing time. The older swordsman chuckled. The boy had indeed grown. Time to stop testing lightly. Joshua questioned if that was all Irene could manage and launched himself forward with devastating speed. Irene's reflexes barely saved him, parrying the unexpected strike, though his form was sloppy. Joshua pressed relentlessly, hammering every fault without mercy. He hadn't seen any real improvement. The criticisms were harsh, dismissive. But Irene didn't take offense. Instead, he absorbed each lesson, agreeing with the Lindsay Lord's assessments. He apologized earnestly and vowed to work harder. This response somehow irritated Joshua even more. The Lord ceased his assault, granting the boy time. He heard Irene perform differently when not under pressure, on a whole different level. Very well. Show him your strongest attack. Irene decided on his signature vertical swing. He warned Joshua to be careful, his eyes carrying an unexpected confidence. Joshua smiled at the provocation. He liked this feeling. He told the boy not to worry about him and proceed. Irene raised his sword and closed his eyes. Aura erupted from his body, approaching maximum output. The sheer volume of energy made Joshua realize his miscalculation. He couldn't take this head-on, yet couldn't retract his challenge. Only one option remained, the Sky Sword. Overkill Papa strikes again. Joshua unleashed his technique as Irene committed everything to his vertical swing. Spectators flooded the training area with desperate urgency upon seeing the Sky Sword manifest. The techniques collided with apocalyptic force. The entire training ground exploded, creating massive shockwaves and tearing fissures through the earth. When the dust settled, Irene lay unconscious on the shattered ground. Joshua cleared his throat awkwardly. He'd thankfully held back at the last moment. The boy should be fine. Perhaps he should compliment him next time. Ilya's voice shattered his thoughts as she charged into the arena, demanding to know why he used the Sky Sword. Spotting Irene collapse, she rushed to him. Joshua tried explaining it was just a coaching spar, desperately complimenting Irene to reduce her fury. She wasn't having it. Why use the Sky Sword in a coaching match? The discussion was postponed. She lifted Irene and rushed off, leaving her father to collapse dramatically, apologizing to all witnesses for the commotion. Joseph assured him it was fine. They were thrilled to witness such a display. Joshua promised to arrange guest accommodations. Inside the mansion, Stenton reflected on the incredible spar. That final collision had transcended their current titles, reaching heights he'd only imagined. Just watching had taught him volumes. He vowed to use this chance to forge connections with both the Lindsay and Ferreira families. Networking instincts activated. In darkness, Iren's consciousness stirred. He recalled the spar and realized he fainted. Joshua's swordsmanship was incredible. Yet so far yet to go. Fainting in battle meant death in real combat. Next time, he'd do better. His thoughts drifted to his last loss of consciousness against Ignet. Her name escaped his lips as he woke, immediately pissing off the silver-haired princess sitting beside him. She glared at him angrily, repeating the name he'd mentioned. As soon as Iren saw her face up close, he called out to her. She quickly fixed her composure, internally scolding herself for losing control of her emotions. Ilya forced a smile and explained he'd been brought to the resting area after collapsing during their spar. When she asked if he felt better, he affirmed with a grin. She apologized for her father's behavior, but Iren dismissed it. He was used to Joshua's methods. Ilya changed topics, mentioning she heard from his sister and Lulu about his decision to visit her before going home. She teased him for remembering her, unlike the promise he failed to keep. Looking down dejectedly, she asked why he'd mentioned Ignet's name earlier. Seeing her reaction, Iren explained he fainted when spurring Ignet, so facing her father brought similar feelings. He must have spoken her name unconsciously. Ilya's smile turned brittle. She clapped her hands, announcing she needed to attend to her father's guests. Rising abruptly, she waltzed out, suggesting they meet after the meal. Once alone, Iren reflected it was nice seeing her again, though the reunion felt too brief. Den's protagonist strikes again. Moments later, Kirill and Lulu burst in. His sister demanded to know what happened with Ilya. She looked upset leaving the room. Confused, Iren insisted they'd simply talked. When Kirill pressed for details, he recounted the conversation, sweating as he realized something had gone wrong. Kirill listened to his account with growing horror, her hands slowly meeting her face in a gesture of profound disappointment. She chided her brother for being impossibly dense and clueless. How could he mention another woman's name while waking up next to Ilya? Meanwhile, Lulu caught a lovely aroma and followed it to the infamous Stenton's window. The man had prepared an elaborate feast, inviting the cat to join him. As Lulu devoured the fish delicacies, Stenton revealed his agenda. He wanted to formally meet Iren and apologize to Kirill. More importantly, he asked what Iren particularly needed. Through mouthfuls of food, Lulu suspected Iren's greatest need was finding a way to make Ilya feel better. Cat bread with seafood. After the meal, Lulu led Stenton to Iren's room. The man formally introduced himself to an already enraged Kirill, who shouted at Lulu for revealing their situation. Stenton apologized for his earlier behavior, then boldly stated his interest, building connections with Iren. The troublemaker of House Stenton explained his survival despite numerous scandals came from brilliant social skills. He turned to Iren with brutal honesty. The boy's appearance wasn't pleasing. In 2 days, a dance party would celebrate Lindsay's birthday. Many would compete for attention. Stenton proposed dressing Iren in the Western continent's most fashionable style. With proper presentation, minor issues like his blunder with Ilya would be easily overlooked. After brief consideration, Iren agreed. The transformation began immediately. Stenton drilled Iren relentlessly, dancing etiquette, proper posture, general basics. He corrected every misstep, holding and guiding the swordsman through each movement. Iren wondered why he was going to such lengths just for Ilya, but continued the grueling preparation. Meanwhile, Ilya's mood remained sour in her room. Despite Iren's explanation, knowing he thought of another woman while unconscious stunned deeply. She examined herself in the mirror, resolving to dress spectacularly for the dance party. If he could think of Ignet, she'd ensure he couldn't look away from her. Competition mode engaged. 2 days later, the gala commenced. Joshua and his wife stood as gracious hosts while guests filled the hall. Ilya arrived in a stunning blue dress, walking elegantly toward her parents. They complimented her appearance enthusiastically. An unnamed suitor approached to request a dance, but his voice died upon seeing Joshua's demonic expression lurking nearby. The terrified man sprinted away. Ilya's mother scolded her husband for scaring off potential partners. Then a new figure entered, commanding the entire hall's attention. Ladies searched their mental archives, wondering which noble family produced such a specimen. The figure walked directly toward the Lindsay family with newfound clarity. Internally, he reached a realization. He finally understood why he always thought about Ilya, why their conversations felt too short, leaving him perpetually unsatisfied. Everything he'd done these past 2 days led to this moment. Understanding hits like lightning. The transformed figure called out to the girl in the beautiful dress, asking if she'd dance with him. When she turned and saw Iren's complete transformation, she blushed furiously. Even her parents struggled to believe this was the same disheveled swordsman from before. Iren Ferreira extended his hand to Ilya, his voice carrying absolute certainty as he declared he liked her. Ilya took Iren's hand and they began dancing elegantly across the ballroom floor. Every eye fixated on the pair, some whispered they were a match made in heaven. Stenton watched his finest work with satisfaction, turning to Kirill with a smirk to ask her opinion of her brother's transformation. The sister looked away, refusing to admit the obvious improvement. She insisted her brother had always looked good. Lulu, less diplomatic, declared the current Iren looked way cooler than before. Meanwhile, Joshua struggled internally, restraining his protective instincts. He convinced himself this was nothing more than a dance, even as his hands clenched at his sides. Ilya matched her partner's pace perfectly, asking why he'd chosen to appear so different from usual. When he nervously questioned if it seemed weird, she confessed it suited him well. Relief washed over his features. She wondered privately whether he dressed for the banquet or specifically to look good for her. Both, obviously. After the dance, Ilya returned to greeting guests with their parents while Iren watched from across the room. His thoughts crystallized. He'd only seen her as a friend days ago, but now he wanted something more. Unable to clarify these new feelings, he stepped outside for fresh air. Two noble ladies immediately cornered him on the balcony, their competitive instincts flaring. They pressed close from both sides, their perfume overwhelming as they demanded to know his ideal type of woman. Their hands touched his arms possessively, each trying to claim his attention. From inside, Ilya's mother noticed her daughter's distraction. She whispered urgently, "Go to Iren's side immediately," while she handled Joshua. Ilya tried playing it cool, pretending she hadn't been watching the balcony, but her mother saw through the act. She shoved her daughter along with maternal authority, warning her to hurry before someone else snatched the transformed young man. Ilya wandered the hall with forced casualness, searching for Iren. Approaching the balcony, she heard voices and quickly hid behind a pillar. The two ladies had him trapped, interrogating him about his preferences. Guilt gnawed at her for not finding him sooner. Then she heard his response delivered with a gentleman's smile but brutal honesty. He preferred someone who could handle a sword well, not just competently, but someone who could truly match him in combat. The ladies' faces shifted from seductive confidence to complete bewilderment as he elaborated. He spoke of the beauty in crossed blades, the understanding that came through sparring, the unique bond between warriors. The women exchanged glances, realizing they had no chance against such specific and unusual tastes. They hastily invented excuses about other obligations and fled back to the safety of conventional suitors. Sword fetish confirmed. Seeing her opening, Ilya stepped onto the balcony with practiced nonchalance, feigning surprise at finding him there. She mentioned the banquet felt uncomfortable, too many people, too much pretense. Then her lips curved into that competitive smirk he knew so well. Why not have a sparring match instead? Iren's face lit up immediately. Of course he agreed, though he noted their formal wear would interfere. Ilya's smile turned mischievous as she grabbed his hand, pulling him along. They were sword masters. Mere clothing was no obstacle. As she dragged him to the training arena, their observers watched with collective frustration. Kirill especially lamented that every romantic moment between them somehow ended with swordsmanship. Stenton agreed the slow progress was maddening, but acknowledged only Ilya and Iren could create such unique chemistry. 3 days blurred together in training and conversation. During their latest match, Iren found himself consistently pushed back. Ilya's growth rate defied logic. She moved with newfound confidence and power. She must have finally overcome her lingering feelings for Enet back in Rabat. Mid-combat, she smiled at him with genuine joy. That expression shattered his concentration completely. The world narrowed to just her face, her happiness, the way sunlight caught in her silver hair. He didn't register her movement until her blade was already in motion. The strike sent him flying backward in an ungraceful arc. He landed hard on his backside, more shocked by his complete loss of focus than the impact. Ilya rushed over immediately, concerned replacing her competitive spirit. She noted he'd been falling far too often lately. Was something wrong? Love Nerd's combat stats. As she extended her hand to help him up, suggesting they end for the day, Iren couldn't meet her eyes. His face burned with embarrassment as he admitted the truth. Ever since realizing his feelings for her, her smile destroyed his ability to think straight. He couldn't maintain his guard when she looked at him like that. They sat together watching the sunset paint the sky in warm colors. Ilya confirmed he'd be leaving tomorrow, her voice carrying a note of sadness. Time had flown by too quickly. It always did when they were together. Iren stared at the ground, internal turmoil written across his features. He needed to express his feelings but couldn't find the words. He questioned if this was the right moment, his mind flooding with fears of rejection and the potential ruin of their friendship. The terror of losing what they had paralyzed him more than any opponent's blade. The conflicted boy refused to part ways without making progress. He called her name, gathering courage for confession. But when she turned those silver eyes to him, expectant and patient, the words crumbled to ash in his throat. He looked down and apologized, abandoning the attempt entirely. To his complete surprise, she moved without hesitation. Her arms wrapped around him in a warm embrace, her head finding its place against his chest. She held him close, letting the gesture speak everything words had failed to convey. Sometimes actions carried more truth than any confession could. Actions over speeches. The silver-haired girl thanks him for keeping his promise to visit her family. She confesses that the past few days have been so enjoyable for her thanks to him. As she smiles so brightly like the sun, she says she'll never forget it. She then takes a few steps away from him, telling him that she'll get going since she needs to prepare for him leaving tomorrow. Idren, who still tries to get the words out of him, struggles to call her. She then stops as she tells him that he might get scolded a lot if she keeps waiting for too long. The dude blushes hard as he hears her indirect confession, but he's too powerless to say anything, so he watches her back as she walks away. As for Ilya, she holds her cheeks while smiling sheepishly and recollecting her crush's warmth. The boy who is left all alone then vows that next time he'll be much more impressive. The following day, as Iren's party is about to depart, Joshua scoffs as he wants the blonde boy out of his sight already. The boy looks at his favorite as he tells her that he'll see her next time. They beam smiles at each other before the griffin takes off into the bright sky. As they travel, Lulu suggests that they visit some other cities on the way back, saying that they won't get another chance for a while once they return to the family. Iren agrees with her and suggests they use the opportunity to pick out some gifts for their parents. As they journey, the blonde boy sees that the people he neglected the most are his parents. He couldn't keep in touch with them while traveling across the continent. He agrees that he hasn't been a good son to them. He vows that when he returns, he'll give back all the love he has received. Guilt trip hits different when you're airborne. Days later, in Ferreira's estate in the Hale Kingdom, Marcus directs a soldier where to place some pieces of equipment. All of a sudden, another soldier runs towards him while calling out his name. He tells the attendant that their young master, Iren, is outside. At first, Marcus yells at the soldier for slacking off, but after his brain processes what the soldier said, he asks the man to repeat what he said. Moments later, the attendant clings to his master while crying his eyes out. The dude doesn't hold back as he tells Iren how amazing he looks, even better than he imagined. Iren then asks him how he's doing, and the ever-so-agile attendant responds energetically. The boy then asks Marcus where his parents are, and he tells him that they are in their manor. Before they start heading there, Iren tells him that he has prepared lots of gifts for them, and he wants his opinion on which is the best to offer. After all, he's been by their side the longest, so he knows them better. The attendant immediately replies, saying that Iren shouldn't bother because he has prepared the greatest gift for them. Before the boy can ask for clarification, an angry voice echoes in the hallway, screaming out his name. Angry dwarf incoming. The source of it belongs to Vulcanus, the best swordsmith in their continent. The dwarf angrily storms his way toward the boy while carrying a heavily wrapped object. Upon seeing the familiar figure in his manor, Iren asks him how he got there. As if pouring fuel on the already lit flames of anger, the dwarf exploded on him, yelling at him for not showing up to get his sword even after a year. He waited for so long in Dorinku and finally came to his home. Marcus then confirms that the swordsmith arrived about a month ago and refused to leave until he saw Iren. The dwarf then says he'll hand the boy the sword if he has a valid reason for making him wait that long. The boy then apologizes to Vulcanus, saying that he completely forgot. The words stab the dwarf in the chest, but he gets up despite the emotional scar. He admits that he can't give the sword to anyone but him and then unveils the object he is carrying. Removing the clothes, he reveals his best work of art, gaining praise from the men around him. All but Lulu, who is a talking cat. The mystical creature acknowledges that the sword is cool, but says that Iren's ore sword is better. The men then tell the cat that the current numbered sword was crafted to surpass Iren's great sword. Rather than arguing, Lulu tells Iren to show them his sword has evolved. Cat starts a flex competition. The boy then manifests his weapon, revealing the taintless blade as it radiates the sun's color. Upon seeing the beauty, the swordsmiths gasp and hurry over to examine it. They admit that they haven't come across anything like it. Carefully inspecting the great sword, the men conclude that it's a masterpiece for the ages, calling it a legendary sword that represents the era. They then call to Vulcanus, who looks too shocked to utter a word, and see as the dwarf loses strength in his legs, falling to the ground. Quickly, they rush to him, yelling at him to stay with them, but the dude has already lost consciousness. Kiriel, seeing how dire the situation is, orders Marcus to assist her in moving the dwarf. Iren then offers to help, but his sister stops him, telling him to go to the Lord's manor. She smiles at him as she says that he needs to see the two people who have been waiting for him the most. Iren agrees, thanking her, and heads to where his parents are. He enters the room and shows himself, telling them that he's back. As the lad apologizes for not staying in touch, he gets attacked by his stepmom. She gives him a bear hug as she cries, telling him she's so glad he came back safely. The father joins them, telling his son that he has worked so hard. He embraces his son as he welcomes him back. Only then does it dawn on the teary-eyed boy what Marcus meant about bringing the greatest gifts for his parents. As he realizes that he is their greatest gift, Iren tells his parents that he has missed them. Sometimes the best gift is just coming home. 3 days later, Volk and his fellow blacksmiths knock on the guest door, calling out to their friend. They ask him how long he plans to keep himself locked in the room, and it has been 3 days since he shut himself in. Being the first time they've seen Volcanis so down, they worry for him. The shut-in dwarf sits on the floor. Around him are multiple empty bottles of liquor. He picks an unfinished one and downs it as he questions his life's purpose. He was a dwarf who dedicated everything to forging swords, but even after giving it his best, one look at Iren's golden sword changed everything. The sword made him realize that he was nothing more than a nobody. Now he feels like everything he's ever achieved is meaningless. He stares at his hand and concludes that he's finished. When your life's work gets one-upped by magic. Vulcanus clutched his long red hair, declaring himself finished. He believed he was truly done, but footsteps interrupted his despair. Iren Ferreira entered the darkened room, explaining the blacksmith's friends had asked him to help. The dwarf recoiled as Iren approached, yelling at him to stay back. But the blond lad ignored the pathetic protests, placing his hand on the man's back. Remembering how his aura had influenced others throughout his journey, Iren channeled energy into the broken craftsman. He spoke with quiet authority, addressing him as Master Vulcanus, creator of countless remarkable swords. He expressed certainty the man would forge even better weapons. For everyone's sake, he urged the swordsmith to gather his strength again. Warmth flooded through the dwarf, bringing clarity and purpose stronger than anything he felt in years. The fog of despair lifted as determination rekindled. Looking up at the young master, Vulcanus made his request to stay in this territory, dedicating his life to forging swords once more. Iren accepted immediately. Craftsmen restored to service. Days later, Vulcanus had settled into the estate's forge, creating weapons for the territory's forces. Marcus approached Iren, watching the work, expressing joy at having the continent's most skilled smith in their service. Kiriel arrived with a suggestion: host a special swordsmanship lecture event. People from across the Hail Kingdom would flock to learn from their new swordmaster. Marcus enthusiastically agreed, calling it brilliant. Iren considered carefully before accepting. His mind focused on doing everything possible for his parents and family. He reminded himself he was no longer just a swordsman, but the Ferrer heir. The event day arrived with massive crowds gathering before the podium. Citizens buzzed with excitement about their kingdom finally having a sword master. Among them stood a cloaked figure, watching intently as Iren took the stage. The heir thanked everyone for attending, emitting uncertainty about what to teach. He decided to share everything he learned and accomplished. Drawing his golden sword from thin air, he raised it overhead and began demonstrating techniques. Teaching mode activated. He broke down each movement, explaining that swordsmanship wasn't just about the blade. The key lay in movement itself, coordinating muscles and joints to create fluid action. Every gesture had purpose, every shift of weight carried meaning. The hooded observer noted with approval the complete absence of arrogance. Despite his achievements, Iren taught with genuine humility. After several demonstrations, Iren announced he'd conclude with a sword dance. But first, a question. Why did they wield their swords? He admitted he couldn't answer that question when first asked. As he began the dance, he urged them to never stop reflecting on the reasons. They needed to understand the meaning and conviction behind their blades. His movements flowed like water, elegant yet powerful. The sword spun and struck in mesmerizing patterns, seeming weightless in his hands. He explained that searching for his sword's meaning had made him stronger and more resilient. If they continued enduring and reflecting while moving forward, they too would find their true sword. The dance concluded with Iren lowering his blade. The crowd erupted in thunderous appreciation for both the demonstration and wisdom shared. The hooded figure joined the celebration, grateful their small kingdom finally had a sword master. They witnessed Iren Ferreira as the Hail Kingdom's new hope, marveling at such exponential growth from the former deadbeat noble. From zero to hero, among the cheering crowd, Lulu's voice rose loudest. Kiriel and Lord Ferreira smiled proudly at what their family member had become. The Lord recalled watching his sleeping son years ago, wondering about his future. His wife interrupted his reverie, expressing amazement at Iren's progress. Later in the estate hallway, Iren asked Kiriel and Lulu about the lecture's reception. They assured him he'd exceeded all expectations. An unfamiliar voice agreed it was impressive. Iren turned to find the hooded figure from the crowd. The man removed his hood, formally introducing himself as Oswaldo Adone, commander of the Hale Kingdom's Twilight Knights. He'd come to deliver a message from His Majesty. Oswaldo explained their situation. Hale was a small kingdom in the continent's center, unremarkable compared to neighbors. They'd survived 300 years through strategic alliances with 3 other kingdoms standing together against chaos. But times had changed. In this era of peace, territorial wars were obsolete. Now kingdoms competed through other means, each striving to surpass others to avoid being ignored or devoured by stronger nations. Meanwhile, in the Runetel Kingdom's slick family estate, Duke Kyle Murdoch of Bissau Kingdom arrived by carriage. He despised the place but attended for the upcoming banquet. Gritting his teeth, he reminded himself to stay sharp. He represented Bissau Kingdom here. For the sake of their princess who'd sacrificed herself, he must remain vigilant. Walking through the mansion, he passed dozens of mage guards before reaching ornate doors. Inside, a lightly robed man lounged while women crawled around him mindlessly, clearly enthralled. The Duke knelt, introducing himself to Runetel's Grand Wizard, Ifrane Slick. New players enter the game. The Magic Kingdom of Runetel stood as a continental powerhouse, rivaling even the Holy Kingdom. Its strength came from high-ranking mages and massive profits from magic tool sales. Despite their fame, these mages maintained strict secrecy, rarely appearing outside their borders. That tradition shattered with one event: the political marriage between Runetel's Archmage Ifrane Slick and the Princess of Bissau Kingdom. Many viewed it as Runetel's expansion into the central continent. Kyle confirmed the rumors of a swordmaster appearing in Hale Kingdom. When Ifrane learned the next banquet would be held there, he understood why the Duke had come. The mage declared their kingdoms couldn't lose face to some child. He'd attend personally. Kyle's surprise showed. He'd expected Ifrane to send a representative. When he voiced this thought, the Archmage's dangerous tone asked if he was being questioned. Kyle quickly apologized, insisting the Archmage's presence would be helpful while hiding his true feelings. Red flags everywhere. Walking from the building, Kyle's mind churned with dark thoughts. Was the notorious Archmage attending truly beneficial? Should he have attempted to prevent it? The memories crashed over him, standing helplessly in that cursed chamber. Watching magic bindings wrap around the princess like serpents. Her screams had echoed off stone walls as Ifrane experimented with new binding techniques, taking meticulous notes and treating her agony as mere academic curiosity. He remembered her bright smile from before the marriage, how it had dimmed day by day until nothing remained but hollow eyes. He'd stood there, a Duke of Bissau, completely powerless as their princess was reduced to a broken doll. The guilt ate at him. He hadn't even been able to greet her during this visit. The girl who'd sacrificed herself for their kingdom's survival was now a toy for the Archmage's amusement, and he could do nothing. At Ferreira Mansion, Commander Oswaldo delivered the king's message. His Majesty had high expectations for the banquet Hale would host. He commanded Lord Ferreira, Iren, and Kiriel to attend and bring honor to the event. The Lord had sensed something coming but hadn't expected such swift action. To his surprise, both children eagerly agreed to attend. Oswaldo promised to return in a few days to escort them. Later, Iren approached Vulcanus with an unusual request. He needed a sword to give someone very kind to him, but not just any sword. After the dwarf's predictable explosion about forgotten commissions, Iren was led to the weapons storage. Surrounded by masterworks, Iren surprised the smith with his next question. Could he make a weapon himself? Someone special inspired him, and while these swords were excellent, he wanted to create something personal, perfectly suited to the recipient. His hands gestured nervously as he explained his vision. Crafting with love. Vulcanus studied the boy's fidgeting, the way his eyes softened when mentioning this person. The old dwarf recognized that look. The boy was deeply in love. He declared Iren must bring this person to the shop directly. Custom swords required meeting the intended wielder. Iren's composure shattered. He blushed furiously, stammering about how the person lived far away, how bringing them would be difficult. His protests grew increasingly flustered as Vulcanus pressed the issue. The adamant dwarf offered an alternative: write a letter. Use that unique sincerity to convey his feelings. If he put his heart into the words, they'd surely reach their target. Iren's face showed both relief and new anxiety at this suggestion. That night, Iren's room became a battlefield of crumpled papers. Each attempt to express his feelings failed, words refusing to capture what burned in his chest. He'd become overly cautious about expressing feelings to Ilya since their last meeting. The fear of ruining what they had paralyzed his pen. Finally, remembering Vulcanus' advice, he stopped overthinking. He wrote from the heart, letting sincerity guide each word. The letter slowly took shape, honest and vulnerable. Days later, the Ferreira family departed for the banquet while Lulu prepared for her mission. She'd deliver Iren's letter while riding Cherry the Griffin. Her checklist included multiple stops, Bill Stennon's present, meeting Iliad, and several other tasks. Delivery service activated. Once airborne, something shifted in Lulu. She dropped her pen and felt the familiar tingle of transformation. Her small cat body elongated, wings sprouting as she assumed her true form. The sensation triggered fragmented memories. She'd always thought herself a regular cat, but these gaps suggested otherwise. Flying beside Cherry, she contemplated her lost past. Where had she come from? What memories lay locked away? This journey might provide answers, though she worried about growing distant from Iren in the process. Their bond meant everything to her, but understanding her true nature had become necessary. Weeks later at Lindsay Manor, Lulu announced her arrival with Iren's letter. Joshua frowned at his nemesis' name, wondering what scheme this involved. When she mentioned a gift for him, suspicion turned to shock as Vulcanus' masterwork emerged from her pack. The swordmaster's composure crumbled entirely, examining the blade with reverent awe. Meanwhile, Iliad devoured the letter's contents with increasing excitement. Without explanation, she rushed inside, emerging moments later with a hastily packed bag. She announced her departure, grabbing Lulu and heading for the Griffin. Before Joshua could process or protest, his daughter launched skyward with fierce determination burning in her eyes. She was done waiting, done with distance and missed opportunities. She'd go to him directly. No more delays. Love demanded action, not patience. Love waits for no one. After regaining her senses, Iliad's face burned crimson. She internally cursed herself for acting so recklessly, terrified that people might have figured out her feelings for Iren. The implications of their embrace weighed heavily on her mind. She wasn't ready for what a public relationship would mean for either of them. Days later at Ferrera territory, Marcus greeted the silver-haired princess with his characteristic warmth. His expression shifted sympathetically when he confirmed the young master had departed for the capital on urgent business. Ilias carefully maintained composure, cracked despite her best efforts. She thanked him politely, but internally she wailed at her terrible timing. Of course, Iren would be gone the one time she gathered courage to visit. Murphy's Law strikes again. A familiar voice called out across the courtyard. Brett Lloyd approached with his characteristic swagger, his blue hair catching the afternoon light. He explained he'd been traveling through nearby territories handling family business and couldn't resist stopping to visit his friend. His keen eyes studied Iliad's disappointed expression before he asked if she also come to see Iren. The girl flinched violently at the question. Her overreaction sent Brett's eyebrows climbing as puzzle pieces clicked together in his mind. The way she'd shown up unannounced, her obvious disappointment at Iren's absence, that guilty flinch. Everything pointed to one conclusion. A knowing grin spread across his face as he realized she and Iren had developed feelings for each other. He leaned forward with barely contained excitement, asking how far their relationship had progressed. Iliad's face turned volcanic, her hands waving frantically as she denied everything. Brett wasn't buying it. He cut through her protests with brutal directness, stating plainly that she liked Iren. Brett's words died in his throat as Iliad's expression shifted from flustered panic to cold fury. Before he could react, steel sang through the air. Iliad's sword materialized in her hand as she demanded a sparring match, her killing intent palpable. Marcus, recognizing the signs of impending destruction, vanished from the scene with impressive self-preservation instincts. Deflection through violence. Brett's smile widened instead of retreating. Most would flee from an embarrassed swordmaster's wrath, but he drew his own blade with genuine enthusiasm. He warned her that he wasn't the same fighter she remembered. His recent training had elevated him to new heights. Iliad acknowledged his growth with a predatory grin, and the two swordmasters squared off in the courtyard. If she couldn't confess to Iren, she could at least work out her frustrations through combat. Meanwhile, Oswaldo's carriage rocked along the mountain path approaching the capital. The Twilight Knight commander used the travel time to brief them thoroughly on banquet protocol. The event would begin with formal introductions of each kingdom's representatives, followed by the traditional boar hunt where each king would take ceremonial shots. The evening would conclude with the main banquet where real political maneuvering would occur. His expression grew stern as he prepared to warn them about certain attendees, but the carriage lurched to an abrupt halt. Oswaldo frowned and dismounted to investigate. The bridge that should have carried them across the ravine lay in ruins, its wooden planks scattered far below. He distinctly recalled the structure being intact during his journey to fetch them mere days ago. Sabotage or coincidence? The commander quickly calculated their options. With Kiriel having lent her griffin to Lulu for some mysterious errand, flying wasn't possible. He announced an alternate route existed through the lower valleys, longer but passable. If they pushed hard, they could still arrive in time for the hunting tournament's opening ceremony. At Hale Kingdom's castle, the king paced nervously as his advisors confirmed the Ferrera family hadn't arrived. He reluctantly signaled to begin without them, though disappointment weighed heavily on his shoulders. This gathering of allied nations represented a crucial opportunity to display Hale's newfound strength through their sword master. Instead, they'd appear as weak as always. The four allied kingdoms, Hale, Sonnen, Koln, and Biso, assembled at the royal hunting grounds. Each nation's forces stood in precise formation, a display of military might meant to impress and intimidate. Banners snapped in the wind as soldiers maintained perfect discipline. Yet all eyes gravitated toward one presence that dwarfed the others. The Slick family's massive carriage dominated the field, a grotesque display of magical excess. The structure defied conventional engineering, clearly held together and transported by arcane forces. Mages flanked it on all sides, their robes marking them as Runetel Kingdom's elite. The allied kings observed the show force with carefully neutral expressions, each calculating what it meant for the balance of power. Compensation issues detected. The vice commander of Hale's Twilight Knights ordered the ceremonial horn blown. Its deep note echoed across the hunting grounds, officially beginning the tournament. The sound carried far, reaching even Ferrera's party on their desperate detour through the valleys. Oswaldo urged greater speed as they approached the capital's outskirts. Through gaps in the trees, he spotted Ephraim's gaudy carriage and pointed it out to Irene. This was the Grand Wizard of Runetel Kingdom, the man he warned about earlier. A figure who wielded magic not for protection or progress, but for dominance and personal gratification. The carriage doors opened with theatrical slowness. Ephraim Slick emerged like a peacock displaying its plumage, his light robes somehow managing to appear both casual and ostentatious. Behind him trailed a collection of women, their eyes vacant and movements unnaturally synchronized. The display of enthralled servants wasn't subtle, it was a deliberate show of power, demonstrating his magical control over human minds. Hale's king felt his stomach twist at the sight. His hands trembled slightly as he accepted the ceremonial bow from his attendant. As host tradition dictated, he take the first shot. The drivers had already begun herding a boar into position. He drew the bowstring back, focusing on his breathing to steady his nerves. This shot would set the tone for his kingdom's showing. Before he could release, brilliant energy crackled through the air. A magical arrow materialized from pure mana and streaked past, piercing the boar with devastating force. The creature collapsed instantly, Ephraim's conjured projectile having stolen the ceremonial kill. The Archmage lowered his hand with a satisfied smirk, as if he'd done nothing wrong. Protocol violated, flex achieved. Shocked silence gripped the assembly. The breach of protocol was beyond insulting. It was a calculated display of contempt for their traditions. Every king present understood the implications. Their eyes turned collectively toward Duke Kyle Murdoch of Biseo Kingdom, hoping their most powerful member would address this insult. The Duke remained frozen, jaw clenched so tightly the muscles visibly strained. How could he correct his kingdom's benefactor? Ephraim's support kept Biso dominant among the allied nations. To challenge him would mean political suicide. The silence stretched painfully as no one dared speak. More boars emerged from the forest, driven by the handlers. Ephraim raised his hand again, magical energy already gathering. The other kings could only watch helplessly as he prepared to make mockery of their entire ceremony. A commanding voice shattered the tension like a blade through silk. The speaker strode forward with unwavering confidence, closing the distance to the Archmage without hesitation. He addressed Ephraim with polite steel, expressing hope that the wizard simply misunderstood their customs. The tournament wasn't a competition, but a ceremonial tradition. Each king took predetermined shots in careful order, honoring their alliance and mutual respect. Standing before Runetel's Grand Wizard without an ounce of fear despite the overwhelming magical pressure, Iron Ferreira made his request clear. He asked Ephraim to lower his weapon and show proper respect for their etiquette. The young swordmaster's sudden arrival had completely shifted the banquet's dynamic, transforming helpless acceptance into active confrontation. Archmage gets schooled. The hunting grounds held their collective breath. A 20-year-old swordmaster had just challenged the continent's most feared archmage in full view of 4 kingdoms. Whatever happened next would reshape the political landscape entirely. Ephraim lowered his bow, studying the young man before him. Recognition flickered across his features as he confirmed that this was indeed Irene Ferreira. Even Hale's king stared in surprise at the lad's dramatic entrance. The archmage's magical senses probed deeper. The boy's aura was massive, explaining how he reached master level so young. The mage dissolved his conjured weapon with theatrical flair. He spoke dismissively of the Ferreira family, calling them unfamiliar and insignificant. His voice dripped condescension as he praised Hale Kingdom for producing someone of Irene's caliber despite their limitations. Then came the offer. He offered Irene a chance to abandon his pathetic backwater kingdom and join Runetel, where true power resided. Irene's refusal came without hesitation. Ephraim's fingers snapped sharply. He'd clearly been misunderstood. White barriers erupted around them, forming an opaque box that sealed them from outside view. Privacy settings, maximum. Kiriel charged for the magical construct, but a rogue mage blocked her path. He warned her to stand back as Master was simply having a private conversation. The tournament would continue without interruption. Oswaldo gripped Kiriel's shoulder, counseling patience despite his own anger at the mage's methods. Interfering now would be dangerous for everyone. Inside the barrier, Irene demanded an explanation. Ifrain claimed he merely wanted a conversation without eavesdroppers. The Archmage elaborated on his offer. Runetel didn't just boast magicians but also 3 sword masters. Yet they sought something greater, the birth of a new great swordsmanship family to stand alongside their established houses. He saw Irene as the perfect candidate for this position. Many talents had tried and failed to establish such legacies, but Ifrain blamed their inadequate environments rather than the individuals themselves. He urged Irene to abandon his pathetic country for Runetel's superiority. The aftermath could be easily managed. Irene's answer remained unchanged. The blonde swordsman's voice hardened with authority. He demanded Ifrain apologize to Hale's king, the knights, and his father for insulting both his family and kingdom. When Ifrain asked what would happen if he refused, Irene's response was simple: they duel. Diplomatic negotiations failed. The Archmage's laughter echoed within the barrier. Did this child understand what Runetel represented? Did he even comprehend who stood before him? Irene sighed at the continuous boasting. Judas' lessons from their travels surfaced in his mind. He looked down at Ifrain with utter disgust and asked if the mage was scared. The provocation shattered Ifrain's composure. The barrier exploded outward as he cursed the insolent boy. Green mana blazed around his raised hands as he accepted the challenge. He'd make this child regret ever daring to challenge him. Hale's king panicked at the announcement. Regardless of outcome, Runetel's wrath would fall upon them. The vice commander quickly reassured his majesty Runetel wouldn't act hastily over a personal duel. Besides, Irene Ferreira wasn't one to act without planning. They should trust and wait. The Ferreira family watched with barely concealed worry as their son faced the continent's most feared mage. Both combatants confirmed their readiness. Ifrain noticed Irene closing his eyes while gripping his sword. The child's arrogance knew no bounds. Boss fight. Mage vs. swordsman. The Archmage gathered mana with practice ease. He'd show this brat the danger of allowing a mage time to cast. Like a certain vigilance contingency plans, Ifrain had prepared for this moment. Beneath his massive carriage lay intricate magic circles filled with concentrated power. He tapped into that enormous reservoir, preparing his most potent mind control spell. Hale's greatest swordsman would become his newest slave. Magical energy surged toward the blonde warrior. But Irene's eyes snapped open. He moved faster than casting speed itself, closing the distance instantly. His sword swung with lethal intent. The collision generated a massive explosion. When dust settled, the aftermath was absolute. A deep gouge carved through the ground directly above where Ifrain lay sprawled. The Archmage's robes were soaked with terror. Irene Ferreira stood victorious, his blade still humming with power. Speedblitz beats spellcasting. Runetel's mages rushed forward, unable to process their master's defeat. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as reality sank in. Lord Ferreira stared at his son with newfound awe. Was this truly the same child he'd raised? Irene plunged his sword into the earth and formally addressed his king. He introduced himself properly, Swordmaster Irene Ferreira, son of the Ferreira family of Hale Kingdom. Behind him, his father's legs gave out from overwhelming emotion. The young swordsman continued with measured words. He apologized for disturbing this blessed occasion but explained his actions were necessary. The Archmage had disrespected his family, Hale Kingdom, and the 4 allied kingdoms. Such insults demanded response. Runetel's power meant nothing if they thought it granted them the right to trample centuries of unity between the 4 kingdoms. Lord Ferreira wept openly, seeing how magnificently his son had matured. Silent apologies poured from his heart for leaving the boy alone in darkness for so long, for failing to properly support him. Father's pride overflowing, still gripping his embedded sword, Irene made his final declaration. He would take full responsibility for any consequences arising from this duel. He pledged with his blade, heart, and honor as a sword master to never again bring trouble to Hale. Lord Ferreira's tears transformed from regret to pure joy. His son had grown up wonderfully, despite everything. The tournament concluded with the Kingdom of Biso offering formal apologies for failing to control Runetel's Archmage. Their delegation departed the banquet early, shame evident in their hasty retreat. The vice commander of the Twilight Knights wondered aloud if the traditional gathering would ever recover from such a diplomatic disaster. That night at Hale's castle, wine had thoroughly conquered the king. He draped himself over anyone within reach, luring praise for Iren in decidedly unregal fashion. His boasts about their kingdom's invincible young swordmaster grew louder and more elaborate with each cup. King discovers liquid confidence. Lord Ferreira and Oswaldo observe from a quieter corner, sharing amused glances at His Majesty's enthusiasm. At least the king's joy is genuine, a rare sight in these politically tense times. Oswaldo reflected on the earlier duel, still processing its one-sided nature. The boy's agility and combat experience place him at intermediate swordmaster level at minimum, perhaps even beyond that classification entirely. The speed at which he neutralized a grand wizard defied conventional understanding. Miles away on a darkened hill, Ifrain's carriage rocked with his rage. The archmage paced erratically, cursing Iren's name with each step. His enthralled women huddled together in terror, pressing into the corner furthest from their master's wrath. Ifrain stepped onto an intricate magic circle etched into the carriage floor. Dark energy responded to his call, coiling around him like living shadows. He would tear that blonde brat limb from limb, but indirectly. A frontal assault had failed, so he'd strike at something the boy couldn't protect. Sore loser energy intensifies. The spell formation was forbidden magic, the kind that devoured its caster's life force. Blood erupted from Ifrain's mouth as the dark mana condensed into a writhing sphere of malevolence. The curse took shape, a spectral horror with reaching claws and hollow eyes that burned with hatred. He accepted the agony as payment and launched the abomination toward the castle. His target, Harun Ferreira, the boy's beloved father. The dark spirit shrieked through the night, an invisible plague racing toward its victim. It phased through castle walls like smoke, zeroing in on Lord Ferreira as he discussed trade routes with another noble. The curse extended ethereal talons, ready to rip soul from body. A hand caught it mid-strike. Iren's fingers closed around the writhing darkness, his expression cold as winter steel. The curse thrashed desperately in his grip before he crushed it with casual brutality. Dark essence scattered like ash, then streamed into his five-element pendant with hungry efficiency. He studied the curse's trajectory with analytical precision. The attack vector pointed directly at his father, a coward's revenge. His eyes tracked the residual energy trail leading back to its source. Outside the castle walls, malevolent power pulsed like a beacon. Curse delivery failed successfully. In his carriage, Ifrain watched through his spell's dying connection as the boy annihilated his masterwork barehanded. Years of mastering forbidden magic told him it was impossible. How could a swordsman, a creature of mere flesh and steel, intercept a formless curse with physical touch alone? His mind reeled at the implications. Panicked shouts erupted outside. His guards' warnings were cut short by the sound of splintering wood. The carriage wall exploded inward. Iren stepped through the wreckage, golden aura casting harsh shadows across his face. He studied the cowering archmage with genuine bewilderment. The man radiated demonic energy so thick it should have consumed him entirely. How was he still human? The corruption flowing from Ifrain made Iren's decision clear. His aura sword ignited with brilliant light, judgment made manifest. This creature masquerading as a man was too dangerous to leave alive. Then Ifrain dropped to his knees, blubbering pathetically. He swore on everything sacred never to approach the Ferreira family again. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he begged for mercy, all dignity abandoned. Archmage discovers groveling. Frustration exploded from Iren in a wave of golden power. His aura flooded the carriage as he roared at the groveling mage. Let this moment burn into memory. His tricks would never work on Iren or his family. The warning carried absolute conviction. The young swordmaster turned and walked into the darkened woods, leaving the broken archmage behind. Alone among the trees, Iren's hands trembled. The weight of what almost happened crashed down on him. Should he have ended it there? Should he have struck when he had the chance? The orc leader's words from their past encounters surfaced with painful clarity. That grizzled warrior had grabbed him by the shoulders during their training, staring into his eyes with battle-worn wisdom. He warned Iren that walking the hero's path meant being prepared to cut down anything. Not just demons wore the face of evil. Some humans were worse than any monster. When that moment arrived, could Iren swing his blade without hesitation? Back then, Iren had answered confidently. Of course he could protect people from evil, whatever form it took. The orc had laughed bitterly, explaining that such words came easy when enemies had fangs and claws. But when evil wore a human face and begged for mercy, that's when warriors discovered what kind of hero they truly were. Tonight proved the orc's prophecy true. Iren's father would have died if he hadn't intercepted that curse. His soul would have been devoured, leaving an empty husk behind. Yet when the moment came to prevent future attempts permanently, when justice demanded Ifrain's death, Iren had faltered. The archmage's tears had stayed his blade. Those pathetic sobs had made him seem human again despite the demonic corruption flowing through his veins. In that critical instant, Iren couldn't see a monster, only a broken man on his knees. His fists slammed into a tree trunk, bark exploding from the impact. What if Ifrain tried again? What if next time Iren wasn't there to protect his family? The mage's promises meant nothing. Fear would fade. Humiliation would transform into renewed hatred. The young swordmaster's teeth ground together as the truth settled like poison in his gut. He'd chosen mercy over his family's safety. He'd let emotion override logic. A true hero would have recognized the threat and eliminated it without hesitation. A true protector wouldn't gamble with innocent lives. Mercy has consequences. The forest seemed to press in around him, shadows deepening with his doubt. He thought of Ibnet, who wouldn't have hesitated. Of Ayan and Kun, who understood that some threats required permanent solutions. They were true swordmasters not just in skill, but in resolve. And him? He was still that naive boy who believed every problem could be solved without bloodshed, still clinging to idealistic dreams while real dangers threatened those he loved. The gap between who he was and who he needed to become had never felt wider. Iren's shoulders sagged under the weight of realization. His journey had become strong enough to protect everyone. It wasn't just about mastering techniques or increasing his aura. The hardest battles weren't fought with swords, but within his own heart. And tonight he'd lost that battle completely. He had such a long way to go. Deep within a cursed forest, a massive boar demon vented its frustration by tearing through lesser monsters. Gore painted the trees as it finished the one-sided massacre. The creature snorted steam, declaring its hunger for diverse emotions. It turned to its companion, suggesting they venture outside. Slaughtering humans would surely fill the void in their hearts. The companion lurking in the shadows spoke with familiar malice. The clown demon warned the boar against leaving the forest. The Holy Kingdom had been hunting their kind relentlessly, and any incursion would bring knights to their doorstep. As the clown continued its warnings, an invisible force slammed into the boar. With a casual flick of the clown's finger, the boar's head separated from his body. The corpse collapsed heavily. Workplace accidents happen everywhere. The clown sneered at the dead fool, complaining that its own strength hadn't returned to peak levels. Killing incompetent demons was mere tedium, barely worth the effort. A floating paper materialized before the demon. Reading its contents, the clown confirmed the message came from the priest, so the holy man had begun making moves. The demon's grin stretched unnaturally wide as it burned the paper, vowing to devour the priest once his body fully restored. The next day, the Ferreira family's carriage rolled homeward from the banquet. Kirill stretched luxuriously, finally able to lower her guard. Meanwhile, Iren's mind churned over the previous night's events. He'd spent hours wrestling with the decision to return and eliminate Ephraim permanently. The thought consumed him as the carriage rocked along. Every bump in the road seemed to echo his indecision. Acting would devastate his family and drag the entire Hale Kingdom into conflict with Runetel. But inaction meant that corrupted mage might strike again. His mind conjured scenarios endlessly. Ephraim could target Kirill next, or his mother. The mage's promises meant nothing. Fear would fade. Humiliation would transform into renewed hatred. Yet killing a human, even one soaked in demonic energy, felt like crossing a line he couldn't uncross. Ibnet wouldn't have hesitated. Her blade would have found its mark before Ephraim could beg. That certainty both inspired and shamed him. He wasn't Ibnet. He couldn't separate emotion from logic so cleanly. The weight of potentially taking a human life pressed down on him, making each breath feel heavy. Analysis Paralysis Championship. Kirill's voice snapped him back to reality. She demanded to know where he'd vanished during the celebration. Her tone carried genuine frustration. He was supposed to be evening's star, and his absence had left her feeling endless questions from curious nobles. The social pressure had clearly frazzled his usually composed sister. Idarin laughed it off, claiming he'd simply gone for a walk to clear his head. Kirill scolded him sharply to give warning next time. Such thoughtlessness could damage their family's reputation. He agreed readily while looking down, newly resolved to keep the truth hidden. No one could know about the confrontation with Ephraim. It would only cause worry and potentially escalate the situation. This burden was his alone to carry. Lord of Haroon's voice cut through his brooding with an unexpected question about marriage considerations. Iron reacted like he'd been struck by lightning, his entire body jolting upright. His father continued with measured calm, explaining the flood of proposals. The King of Sonnen had sent formal documentation featuring his third daughter, a renowned beauty trained in both politics and combat. The Kingdom of Koln offered their duke's eldest child, emphasizing their family's military traditions. Even Hale's own king had expressed interest in arranging a match with the daughter of their wealthiest merchant family. Each proposal had arrived with extravagant gifts, jeweled swords, rare cultivation manuals, promises of territory, and titles. The letters overflowed with flowery language about strengthening political bonds and creating powerful bloodlines. Harun had declined them all without hesitation, burning some before Irene even knew they existed. His father's reasoning was simple but profound. Marriage was too personal for political maneuvering. His son's happiness mattered more than any alliance. Still, these wouldn't be the last. As Irene's reputation grew, marriage offers would pour in from every neighboring territory seeking to bind their rising star through matrimony. Political chess with hearts. Irene stuttered through several attempts at response, his face burning with embarrassment. Each word seemed to tangle on his tongue. His perceptive father studied his expression carefully, reading the unspoken truth in his son's flustered reaction. With no gentleness, Harun asked if someone from the Lindsay family had perhaps caught his interest. The question carried no judgment, only paternal understanding. Kirill clapped her hands together, praising her father's remarkable insight. The old man clearly hadn't lost his edge. Irene could only nod mutely, his secret revealed without speaking a word. Days later, they arrived at their inner castle. Marcus greeted them at the entrance with barely contained urgency, warning that guests awaited inside. As Irene peered through the doorway, Marcus spotted movement and shouted a warning. Brett's voice joined the alarm, calling for Lulu to intercept. Too late. Ilya burst through the doorway like a human cannonball, her silver hair streaming behind her. The collision sent both her and Irene sprawling across the courtyard stones. As he struggled upright, still processing the sudden assault, he noticed her completely intoxicated state. Her face was flushed, her eyes unfocused, and she swayed even while sitting on him. The drunk swordswoman grabbed his face with both hands, forcing him to meet her gaze. She slurred that he'd wanted her to come to him, so here she was. Behind her in the doorway, Brett lay collapsed against the frame while Lulu sprawled nearby. Empty bottles surrounded the trio. They'd clearly been drinking heavily while waiting. Ambush successful, dignity failed. Ilya demanded he look only at her, her hands still cupping his cheeks. Then mid-sentence, she promptly passed out on his chest with a contented sigh. Lord Harun observed the scene with raised eyebrows and barely suppressed amusement. He noted the Lindsay girl was significantly more forward than her reputation suggested. Kirill, less amused, declared this an emergency situation requiring immediate damage control. She instructed Irene to carry the unconscious Ilya to a guest room and return immediately. They needed an emergency strategy meeting before this situation spiraled beyond recovery. Once the core group assembled around the table, Irene, Kirill, Brett, Lulu, and Lord Harun, Kirill laid out the crisis with tactical precision. Ilya's drunken confession hadn't occurred in private. Multiple servants had witnessed the tackle. Marcus had seen everything from greeting to groping. By morning, gossip would spread through the entire estate like wildfire. When Ilya sobered up and realized what she'd done, the mortification would be unbearable. She'd flee before breakfast, possibly severing their relationship permanently. The girl's pride wouldn't survive such public humiliation. They had one chance to prevent disaster. Brett groaned into his hands, admitting partial responsibility for the drinking session. They'd started with innocent conversation about swordsmanship, but Ilya kept steering topics toward Irene. One drink became three became many, and suddenly, they were all plastered and planning an ambush. But Brett fixed Irene with an incredulous stare, pointing out the real culprit. His friend's endless indecisiveness had driven Ilya to liquid courage. After all this time, after all the obvious signs, after literally embracing in her family estate, Irene still hadn't made his feelings clear. The poor girl probably thought she was going insane. Brett's accusation cut deep because it was true. Irene had left things ambiguous, afraid of ruining their friendship, afraid of commitment, afraid of his own feelings. Now that fear had created this mess. Emergency meeting yields truth. The group turned to their romantically challenged swordmaster expectantly. Lord Harun's expression mixed amusement with paternal concern. Kirill looked ready to physically shake sense into her brother. Even Lulu, despite her intoxication, managed a disappointed glare. Irene held his head in his hands, groaning at the disaster they created. The weight of his indecision had finally crashed down. No more running. No more excuses. He looked up with newfound determination that surprised everyone. He would confess properly. No more hesitation, no more mixed signals. When Ilya woke, he'd tell her everything. His feelings, his fears, his hopes for their future. Kirill demanded specifics. Vague promises wouldn't save this situation. Irene's answer was beautifully simple. He'd wait outside her room with breakfast and medicine for her hangover. When she emerged, he'd confess before she could flee. Direct, honest, no escape routes for either of them. The next morning brought predictable agony. Ilya woke clutching her throbbing skull, each heartbeat sending spikes of pain through her temples. Fragmented memories began assembling themselves with horrifying clarity. The drinking contest with Brett, Lulu's encouragement, the waiting, the tackle, the confession. Oh no, the confession. She recalled everything, grabbing Iren's face, demanding his attention, passing out on his chest in front of his entire family. The mortification hit like a physical blow. She acted like a lovesick fool in front of Lord Ferreira, Lady Ferreira, everyone. Her reputation was destroyed. She wrestled with her blanket in pure anguish before pulling it completely over her head. Escape was the only option. She'd slip out through a window, retrieve her belongings later through a messenger, and never show her face at the Ferreira estate again. She already decided against using the front door, too many potential witnesses to her shame, when a knock shattered her planning. The silver-haired maiden froze under her blanket fortress, staring at the door with mounting dread. Whoever stood outside would determine whether she died of embarrassment or merely wished for death. Her heart hammered against her ribs as footsteps shuffled outside. Morning of reckoning arrives. The door opened slightly as Ilya asked who was there. To her surprise, a tiny maid entered calling her name. It was Lulu, dressed in servant attire and speaking formally. Confused, Ilya questioned the cat's unusual manner. Lulu announced that her master, Sir Iren Ferreira, requested the pleasure of spending time alone with her. Ilya's face flushed as she confirmed what she heard. The cat inquired if she would accept the invitation. Ilya's mind raced through possible responses. Like any girl her age, she wondered about the sudden invitation's timing. But coming from Iren, refusal was impossible. She accepted, telling Lulu she'd prepare immediately. Moments later, Miss Lindsay emerged in a stunning outfit. After Lulu confirmed she looked perfect, the cat maid opened the door and signaled for the swordmaster to follow. They arrived before Iren, who gestured to his date with nervous energy. He'd thanked her casually for coming. She returned the thanks for his invitation. When Iren complimented her dress, words tangled in her throat. Ilya reciprocated the compliment while fidgeting with her hair, then mentally scolded herself for acting so shy. Date mode activated. She asked their destination just as their ride arrived. The driver, Kirill Ferreira, introduced herself as their transportation specialist. Seeing Kirill in this role left Ilya wondering what exactly was happening. The driver opened the carriage door and instructed Cherry to fly as smoothly as possible. The mystical creature screeched and launched skyward, pulling the carriage along. Inside, Iren revealed their destination while checking if the ride was comfortable. Ilya affirmed and smiled at his consideration. He hadn't mentioned yesterday's events at all. Looking out the window, she noted how different the familiar views seen from inside the carriage. They arrived in 17-owned independent city within Djerba Kingdom. Crowds filled the streets, and Iren explained they were celebrating a festival through fall's final day. The pair wandered through various events, watching stage plays, having Iren's portrait drawn, enjoying themselves until nightfall. At a reserved restaurant, Iren asked about the food quality. Ilya gave enthusiastic approval. A waiter appeared to clear their table, offering wine pairings for their steak and announcing dessert's imminent arrival. As he rambled about the cuisine, Ilya, having already deduced his identity, asked if he was Brett. The waiter stuttered through increasingly unconvincing denials. Iren told him to drop the act. Brett fled after wishing them a pleasant meal, rushing to where Kirill and Lulu waited. He demanded to know how Ilya saw through his perfect disguise. They simply told him to hurry over. Master of disguise fails. Back at the table, Iren apologized for Brett's antics, but Ilya dismissed it as harmless. She thanked him for showing her so many places between family obligations and training. Festival opportunities were rare. She reflected on how he changed her, helping her express feelings beyond her family circle. For that transformation, she thanked him again. Internally, she was grateful for the warm hand he'd extended. A sudden sound interrupted her thoughts. Iren grabbed her hand and pulled her outside, announcing an event was starting. Beautiful fireworks illuminated the night sky. Ilya marveled at the display's beauty while Iren watched silently. He turned to face her, calling her name. Too nervous to maintain eye contact, he summoned every ounce of courage. He liked her, not as a friend, but as a woman. She was the first to approach him when no one else would. She greeted him with smiles despite his broken promise, appearing again after 5 years. He liked her immensely. He gathered all his courage and asked if she would go out with him. No, he corrected himself. He asked if she would be his girlfriend. Her heart raced hearing those words from the boy she liked so much. Composing herself, she accepted with a shy smile while looking down. Brent appeared from nowhere with congratulations while Lulu praised Iren's coolness. Confession successful. Kirill's only concern was whether her brother would kiss his new girlfriend. The suggestion made Iren stutter, asking if she was joking. but shy Ilya took initiative, pecking his cheek before hurrying toward the carriage. Iren stood frozen, brain still processing the kiss. The others headed for the carriage, Brett complaining the event wasn't fun anymore, he missed Judith. Fireworks continued throughout the night as Iren and friends celebrated. Far away, the Holy Kingdom's second extermination squad scouted for demon traces. Reaching a location where one reportedly rampaged, a member informed Quincy the holy water showed no reaction. Another delivered a message from the 3rd unit. Like the western region, all demon traces had vanished in the south. Commander Quincy recognized this as a great demon's work, one commanding lesser demons. He suspected the clown demon. But something scared him more than coordinated demons, their inability to detect residual demonic energy where demons had stayed. They faced a demon capable of concealing demonic presence entirely. Storm clouds gathering. The following day at Ferreira Castle, Brett asked Iren how dating felt. The shy blonde struggled to respond. Seeing no answer forthcoming, Brett turned to tease Ilya instead, only to face an enraged swordswoman demanding he draw his weapon and duel. She chased after the Lloyd heir while Iren dodged to avoid collateral damage. From above the training grounds, Kirill watched them with exasperation. They were sword-obsessed idiots, only 2 days into dating and already back to combat. Still, she smiled. Thanks to them, her brother had developed so quickly. 1 month later, Brett stood outside the castle as Ilya and the Ferreira siblings bid him farewell. They confirmed his destination, visiting Judith. As he departed, he pointed at the couple, declaring he and Judith would destroy them in competition. After gaining some distance, Brett reflected on his friend's incredible growth rate, especially Ilya. Her current strength was incomparable to their last meeting. He wondered what enlightenment she'd received. Power couple rising, the young lord admitted such gaps would have caused despair before. Now things were different. He could shrug off feelings of inferiority and guilt like nothing. With renewed determination, he planned to walk his own path at his own pace. Suddenly, wind enveloped him before vanishing. Surprised, he wondered if someone had created it. Unknown to him, a figure leaped through the trees overhead at incredible speed. The cloaked man was Joshua Lindsay, head of the Lindsay household. The worried lord gritted his teeth. His daughter had been gone a full month without word. Dark scenarios plagued his mind. What if something had happened? What if she was hurt? Though he grudgingly admitted the blonde lad was somewhat reliable, paternal worry demanded first-hand confirmation. He needed to see with his own eyes that his precious daughter was safe. 2 weeks of non-stop running had brought him this far. His body screamed protests, muscles burning, lungs heaving. A swordmaster of his caliber, reduced to gasping like a novice after extended travel. Age was catching up no matter how he denied it. The realization stung his pride as he navigated cliff edges near Ferreira Castle. Finally spotting his destination, he allowed himself a moment's relief. The castle stood intact, no signs of disaster. Good. Now for infiltration. Guards permitted entry thanks to expertly forged identification. His target was the inner castle where Ilya likely stayed. But while planning his stealthy approach, exhaustion hit like a hammer. His legs trembled, breath coming in ragged gasps. He'd definitely gotten old. The Joshua of 10 years ago would have laughed at this fatigue. Spotting a bistro, he surrendered to necessity, just a brief rest, and back to the mission. After a proper meal, blessed relief flooded through him. Normal breathing returned, strength slowly rebuilding. He observed the territory while recovering. Small but remarkably peaceful compared to others he passed. The citizens moved freely, faces unmarked by worry or fear. He found himself speaking aloud about the Lord's apparent care for his people. A nearby man overheard and asked to join his table. Joshua clarified he'd meant the territory's atmosphere, not the bistro's. The local expressed joy at hearing such positive feedback about his home. He offered to buy Joshua a drink in celebration. Mid-drink, catastrophe struck. Joshua overheard animated discussion at another table, something about Iren Ferreira dating his daughter. The words hit like lightning. His control shattered instantly. He surged to his feet, roaring demands for clarification. What did they mean, dating? Since when? The bistro erupted in chaos as patrons scrambled away from the volcanic fury of an overprotective father. Lord Ferreira found himself desperately restraining the stranger who'd seemed so calm moments before. He tried reasoning with the man, but Joshua's rage had taken full control. Then, in perfect comedic timing, Iren and Ilya walked through the door for their lunch date. Maximum awkwardness achieved. 4 pairs of eyes met in horrified recognition. The children called out to their fathers in disbelief. The awkwardness was physically tangible, pressing down on everyone present. After a moment of paralyzed silence, the young couple made the only sensible choice. They apologized hastily and fled the scene. The fathers stood frozen in the aftermath, slowly processing what had occurred. Embarrassment replaced rage as they straightened clothes and offered mutual apologies. More drinks seemed the only appropriate response. Outside, Ilya expressed complete shock at her father's appearance in Hale Kingdom. She'd left no word of her destination. How had he even found her? Iren, gathering courage, declared he'd use this unexpected opportunity. He'd formally announce their relationship and seek Joshua's acknowledgement properly. She nudged him teasingly, calling him unexpectedly reliable. But Iren knew this was no joke. Her father's approval mattered deeply. Unknown to them, both fathers had exited the bistro. Joshua, slightly tipsy, attempted to explain his overreaction to Harun. The Ferreira lord dismissed his concerns. Having a daughter himself, he understood the protective instinct completely. Then Joshua saw something that stopped him cold. His daughter's face bore a genuine, radiant smile. When had he last seen such pure happiness from her? Not since her brother's incident years ago. She'd locked her emotions away, maintaining rigid control even around family. Watching her laugh with Iren, a genuine, unburdened laugh he hadn't heard in years, the truth hit him like a physical blow. His protection had become her prison. Had his efforts to shield her from pain instead prevented her from living freely? The realization shook him deeply. The couple finally noticed their approaching fathers. Iren stepped forward with determination, ready to formally declare his relationship with Ilya and request her father's blessing. But Joshua moved first, simply placing a hand on the young man's shoulder. The words were simple but carried enormous weight. Take care of his daughter. That was all. No threats, no conditions, just trust. He walked past the stunned couple without further comment. Iren's earnest thanks followed him, along with vows to do his best. The acknowledgement had come easier than expected, yet meant everything. Dad approval achieved. Days passed in peaceful contentment before the Lindsay's departure finally arrived. Lord Harun clasped Joshua's hand warmly, promising to visit soon. The Lindsay patriarch agreed, expressing genuine anticipation for their next meeting. Meanwhile, the young couple exchanged their farewells with carefully maintained composure. Elia mounted Cherry alongside her father, ready for the journey home. Kiriel assured them the Griffin would deliver them to their mansion within a week. The magnificent creature spread its wings and launched into the clear blue sky. Once airborne and alone, Joshua's expression grew somber. He apologized for being the reason Ilya had to leave early. His daughter dismissed his concern, explaining she and Iren had mutually decided to focus on individual training. Learning her family's swordsmanship remained paramount to her growth. Joshua smiled at his daughter's maturity, expressing genuine gratitude. Internally, however, deeper realizations churned. The journey had taught him painful truths about himself. Dad discovers self-awareness. He finally understood why he'd obsessed over Ilya's safety to such extremes. The guilt about the family sword, about what happened to Carl, had consumed him for years. He projected that fear onto his remaining child, suffocating her with overprotection. Looking down remorsefully, he reached a difficult conclusion. He must let go of the sword and the guilt it represented. Days later, Ilya announced they were approaching their destination. A figure waited at the mansion gates, prompting her curiosity. As they drew closer, recognition struck. Edmit stood before their home. Joshua dismounted Cherry with visible displeasure. He addressed the Holy Knight coolly, noting they weren't close enough to warrant unannounced visits. His territory wasn't open to casual drop-ins. Edmit greeted the Lord formally before he demanded her purpose. Her response stunned him. She requested his guidance in swordsmanship. Joshua's eyes narrowed dangerously. He warned that his current mood would make him particularly rough at any sparring. Edmit's smile carried no fear. She wouldn't expect anything less from the Sky Sword Master. Joshua strode briskly toward the mansion, declaring they train elsewhere. Ilya asked permission to spectate. Her father granted it with a curt nod. Unexpected training arc begins. Moments later, the training ground erupted with explosive impacts. Joshua unleashed his Sky Sword first technique without restraint, the attack carrying genuine lethal intent. Ilya watched in awe. Her father was treating this as a real battle, not mere practice. Enid read the incoming attack with practiced ease. Red aura blazed around her blade as she countered, her technique offsetting Joshua's assault perfectly. The collision of energies sent shockwaves across the grounds. Ilya marveled at the display. The two swordmasters appeared evenly matched, their skills canceling each other with precise brutality. On the training ground's gate roof, two figures observed the clash. A silver-haired man watched emotionlessly as his father battled below. Beside him, the clown demon materialized with its characteristic grin. The demon taunted its companion, noting the fighter's killing intent. At this rate, Edmit might actually slay his father. Carl Lindsay, the missing heir, offered no response. He simply stared as Joshua fought the woman who'd once been his opponent. Family reunion postponed indefinitely. The battle intensified through multiple exchanges before Edmit finally dropped to her knees. Joshua remained standing, barely winded. He sheathed his sword with finality, declaring she was no longer in condition to continue. Struggling for breath, Ednet thanked him for the valuable lesson. Her assistant Aina rushed forward with obvious concern. Joshua's warning carried ice. They should never set foot on his land for training again. This was their first and final session. Ednet accepted his terms gracefully. She bid farewell before vanishing through Anya's portal. After their departure, Ilya approached the training ground nervously, studying her father's rigid posture. Above, the clown demon noted Joshua could have decapitated Ednet at any point. Carl remained silent as a priest opened a portal behind them. After one final glance at his father, Carl turned and entered the swirling gateway. That night, Ilya trained alone under moonlight. Her sword created transparent afterimages with each swing, her speed approaching new heights. She reflected on her father's overwhelming murderous energy during the spar. More surprising was Ednet's unwavering stance against such pressure. The Holy Knight's strength exceeded all expectations. Perspective shifts everything. From the castle window, Joshua watched his daughter with growing concern. Had letting her witness that battle been a mistake? The intensity might have overwhelmed her. Ilya's hair ties snapped from the force of her movements, silver locks cascading freely. Deep in concentration, she questioned her own feelings. Was she envious of Ednet? She'd always admired that unshakable, regal bearing that never lost dignity before anyone. But she smiled, recognizing those feelings belonged to the past. She discovered something she desired far more desperately. Not cold strength, but warm reliability. Someone who embraced her completely sturdy and comforting as the earth itself. She wanted to become like that person, like Irene. With that realization, power surged through her. She began levitating as wind danced to her command. Joshua's eyes widened in shock. His daughter had awakened something entirely new. Power follows the heart. The following day, Brett approached Judith's training grounds with barely contained excitement. He finally achieved Sword Master rank and couldn't wait to see her jealous reaction. His imagination painted elaborate scenarios of her stunned expression. As he neared the familiar location, confusion replaced anticipation. The small mountain that should have been there had vanished. In its place sprawled multiple craters, dust still rising from impacts that resembled meteorite strikes. The devastation stretched beyond comprehension. Brett's celebration died in his throat. Whatever had happened here, this wasn't training. This was annihilation. Brett stood frozen at the devastation before him when a familiar voice cut through his shock. Kun called out from the crater's edge, his casual tone at odds with the apocalyptic scenery. They approached each other with measured steps, exchanging pleasantries. Kun expressed surprise at Brett's timing, later than his promised biannual visits. Brett explained his delay stemmed from unexpected progress in his training. He'd wanted to show real improvement before returning. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Brett gestured at the transformed terrain. What exactly had happened here? Instead of answering, Kun simply pointed toward the deepest crater. Brett's jaw dropped. Judith moved through the destruction like a force of nature, her sword work transcending anything he'd seen before. Each swing carried devastating power, her movements flowing with lethal grace. Girlfriend leveled up significantly. He called out to her, unable to contain his excitement. Judith abandoned her training immediately, racing up to meet him. They fell into easy conversation, catching up on lost time. Brett proudly announced his achievement. He'd finally become a sword master. His arms opened for a celebratory hug, voice turning soft with affection. Judith's expression darkened instead. She trained relentlessly without reaching sword master rank, and now her boyfriend stood before her flaunting his success. The injustice burned in her chest. All those months of brutal training under Kun, pushing past human limits, yet the title still eluded her. Her blade cleared its sheath in one fluid motion, already charged with destructive energy. The air itself seemed to recoil from the concentrated power. She demanded he face her without holding back. This was her chance to test her true strength against a real sword master. Brett's confidence surged at the challenge. He drew his own blade with a patronizing smile, reminding her it was okay to cry after losing. His water aura flowed smoothly around his sword, head show her the gap between expert and master. Brett found himself embedded in a newly formed crater, every bone screaming in protest. His water aura flickered and died, unable to maintain cohesion after such devastating attacks. Math doesn't work in love. Self-doubt crashed over him in waves. He was a sword master now. She remained at expert level. The rankings should have guaranteed his victory. Yet here he lay, thoroughly demolished by someone supposedly beneath his level. Had he grown complacent? Was his sword master rank meaningless? The months of training, the breakthrough he'd been so proud of, all reduced to nothing in 17 seconds. How could an expert-level fighter possess such overwhelming power? Judith stood at the crater's edge, genuinely puzzled by his dramatic reaction. They sparred all the time. Why was losing such a big deal now? Brett spiraled deeper into his crisis, deaf to her attempts at consolation. His entire understanding of power hierarchies had shattered along with his pride. Finally, Judith jumped down beside him. She leaned close, her breath tickling his ear as she whispered the promise she made months ago. If he won their next match, she'd grant him one wish. Anything he wanted. The memory transformed him instantly, his true bowl blazing back to life. Color returned to his face, determination replacing despair. He had a reason to grow stronger now. That evening, Brett departed with unusual haste, waving goodbye to Judith. After he'd gone, Kun approached his student with obvious curiosity. The brat never left so quickly. What had changed? Judith explained that Brett suddenly remembered urgent business requiring immediate attention. Her master's knowing look suggested he wasn't buying the excuse. Setting that aside, she expressed genuine joy at their training's results. She couldn't believe how strong she'd become. If they maintained this pace, could she become the strongest one day? Kun's silence stretched uncomfortably long. When he finally spoke, his voice carried unexpected weight. Master contemplates mortality. Judith continued enthusiastically, listing those she hoped to surpass, her peers, certainly, but especially that black-haired swordsman who'd visited recently. Ebnet, the Holy Kingdom's finest blade. Kun's grin turned knowing. So his match with Ebnet had inspired his student. He asked why she sought such strength. Her answer came without hesitation. If she became the strongest like him, she could defeat anyone. His smile faded into something bittersweet. He studied her eager face before speaking words that would haunt her. Being the strongest might not be what she truly needed. The path to absolute power demanded sacrifices she couldn't yet comprehend. He'd reached his current pinnacle by severing every connection, abandoning every relationship that might slow his ascent. Family, friends, lovers, all cast aside for the sword. Now standing at the summit, he questioned whether the view was worth the climb. The title of strongest rang hollow when there was no one left to share it with. Never release her connections to others, he warned. Walk a different path than his. Hold tight to friends and loved ones. The sword should enhance life, not replace it. These relationships she considered distractions were actually her greatest strength. Judith stared at her master in shock. This vulnerability from the man who taught her to weaponize every emotion, who preached that attachment was weakness. It didn't compute. Unable to reconcile this philosophy with years of opposite teaching, she forced a laugh and declared she'd pretend she hadn't heard any of it. Time to return to training. After she left, a sharp pain lanced through Kun's mouth. The metallic taste of blood filled his throat. He spat into his palm, crimson stark against weathered skin. The sight confirmed what his body had been telling him for months. Time is running short. As he walked away, contemplating how many more sunsets he'd see, a hooded figure emerged from the shadows. The watcher studied Kun's thinning frame with cold assessment. The stranger commented on how frail the old master had become. His next words chilled the air. He referred to Kun as father. Family drama incoming. At Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, Brett sat across from Headmaster Ian in his study. He begged for guidance on growth, explaining how far Judith had advanced under Kun's tutelage. The gap between them had become a chasm. He needed to catch up desperately. Brett had finally found his true motivation. That whispered promise burned in his mind, one wish, anything he desired, if he could defeat her. The possibilities consumed his thoughts. He'd grow strong enough to claim that prize. Ian agreed to help, but first invited Brett to join a meeting with his current guest, Enid herself. Meanwhile, Iren practiced alone in his family's training grounds. His sword moved in precise patterns as he regulated his breathing. He paused, realizing how long it had been since he trained in solitude like this. Kirito spent most days soaring on her griffin lately. Lulu had vanished on some mysterious quest. Their absence left him with rare privacy, which suited his current needs perfectly. This isolation allowed complete focus on self-improvement. He pushed himself harder, seeking to forge a stronger, more resilient heart. The memory of his hesitation with Ifra instilled stung. Never again would he find himself paralyzed by such moral uncertainty. Solo training arc engaged, 1 year passed in dedicated practice. A letter arrived bearing the Holy Kingdom's seal. Iren broke it open, revealing an ornate invitation. The Warriors' Festival was calling, and his presence had been formally requested. The Continental Gathering of Champions was about to begin. 1 year ago, demons vanished from the continent. In their wake, countless beasts and monsters emerged. Reports flooded in of demon-possessed humans terrorizing villages. Uncontrollable fear swept across every kingdom as people barricaded themselves behind walls that suddenly felt too thin. The Holy Kingdom's expedition forces, scattered across the land, converged on the capital for emergency deliberations. The question haunting every commander was whether their current heroes could endure a prolonged demon war. and whether the next generation would be ready when those heroes inevitably fell. Amidst this crisis, a monumental duel shook Arvilius' castle. Julius Yule, captain of the White Knights, faced Ednet Crescentia, captain of the Black Knights. The two sons of the Holy Kingdom clashed with earth-shattering force. The outcome surprised no one. Julius dominated from the first exchange, his superiority absolute. Ednet found herself battered from every angle, her defenses shattered repeatedly. Yet the expedition members witnessed something extraordinary. She kept rising. Through relentless punishment that should have left her unconscious, she stood again and again, reaching toward that impossible mountain. Phoenix energy without the flames. That indomitable spirit manifested as the sword of light, hope incarnate for the new era. To combat the darkness and fear gripping the continent, the Holy Kingdom announced the Warriors' Festival, a gathering to showcase the next generation's strength. Invitations spread across the land. Warriors everywhere received their summons, Iren included. He handed the ornate letter to Marcus without breaking his training rhythm, instructing him to file it in his study. That night, Iren settled into meditation before sleep. His consciousness drifted into the imaginary realm he constructed, a vast landscape where he stood on solid ground while his sword rested on a distant island. Walking toward his blade, he reflected on the year's grueling progress. To control the iron stake in his heart, he'd mastered fire energy. To subdue those intensifying flames, he learned water. This past year brought Earth mastery, containing water's ever-shifting nature. Each element built upon the last, creating perfect balance. His hand closed around the sword's hilt. Flames erupted along the blade as he declared his purpose, to wield this power for the world's protection. An elderly voice shattered his concentration. The speaker asked if Iren remembered him from their meeting in Rabat. The old Holy Kingdom representative had materialized within his mental space. Meditation privacy settings failed. Iren demanded an explanation for this intrusion. The elder revealed his purpose. Iren alone hadn't responded to the festival invitation. Was he hesitating? The old man's passion blazed as he recalled Iren's blade of heart demonstration in Rabat. That intriguing energy had burned itself into his memory. In that moment, he witnessed a sword capable of bringing hope to their darkening world. He urged Iren to raise that shining blade once more and illuminate the path forward. Iren's resolve crystallized. He would attend. The day before departure, Vulcanus approached with an unexpected request. The master smith wished to accompany him, seeking experience and inspiration through travel. More importantly, he planned to provide weapons rivaling the legendary numbered swords to festival participants and demon hunters alike. His craft would arm humanity's defenders. Their departure brought crowds to see them off. Citizens waved farewell as the pair set out on foot. Vulcanus had insisted on experiencing the journey properly. Hours into their trek, Vulcanus inquired about Lulu. Iren explained she'd left months ago on mysterious business, but not before gifting him a spatial pocket for storage. The magical item had proven invaluable for carrying supplies. Cat distributes legendary items casually. Night fell. They established camp and discussed the territory's transformation over the past year. The demon threat had changed everything. Roads, once safe, now harbored danger. Villages huddled behind newly erected walls. Iren sensed approaching presences. He warned Vulcanus to prepare for trouble, but the newcomers quickly displayed their warrior cards as proof of peaceful intentions. The group introduced themselves systematically. Keenan, the skeptical mage. Giovanni, the cheerful archer. Jiren, the silent rogue. Their leader, Eden, carried himself with veteran confidence. Vulcanus introduced himself as Vulcan. Iren gave his full name before remembering their agreed-upon aliases. Too late, the damage was done. The party erupted in laughter. This marked the sixth imposter they'd encountered claiming to be Iren Ferreira. Aiden complimented the resemblance but noted the crucial missing element. Where was the famous black cat, Lulu? Recognizing the futility of argument, Iren smoothly reintroduced himself as Aaron. The groups merged for mutual protection. Identity crisis solved poorly, Keenan pulled Eden aside, voicing displeasure about traveling with obvious frauds. Why trust people impersonating others? Eden's response carried hard-earned wisdom. Even the blind could sense these two meant no harm. More practically, leaving them would likely mean their deaths. These dangerous times demanded pragmatism over suspicion. Keenan's hand suddenly shot up, signaling danger. Skeletal warriors emerged from the darkness, bones clicking with unnatural animation. The veterans immediately pushed their new companions back, preparing to handle the threat. Keenan struck first, her magic blasting apart the lead skeleton. Aiden's sword carved through brittle bones with practiced efficiency. But more kept coming, dozens, then hundreds, pouring from the shadows in endless waves. Aiden called for tactical retreat. They couldn't hold against such numbers. That's when Iren moved. His sword cleared its sheath in one fluid motion. A sable swing unleashed devastation, golden energy carved through the skeleton horde like divine judgment. Dozens crumbled to dust instantly. The technique's scope defied belief. Aiden stood frozen, his veteran composure shattered. This wasn't some imposter's trick. No fraud could wield such overwhelming power. His mind raced to reconcile what he'd witnessed with what he'd assumed. Cover bullied spectacularly. The remaining skeletons hesitated, their primitive intelligence recognizing a predator beyond their capacity to threaten. In that moment of stillness, Aiden's party finally understood they weren't traveling with some delusional imposter. They stood in the presence of Unforeseen himself. Unforeseen's blade danced through the remaining skeletons with surgical precision. Each strike reduced bones to dust, his movements so fluid they seemed choreographed. Within moments, silence reclaimed the battlefield. The party rushed toward him with unbridled joy. Aiden's curiosity burned brightest. Where had this mysterious warrior learned such devastating swordsmanship? Adren's response came with a slight smile. Would they believe him if he said Chrono Swordsmanship Academy? Aiden's laughter dismissed the claim as another joke. He waved it off, preferring to maintain the mystery. While the group celebrated their survival, Keenan stood apart, her expression unreadable in the shadows. Social butterfly not included. The journey continued with Igren handling every threat. Monsters fell before they could roar. Goblin ambushes ended before they properly began. His efficiency bordered on the absurd, entire packs eliminated with single strikes. Aiden's recruitment instincts screamed at him. This errand would transform their party's capabilities entirely. Such skill deserved proper recognition and compensation. Keaton approached during a quiet moment, asking his thoughts on their mysterious savior. Aiden launched into enthusiastic analysis. The boy's technique is power reserves, the way he read enemy movements before they happened. Mid-explanation, Keenan cut him off with 2 words. That's it. Her cryptic response left Aiden confused. He pressed for clarification, but she already turned away, dismissing his questions with practiced indifference. Night fell. They established camp with military efficiency. The aroma of beef stew filled the air as dinner preparations concluded. Yet Keenan sat apart again, refusing even the comfort of a hot meal. Her self-imposed isolation had become a pattern. Brooding increases with hunger. The men gathered around the fire, conversation flowing naturally. Giovanni steered discussion toward the upcoming Heroes tournament. Who would claim victory this time? He mentioned Cameron Ray of the legendary Ray family. The name alone commanded respect. Vulcanus nodded thoughtfully, noting that Cameron had excellent chances given the tournament's age restriction. Participants under 60 only. Youth and skill rarely combined so perfectly. Eden agreed about Cameron's potential, but Giovanni reminded them of another factor: the Black Meg herself would compete. Emet Crescencia remained the odds-on favorite. Some whispered the Holy Kingdom had organized this entire tournament just to showcase her Sword of Light. Gyron scoffed at their northern bias. The winner would definitely emerge from the southern warriors. He spoke reverently of Jarrett, the Tiger of the South, and his sworn brother J-King, the Mercenary King. Both masters in their 50s brought decades of battlefield experience. Never underestimate seasoned warriors. They turned to Iren for his prediction. After contemplative silence, he listed names like discussing old friends: Emet Crescencia, Ilya Lindsay, Brett Lloyd, Judith, and himself. They'd been strong back then. Surely they'd grown even stronger. Aiden's jaw dropped, the casual name-dropping. Iren laughed it off, claiming he only knew about the so-called top 10 swordsmen. Nothing special. Cover story needs work. Dawn brought renewed travel. By midday, they approached Tomoe Forest's edge. Giovanni briefed them on the normally peaceful passage, though recent demon sightings demanded heightened alertness. The forest entrance revealed an unexpected sight: a caravan bearing the Wise family crest. The Wise merchants commanded continental respect through their humanitarian efforts. They fed the poor, educated the masses, and recently began supplying demon-fighting heroes with premium equipment. Their current leader, the half-elf Gal Wise, had elevated their reputation even further. Iren sensed something amiss. Turning to check on Keenan, he found her trembling violently, fear radiating from every pore. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Judith prepared for departure. She attempted once more to drag Kun along to the tournament. Her master remained immovable. Training during that period would benefit him more than watching fights. She pressed harder. His one and only student was competing at the continental level. Didn't that warrant his attendance? Kun's response cut deep. He wouldn't have reached his current heights if he cared about such sentimental matters. The words ignited visible anger. She abandoned persuasion attempts but couldn't leave without requesting one thing: a single word of encouragement. Kun provided just enough fuel to stoke her competitive fires before dismissing her entirely. Master of tough love. After Judith's departure, Kun's composure crumbled. Blood erupted from his mouth, splattering the ground crimson. His condition had deteriorated faster than anticipated. Still, he drew his sword. Training couldn't stop now, not when time ran so short. Ian's words echoed through memory. An ultimate realm existed beyond expert and master. Those who reached it could forge entirely new bodies, transcending mortal limitations. Kun's mysterious illness left him one option: bet everything on that seemingly absurd possibility. Hours of grueling practice pushed his failing body past reasonable limits. When exhaustion finally forced him to stop, an unexpected presence materialized nearby. Kun's shock was genuine. He hadn't sensed anyone approaching. The stranger introduced himself as Carl, claiming he'd come to learn from the strongest sword. But Kun's eyes narrowed with recognition. Silver hair, that particular stance, the specific energy signature. This was Cameron Ray, despite his denials. Identity issues everywhere today. Cameron's hand moved to his sword as he declared that name long abandoned. Kun acknowledged his reputation. Even someone with limited outside knowledge knew of Cameron Ray. He suggested the younger swordsman should hurry to challenge Evenet instead of wasting time here. Cameron dismissed the advice, settling into an attack stance. Bloodlust rolled off him in waves thick enough to taste. The killing intent actually excited Kun, finally a proper challenge for his deteriorating skills. Before steel could meet steel, Kun offered crucial wisdom. If Cameron had come to take his life, he better be prepared to stake his own. No half measures existed at their level. The forest held its breath as two masters prepared to discover whose sword philosophy would survive the night. Steel met steel as Kun and Cameron launched their opening exchange. Their blades moved at speeds that defied perception, creating a deadly dance of metal and sparks. Each strike came with lethal intent, yet both warriors possessed the skill to parry at the last possible moment. Their footwork was poetry in motion. Kun's decades of experience against Cameron's raw talent and desperation. The initial testing phase revealed their near-perfect parity. Cameron's blade work showed influences from multiple schools, a hodgepodge of techniques refined through countless battles. Kun recognized snippets of the Ray family style mixed with street fighting practicality. Interesting. The boy had abandoned formal training for survival. After 30 exchanges without either gaining advantage, Kun created distance with a backward leap. His mind processed the data. Cameron's reaction time matched his own. His strength was formidable, but his killing intent felt desperate. Not the cold calculation of an assassin, but something more personal. Cameron pursued instantly, channeling massive force into an overhead strike. The blade descended like a mountain falling, air screaming from the pressure. Kun's body twisted at the last possible moment, feeling the wind of death brush past. The attack carved a 10-foot furrow in the earth, sending debris flying in all directions. Physics temporarily suspended, dust billowed from the impact, but Cameron pressed forward without pause. His next strike targeted Kun's head with surgical precision. The older master bent backward at an extreme angle, spine curving impossibly as steel whispered past his nose. Even as he dodged, lightning began gathering around Kun's form. Then his expression shifted from analytical to genuinely annoyed. Being hunted by a child half his age ignited real anger. Time to educate this upstart about respecting his elders. Kun's counter came faster than thought. His blade forced Cameron to block desperately, creating the opening Kun wanted. Before the younger swordsman could reset his stance, a lightning-charged kick connected with devastating force against his jaw. The impact lifted Cameron off his feet, launching him backward through the forest. Trees splintered like matchsticks as his body carved a 100-foot trail of destruction. Kun gave no respite. Lightning propelled him to Cameron's landing point before the dust settled. His heel descended like divine judgment, driving Cameron's body deep into the earth. The ground cratered from the impact, spiderweb cracks spreading outward for 20 feet. Dirt and shattered stone erupted skyward. Respect your elders violently. Yet even from that impossible position, body folded into a crater, ribs likely cracked, Cameron managed to counter. His blade swept upward with enough force to demand respect. Kun twisted away, genuinely impressed by the boy's resilience. The moment Cameron extracted himself from the depression, Kun was already attacking again. The assault that followed was a masterclass in overwhelming offense. Kun's blade became a silver blur, each strike flowing seamlessly into the next. Overhead chops transitioned to horizontal slashes, thrusts morphed into pommel strikes. He attacked from every conceivable angle, forcing Cameron into purely defensive mode. Yet something troubled Kun as the exchange continued. Despite being pushed back, despite barely managing to parry, Cameron's counters maintained consistent power. After 50 defensive exchanges, the boy's strength hadn't diminished at all. His stamina seemed bottomless, his focus unwavering even while retreating. Between strikes, Kun's voice carried genuine disappointment. Such magnificent skill wasted in hiding. The patterns were obvious to someone of his experience. Cameron had hit an insurmountable wall in his development. Rather than persevere, he'd chosen to disappear. Fear of stagnation had driven him underground. Kun recognized that particular misery intimately. He dwelled at rock bottom for years, watching younger talents surpass him, feeling his relevance fade. The wall seemed infinite, immovable, soul-crushing. But running from it solved nothing. His advice came between sword strikes, each word punctuated by steel. Face the wall directly. Fear accomplished nothing. Through persistent effort and unwavering desire, even impossible destinations became reachable. He'd proven it himself, breaking through when everyone had written him off. Motivational beating in progress. Kun suddenly disengaged, lowering his blade slightly. He offered clemency. Leave now, and this encounter would be forgotten. No shame in walking away. But first, explain the assassination attempt. What drove Cameron to target his life specifically? Cameron's response came not in words, but action. A smoke grenade materialized from his sleeve, exploding between them. The thick cloud obscured vision completely, but Kun's other senses screamed warnings. Above, massive air displacement, rotational energy building. He looked up through the smoke to see a tornado descending from the sky, its funnel aimed directly at his position. The vortex was large enough to swallow a house, winds sharp enough to flay flesh from bone. Lightning-enhanced speed carried him clear just as the tornado touched down. The impact was catastrophic. Trees were ripped from the earth, soil scarred away, bedrock exposed. As dust settled, Kun's eyes narrowed at the transformed figure emerging from the destruction. Strange energy radiated from Cameron, corrupt and familiar. Part of his face had turned dark brown, veins pulsing with unnatural power. The truth hit Kun like a physical blow, demonic energy. The fool had made a bargain. Kun's voice cracked with urgency. Cut off the demon energy immediately. Shed the negativity and start fresh. Time still remained for redemption if he acted now. The corruption hadn't fully taken root. Cameron's response chilled the air between them. What exactly was wrong with negativity? He'd simply acquired the power he desperately wished for, just as Chun had advised. If persistent desire led to achievement, why did the source matter? The older master's question struck at the core issue. What meaning did power have when purchased with one's humanity? Strength without human will behind it was merely destruction. A sword wielded by a demon served only demon purposes. Kun's resolve crystallized into diamond hardness. He would demonstrate exactly how unsightly and weak demonic power truly was. Sometimes the only teaching method was through overwhelming force. Teaching moment intensifies. Another tornado erupted from Cameron's position, this one laced with demonic energy that made the air itself scream. Kun weaved between secondary wind blades, each capable of bisecting a normal warrior. His approach had to be indirect. The straight path meant death. He feinted left, then burst right with lightning speed. Cameron read the deception, but still had to leap backward to avoid Kun's true strike. The moment his feet left the ground, Kun followed him into the air. Lightning crackled around his ascending form as he prepared to end Thiz. Blood erupted from Kun's mouth mid-strike. The illness chose the worst possible moment to reassert itself, turning his decisive blow into a glancing hit. Internal organs screamed in protest as something fundamental gave way. Cameron seized the opening without hesitation. His demonic-enhanced counter carried the force of a siege weapon. Kun managed to partially deflect, but the impact still sent him careening through the air. He hit the ground hard, rolling to dissipate momentum. When he finally stopped, his right arm hung uselessly at his side. Whether severed or simply too damaged to function, the Lin was gone from this fight. Blood flowed freely from multiple wounds, each breath bringing agony. The combination of battle damage and his deteriorating condition had pushed him to the brink. Cameron's demeanor shifted to something almost respectful. He formally requested another duel, promising to use his full power this time. No more testing, no more restraint. The implication was crystal clear. He would end this definitively. Kun steadied himself with his remaining arm, forcing his body upright through will alone. Lightning still danced across his battered form, weaker but unbroken. Blood dripped steadily to pool at his feet. One arm failing organs, an opponent powered by demonic energy. The real battle was about to begin. Cameron unleashed a devastating attack, demonic energy screaming through the air. Kun evaded with practiced ease despite his injuries immediately countercharging. The warriors danced for deadly waltz, neither giving ground. Cameron's voice carried genuine respect as they clashed. Kun's strength hadn't decreased at all despite losing an arm. He considered himself fortunate to cross swords with such a legend. The close-range exchange intensified. Kun recognized the need to strike before Cameron could activate another skill. He gathered lightning for a decisive blow. Then his body betrayed him. Blood erupted from his mouth, painting the ground crimson. Cameron didn't hesitate. His blade carved through flesh and bone, severing Kun's remaining arm in one clean stroke. Disarmament had taken literally. The sight of Kun still standing despite losing both arms shocked even the demon-enhanced warrior. Then the impossible happened. Kun caught his fallen sword between his teeth, charging forward with suicidal determination. His target was clear, Karen's neck. One final strike to end everything. At point-blank range, Seal met steel as Cameron barely managed to block. The younger swordsman's voice dripped with finality as he promised to end Kun's shameful life immediately. The counterstrike sent Kun flying through the air like a broken doll. He crashed through his own building, walls exploding from the impact. Debris rained down as the structure partially collapsed. Lying in the wreckage, memories flooded through Kun's fading consciousness, Judith yelling at him to repair the roof immediately while he dismissed her concerns, calling her too loud. She'd scold him fiercely if she saw the building's current state. His lips curved in a fond smile at the thought. Then came regret. Kira's face surfaced in his mind. He'd never visited her, not even once. So many missed opportunities, so many words left unspoken. Depth of clarity hits different. Cameron turned away, believing the battle concluded. He needed to focus on recovery. The fight had been closer than anticipated. Without Kun's illness, the outcome would have been reversed. He knew this truth in his bones. Movement caught his eye. The impossible made manifest. Kun was walking toward him. Karen's composure cracked. Had the old master become immortal? No human should still be standing after such punishment. He struck with desperate force, shattering Kun's blade in two. Kun merely smiled at the immortality comment. Fresh aura began surrounding his broken form, energy that shouldn't exist in a body pushed so far beyond its limits. The phenomenon defied every law of combat. Understanding dawned like sunrise. Kun's voice rang out with newfound clarity, calling to Ian across the distance. He realized this was the final stage his old rival had spoken of, the realm beyond master, beyond mortality itself. He addressed Cameron with serene certainty. Their meeting today was no coincidence. As he spoke, pure aura condensed around his shoulders, forming translucent arms to replace those he'd lost. The constructs glowed with otherworldly power. Before attacking, Kun posed a philosophical question. Did Cameron know about the two wolves that lived inside every person's heart? Philosophy before execution. Meanwhile, deep in Talmoi Forest, the traveling party had joined the wise merchant caravan. Aiden explained their arrangement, safe passage through the forest in exchange for guard duties. The journey to the Holy Kingdom would take a week. Keenan's strange behavior continued. When Eden asked for her cooperation, she agreed tersely before departing. Her mood had soured dramatically since encountering the merchants. After she left, Irene questioned Giovanni about Keenan's condition. She'd been noticeably upset since meeting the wise contingent. Before Giovanni could answer, Eden cut him off, sending him inside to prepare for tomorrow's early departure. Once alone with Irene, Aiden's expression turned serious. Something had happened to Keenan, something they couldn't discuss. No more questions on the subject. The finality in his tone brooked no argument. Elsewhere, Keenan sat with her back against a tree, trembling slightly. She whispered reassurances to herself. Nothing would happen. She just needed to survive 1 week, 7 days, and this nightmare would end. 3 days into their journey, camp tensions rose. Jaren complained bitterly about pulling night watch 3 consecutive nights. Giovanni grumbled about his tense positioning near the latrine. They'd been reduced to servants despite being hired guards. Equal opportunity exploitation. The pair decided to confront management. After enduring their complaints, Eden reluctantly agreed to speak with the boss on their behalf. As he approached the command tent, nervousness crept through his usual confidence. He reminded himself of his position. Surely he could request basic fairness. A guard blocked his path to Sir Wise's tent. Aiden introduced himself politely, explaining he needed to discuss work assignment issues. The guard's refusal was immediate. Relay any messages through him instead. Irene appeared beside them, asking if he could speak with Sir Wise directly. When questioned, he introduced himself as Aaron, a member of Aiden's party. The guard's voice rose sharply, drawing unwanted attention. The commotion forced someone to emerge from within. Broody Sharper, a known swordmaster, wondered about the disturbance. Seeing the 2 visitors, he invited them inside. They entered to find the caravan's true power, Galwise, the half-elf merchant prince. His delicate features masked sharp intelligence as he studied his unexpected guests. The game within the game was about to begin. Eden and Irene stood before Galwise, presenting their grievances about work assignments. The half-elf merchant listened with practiced patience, his delicate features betraying no emotion. Gal acknowledged their concerns with diplomatic grace. Many people had joined their caravan unexpectedly, causing logistical complications. He apologized for any unintentional rudeness. Such oversights were beneath the wise merchant's standards. Adan's composure crumbled at the apology. He stammered out excessive thanks, overwhelmed by the merchant prince's courtesy. Gal promised to implement measures preventing future issues, his tone suggesting the matter was already forgotten. Iren's attention drifted to an ornate chest beside Gal's chair. The merchant asked whether he had anything to add. Iren declined politely, thanking him for the swift resolution. Something about that chest nagged at him, though he couldn't identify the source of his unease. Suspicious furniture is suspicious. Back at camp, Eden strutted among his party members, boasting about his diplomatic victory. His celebration died mid-sentence as Giovanni revealed a new crisis. The other caravan members believed Aaron was impersonating Irene Ferreira. Their hostility grew by the hour. Seeking solitude, Irene retreated to the woods for meditation. Keenan found him there, her approach uncharacteristically hesitant. She opened with an apology that caught him off guard. Everything negative he'd experienced stemmed from her presence. Her poor relationship with Gal Wise had poisoned the atmosphere, spreading to anyone associated with her. She advised patience. It's separate from the caravan in days. Nothing good came from attracting the wise merchant's attention. Iren's internal response was granite-solid determination. Childhood bullying had forged his resistance to such treatment. Those early trials had strengthened his heart against adversity. This was nothing compared to what he'd already overcome. He smiled genuinely, thanking Keenan for her sincere concern. Her kindness alone would help him weather this storm. The statement left her speechless for several heartbeats. Then came the question that shattered his cover. She asked if he was the real Irene Ferreira. Cover blown by kindness. His startled denial fooled no one. She pressed further, demanding to know his reasons for hiding his identity. His answer was simple. He wanted to travel quietly, without the weight of reputation. Keenan agreed to keep his secret, turning to leave. Irene stopped her with his own question. He asked about her history with Sir Wise. Her refusal came swift and firm, telling him would only bring danger. He pressed harder, claiming he had specific reasons for needing to know. Her shock was evident. Adan's arrival interrupted their standoff. He brought urgent news. A demonoid sighting had triggered an emergency meeting. The gathering buzzed with tension as Gal questioned the witness about the forest encounter. Broody Sharper confirmed 4 expert scouts were investigating. After dismissing the witness, Gal's mind raced through possibilities. Multiple demonoid sightings suggested demonic presence. Requesting Holy Kingdom aid would be safest, though it meant isolation until nights arrived. Iren entered the assembly and cut straight to business. He demanded the demonoid's location immediately. Disgusted murmurs rippled through the crowd. The imposter dared to speak at their crisis meeting. Iren ignored their hostility completely, striding directly to Vulcanus and handing over his sword. Time for the reveal. Keenan understood immediately, asking if he planned to reveal himself now. His confirmation was matter of fact. The situation demanded honesty. Iren faced the assembly with unwavering authority. He reintroduced himself as Swordmaster Irene Ferreira. His experience defeating demonoids and demons was extensive. They needed only to point him toward the threat. The crowd's hostility transformed to stunned silence. Someone stammered out directions. Iren vanished in a blur of speed. Gal recovered first, commanding his forces to follow the young hero. The game had changed entirely. At the demon's castle, a demonoid presented 2 captured humans to his queen. Both were skilled swordsmen, perfect candidates for transformation. Their abilities would serve the growing army well. The demon queen's enthusiasm was palpable. Her forces grew steadily, hidden from the Holy Kingdom's sight. Soon she'd establish her own dark realm. She ordered the prisoners to the torture chamber for tomorrow's conversion ritual. The demonoid requested permission to eat 1 prisoner first. Before she could respond, an explosion shook the castle walls. Dinner plans canceled. The demonoid moved to intercept the intruder, but found death arriving faster than expected. Iren appeared before him like divine judgment. One swing separated head from body with surgical precision. Without pause, Iren advanced on the demon queen. Her confidence evaporated as she processed the carnage. This wasn't a knight or hero. This was an executioner. She launched skyward, wings beating desperately for escape. Iren pursued at full speed, his blade already in motion. The demon queen believed she gained safe distance when golden energy carved through the air. His strike bisected her mid-flight, ending her dark ambitions in a single devastating blow. The rescue had taken less than 30 seconds from castle breach to demon death. The demon lay subjugated, its underlings, demonoids, and monsters alike, slaughtered. Iren's mystical power purified most of the darkness-stained earth, while the wise merchant contributed holy water to cleanse the remaining corruption. Humans searched the demon's basement thoroughly, freeing imprisoned humans and elves. Whispers spread among the rescuers about Iren's incredible feat, defeating demons and demonoids single-handedly. They called him a blessing to the continent. Garen stood shocked at how the Eren he knew had transformed into someone else entirely. Aiden felt relief that misunderstandings were cleared, but noticed Keenan's absence. He wondered aloud if she'd gone to the bathroom. Keenan had actually snuck into the building, navigating hidden passages with practiced stealth. Each step deeper triggered memories that had haunted her for 7 years. Investigation mode engaged. She remembered her sister bent over scrolls and census records, brow furrowed with concern. The elf populations in neighboring villages had declined exponentially, not gradually, but in sharp, suspicious drops. When Keenan had suggested they'd simply left via the wise merchant's services to live among humans, her sister's expression had darkened. The pattern was too specific. Female elves, particularly young ones, were being connected to noble humans through the merchant's matchmaking. But the numbers didn't add up. Too many vanished completely after initial meetings. Her sister had compiled lists, cross-referenced testimonies, tracked the disappeared. The evidence pointed to something sinister beneath the merchant's benevolent facade. That investigation became her sister's obsession and her doom. She'd left one morning to question contacts in a neighboring village about recent disappearances. She never returned. No body, no message, no trace. Just another name added to the list of missing elves. When Keenan began her own investigation, her father had intervened. She still remembered that night and bursting into her room, finding her sister's research spread across her desk. His face had crumpled as tears streamed down his weathered cheeks. He'd fallen to his knees, grabbing her hands with desperate strength. He'd already lost one daughter to this darkness. He cooled it, willed it, lose another. His broken sobs as he begged her to stop had shattered her heart. That night, her suspicions crystallized into absolute conviction. Her father knew something. Everyone knew something. But fear kept them silent. 7 years of that silence had passed. 7 years of watching more elves disappear while she honored her father's plea. No more. Today, she'd find answers herself. 7 years of waiting ends. Keenan reached the basement and swiftly neutralized the guard with a precision strike. She burned through a wooden door with fierce magic, the wood disintegrating into ash. The scene beyond stopped her cold. Elves lay strewn across tables and floor, alive but barely. Their eyes stared vacantly, limbs limp, breathing shallow. Preparation tables lined the walls, equipped with restraints and strange instruments. This wasn't rescue or matchmaking. This was harvesting. Without turning, Galwise identified his intruder. His voice carried amused disappointment rather than surprise. Keenan's scream tore from her throat, demanding he stop these disgusting acts. She charged with 7 years of rage driving her forward. Her muscles seized mid-stride, every fiber locked in place as if turned to stone. Gal explained casually that the floral scent confused those without antidotes. Special cultivation, specific dosages. He perfected the formula over years of experimentation. Keenan fought with everything she had. Muscles strained against invisible bonds. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she wrestled for even the smallest movement. The scent invaded her lungs with each desperate breath, dragging her consciousness down into gray fog. Her vision blurred. Her sister's face flashed before her. Was this how she felt in her final moments? Then another presence filled the room. Clean air cut through the cloying perfume as Iron entered, his aura negating the toxic fragrance completely. The fog lifted from Keenan's mind as strength returned to her limbs. Gel's composure cracked for the first time, real shock registered on his face. The cavalry arrives. Iron's voice carried lethal calm as he told Gel to remain still. He didn't want to hurt him. Walking straight toward the flower producing the foul scent, he ignored Gel's protests. When the merchant moved to stop him, Iren's fist connected with his face in a blur of motion. Examining the flower, Iren confirmed his suspicions. This was the same dark energy source he'd sensed from the chest during his initial visit to Gel's tent. The pieces clicked together. This scent had been used to confuse and control elves for years. The moment Iren crushed the flower, the captive elves stirred as awareness returned. Rudy Sharper rushed in to defend his employer, but froze under Iren's gaze. One look communicated everything: stand down or be put down. Sharper chose wisely. Gal, holding his bleeding nose, quickly pivoted to legal defenses. He'd accept punishment from the Holy Kingdom if necessary, but he insisted on technicalities. Elves must be judged by elves, and outside of Bilios, others had no authority over him. Not wanting to break established laws, Iren agreed but insisted on personally escorting Gal to Bilios. There would be no escape attempts, no mysterious disappearances en route. Meanwhile, Keenan reunited with her party, tears of relief mixing with joy. The horrific acts she'd suspected for 7 years were finally exposed. Her sister's investigation hadn't been in vain. Justice delayed but not denied. During their journey to Abilius, Gal attempted to probe Iren's resolve. He asked if the young swordsman understood the true reach of the wise merchant's influence. When silence greeted him, Gal elaborated. He maintained deep relationships across the continent, including powerful figures within Abilius itself. Iren's continued silence amused him. Gal smiled to himself, confident in his assessment. Men like Iren were predictable. Righteous types who walked straight paths, impossible to corrupt but absolutely bound by rules and procedures. He felt no fear. Iren would follow the law to the letter. With supreme confidence born from years of manipulating the system, Gal was certain Iren would watch helplessly from the sidelines, bound by his own honor, as connections and technicalities rendered his righteous fury completely impotent. Justice was a game for the rich, and Iren wasn't even a player. Villain's confidence peaking. They finally arrived at the Holy Kingdom, Abilius. The sight alone proved magnificent, towering spires and gleaming walls befitting the continent's spiritual center. As they entered, Gal continued smiling, teasingly asking if Iren shouldn't have cuffed him or something. Iren ignored the provocation. Gal considered the game already over. Sharper had arrived ahead of them and surely handled everything. As promised, Fricka county officials met them promptly, but Gal's confidence shattered when he saw Commander Quincy leading them. Worse, Iren greeted Quincy casually like an old friend. The situation had shifted completely from Gal's expectations. Quincy approached Iren enthusiastically, mentioning he'd received the message about the defeated demon. Iren apologized for acting before reporting properly. Quincy dismissed the concern. Thanks to Iren's quick action, they'd stopped the demons before they grew stronger. Connections matter. Iren gestured toward Gal, telling Quincy they needed to talk. The commander assured him he'd been briefed on the situation. But first, Iren had another obligation. The Holy King had requested a meeting. Shock rippled through all three travelers. Even Iren hadn't expected royal summons. Though they wanted to see Gal's case through personally, Quincy assured him he'd done enough. The matter was in capable hands now. As Quincy prepared to leave with Gal, Anya rushed up to greet Iren. She opened a portal directly to the audience chamber's entrance. When Vulcanus asked to accompany them, she confirmed the portal's cost wasn't affected by passenger count. With Iren gone, Quincy's warmth vanished entirely. His stern gaze fixed on Gal as he declared it was time to get back to business. The merchant's confidence began cracking. At the audience chamber, guards informed Iren only he could enter. Inside, the Holy King sat upon his throne with a mysterious lady at his right hand. Iren wondered about her identity as he approached. Royal audience begins. The king explained he'd been hearing Iren's name frequently and wanted to meet him personally. When invited to speak freely, Iren launched into Galwise's crimes, the elf trafficking, the mind-controlled flowers, the years of deception. The king's response shook him to his core. He'd known all along. Iren's composure cracked. He confronted the king directly, demanding to know why no action had been taken. The king's answer was coldly pragmatic. It was for the continent's peace. The Wise Merchant Organization donated vast sums annually, becoming one of the largest supporters of the continent's struggling finances. Iren couldn't accept this. He acknowledged their influence and wealth, but insisted nothing justified committing harm to elves. His voice rose as passion over to protocol. Sacrificing the innocent for benefit was no different than making deals with demons. The king remained calm, stating that was merely Iren's opinion. Few people in this world shared such idealistic views. He painted a harsh picture. The continent overflowed with people willing to kill for bread. Were they all worthless souls ready to sign demonic contracts? Iren yelled at him to stop twisting his words. The king's voice finally rose, demanding Iren provide solutions for a world filled with chaos. Idealism meets reality. Silence fell. After a long moment, Iren admitted he didn't know. He thought about it extensively, but had no answers. He hoped the king could untangle the messy strings binding their world. When asked if this was provocation, Iren responded calmly. He wouldn't force his will on anyone. Finding solutions to such crucial matters exceeded his capabilities, a child lacking experience and wisdom. He requested help from those with greater knowledge. But he made one promise. He'd win the Heroes Tournament and do everything possible to erase fear from people's hearts. That much, at least, he could attempt. Leaving the chamber, Iren learned separate lodging existed for tournament competitors. He barely settled in when violent banging shook his door. Judith's voice rang out impatiently. Iren opened the door with civilized excitement, but Judith had no patience for manners. She shoved bread into his mouth immediately. Then she and Brett dragged him to the festival. Friends don't knock. Along the way, Judith teased him about looking downcast, missing Ilya already. Spotting a medicinal herb shop, she dragged him inside. When questioned about the sudden detour, she explained that as her master's only disciple, she needed supplies for his developing cough. Privately, worry gnawed at her about whether he was doing well. Back in her master's base, amidst ancient ruins, a massive magic circle suddenly materialized on the ground. Dark energy pulsed from its intricate patterns, suggesting something sinister was beginning. Storm approaching. Flashback to 2 weeks ago, Kun is having a deep moment with Cameron, hitting him with that classic two wolves in your heart metaphor. Cameron, thinking the old man has finally lost his marbles, tries to blow him away with a massive tornado. To his absolute shock, Kun just blinks behind him like it's nothing and keeps the philosophy lesson going. He explains that one wolf is all about that positive energy while the other is pure darkness. As he talks, he juices up his arms into glowing energy blades and demands to know which side Cameron is actually on. Cameron is officially bricking it, sensing that Kun's aura has reached a terrifying new level. Before he can even react, the old guy streaks through him in a flash, delivering a brutal slash across his chest. He drops a cold line about how he's the one who truly raised his black wolf through everything he's endured. Cameron hits the dirt, gasping for air, but he isn't ready to call it quits yet. In a desperate last-ditch effort, he plunges his sword into the ground to trigger a massive energy blast. Kun isn't even slightly pressed. He welcomes the explosion and charges right back in. The two of them collide in a massive shockwave, but Cameron is floored by the sheer amount of energy Kun is radiating. The old man's power sends Cameron skidding across the ground like a rag doll. Kun is actually hyped by his own growth, noticing his synergy is off the charts, but he also realizes he's burning through his reserves so fast he might actually incinerate himself if he doesn't wrap this up soon. Realizing he's running on a ticking clock before his own energy fries him, he decides it's time to wrap things up. He transforms his hands into lethal energy blades and sends Cameron straight into the dirt. Kun pulls a quick U-turn for the finisher, and while Cameron tries to throw up a desperate block with his last bit of juice, Kun isn't having it. He follows through with a power-loaded punch that's so sharp it shears Cameron's arm clean off. He's just about to deliver the final blow when glowing purple chains erupt from the ground and shackle him in place. The demon clown pops up, looking way too happy to see Kun in a bind, but he's brought a friend. A mysterious cloaked figure steps out and asks if Kun recognizes him. Kun is drawing a total blank at first, but then he catches a whiff of an overwhelming aura that feels eerily familiar, like a shadow he's lived with for ages. The realization hits him like a freight train that he's looking at the literal personification of the Black Wolf. Seeing that the old man finally gets it while the figure just lets out a dark, satisfied grin. The vibe shifts to a flashback of a much younger Kun grinding out solo sword drills. He's frustrated, feeling like a total scrub compared to the genius Ian. Right then, Ian shows up for a spar, and as usual, absolutely wipes the floor with him in seconds. While they're cooling off, Ian drops the news that he's been recognized as a master and is planning to open his own academy. This means no more casual sparring sessions, which leaves Kun low-key devastated. He plays it cool and offers his congrats, but the second Ian walks away, Kun is back at it, desperately trying to master everything he can so he isn't left in the dust. Fast forward 20 years, Kun can no longer even lift his sword. His hands tremble as regret weighs heavily on him. The bitter realization sinking in that he still isn't strong enough. He doesn't understand what he's doing wrong or what he's supposed to do, and the feeling of complete hopelessness consumes him. He collapses to the ground in despair, wondering why he can't be like Ian. Just then, a strange purple smoke appears, drifting through the air and surrounding him with a dark, unsettling presence. It calls out to Kun, offering him power. The old man is terrified when he hears the strange voice, only to realize moments later that it's coming from inside his own body. The smoke is the physical manifestation of his desperation, claiming it can help him achieve everything he desires. Kun is shocked by this revelation, but that shock deepens when the smoke begins to coil around him, offering to share its power and tempting him to give it a try. Before he can even fully process it, his body moves on its own. He swings his sword at a massive rock nearby, slicing it clean in half with a single effortless slash. Kun stares in disbelief at the sheer strength of his blade, now wrapped in that dark smoke. He starts grinning as the realization sinks that this power can make him far stronger than he ever was before. The smoke seems to confirm his thoughts, twisting into a creepy, satisfied smile. To be sure, Kun tests it once more. With a single swing, he carves a massive hole straight through a mountain. Seeing the result, Kun realizes he's finally achieved what he always wanted. No one can look down on him anymore. Lost in his moment of glory, he doesn't notice Ian arriving to look for him. Seeing this as the perfect chance to fulfill his desire, Kun turns without hesitation and swings, sending a massive slash flying toward Ian. The absolute unit manages to block it just in time, but before he can recover, Kun follows up with another attack, forcing Ian to slide backward under the sheer force. The old man continues his assault, laughing maniacally, and with a powerful swing, he finally takes Ian down. Seeing him on the ground, Kun celebrates his victory. But when Ian doesn't move, unease creeps in. The dark smoke inside him urges him to continue, pushing him to fulfill his desire no matter the cost. To the smoke's surprise, however, Kun doesn't want power if it means seeing his friend lying there like that. In that moment, he realizes what truly scared him wasn't the chance of surpassing Ian. It was the fear that everything could become meaningless in an instant. As Kun fights back against the influence, the dark smoke retaliates from within. Kun doesn't want power above all else. What he truly wants is freedom from this life. As he takes a moment to reflect, the smoke begins to struggle. Forced out as Kun's body rejects it. Suddenly, it bursts from his mouth and slams into the ground. Afraid of disappearing, the smoke immediately flees, searching for a new host. Meanwhile, Kun rushes back to check on Ian, jokingly mocking him as if he passed out from the hit. Ian laughs it off, playing along to protect Kun's confidence. Kun offers him a hand, hopeful that one day he'll defeat Ian with his own strength. Back in the present, Kun is pinned down by those dark chains, but he's still got enough attitude to act surprised. He looks at the Black Wolf and wonders if the guy has been busy snacking on other souls while they were apart. The wolf doesn't miss a beat, claiming he's been grinding non-stop for the chance to finally step back into the spotlight. Even though Kun is physically wobbling and on his last legs, he flashes a smirk, letting out one final massive surge of energy as a warning that he's not done chasing his dreams. But the tank finally runs dry. His power cuts out and he drops to his knees. The Black Wolf, almost respectful, wishes him peace as the ritual kicks into high gear. A dark portal opens up right under Kun, and a thick, nasty energy starts pouring out of his body. The demon clown is watching from the sidelines like a kid at a candy store, vibrating with excitement. He's convinced that once this ritual wraps up, he's going to inherit some god-tier power. But as the process nears the finish line, the ground starts throwing a tantrum. The sheer pressure of the energy leaking out is so heavy it actually forces both the clown and the Black Wolf to their knees. Their bodies move on pure instinct, forcing them to bow their heads to the overwhelming presence being born. Once the ritual finally clicks into place and the crushing pressure lifts, the world is different. The clown is quick to hype up his partner, congratulating the Black Wolf on officially becoming the new Demon King. The transformation is complete. The figure has leveled up into a full-on humanoid demon, complete with horns and a terrifying new aura. He doesn't want the old name anymore though. He orders the clown to address him as the Heart Demon.